He is known as Bai Xiaochuan, not the one who traversed to the Qin dynasty, Yi Xiaochuan. He has been reborn, reincarnated before the initial resurgence of spiritual energy. In this life, he harbors no desire to become an A-class healing awakener. An A-class healing awakener sounds illustrious, yet in reality, it bears little practical utility. To restore oneself to full health and rescue a comrade, alas, the cooldown is excessively lengthy and the mana insufficient. After witnessing the prowess of the Daoist practitioners, he swore to join the Daoist sect and become a cultivator. Chapter 1. Rebirth. The pathway of rebirth has been opened. One can acquire the key through comments. Damn it, the stone golem has unleashed its ultimate attack again. I, Go, have yet to unleash a single one. If only I could land one, I would have been fine. What the hell? Voldemort? Truly a cunning one. With a clap, the final keystroke echoed in the four-person dormitory. No more gaming, let's go. Time to eat. Should we call Xiaochuan? No, please. Wait until he wakes. He will insist on calling me father. You know me. I can hardly refuse when someone addresses me as such. Today, he must fend for himself at mealtime. After everyone in the dormitory departed, on the bed near the window in the upper right corner, Bai Xiaochuan, who had just been admitted to a technical college, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Whether it was an instinctive reaction or a response to stress, Bai Xiaochuan's hands began to twitch incessantly, and his legs continuously kicked. The upper bunk started to shake violently, producing a cacophony of creaking sounds. After a brief moment, Bai Xiaochuan on the bed finally ceased his movements. A hallucination. The operating table vanished. That blinding surgical light also disappeared, leaving behind only the stark white ceiling. Struggling to believe the scene before him, Bai Xiaochuan abruptly grasped his neck tightly until his complexion turned ashen, his eyes bulged, and he could hardly breathe. Huff, huff. The sound of heavy breathing echoed. Fortunately, the soundproofing between dormitories was somewhat adequate. Otherwise, this wheezing would have undoubtedly drawn the attention of the neighboring room. Strange. I should have recovered from this discomfort long ago. Slowly sitting up, Bai Xiaochuan placed his right hand over his heart, only to discover that he could no longer sense his powers. In a state of confusion, Bai Xiaochuan surveyed his surroundings as familiar memories began to flood his mind. Is this the dormitory? Glancing towards the lower left corner, he spotted an open gaming laptop. The League of Legends page remained unclosed, displaying an advertisement proclaiming SKT's victory over SCG, making them the first team to achieve back-to-back championships globally. Have I been reborn? Could it be? What I witnessed was real. I truly died. The memory of his death before rebirth surged back into Bai Xiaochuan's mind. Bai Xiaochuan grimaced in pain as he clutched his head. In a frigid laboratory, he found himself inexplicably on the operating table, surrounded by individuals clad in white coats who were brutally dissecting him, ultimately extracting the energy crystal from his heart. After a considerable amount of time, Bai Xiaochuan gradually emerged from his discomfort. Filled with curiosity, he slowly descended from the upper bunk. The silver-cased iPhone 6, if memory serves him correctly, had been in his possession for 2 years, and he had never mustered the resolve to replace it. Upon unlocking the phone, the upper right corner displayed a vibrant green, signifying that it was fully charged. The phone's cover featured a photograph of his childhood with his parents, while the central screen indicated the time as New Century 516-11-5-12:17. Heaven above, you have granted me a rebirth. Why could it not have occurred a year earlier? Holding the phone with a slight tremor, the once blurred image became distinct once more due to the photograph. A year prior, during his senior year of high school, his parents suffered a tragic accident while making a delivery. It was also that year that he became the city's notorious failure and shame. It seems no one else had transitioned from the city's finest high school to a technical institute. At the very least, the principal would never forget him, and the homeroom teacher could annually use him as a cautionary tale. Bai Xiaochuan gradually calmed his racing thoughts and began to piece together the fragmented memories of his life before rebirth. On October 4th, 519 of the new century, a virus codenamed Guan suddenly erupted globally. This highly contagious pathogen infected nearly 90 of the world's population within just a few months. Initially, its clinical symptoms resembled those of a common cold, and coupled with a relatively low mortality rate, led health organizations worldwide to misclassify it as a seasonal epidemic. As the infection curve began to flatten, the international community gradually lowered its guard. However, in April of the new century 523, the virus underwent a shocking mutation, resulting in an exponential increase in viral load within the body. Approximately 20 of the infected individuals experienced irreversible mutations, transforming into highly aggressive, zombie-like entities. Meanwhile, a rare few among the infected exhibited the awakening of extraordinary abilities. Bai Xiaochuan, too, awakened a healing ability, which, in less flattering terms, rendered him a nurse. The mutated zombies not only displayed remarkable agility, but also exhibited astonishing levels of contagion. Ordinary humans found it nearly impossible to resist. Once bitten, they would swiftly undergo the transformation process. Survivors were compelled to seek refuge at home. Through the remaining communication networks, they discovered that the true name of the virus was Yuan. Further research indicated that individuals capable of mutation or awakening possessed a unique affinity for Yuan. Awakened individuals would develop distinctive energy crystals at their heart centers, continually absorbing Yuan from the environment to enhance their abilities. Shortly after the mutations began, the government urgently initiated the ARC project, constructing 9 colossal shelters nationwide. Within this new order, awakened individuals enjoyed a privileged status. Although Bai Xiaochuan's healing capabilities were relatively weak in combat situations, they still afforded him living conditions far superior to those of ordinary survivors. At least during those 2 years, Bai Xiaochuan's life remained rather comfortable. 2 years later, a crisis known as the catastrophe erupted. When a particular shelter teetered on the brink of destruction, a group of mysterious individuals suddenly appeared. They displayed extraordinary powers, effortlessly vanquishing the catastrophe-level giant beasts. It was only later that Bai Xiaochuan learned that these beings, reminiscent of legendary immortals, were in fact long-hidden practitioners. Several years later, it was revealed that these practitioners hailed from the Daoist sect. The Daoist sect is not a single school, but rather a conglomerate of 4 major sects and multiple smaller ones. The 4 major sects are Longhu, Wudang, Qingsheng, and Maoshan from his previous life. As more information was decrypted, people finally understood why these sects abruptly declared a closure in 519, the year of the virus outbreak. Clearly, the Daoist sect had already comprehended the essence and secrets of Yuan that year. Bai Xiaochuan was also perplexed about the cause of his death. Despite being a nurse beloved by all, his character was not one that would easily incite enmity. From the information he recalled, he only remembered celebrating with his teammates after successfully hunting a high-level beast, returning home, and falling asleep as usual. Yet, without any forewarning, he found himself in that eerie laboratory. It was only at the moment of his demise that he vaguely realized the other's objective was the energy crystal within him. Chapter 2. The Plan to Ascend the Mountain. Tonight, we shall engage in a duo match to strive for diamonds. If you're not playing, you pressure monster. Let Xiaochuan accompany you. He is more resilient under pressure. Before the person arrives, the sound precedes them. The sound of the door lock soon follows. Oh, Bai Xiaobang. Are you awake? We noticed you were in deep slumber and didn't want to disturb you. Xiaochuan, did you partake in any unspeakable activities last night? I seem to hear your bed creaking in the middle of the night. Faced with his unfamiliar yet familiar roommates, Bai Xiaochuan momentarily felt bewildered. It's nothing. I'm not particularly hungry. The 3 roommates were taken aback simultaneously. The narrative was not aligning. Just moments ago, they were discussing how Bai Xiaochuan would surely unleash a flurry of complaints upon discovering they had already dined. Yet he responded so gently. Could he be dazed from sleep? Xiaochuan, will you go out to eat or order takeout? Let us go out, Bai Xiaochuan replied, seizing his meal card and phone. Flashing a smile at the trio before stepping out. He needed to find a quiet place to thoughtfully consider his future plans. Once he exited the dorm, the 3 were startled anew. It's well known that Bai Xiaochuan, given the choice between takeout or dining out, would undoubtedly opt for the former. He was the quintessential homebody among the 3. Is that really Xiaochuan? I've told him to limit his gaming. It seems something is amiss. Forget him. Let us continue. Let us grab a quick bite and get back to the game. Upon leaving the dormitory and arriving at the cafeteria, a mere few hundred meters away left Bai Xiaochuan breathless. The description of him as a sedentary individual was undeniably accurate. Standing at 6 feet tall, yet weighing nearly 200 pounds, compounded by the sedentary lifestyle he led, He had become a shell of his former self. Inside the cafeteria, as he observed the decrement in his balance on WeChat, Bai Xiaochuan once again marveled at the convenience of mobile payments. Since the cataclysm, although phones remained functional, payment applications had ceased to operate. Hence, food and supplies could only be procured with federal currency. Finding a quiet corner, he sat down and savored the fresh vegetables. The texture was exquisite, a far cry from the withered, mushy, and bitter experiences he had grown accustomed to. As nostalgic as it was, Bai Xiaochuan quickly focused his thoughts and began strategizing his next moves. With 3 years remaining before the source descends, he must take action. Otherwise, what would be the point of this rebirth? According to the timeline, the Daoist sects of Longhu Mountain and Wudang Mountain had yet to close their doors. Perhaps he could take a chance. In his previous life, he had heard whispers that the cultivation systems of those practitioners differed from that of awakened individuals. They did not rely on natural absorption of the source, but followed their own distinct paths. Unfortunately, he had never comprehended how these individuals truly cultivated until his dying breath. However, just before his demise, he had heard that the Daoist sects were secretly taking in disciples, specifically seeking children with good potential who had not awakened any abilities. After a brief period of contemplation, Bai Xiaochuan formulated his preliminary plan to seek apprenticeship in the Daoist sect. After all, this was the sole avenue to ascend to the pinnacle of the pyramid before the impending calamity. Waiting for awakening would yield no difference from his previous life. As for which sect to choose among Longhu, Wudang, Qingsheng, and Maoshan, it was indeed a dilemma. His understanding of these Daoist sects was minimal. Despite being an A-grade awakened individual in his previous life, the practitioners of the Daoist sects stood at the apex of the pyramid. In their presence, Bai Xiaochuan was merely a minor player. Even if he desired information about the major figures, he had no means of obtaining it. If memory serves. My uncle once spent some time as a Daoist at Wudang Mountain. Perhaps I should inquire with him. In the past life, his uncle had survived the calamity, awakening abilities just like him. The two had met at the shelter, where his uncle had already become one of the top S-grade awakened individuals. Bai Xiaochuan quickly opened WeChat. Before long, he stumbled upon a rather childish profile picture of his uncle. Had he not been labeled as such, he would never have believed someone in their 40s could possess such a juvenile avatar. Blazing Dragon Warrior. Uncle, are you there? Blazing Dragon Warrior, withdrawn a message. Wei, uncle, are you there? Not long after sending the message, the other party indicated they were typing. Kindergarten leader, Xiaochuan. What is up? Uncle S just started a match. Hold on a moment. Wei, all right, uncle. In less than 10 minutes. Kindergarten leader, ugh. That mid-lane Daji is just a spirit bound to the land. I sent countless signals for help in the jungle, and it ended with me getting pierced by Han Xin. Wei, kindergarten leader, Xiaochuan, is there something you need? Speak quickly. Uncle is about to start another game. Wei, uncle. I remember you were a Daoist at Wudang Mountain, right? Wei, I just wanted to ask if there's any particular route to become an apprentice there. Kindergarten leader, what? Do you want to become a Daoist? Xiaochuan, are you alright? I know things have been rough for you these past couple of years, but being a Daoist is not a trivial matter. Wei, uncle, I'm not going to become a monk. Besides, after your stint as a Daoist, didn't you return to secular life? Kindergarten leader, understood. So you just want to try experiencing what it's like to be a Daoist. In less than a minute, Bai Xiaochuan saw his uncle sending him a personal business card from Master Wang of Wudang. Upon clicking on Master Wang's profile, he found no restrictions on viewing posts. The feed was filled with images and videos of the master meditating and practicing martial arts. Moreover, there were numerous advertisements for Wudang's recruitment, including winter vacation adult fitness classes and Tai Chi health classes. With a mix of skepticism and hope, Bai Xiaochuan applied to add the master as a friend. The request was approved almost instantaneously. As he gazed at the blank chat box, just as he was about to type a greeting, he received a message. Master Wang, greetings, my friend. Fate has brought us together. May our paths intertwine. Hello, my friend. With a smile. What a rapid typing speed. It was evident that Master Wang was adept at using a 26-key keyboard. Wei, greetings, Master. I would like to inquire if Wudang is currently accepting disciples. Those who are devoted, living and dying as Wudang's own. Master Wang, you flatter me. May I ask how old you are, and if you have any familial ties? Are your parents still alive? Master Wang, if you still have attachments, dear friend, I advise you to think carefully before proceeding. Wei, Master, I am 18 years old, an orphan, and unencumbered. I sincerely wish to join the ranks of Wudang and dedicate myself to cultivation. Master Wang, how commendable. Your humble beginnings do not deter your determination. Such resolve is rare. However, Wudang requires an assessment of affinity and aptitude. May I ask where you currently reside? Would it be convenient for you to come to the mountain for a discussion? Before Bai Xiaochuan could fully comprehend the situation, Master Wang sent another barrage of messages as if copying and pasting. Master Wang. Attached is a route map to the mountain. If you take the high-speed train to Shiyan East Station, you may contact the temple for transportation. Phone 138XXXX, Wudang. Master Wang. A friendly reminder. The mountain gate is currently undergoing renovations. If you come, remember to wear non-slip shoes. Simply bring 2 sets of change of clothes. The temple issues new robes on the 1st and 15th of each month. Wudang Wang Daochong. Additionally, during the probationary period, accommodation and meals are to be reimbursed by the individual with a daily fee of 168. Did you see that? This is professionalism. At 168, that amounts to 5,040 for a month, and if the probation lasts longer. Bai Xiaochuan quickly opened his WeChat balance. A 6-digit figure allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Wu Daochong, could you inform me how long the probationary period typically lasts? Wudang Wang Daochong. My young friend, the probationary period generally ranges from 1 month to 3 years, during which the focus will be on daily labor, chanting scriptures, and martial arts practice. Wu understood, Daochong. Wudang Wang Daochong. Young friend, the costs for meals and accommodation during the probationary period are fixed and cannot be waived. However, once one is officially accepted as a disciple, these expenses will no longer apply. Wu I comprehend. Thank you, Daochong. Wudang Wang Daochong. Well said, well said. Sincerity brings forth blessings. Should you decide to ascend the mountain, feel free to contact me to arrange your reception. Wudang Wang Daochong. Attached is the guidelines for entering the temple PDF. Morning bell and evening drum must be observed punctually. Abstain from meat during the fasting period. Mobile phone usage is limited to 2 hours per day during the probationary period. Special circumstances may be applied for. Bai Xiaochuan opened the document and glanced through it, discovering a message at the end adorned with red ink. Meditate when feeling restless. The image depicted a chubby Taoist frantically practicing Tai Chi, with the caption, "Don't panic. It's all part of the cultivation." Bai Xiaochuan quietly closed the interface. In this day and age, even temples are implementing measures against addiction. Chapter 3. The final decision to go to Wudang. After wandering around the playground, Bai Xiaochuan made his way back to his dormitory. He needed to ponder over whether to go to Wudang, taking his time to make a decision. After all, the probationary period was laid out before him, ranging from a month to 3 years. Given that the source appeared only 3 years ago, this implied that he likely had only one opportunity to choose. What was more troublesome was that even after the probation, acceptance was not guaranteed. He needed to ascertain which sect was the most reliable. Pushing open the dormitory door, the familiar sound of keyboard clattering filled the air. There are people in building 2. Be careful. Don't rush. I'll go up first. Are we playing PUBG? Bai Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback by the sight of his 3 roommates engrossed in their screens. If memory served right, he too had once relished playing this game, often staying up until dawn with his roommates until the dormitory power was cut off. Xiaochuan, are you joining us? We're one short. The bespectacled boy nearest the door called out. Bai Xiaochuan remembered his name, but back then, he referred to him as Xiao Si. Not for now, I'll pass. Bai Xiaochuan smiled slightly and walked toward his spot. What's up, Xiaochuan? You usually shout for another round the loudest. Could it be your heart broken? No worries, Xiaochuan. Bro has secret resources. I'll send you something to cheer you up. Come on, I'll find you your favorite 98K. I'll even get you a sniper. You're guaranteed to enjoy it. Listening to the teasing that felt both familiar and distant, a smile involuntarily crept onto Bai Xiaochuan's lips. The first semester of freshman year was just past its midpoint, and the boys' dormitory was still in a honeymoon phase. The 4 of them inseparable. This period was undoubtedly the happiest time of his university life. Alas, such joy was fleeting. In his dormitory, aside from him, everyone else was quite dashing. Within a year, these 3 had their hearts stolen by various girls. The once tight-knit gaming squad crumbled, leaving him as the sole lone wolf. Since then, his relationship with his roommates had grown increasingly distant, and after graduation, they all went their separate ways, never to reunite. Then let us play a few rounds. Bai Xiaochuan pulled out a chair and opened his computer. That's the spirit. Let us log in. Let us go. The day passed swiftly, having not played in ages. Bai Xiaochuan, though a novice, found joy in the game. Moreover, with the previous context, his roommates dared not put pressure on him. In the following days, Bai Xiaochuan either investigated the recruitment criteria of various sects or processed his withdrawal from school. Xiaochuan, are you really dropping out? Yes. There has been some issues at home, and they hope I can return to help. Bai Xiaochuan spoke vaguely, as his roommates were unaware of his family's situation. Don't do that, Xiaochuan. A technical college is still a college. You can learn skills there. Discuss it thoroughly with your family. No need. The family has already made a decision. Tonight, I'll treat you all to a big meal. Seeing Bai Xiaochuan's resolute demeanor, the 3 didn't press further. That evening, Bai Xiaochuan took his 3 roommates out for a small celebration. Even under the influence of alcohol, he refrained from revealing the truth about the virus and the impending disaster. Some truths, if spoken now, would only earn him the label of a fool. It would be akin to telling your best friend, "I'm actually a prophet. And next year on this day will be the apocalypse. The only way out is to drop out and join me as a Taoist." Such a statement would be received as nonsensical. Bai Xiaochuan naturally would not engage in such fruitless endeavors. However, the four of them had a WeChat group. And perhaps before the catastrophe struck, he could offer them some hints, regardless of whether they believed him or not. 2 days later, Bai Xiaochuan packed his belongings and returned to his home in Hangzhou. The house was not particularly dirty or chaotic, although Bai Xiaochuan had never been one to clean. He often hired cleaning ladies to tidy up the place. During this time, he perused numerous documents on Taoist schools. Both Qingqing Mountain and Wudang had similar standards, with a probationary period of 1 to 2 months. Those in good health could remain as practitioners or apprentices, participating in labor and learning the classics. However, to become a formal Taoist, one would need a master's recommendation, likely taking another 2 to 3 years. In contrast, Longhu Mountain's recruitment process was a bit more complex, requiring a minimum of 3 years for the probationary period. As for Maoshan, it was a singular lineage. The only way to be accepted would be if Bai Xiaochuan were about 10 years younger. After continuously comparing these materials, Bai Xiaochuan ultimately considered going to Wudang. In his past life, he had no knowledge of the strengths or weaknesses of the 4 major sects, since he could not determine. Bai Xiaochuan would certainly prioritize the place where he could become a formal Taoist in the shortest amount of time. Once decided, Bai Xiaochuan immediately booked a high-speed train to Wudang Mountain. Early the next morning, Bai Xiaochuan set out, intending to buy some daily necessities at the supermarket. After all, resources on the mountain were limited, and some items needed to be prepared in advance. Xiaochuan, just a few steps outside the community, a voice, both unfamiliar and familiar, called from behind. Bai Xiaochuan turned to see a tall girl standing not far away, her hair tied in a simple ponytail, wearing a white jacket paired with light blue jeans. Li Jinhua. Bai Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback. Confirming it was indeed Bai Xiaochuan, Li Jinhua quickly approached, her face alight with uncontainable delight. "It's really you." She scanned Bai Xiaochuan from head to toe, then suddenly chuckled. "Look at you, you've gotten so chubby." Haha, the food has been too good. It had been a long time since they last met, yet Li Jinhua still radiated beauty. "You're looking for a fight." Li Jinhua feigned anger, balling her fists as if to punch Bai Xiaochuan. Bai Xiaochuan also took a symbolic step back. In his recollections, Li Jinhua could be considered his childhood companion, having spent both middle and high school in the same class, and sharing a desk for several years. Throughout those years, she undeniably reigned as the school beauty, standing at a striking height of 1.7 meters, with features that seemed meticulously sculpted, particularly her almond-shaped eyes that would curve into beautiful crescents when she smiled. Countless boys had slipped love letters and snacks into her desk, but these offerings often ended up in the stomach of her desk mate, Bai Xiaochuan. During their second year of high school, Bai Xiaochuan had harbored a secret affection for this bright and cheerful girl. However, when tragedy struck with the unexpected passing of his parents, his world crumbled, leaving him deflated like a punctured balloon, devoid of the youthful stirrings of his heart. "But seeing you doing well now brings me genuine joy," Li Jinhua said softly. "Keep pushing forward. With your abilities, you can certainly redefine your future. A diploma from a vocational school can lead to a bachelor's degree, and from there, you can pursue graduate studies. Just as you always said, the path is forged by those who walk it." "Ha, no matter how hard I try, I could never compare to the prodigies from Hangzhou University." Bai Xiaochuan jested with feigned nonchalance, though he noticed a flicker of disappointment in Li Jinhua's eyes. "You, always with your humor. But seriously, aren't you studying in Jincheng? Why are you in Hangzhou on a Tuesday? Has the school holiday begun so early?" "I returned to handle some matters, and will be leaving tomorrow." Bai Xiaochuan glanced at his phone, seeking to shift the conversation. "I still have some things to take care of. Shall we gather another day?" "Sure." Watching Bai Xiaochuan's hurried departure, Li Jinhua stood rooted to the spot, feeling an inexplicable sense of change in him, an unfamiliarity that lingered. Bai Xiaochuan was not truly in a rush. He simply found himself at a loss for words with Li Jinhua. In their high school days, he would have effortlessly conjured topics to amuse her, but now, he lacked that motivation. Time, like a relentless brush, continually erases the memories of everyone. Even the closest friends or lovers, when distanced for long periods, find their emotions fading back to the starting point. Chapter 4, The Probationary Period. On November 15th, in the crisp, early winter air, Bai Xiaochuan dragged a hefty suitcase onto the train bound for Wudang Mountain. The cold wind swept across the platform, prompting him to wrap his coat tighter around himself. The November weather carried a chill, with temperatures in many regions dropping to around 10 degrees. Yet, within the train carriage, Bai Xiaochuan could still spot numerous young girls clad in short JK skirts paired with black stockings. Ah, quite lovely, he mused, finding a window seat and gazing vacantly at the fleeting scenery outside. Where would his former teammates be now? If memory serves, his boss was in Sioux City, though he couldn't recall what she looked like with her black hair. How he missed her fair and straight locks. Ahem, let us not stray from the point. The journey from Hangzhou to the vicinity of Wudang Mountain, in Shurian, took about 7 hours. Strangely, this leg of the trip unfolded in an unusual calmness, devoid of the serendipitous encounters or unforeseen events typical in novels. This tranquility left Bai Xiaochuan, reborn into this reality, feeling somewhat disoriented. In an era of calamity, outside the shelters, mutated beasts roamed. The thought of traveling such distances securely seemed like a fanciful dream. Even the transportation of supplies between shelters had to risk perilous aerial routes, fraught with the threat of ferocious flying beasts. Shurian Station has arrived, please disembark. The announcement jolted him back to reality. As he exited the station, the square was alive with the laughter and chatter of travelers. Bai Xiaochuan inhaled deeply, relishing the fresh air, stretching his limbs. It was truly wonderful to witness such a peaceful world once more. At the exit, a middle-aged woman holding a sign stood out prominently. The sign bore the bold inscription, Wudang Mountain Reception Center, with a considerate note below, all tourists heading to Wudang Mountain. Please gather here. Surrounding the woman were a dozen or so tourists, each burdened with travel bags. Excuse me, is this the place for Wudang Mountain? Bai Xiaochuan inquired. Indeed. You've arrived just in time. We have just enough people, the receptionist replied without looking up, then raised a small megaphone to call out. Everyone, follow me. Bai Xiaochuan silently trailed behind the group, the receptionist's demeanor not particularly warm, perhaps due to the exhaustion of attending to visitors all day. However, this mattered little to him, as his purpose for this journey was not leisure, and thus he was indifferent to the quality of service. The bus gradually departed the city, and, after approximately 2 hours, halted in a small town nestled among mountains. Despite its remote location, the town buzzed with activity, filled with guides waving small flags and clusters of tourists. Observing the bustling crowd outside, Bai Xiaochuan couldn't help but reflect on how, prior to the closure of Wudang Mountain, the number of visitors indeed matched its reputation. In his past life, after the emergence of the Daoist sect, many had come with dreams of joining, yet tragically, most either perished on their journey or were turned away at the gates. All right, we've arrived at the visitor center. Everyone, please disembark. If you wish to take a vehicle up the mountain, proceed to the station on the right, though there is a fee, the guide announced. Bai Xiaochuan stepped off the bus and first contacted Daoist Wang via WeChat. Wu-wei, greetings, Daoist. I have arrived at the visitor center. How shall I find you? This time, Daoist Wang did not respond immediately, likely occupied with other visitors. After about 10 minutes, a message finally popped up on Bai Xiaochuan's phone. Wudang Daoist Wang. Hello, young friend. Please take the scenic bus to Taizipo. I will be waiting for you there. Wu-wei. Understood, Daoist. JPG. Taizipo, also known as Fuzhongguan, is said to be where the Zhenwu Emperor cultivated at the age of 15. Bai Xiaochuan, dragging his suitcase, climbed what felt like countless steps. Already drenched in sweat, if he were to ascend to the Golden Summit, it would surely be the end of him. Finally, panting heavily, he arrived at the entrance of the Taizipo scenic area. From a distance, he spotted Daoist Wang, clad in a dark blue robe, standing at the entrance. He looked just as he did in the photos shared in their social circles, yet now exuded an even more ethereal quality. Ah, he was evidently an extraordinary figure. Daoist Wang smiled, nodding in greeting to passing tourists. Many approached him, requesting to take photos together. Bai Xiaochuan steadied himself, pulling his suitcase forward, and respectfully said, Greetings. Daoist Wang. Ah, hello, Daoist Wang replied, his hands clasped behind him, with a gentle demeanor. The atmosphere momentarily stagnated as the two exchanged glances. Their eyes locked in a silent standoff. Bai Xiaochuan felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him and cleared his throat. Daoist Wang. I am the young friend you were in contact with earlier. What? If you wish to take a photo, come over here, Daoist Wang beckoned with a wave. Bai Xiaochuan's expression stiffened, uncertain whether to approach. Just as he contemplated retrieving his phone to show the conversation history, a young Taoist rushed over from within the scenic area and exclaimed, Ha! You must be Bai Xiaochuan. My apologies, my master rarely uses his phone. I manage the communications. Approaching Bai Xiaochuan, the young Taoist first smiled and said, Hello, I am Wang Yi. Bai Xiaochuan nodded in response. Hello, I am Bai Xiaochuan. This young Taoist, named Wang Yi, appeared to Bai Xiaochuan to possess a demeanor far inferior to that of Daoist Wang. Both eyes were framed by dark circles, and while his complexion appeared fair, there lingered an air of mediocrity about Bai Xiaochuan. He exuded an unreliable vibe, indeed. Wang Yi first turned to Wang Daoshang, explaining, Master Uncle, this is the young man I mentioned to you, who wishes to join Wudang. Wang Daoshang nodded in understanding. I see. Please take him to the back mountain and clarify all necessary details. Yes, Master Uncle. The young Taoist responded with a smile and gestured for Bai Xiaochuan to follow. Bai Daoyu, please come with me. Bai Xiaochuan raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't it be Xiaoyu? The young Taoist, looking at most a year or two older, addressed him as Xiao Yuan VX, leaving Bai Xiaochuan feeling somewhat shortchanged. Would he have to call him Master Uncle after entering the sect? Damn, just bear with it for now. The young Taoist chuckled heartily. Bai Daoyu, please do not take offense. I was speaking to you in the capacity of Master Uncle earlier. If I have caused any disrespect, I hope you will forgive me. As they made their way, about half an hour later, they arrived at an ancient courtyard, accompanied by several quaintly arranged smaller courtyards. Fortunately, the path was paved with cement, not mountain trails. Otherwise, Bai Xiaochuan would have found dragging his suitcase quite exhausting. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, the young Taoist halted. Bai Daoyu, you have read the entry regulations, correct? I have, Bai Xiaochuan nodded. Do you have your ID and a certificate of no criminal record? I have. Good. The young Taoist pointed to a room on the right. That is the payment office. You can first settle 1 month's accommodation and meal fees. If you withdraw midway, the temple will refund the remaining amount. Understood. Thank you, Daozhang. Bai Daoyu, you are too polite. Let us connect on VX. You can reach out to me directly if any issues arise. Sure. The two exchanged VX accounts briefly. The name Wang Yi was accompanied by a cartoon avatar depicting a Taoist, which belonged to this young Daoist Wang. After completing the payment, they received a set of bedding, and upon returning, young Daoist Wang led Bai Xiaochuan to a separate courtyard. Inside the courtyard, 7 or 8 Taoists clad in dark blue robes sat cross-legged on the bluestone slabs, their ages ranging from teenagers to those in their 30s. At the forefront, a man in his 40s was delivering a lecture. The two stood at the doorway, waiting until the instructor concluded his session for a break. Before young Daoist Wang guided Bai Xiaochuan to the man's side. Master Uncle Zhou, this is the new disciple. Master Zhou, with a square face and eyebrows like sharp swords, cast a penetrating gaze. His robe was faded from washing, and a simple cloth belt adorned his waist. His expression reminded Bai Xiaochuan of the chemistry teacher he had dreaded in high school. Master Zhou acknowledged lightly, his gaze sweeping over Bai Xiaochuan. Wang Yi, take him to the dormitory to settle his luggage, then bring him back in a Daoist robe. Yes, Master Uncle, young Daoist Wang respectfully bowed. The dormitory was a 2-story building. Upon pushing open the creaking wooden door, the interior was simply furnished. 4 wooden beds were arranged against the wall, and the bare concrete floor was littered with peeling wall paint. Sunlight streamed through the old wooden windows, illuminating the dust motes floating in the air. Bai Daoyu, you may choose any empty bed. All right, Bai Daoyu, Master Zhou actually has a very good temperament, but in recent years, he has been the one guiding new disciples. However, few have managed to persist in their pursuit of the Tao. Many have given up after merely a month. Is the standard for joining Wudang particularly high? Bai Xiaochuan asked in surprise. Not necessarily, young Daoist Wang replied, shaking his head slightly. In this day and age, there are very few who can endure the early morning bells and evening drums, reciting scriptures and practicing martial arts, while also abstaining from tobacco and alcohol and distancing themselves from mobile phones. Most come with great enthusiasm, but ultimately succumb to worldly temptations. In the past 2 years, only one person has formally become a disciple. Young Daoist Wang sighed. Ah, the state of the world. Haha, I imagine that person must certainly be you. Daozhang Wang, Bai Xiaochuan chuckled. Oh, how do you know, Bai Daoyu? Hee, it's written all over your face. Rascal, is that your way of boasting? Young Daoist Wang, so young yet remarkably composed and considerate, could only be him, Bai Xiaochuan complimented. Although he felt a tinge of annoyance, one must navigate the complexities of social interactions. Flattery elevates one, while honesty can impede progress. This adage rings true even in times of upheaval. Actually, Bai Daoyu, you are quite fortunate. Had you arrived a month later, it might not have been so easy to become a disciple. Why is that? Bai Xiaochuan inquired, puzzled. Currently, the recruitment situation across major sects is similar to Wudang. Every year, many come seeking the Tao, but far too many give up midway, lacking the necessary temperament. Thus, the Daoists have decided that in order to join and take a master, one must undergo a rigorous assessment and study in a Daoist class for 2 years, obtaining a completion certificate first. Isn't that just a money-making scheme? It cannot be said that way. Isn't the fee for the Daoist class exorbitant? While it hasn't been finalized yet, I believe there was mention in the group of a fee of 20,000 per semester. 20,000. Bai Xiaochuan rolled his eyes dramatically. Isn't that highway robbery? It does seem a bit steep, young Daoist Wang pondered. Bai Xiaochuan privately rejoiced at his timely arrival. Had he waited for that Daoist class to commence, he might have found himself unable to enter Wudang before it closed its doors. Without further ado, having changed into the Daoist robe, Bai Xiaochuan followed young Daoist Wang back to the separate courtyard. Master Zhou had resumed his lecture, and upon seeing Bai Xiaochuan enter, merely nodded in acknowledgement, indicating he should take a seat and listen. Chapter 5. Half a year later. Half a year slipped by like a fleeting shadow. The courtyard's green bricks were slightly dampened by the morning dew as Bai Xiaochuan slowly opened his eyes, awakening from meditation. His breathing was steady and prolonged, his gaze clear, and he seemed to meld with the surrounding air, exuding an indescribable tranquility. Around Bai Xiaochuan, several other disciples clad in the same dark blue robes maintained their seated posture. Most wore furrowed brows, their bodies swaying slightly, evidently still unable to truly enter a meditative state. This reflected Bai Xiaochuan's own initial struggles from half a year ago. Back then, he, too, sat through discomfort, unable to grasp the essence. Whenever he closed his eyes, pleasant thoughts would invade his mind. It wasn't until the 7th day that he suddenly experienced enlightenment, casting aside distractions and first perceiving that elusive state. Awareness remained clear, devoid of distractions. His breaths were almost imperceptible, and even the existence of his body began to fade. The sensation of meditation felt akin to a deep state of daydreaming. Yet it was distinct, allowing him to sense the subtle energies around him. Bai Xiaochuan exhaled a breath of stale air, and upon lifting his head, he met Master Zhou's approving gaze directed at him. Over the past 6 months, Master Zhou's impression of Bai Xiaochuan had steadily risen. Initially, upon encountering this fair-skinned, somewhat bookish young man, Master Zhou had already resigned himself to the thought that Bai Xiaochuan would not last long. A delicate city dweller managing to endure a month was already giving him too much credit. Yet, unexpectedly, Bai Xiaochuan not only persisted but also emerged as the most outstanding among this group of disciples. Whether it was meditation, scripture recitation, martial practice, or the daily chores, Bai Xiaochuan executed each task with meticulous diligence, never complaining of fatigue. What is truly remarkable is that he consistently exudes a demeanor of calmness and humility, neither becoming arrogant due to his progress nor restless in the face of setbacks. Thus, when one develops an affinity for another, their perception inevitably becomes increasingly favorable. Such is the case with Master Zhou at this moment. If Bai Xiaochuan were to become aware of Master Zhou's changed opinion of him, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of hidden joy, yet he would not allow himself to become conceited. He is acutely aware of his own limitations. He is, after all, just an ordinary individual who enjoys boasting, appreciates the beauty of women, and indulges in late-night barbecues while dreaming of grand aspirations. Pretending to own luxury cars as they pass by, and boasting about achieving a 0 to 10 record in games while claiming to have bested 5 opponents. His character is quite unremarkable. If one were to delve into his past, he, too, had engaged in numerous disreputable activities prior to his rebirth. Compared to other disciples, his only advantage lies in his resolute determination. While others hesitate over whether to remain, he has already inscribed the words apprentice of Wudang into the very marrow of his being. This almost stubborn conviction makes him stand out in the eyes of others, as if he were inherently destined for the path of cultivation. Well, that concludes the morning class. Xiaochuan, come here for a moment. Yes, master. Bai Xiaochuan slowly rose, shaking off his sore feet. After 6 months of rigorous practice, this nearly 200-pound man had transformed into a more standard physique of just over 150 pounds. His once fair skin was now kissed by the sun, acquiring a healthy golden hue. It was indeed a transformation from a reclusive nerd to a stylish gentleman. Standing there, it was evident to anyone that he was a true cultivator. Approaching Master Zhou, he bowed slightly. Master, you called for me? Come with me, Xiaochuan, Master Zhou said, his usual sternness replaced with a warm demeanor. Yes. Master Zhou then led Bai Xiaochuan up a clear path towards the Zixiao Palace. Along the way, Master Zhou inquired, Xiaochuan, you have been here as a disciple for half a year now. How do you find this lifestyle? Taken aback by the question, Bai Xiaochuan hesitated. To be honest, after half a year, he had yet to discern any profound secrets of cultivation. Had it not been for his steadfast heart, he might have already considered leaving. The only noteworthy progress he could claim was the transformation of a single abdominal muscle into a formidable six-pack. The so-called martial practice consisted merely of stances and basic punches, with most of his effort devoted to weight training. Indeed, Wudang boasted a gym that was not inferior to those outside. After some contemplation, Bai Xiaochuan responded, to be honest, when I first arrived, I found this life incredibly arduous. Rising at dawn for meditation, reciting scriptures until my throat was dry, and practicing until my entire body ached. Even counting grains of rice while eating. Yet now, I reflect on this life with a newfound clarity. Master Zhou raised an eyebrow. Oh, in what way do you find it clearer? In the past, my days were filled with classes, sleep, and gaming, repeating the cycle as if trapped in a mire, struggling deeper with each attempt to escape. Even after entering society, it was merely work, commute, scrolling through my phone, staying up late, and being jolted awake by an alarm to repeat the cycle. A truly mundane existence. But here, while the days may be simple, every action carries its significance. Master Zhou nodded in satisfaction, prompting Bai Xiaochuan to continue. Morning meditation is for cultivating the heart. Reciting scriptures and practicing martial arts refines the body. Even cleaning and labor serve to cultivate one's character. Even eating and sleeping have become forms of practice. As Master Zhou listened, he found it increasingly peculiar. Master, isn't it strange? I used to believe that happiness was merely indulging in fine meals, playing to my heart's content, or waking up naturally. But now, I find joy even in a moment of clarity during meditation or a fleeting smoothness while practicing. Wait, stop right there. Before Bai Xiaochuan could finish, Master Zhou raised his hand to halt him. Are you composing a short essay? Master Zhou shot a disapproving glance at Bai Xiaochuan. Goodness. A moment of clarity in meditation, a fleeting smoothness in practice. Your composition would earn full marks on the college entrance exam. Haha, Master, I'm simply speaking the truth. Bai Xiaochuan scratched his head sheepishly. Umph, I have been a Taoist for nearly 20 years, with certification to boot. After all these years, my insights have not surpassed yours from just 6 months. Well, it's time to discuss serious matters. Do you know what this assessment period in Wudang entails? Master Zhou asked with gravity. Character, temperament, comprehension? Bai Xiaochuan ventured. Master Zhou cast a sidelong glance at him, clearly impressed by his diligence and preparation. All of those are correct, but the most important aspect we value when accepting disciples is sincerity. Sincerity? Indeed. To be genuine without deception, to align words and actions, to embrace flaws without resorting to cunning. Above all, it is a heartfelt commitment to the path. Master Zhou asserted with a slight elevation of his chin, and fortuitously, I have discerned these qualities within you. Bai Xiaochuan was momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. He could hardly confess that what Master Zhou perceived was merely a facade, as he was primarily drawn to their cultivation system. Now, do you know where we are headed? Zhixiao Palace? Having explored Wudang extensively over the past 6 months, Bai Xiaochuan was quite familiar with the paths leading to various locations. Precisely, my master. The current head of Wudang wishes to meet you. What? Bai Xiaochuan exclaimed, his heart racing at the thought of meeting the head of Wudang. Could it be? His heart swelled with joy, believing that the hardships of the past 6 months had not been in vain. Master Zhou, could it be that the head wishes to take me as a disciple? Dream on. Suddenly, Bai Xiaochuan realized that Master Zhou seemed to have shed his teacher persona, displaying a hint of wildness. However, perhaps there was indeed a possibility. He would soon discover the truth. Chapter 6. Becoming a disciple of the master in a secluded courtyard beside the Zhixiao Palace. Ancient trees towered, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. This was the residence of Zhao Yunyu, the head of Wudang. Since the Zhixiao Palace opened to the public as a tourist site, this septuagenarian had relocated to this tranquil haven. As the morning sun filtered through the leaves, Master Zhao was diligently watering the flowers in the courtyard with a watering can. Master, the person has arrived. Zhou Li's voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Come in, the elder replied, setting down the watering can, brushing off his sleeves, and gazing kindly toward the entrance. Bai Xiaochuan followed Zhou Li into the courtyard, his eyes quickly locking onto Zhao Yunyu, the head of Wudang. Clad in a plain Daoist robe, his hair and beard white, yet his spirit vibrant. This was not Bai Xiaochuan's first encounter with the current head of Wudang. Whether through photos, videos circulating online, or a recent chance meeting, he was well acquainted with the figure before him. Greetings, master. Bai Xiaochuan bowed deeply, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. Ah, you must be Bai Xiaochuan. I have heard Zhou Li speak of you daily during this time. His evaluation report of you is nearly perfect, Zhao Yunyu remarked with a smile. Master Zhou has overly praised me, Bai Xiaochuan replied, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Haha, not at all. Zhou Li has been an entrance examiner for many years, and he has never given such high marks before. This indicates that your sincerity has been recognized by him. From today onward, I officially welcome you as a member of Wudang Mountain. Upon hearing these words, Bai Xiaochuan's heart raced wildly. Though it may seem somewhat hasty, this is indeed a pronouncement made by the sect leader himself, and thus cannot be false. Tomorrow, the Zhixiao Hall will hold a ceremony for the initiation of disciples, at which time the elders of various branches will be in attendance, Zhao Yunyu continued. You may choose to apprentice under whichever elder you desire. Bai Xiaochuan expressed his astonishment. Shouldn't the elders be the ones to select their disciples? The leader's words sound as if he may select a master at will. Haha, Xiaochuan, you are unaware that there are currently very few disciples at Wudang, with more first and second generation disciples than those of the third. Many elders have been coming to me daily, clamoring for me to relax the entrance standards. Zhou chuckled. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaochuan hurriedly knelt before the sect leader, his eyes glimmering as they cast downwards. Master, I wish to be your disciple. Please accept me. If one must choose a master, then it would certainly be the most formidable. Moreover, if memory serves correctly, that fellow Wang Yi refers to Zhou Li as Shishu. If he were to directly apprentice under the sect leader, then Wang Yi would have to address him as Shishu. How prestigious this would be. Zhao Yunyu and Zhou Li were equally taken aback by Xiaochuan's actions. Zhao Yunyu shot Zhou Li a fierce glare. Is this what you meant by slightly dull-witted? This fellow is sharper than a rabbit. Rise, Xiaochuan. Zhao Yunyu gently bent down to assist Bai Xiaochuan to his feet. While I do intend to take on a disciple, my requirements are not simple. Master, do tell, I shall not give up. Well, my conditions, though they may seem challenging, are not insurmountable. If you can activate your Dantian within 2 months, I will accept you as my disciple. Dantian, Bai Xiaochuan questioned, perplexed. He had heard of the term before, though he had always regarded it as somewhat ethereal. It was mentioned in martial arts novels regarding the cultivation of inner strength. Indeed, I heard from Zhou Li that you can now stabilize your meditation for an hour, correct? Once in meditation, can you sense a flow of energy coursing through your body? Bai Xiaochuan nodded slightly. He had discovered this long ago and could even control these currents with precision. However, after much contemplation, he still did not understand the purpose of these energies. Excellent. Zhao Yunyu stepped closer, lightly tapping Bai Xiaochuan's forehead, heart center, and finally pausing 3 inches below his navel. During meditation, guide the energy to circulate through these 3 points. A single cycle constitutes a small Zhou Tian, repeating until you sense the Dantian. Master, could it be that there truly exists a method of martial arts cultivation? Bai Xiaochuan exclaimed in surprise. If the Dantian exists, then could that energy be the legendary inner strength? And as for those unparalleled techniques, as long as they are not the Sunflower Manual, I am eager to learn. There is indeed martial arts, but they are merely methods for strengthening the body. Techniques such as Lingbo Weibu, flying across rooftops, and incredible strength are all fabrications. We must believe in science. Very well, Bai Xiaochuan scratched his head. He too wished to believe in science. Yet the memories from his previous life were not mere fabrications. Zhou Li instructed Bai Xiaochuan to descend the mountain first while he remained in the courtyard. As he watched Bai Xiaochuan's figure vanish around the bend of the mountain path, he turned to Zhao Yunyu. Master, is 2 months to activate the Dantian not too short a time? Zhou Li frowned slightly. I took nearly half a year to achieve it. Moreover, you already intended to accept him, did you not? Zhao Yunyu chuckled lightly, his gaze still fixed on the mountain path. Yes and no. Adjusting his beard, he continued. Ever since you presented me with Xiaochuan's assessment report, I have paid special attention to him, even taking time to observe him secretly for a few days. This child approaches his tasks with an almost excessive rigor. Even when sweeping the floor, he ensures every crack between the bricks is spotless. Isn't that commendable? Zhou Li queried, somewhat perplexed. After all these years as an examiner, he had never seen anyone maintain such diligence for half a year. Even that scoundrel Wang Yi pretended for only a month or 2 before slacking off. If it weren't for the fact that he would never agree to let that rascal in. Indeed, it is commendable. Zhao Yunyu nodded slightly. From him, I can see his determination to join Wudang. It is this persistence that has allowed him to become a formal Daoist in just 6 months. Yet, a peculiar doubt crossed Zhao Yunyu's eyes. The assessment period is not akin to a college entrance examination. His determination seems excessively intense, as if he were completing a test with every endeavor. Meticulously, almost to the point of being deliberate. In this day and age, those who can endure the hardship of asceticism are already few. How much more so for one who harbors such an obsession? If there truly were supreme martial arts, it would be one thing, but for centuries, haven't people proven that those legends are mere illusions? Zhao Yunyu shook his head, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Even I, as the head of Wudang, must now concede to the doctrine of science. Let this test serve as a trial for him. If he truly manages to activate his Dantian within 2 months, then regardless of his motives, his willingness to invest genuine effort deserves my acceptance. At this moment, Zhou Li scratched his head. Master, I have one more question. Did you not say that I am already your closed-door disciple? Zhao Yunyu replied. If Xiaochuan succeeds, then he shall be the closed-window disciple. Chapter 7. Officially becoming a disciple, Wang Ye's Shishu. 50 days later, the Daoist Academy has officially commenced. This means that newcomers wishing to enter the Daoist sect must first obtain a diploma from the academy. Correspondingly, the assessment standards for students graduating from the academy will be considerably relaxed. However, graduating from the academy requires at least 2 years. And with only a little over 2 years remaining until the major sects seal their gates, the elders are likely to become frantic. Nonetheless, Bai Xiaochuan is now an officially recognized disciple of Wudang, a Taoist. Currently, he is only a diploma away from formal recognition by the Daoist sect. Bai Xiaochuan is determined to obtain his diploma within a year. He does not wish to be ridiculed as an unlicensed Taoist in the future. In the dormitory, Bai Xiaochuan gradually awoke from meditation. This originally 4-person dormitory now housed only him. Initially, there were over 20 disciples, but now only 7 or 8 remained. However, according to Zhou Li, these 7 or 8 barely met the standards for entry. After all, if they do not recruit more disciples soon, new students will have to wait 2 years to enter, and the elders are likely to go mad. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Bai Xiaochuan furrowed his brow. Following the steps taught by the sect leader, he had been practicing diligently for over a month, meditating whenever he had the chance. Yet, the results were far from ideal. To this day, he had not been able to accurately perceive the location of his dantian. The sect leader had mentioned that the dantian is the energy center inherent to every person, which must be manifested through postnatal cultivation. Could the energy center be? A flicker of realization crossed Bai Xiaochuan's eyes. In his previous life, he had never understood how those within the Tao practiced or how they operated their energy. If the dantian is indeed the energy center of the human body, then the controllable energy would be the medium through which the source is guided into the dantian. Awakened individuals, due to their lack of knowledge in utilizing energy and failure to develop their dantian, ultimately lead the absorbed source to converge in the heart, forming a crystallization of extraordinary abilities. According to those researchers from his previous life, those who could draw the source into their hearts were the fortunate ones, ultimately becoming awakened. Conversely, the vast majority directed the source into their lungs. As the accumulation of lung energy reaches a certain threshold, it ultimately leads to mutations, resulting in the emergence of mindless zombies. If this is indeed the case, activating the dantian is imperative. A flicker of resoluteness flashed in Bai Xiaochuan's eyes. Another week passed. It was activated. It truly appeared. Bai Xiaochuan excitedly leapt from his bed. In that moment, he could distinctly feel a spherical mass of energy forming in his abdomen, akin to a sea of qi. After nearly 2 months of relentless meditation and practice, Bai Xiaochuan had finally succeeded in activating his dantian before the deadline. With a sense of urgency, Bai Xiaochuan immediately sought out Zhou Li to share this exhilarating news. Is it true? Zhou Li's eyes widened, his expression one of disbelief. Could it be that someone actually activated their dantian in just 2 short months? Zhou Li placed his right hand on Bai Xiaochuan's lower abdomen. A stream of qi emanating from his palm, slowly penetrating Bai Xiaochuan's body. Although these currents held no substantial effect at present, if they did not return, it would indicate that the qi had been absorbed and guided by Bai Xiaochuan's dantian. Moments later, when Zhou Li realized the qi did not return, the astonishment on his face deepened. It was indeed true. Let us go. We must see the master. All right, senior brother. Bai Xiaochuan chuckled. You're quite impatient. Aren't you? You can always change how you address me after formally taking me as your disciple. At the residence of the sect leader, Zhao Yunyu also placed his hand upon Bai Xiaochuan's abdomen for confirmation. Unexpectedly well done, Xiaochuan, he remarked. Zhou Li, inform the elders to hold a disciple initiation ceremony for Xiaochuan tomorrow. Understood. Zhou Li excitedly dashed out, leaving Bai Xiaochuan alone with Zhao Yunyu. Master. Bai Xiaochuan immediately knelt and respectfully bowed to Zhao Yunyu. Not so fast, Xiaochuan. After tomorrow's initiation ceremony, remember to prepare the disciple's letter. Zhao Yunyu said with a gentle smile. Yes, master. Bai Xiaochuan replied eagerly. Master, I have a question. What is the true function of the dantian and qi? Can it really? Bai Xiaochuan could hardly contain his curiosity. Zhao Yunyu sighed softly and shook his head. Although ancient texts on internal martial arts document the functions of dantian and qi, no one has truly realized it for centuries. Those legends have gradually been mythologized, and martial arts have slowly devolved into mere tools for enhancing physical health. Just like now, should we truly engage in a fight, I might very well be defeated by you in just a few moves. Master, you jest. Then, master, may I see those ancient texts on internal martial arts? Of course. Those texts are stored on the 3rd floor of the scripture repository. You may visit at any time. Thank you, master. Bai Xiaochuan could hardly hide his excitement. At this moment, the conception in his mind was gradually taking shape. Moving forward, if he could access those cultivation systems before others, he would gain a significant advantage. In the early morning, the incense wafted in front of Zixia Palace, accompanied by the melodious sound of morning bells. Bai Xiaochuan, clad in a pristine Daoist robe and with his hair neatly tied, stood solemnly in the center of the main hall. On either side stood the elders of Wudang and fellow disciples, numbering approximately 40. Zhou Li stood at the front row, casting an encouraging glance in his direction. Sect leader Zhao Yunyu, dressed in a dark Daoist robe and holding a whisk, gracefully ascended to the main seat. Disciple Bai Xiaochuan. Today I sincerely wish to join the ranks of Wudang, to follow my master in the pursuit of the Tao, uphold the precepts, and propagate the teachings. Bai Xiaochuan held the disciple's letter with both hands, kneeling and bowing deeply. Zhao Yunyu accepted the letter and nodded slightly. Having entered my sect, you must abide by the regulations, cultivate your heart and nature, and benefit the world. Do you agree? I do. Bai Xiaochuan replied firmly. Good. Zhao Yunyu raised his hand and lightly tapped Bai Xiaochuan's head as a sign of imparting the Tao. From today onward, you are an official disciple of Wudang, and your Tao name shall be Xinchuan. Thank you, Master, for bestowing me with a name. Bai Xiaochuan bowed again, his heart swelling with emotion. After the ceremony, the elders and fellow disciples approached to offer their congratulations. Once the crowd dispersed, Bai Xiaochuan keenly noticed Wang Yi lurking in a corner. He immediately pursued his nephew, who seemed intent on slipping away. Ahem, nephew, why do you not come to congratulate your uncle? Bai Xiaochuan deliberately elongated his tone. Wang Yi stiffened, turning to force a smile. Uncle Bai, I already congratulated you. It was just that there were too many people around you. Oh, is that so? Bai Xiaochuan narrowed his eyes, sporting a benevolent smile. Wang Yi felt uncomfortable under that gaze and grabbed Bai Xiaochuan's wrist, pulling him to a secluded area. What is up? Nephew, do you have something to discuss with your uncle? Wang Yi leaned in and whispered. Xiaochuan, since I'm a few years your senior, shall we just address each other by our names in the future? Oh, does this mean you no longer acknowledge me as your uncle? Sigh. That is not what I meant. Bai Xiaochuan observed Wang Yi's disgruntled expression, feeling quite satisfied. Those earlier calls of young friend had finally been avenged. All right, I agree. Ah, really? Wang Yi's face lit up with joy. He had spent the entire day dreading the idea of addressing Bai Xiaochuan as uncle in the future. Of course, from now on, I shall call you Xiaochuan, and you can call me Old Wang. How about that? Why not Little Yi instead? Bai Xiaochuan squinted at him. This rascal, so eager to climb up the ladder after a bit of sweetness. Old Wang. Like the neighbor, Old Wang? Well, then I'll just call you Old Bai. Wang Yi grinned, then threw an arm around Bai Xiaochuan's shoulder. Old Bai, you truly are impressive. In just over half a year, you managed to join Wudang. I, on the other hand, took a full 6 months. You, 6 months. Bai Xiaochuan looked incredulous. With Wang Yi's carefree personality, it was hard to believe he could pass Zhou Li's scrutiny in that time. It was a miracle that his senior brother even allowed him into Wudang. Haha, I'm not lying. Of course, there were some external factors involved. Oh, what are they? My father is the wealthiest man in Xiangyang City, and he donates a hefty sum to Wudang every year for renovations and such. The sect leader, in consideration of my father's influence, allowed me to bypass the assessment period and join Wudang early. Wealthy man, Bai Xiaochuan exclaimed in shock. So you used financial power to gain entry? But if your father is so wealthy, why would you want to become a Daoist? Wouldn't he disapprove? Wang Yi shook his head helplessly. My father has 7 or 8 sons, not to mention several illegitimate children outside. Besides, I'm quite tired of that lifestyle. Which is why I escaped to the mountains to become a Daoist. By the way, Old Bai, I noticed your balance must be in the 6 or 7 figures, right? With that much money, you could live quite comfortably. Why come to the mountains to endure hardships? You have quite the keen eye. Bai Xiaochuan's eyes twitched. He had inadvertently revealed his balance to Wang Yi when he had just entered Wudang. Ah, it's a long story, let us not delve into it. Bai Xiaochuan waved his hand, not wishing to waste time, and headed directly toward the scripture repository. Hey, Old Bai, you're teasing me. You must clarify this today. In the ensuing days, Bai Xiaochuan devoted nearly all his time to the study of martial arts. By day, he practiced traditional martial arts forms such as Tai Chi and Tai Chi sword in the courtyard. By night, he immersed himself in the ancient texts detailing internal martial arts principles in the scripture repository, sitting in meditation with his tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth. His gaze lowered as he observed the tip of his nose, inhaling as if drawing clouds into the sea, sinking into the dantian, exhaling like fire refining gold, dispersing into every bone. The number 99 signifies the fullness of qi in self-rotation, requiring neither assistance nor forgetfulness to attain the pure yang. Bai Xiaochuan meticulously savored the profound meanings within the ancient texts. Upon reading about the one who guards the unity, embracing the origin and maintaining the center, his brow furrowed slightly. When he encountered the description of the dantian as a cauldron, with true breath as fuel, and the notion that after 100 days of refining, one could yield pearls akin to millet, he nodded pensively. Did he truly comprehend it? In truth, Bai Xiaochuan's right hand had been perpetually holding his phone, translating difficult passages, enabling him to grasp even the more elusive concepts. Indeed, the cultivation methods detailed in these ancient tomes revolved around the operation of the dantian as the core principle. Gently closing the ancient text and powering down his nearly depleted phone, He mused that the source should be akin to the spiritual energy depicted in novels. Storing the source in the Dantian for circulation was the fundamental approach, but how to guide its operation post-storage? Bai Xiaochuan once again fell into contemplation. Or rather, how could he enhance himself to cultivate? He recalled the practitioners he had seen before his rebirth, capable of penetrating the skulls of top-tier demonic beasts with a single punch. As he raised his gaze to survey his surroundings, an ancient tome with a deep blue cover, somewhat worn, caught his eye atop the bookshelf. Upon retrieving the book, he was instantly captivated by its contents. The body is a boat, Qi is the ore, the Dantian is the furnace, refining the universe. Qi flows like a river, endlessly surging, cleansing the tendons and bones, purifying the marrow and blood. He extracted his phone, draining its last vestige of power. Bai Xiaochuan's pupils constricted suddenly. Could it be that Qi was indeed the source? Thus, utilizing the source to cleanse the tendons and bones and purify the marrow and blood would strengthen the physical body. This notion sent shivers through Bai Xiaochuan, causing his breath to quicken involuntarily. Although he had outlined a rough cultivation framework in his mind, he dared not draw hasty conclusions. The memories from his previous life informed him that the Daoist sect had evidently mastered a complete cultivation system, and his conjectures might not represent the correct path. Currently, all the ancient texts on internal power emphasized 2 points: the importance of the Dantian's capacity and the necessity of being able to enter a deep meditative state for prolonged periods. Skillfully circulating Qi. Before the source manifested, he could only strive to expand the Dantian's capacity while mastering the circulation of Qi. Bai Xiaochuan inhaled deeply, his gaze resolutely refocusing. Regardless, the broad path had been identified, and he no longer felt urgency. After all, even if he was uncertain about the cultivation system, there were others within the Daoist sect who could discover and pass down the knowledge. Worst case, he could simply replicate what was already established. Time flew by. And 2 years later, in August of the new century, 519 AD, only 1 month remained before the documented outbreak of the virus. On a deep night, with dark clouds looming and thunder rumbling, it felt as though the heavens and earth were expressing some emotion, as if an ancient power was awakening. Within the Taiha Palace at the summit of Wudang Mountain, all orthodox Daoists resided there, and Bai Xiaochuan was no exception. In his room, while meditating, Bai Xiaochuan suddenly opened his eyes wide. What is this? Suppressing his astonishment, he promptly refocused his mind. With each breath, he distinctly sensed energy manifesting within him like tiny stars. This energy surged into his body with each inhalation, largely converging in his lungs, while some flowed toward his heart. Bai Xiaochuan dared not be negligent. He immediately commenced circulating the Qi within him, capturing all the energy and guiding it into his Dantian. After 2 years of diligent practice, Bai Xiaochuan's control over Qi had become exceptionally adept, rivaling even those Daoists who had practiced for many years. The energy that had entered his body was swiftly directed into the Dantian through the operation of Qi. Once the energy reached the Dantian, it quickly settled and gathered. 2 hours later, the Dantian was filled, and in that instant, it was as if the Dantian had been activated like a computer, whirring into frenetic motion. Within the Dantian, the accumulated source began to spin spontaneously, forming a small vortex. As the rotation accelerated, an unprecedented surge of heat erupted from the Dantian, racing up the spine to the crown of his head. Boom! It felt as though thunder roared in his mind. And Bai Xiaochuan beheld every meridian in his body glowing with a faint blue light, especially at the points of the Ren and Du meridians. 2 warm currents drew closer to each other at a visible speed, merging. So this is what the ancient texts referred to as the self-rotation of full Qi. Trembling, Bai Xiaochuan opened his eyes to discover that black viscous liquid was seeping from his skin, yet exuding a faint fragrance. This is the foundation establishment. Bai Xiaochuan casually threw a punch, and the air immediately crackled with a subtle explosive sound. Such formidable strength. A gleam of excitement flickered in Bai Xiaochuan's eyes. Although he had not conducted an actual test, he could clearly feel that his power had undergone a monumental transformation. Bang! The wooden door of the room was suddenly flung open, and Zhou Li, drenched in sweat, rushed in with a lantern. Xiaochuan, quickly enter meditation. Qi in the Dantian. Crash. The lantern fell to the ground. Zhou Li's eyes widened. You've actually unblocked the small universe and completed your foundation establishment so swiftly. It should be so. Senior brother, Bai Xiaochuan slowly rose, experiencing a sense of unprecedented lightness. Damn, I hurried over to remind you. Go notify the disciples of the other sects. Just now, Master told me that this is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for the revival of heaven and earth. If we miss this chance, future cultivation will become exceedingly difficult. Yes, senior brother. Bai Xiaochuan seized the lantern and dashed out. Zhou Li then sat on Bai Xiaochuan's bed, beginning to meditate in stillness. That night, The entirety of Wudang Mountain was enveloped in an extraordinary phenomenon. All disciples were immersed in the profound realm of cultivation. As lightning flickered across the night sky and electric serpents danced wildly, until dawn broke in the east, and the first wave of source energy gradually subsided. When Bai Xiaochuan attempted to enter meditation again, he distinctly felt that the concentration of source energy in the world had significantly diminished, as thin as morning mist. Compared to the spectacular eruption of source energy the night before, it was as different as night and day. The following morning, due to the weather from the previous day, Zhao Yunyu had decided to close the entire Wudang scenic area. Notification of when it would reopen would be given later. In the Zixiao Palace, all Wudang Daoists gathered. According to the investigation conducted that morning, out of the 47 Daoists at Wudang, only 20 had successfully established their foundations. The remaining 27 either had not even developed their dantian or were inexperienced in cultivating qi, failing to fill their dantian with the source. Thank you, Lao Bai. If it weren't for you, I doubt I would have completed my foundation establishment. Wang Yi, sitting behind Bai Xiaochuan, poked him in the back and expressed his gratitude. It was nothing. Besides, I had already completed my foundation establishment at that time, Bai Xiaochuan replied softly, casting a glance at Wang Yi behind him. When the source erupted yesterday, this fellow had still been sound asleep, had it not been for him waking Wang Yi. There would have been one more person at Wudang without a foundation. Just now, Master told me that establishing the foundation quickly indicates better talent. Lao Bai, how long did it take you? 2 hours, I suppose. What? Are you serious? The source eruption occurred around 11 p.m. and lasted until about 6 a.m. Why would I lie to you? I completed my foundation establishment and then came to wake you. You can calculate the time yourself. I'm impressed, Lao Bai. I'm impressed. Starting today, you're my boss, Wang Yi mused, realizing that Bai Xiaochuan was not exaggerating. He originally believed that completing the foundational stage in merely 3 hours was a mark of genius. What a seniority, calling him Shirshu without any regard. Oh. There's truly no need for such formality, Lao Bai. A few moments later, Zhao Yunyu surveyed the great hall and solemnly inquired, Is everyone assembled? Master, everyone is here. Zhou Li responded with a slight bow. Zhao Yunyu nodded gravely. I trust you all felt the tidal surge of source energy last night. I need not elaborate on its significance. The eyes of those present sparkled with excitement, their hearts stirred. After decades of cultivation, they had finally brushed against the fabled threshold of the Dao. Sect leader, a middle-aged Daoist on the right suddenly spoke. This was none other than Wang Ye's master, Hong Liang. Although ancient texts document the method for establishing the foundation, the subsequent cultivation framework has been lost to time. Most remaining scriptures are vague at best. How shall we proceed? Zhao Yunyu pondered for a moment before turning his gaze to Bai Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan, you have perused the scriptures in the library over the years. Do you possess any insights? Bai Xiaochuan stepped forward respectfully and replied, Master, I believe the next direction for our cultivation should perhaps focus on body refinement. Body refinement? Zhao Yunyu mused thoughtfully. Indeed, many ancient texts mention tempering the flesh with source energy to transcend the limitations of the mortal form. Xiaochuan's suggestion holds merit. The elder of Wudang suddenly interjected. Last night, I attempted to harness the residual energy from the tide for body refinement. Although it was brief, I distinctly sensed an enhancement in my physique. Zhao Yunyu nodded slightly, saying, in matters of cultivation, there is no need for haste. This morning, I received communications from various sects. The tidal surge last night reverberated throughout the Daoist community. Now, under the leadership of Zhang Tianshi from Longhu Mountain, a cultivation exchange group has been established. All disciples who have completed their foundational stage may scan the code to join. With that, Zhao Yunyu produced a QR code from his robe and handed it to Zhou Li. The Daoist community will establish a dedicated research team, integrating the ancient texts left by various sects to collaboratively deduce the subsequent cultivation framework. Once a plan is finalized, we shall proceed with instruction. After speaking, Zhao Yunyu swiftly operated his Mate 20. Bai Xiaochuan heard a notification from his phone. Upon checking, he discovered that his master had added him to a group chat. The group was named Daoist Research Group, and it already boasted 20 members. Aside from himself, the only other Wudang representatives were Zhao Yunyu and the elder Zhou Shun. Chapter 9, Daoist Research Group. Bai Xiaochuan lowered his gaze to his phone, noticing a new message pop up next to Zhang Tianshi's avatar. Newly joined Daoists. Please rename the group according to the format of sect and Daoist name. Without hesitation, he swiftly changed his group nickname to Wudang Xianchuan. At that moment, notifications indicating the entry of other sect members began to appear in the chat. Qingcheng Li Xuanji joined the group chat. Maoshan Lin Jiu joined the group chat. Laozhan Chen Mingyang joined the group chat. As more participants joined the chat, the group remained eerily silent. There were no welcoming messages, no images. He wondered how the group would react if he sent a red envelope. Would anyone express gratitude? Subsequently, as the group count reached 30, no new members entered for a considerable time. Just as Bai Xiaochuan thought the group was complete, Zhang Tianshi from Longhu Mountain sent a message. Who has Guadaoxing's WeChat from Baiyun Temple? Bring him in, smiled JPG. Maoshan Linjiu replied, I just called him. His disciple is currently briefing him. He should be here shortly. Qingcheng Li Xuanji chimed in. What era are we in, that he doesn't even have WeChat? Better find a plot of land to bury him. Wudang Zhao Yunyu responded with a silly smile JPG. Upon reading Qingcheng Li Xuanji's message, Bai Xiaochuan felt a slight twitch in his right eye. Such a heavy malice. It was clear these were formidable individuals. Even his master could only send an emoji to ease the tension. Best not to provoke them. After a brief interval, Baiyun Temple Guodi Gang joined the group chat. Guodi Gang? It couldn't be that renowned master of the Diyun troop, could it? No, it must be a coincidence, after all. That individual is well known and would surely have WeChat. Qingcheng Li Xuanji remarked, Baiyun Temple Guodi Gang, Old Man Gua, you were the slowest to arrive. But with your old eyes, can you even see your phone clearly? Baiyun Temple Guodi Gang replied, apologies, everyone, for my tardiness. Rose JPG. Inside Baiyun Temple in the capital, an elderly Daoist was scolding a young disciple beside him. You usually misbehave, and now you're showing this kind of courtesy? The young disciple scratched his head. Master, isn't this for your image? The elderly Daoist retorted, what image do I need? Can't you see this old dog has already climbed over your master's head? Hurry and delete that. Teach me how to use this. I'll send the messages. Baiyun Temple Guodi Gang quickly retracted his last message. 5 minutes later, Baiyun Temple Guodi Gang sent a voice message. Bai Xiaochuan opened it, and a resounding yell echoed from his phone. What the hell? Last month's exchange meeting, I saw you stealing peaches from my temple from 3 miles away. Qingcheng Li Xuanji sent a voice message. Baiyun Temple Guodi Gang followed suit. Bai Xiaochuan's mouth twitched slightly. Even if he didn't open the voice messages, he could guess their content. It was bound to be spectacular, a classic confrontation akin to the ones from Zuan. Zhang Tianshi from Longhu Mountain interjected, Qingcheng Li Xuanji, Baiyun Temple Guodi Gang. If the two of you send any more voice messages, I'll have to invite you to the little black room for a discussion. Smile. Instantly, all the voice message notifications vanished. Bai Xiaochuan stared at the screen, his pupils narrowing. To command such authority over 2 hot-tempered Daoists, this Tianshi standing within the Daoist community must be far more formidable than he had imagined. Zhang Tianshi from Longhu Mountain announced, tonight at 8. We will commence a group meeting. As soon as the message appeared, Bai Xiaochuan felt a heavy pat on his shoulder. Wang Yi thrust his phone in front of him. The screen displaying a chat window titled Daoist Foundation Establishment Exchange Group, 287,500. Lao Bai, have you joined the exchange group yet? Wang Yi asked with a cheeky grin. Bai Xiaochuan shook his head slightly. Not yet. Wang Yi urged, come on, let me add you. It's bustling in there now. Everyone who has completed their foundational stage is in there. Of course, there are also many esteemed figures. Soon, Bai Xiaochuan's phone pinged again, indicating he had been added to the group chat. The moment he entered, his phone began to buzz incessantly with welcomes and casual chatter. The messages flooded in, dazzling his eyes. Without a second thought, Bai Xiaochuan activated the Do Not Disturb mode. As Wang Yi replied to the messages, he said, Lao Bai, make sure to rename the group upon joining. If you don't change your nickname by tonight, you'll be kicked from the chat. Bai Xiaochuan acknowledged with a nod. He glanced at Wang Yi's group name, Wudang Wang Yi, while others had used both names and Daoist titles. Bai Xiaochuan decisively chose to use his Daoist title. As a second-generation disciple of the Wudang Xuanji lineage, all the younger members would have to address him as Shishu. Before long, the members of Zixiao Palace were all dismissed by Zhao Yunyu. Those disciples who had yet to establish their foundations immediately returned to their meditation, seizing the remnants of source energy lingering in the air to make a final push. Just as Bai Xiaochuan stepped out of Zixiao Palace, his phone vibrated once more. He pulled it out to see a message from the Daoist upper echelons group. Longhu Mountains Zhang Tianshi, all members. The meeting tonight has been moved to 7 o'clock due to important matters to announce. Baiyun Guan's Guodi Gang. Received. Maoshan's Lin Jiao. 1. Qingcheng's Li Xuanji. Old Zhang. What urgent matter could it be? It wouldn't be another request for us to donate money for the renovation of your dilapidated Tianshi mansion, would it? Longhu Mountains Zhang Tianshi. Qingcheng's Li Xuanji. Smiling JPG, if you are interested, I can discuss this matter with you privately. Qingcheng's Li Xuanji. Wang Yi, not knowing when he had joined the conversation, peeked in. Wow, old Bai, you're actually in this group? This is a gathering of all the sect leaders and elders. Bai Xiaochuan cleared his throat. My master pulled me in. Wang Yi looked enviously. The Xian generation is truly impressive, but can I get in? Bai Xiaochuan, I'll pull you in. Would you dare? Wang Yi chuckled. I wouldn't dare, just joking. But what is this group about? Bai Xiaochuan explained. Didn't my master mention it today? There's a specialized research team discussing the path of future cultivation. Wang Yi nodded thoughtfully, his eyes suddenly lighting up. By the way, old Bai, ever since I established my foundation, I feel full of energy. How about we exchange a few moves? Bai Xiaochuan, exchange moves? After pondering for a moment, Bai Xiaochuan nodded. All right, let us go. Since establishing his foundation, he was unsure of his current level, but he was certainly stronger than his former self. However, his previous self had possessed supernatural abilities, and if it came to a real fight, he feared his post-foundation self would be defeated within minutes unless he could achieve an overwhelming advantage. Otherwise, the A-level healing abilities would not be enough to save him. The two arrived at the martial arts arena on Wudang's rear mountain, surrounded by verdant pines, with a smooth and even stone floor. Wang Yi took a deep breath, slightly parted his feet, and positioned his hands in the initial Tai Chi stance. Come on, old Bai. Without further ado, Bai Xiaochuan flickered forward. His right fist aimed directly at Wang Yi's chest. Wang Yi, unperturbed, drew a circle with his left hand, successfully catching the punch and dissipating its force. Oh, not bad. Bai Xiaochuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise crossing his eyes. He hadn't expected Wang Yi to possess a few skills. Ever since establishing my foundation, my reflexes have improved significantly. Wang Yi smiled proudly. But before he could finish, Bai Xiaochuan had already changed his move, his right leg sweeping fiercely towards Wang Yi's abdomen. Wang Yi quickly sank his waist and turned his hips, pressing down with both hands to barely divert most of the force, yet he was still knocked back 2 steps. What the hell, old Bai, why is your strength so fierce? Bai Xiaochuan didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, advancing rapidly as fists and feet rained down upon him. Although Wang Yi maintained a steady Tai Chi stance, his lack of practical experience soon disrupted his rhythm, and his defense gradually crumbled. Wait, old Bai, your fighting style is too wild. Wang Yi flailed to defend himself, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Bai Xiaochuan grinned. In a fight, either you take me down directly, or I'll wear you out. In his previous life as a healing type Awakened One, he had fought through the apocalypse, and his fighting style had long been established, purely life and death combat techniques. Although Wang Yi's Tai Chi was intricate, it was quickly overwhelmed by Bai Xiaochuan's relentless assault. Bang! An elbow strike broke through Wang Yi's defenses, followed by a sweeping leg that knocked him to the ground. Stop! 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 I concede. Wang Yi lay on the ground, grinning in surrender. Old Bai, this isn't sparring. You're trying to cripple me. Bai Xiaochuan shook his somewhat numb wrist and laughed. Who told you to insist on testing your post-foundation strength? But to be fair, your Tai Chi is indeed commendable. Wang Yi slowly stood up. Of course. I studied under my master for a full 3 years. Chapter 10. Reawakening the Healing Ability. At precisely 7 o'clock, Bai Xiaochuan sat cross-legged in his room when his phone screen suddenly lit up. Bai Xiaochuan's heart skipped a beat. Is it starting? Without a moment's hesitation, he entered the meeting. The 9-square video call interface gradually illuminated, revealing the figures of 9 esteemed Daoist masters. At first glance, Bai Xiaochuan was drawn to the central square, where Zhang Tianshur's visage became distinct. Zhang Tianshur, with his white hair and youthful appearance, donned a purple-gold Daoist robe that accentuated his ethereal demeanor. He appeared to be in his 80s, yet his eyes sparkled like morning stars, with a snow-white beard cascading to his chest. Bai Xiaochuan had searched for Zhang Tianshur online before, but the video made him appear even more like an immortal than the photographs. Just then, a cold snort emanated from the top left corner. Bai Xiaochuan noticed the Daoist from Qingqing Mountain, Li Xuanji. He sported a shiny bald head, eyebrows like swords, and a face full of ruggedness. Dressed in a faded dark blue Daoist robe, his muscular arms bulged with veins, resembling a butcher rather than a practitioner. Devoid of any semblance of a Daoist's ethereal quality, this aligned perfectly with Bai Xiaochuan's preconceived notions of him. Hurry up and start. Li Xuanji's booming voice made the phone's speaker buzz. What's the rush? In the bottom right corner, Bai Yunguan's Guidi Gang leisurely stroked his goatee. This old Daoist was as thin as a bamboo stalk, yet he wore an oversized apricot yellow robe, resembling a garment hanging on a drying rack. He squinted his old eyes close to the camera, nearly touching the screen with his nose. Bai Xiaochuan had no doubt that if a real fight broke out, Li Xuanji could easily take down Guidi Gang 3 times over. Meanwhile, his master Zhao Yunyu remained silent in the upper right corner, clad in pure white, exuding a remarkable handsomeness among the elders. Zhang Tianshur gently stroked his beard, smiling. Please remain calm, everyone. All present have established their foundations. So today we shall discuss the path of subsequent cultivation. Does anyone have any insights to share? After a moment of silence, Zhao Yunyu cleared his throat and spoke first. In my humble opinion, since establishing the foundation connects the source energy through the 12 primary meridians and activates the dantian Future cultivation should naturally center around the Dantian. Oh, Zhao, aren't you stating the obvious? Li Xuanji's loud voice rang out again. Yet Bai Xiaochuan could detect a hint of affection in his tone. Could it be that his master and this Qingqing mountain leader have a close relationship? Li Xuanji, who here doesn't know that the Dantian is the core? Zhao Yunyu, unperturbed, continued with a smile. Li Daoist, please don't rush. What I mean is, since the Dantian stores gaseous source energy, perhaps the next step should be to convert the source energy into a liquid state. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaochuan's pupils constricted, and he felt a sudden clarity within. Truly, he is my master. He had been contemplating how to maximize the storage of source energy during this time. Converting source energy into liquid not only significantly enhances the storage capacity, but also increases the purity of the source power. The elder Taoists in the video nodded in agreement. Maoshan's Lin Jiu stroked his beard. Zhao Daoist's words hold merit. However, I wonder how we should proceed afterward? Zhao Yunyu's eyes sparkled. After the source energy is liquefied, we must focus on refining the physical body. I believe it can be divided into 3 steps. First, train the skin, then temper the bones, and finally refine the internal organs. Wonderful. Laoshan's Chun Mingyang applauded in approval. From the outside in, step by step. It aligns perfectly with our Daoist principles of health preservation. Maoshan's Lin Jiu stroked his beard, initially nodding in agreement before slowly shaking his head. Zhao Daoist's words are indeed reasonable. Physical refinement is indeed feasible. However, I have reviewed ancient texts and found that the sages repeatedly emphasized the importance of the path of magical arts. Could it be that these were mere fabrications by the ancients? As soon as these words were uttered, a profound silence enveloped the video conference. Zhao Yunyu furrowed his brow. Lost in contemplation, the other Daoists exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. However, upon hearing this statement, Bai Xiaochuan's eyes flickered with intensity. In his previous life, the practitioners he encountered were all capable of manifesting extraordinary powers. The path of cultivation was by no means limited to mere physical refinement. In this moment of stillness, Wudang from Baiyun Temple suddenly slapped his thigh with a resounding clap. Do you all still recall the theory of the 5 elements? The nature of humanity is divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Perhaps the answer lies therein. Upon hearing this, the attendees began to exhibit expressions of deep thought. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, Bai Xiaochuan murmured softly. Among the awakened in his previous life, the most prevalent abilities were indeed these 5. His uncle was an S-rank metal-type awakener, but what about his healing ability? Was it a mutation? Just then, Zhang Tianshi, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Please observe. The video feed showed Zhang Tianshi slowly raising his right hand, and a sudden crackling sound emanated from his palm as a slender bolt of lightning flickered between his fingers. Bai Xiaochuan nearly leapt from his seat. This was unmistakably a characteristic of lightning-type awakeners from his past life. Lightning abilities were highly coveted, as they were exceedingly rare and were reputed to be the most potent among all powers. You old rascal, Li Xuanji's booming voice reverberated. Learning spells secretly without informing us? How scandalous. Lin Jiu chimed in. Zhang Tianshi, what did you know? Why didn't you mention it sooner, causing us to waste so much time? Zhang Tianshi shook his head with a smile, the lightning in his hand flickering erratically. You all have misunderstood. Since establishing my foundation yesterday, I have been contemplating the theory of the 5 elements. I am inherently of the metal attribute, yet during my insights, I discovered. Suddenly, the lightning in his palms surged dramatically, transforming into a writhing little serpent. The metal attribute has mutated, evolving into the power of thunder. Bai Xiaochuan's eyes widened, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. So, lightning originates from a mutation of metal? Even after 5 years of survival in the apocalypse, I was unaware of such a phenomenon. He never anticipated that Zhang Tianshi would uncover this secret through mere introspection within a day. He felt as though he had squandered years of his previous life. So that is how it is. Bai Xiaochuan suddenly grasped the truth. The most common powers in his previous life were indeed metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while the rarer powers included lightning, healing, ice, flame, and sand. The 2 sets corresponded perfectly. Thus, his healing ability must be a mutation of the wood attribute. But what about the high-level abilities like space, time, and spirit from his past life? Bai Xiaochuan fell into contemplation once more. Zhang Tianshi continued to elucidate. The method is quite simple. First, sense your own elemental attribute. Then guide the source energy to circulate through specific meridians. He proceeded to explain how he comprehended the lightning-type abilities. The more Bai Xiaochuan listened, the more astonished he became. Zhang Tianshi was undoubtedly a transcendent being, akin to a patriarch. Powers that could only be awakened by talent and fortune in his past life were now being explored by Zhang Tianshi through sheer insight. However, understanding this required first establishing a foundation. Otherwise, one could not guide the source energy through the meridians. You all might as well give it a try, Zhang Tianshi said, retracting the lightning with a smile. Thank you, Tianshi, for your guidance, came the chorus of gratitude from the Daoists. In the video, they eagerly began their attempts. Bai Xiaochuan immediately entered a meditative state, his hands forming seals over his dantian, activating the source energy according to Zhang Tianshi's method. First, he sought to sense the elemental attributes. He closed his eyes and turned his awareness inward, feeling the flow of source energy within. Gradually, a warm, life-affirming energy emanated from his dantian, akin to tender sprouts breaking through the earth in spring. Is this the wood attribute? He pondered. If healing is a mutation of the wood attribute, then I should re-understand the essence of healing. But why? Bai Xiaochuan did not dwell on his thoughts, continuing to guide the source energy along the designated meridians. Suddenly, a familiar warmth surged from his palm, a faint green radiance swirling at his fingertips. Healing power. Bai Xiaochuan was on the verge of exclaiming in excitement. Yet even more astonishing was that, with a mere thought, the green light transformed into a tendril-like energy vine, stretching and coiling in the air. Was this a wood-type ability? He attempted to manipulate the energy vine and found it to be as responsive as his own limbs. Even more remarkably, when the vine made contact with the surface of a table, the previously withered wood suddenly blossomed with renewed vitality. How is this possible? Bai Xiaochuan's pupils dilated slightly. Not only had he regained his healing ability, but he had also unexpectedly mastered wood-type powers. To his knowledge, even in his past life, no one had simultaneously wielded dual abilities such as metal, lightning, wood, and healing. Even if there were, it would have been in conjunction with a high-level ability. Meanwhile, other Daoists in the video conference began to yield results as well. Li Xuanji's palm ignited with a blazing flame. Guidi Gang was enveloped in a gentle mist of water. Zhao Yunyo's fingertips shimmered with a metallic luster. And like Bai Xiaochuan, Daoist Linjiu also exhibited wood-type abilities. The group gradually opened their eyes, gazing at their newfound powers, their lips curving into faint smiles. Just as they were poised to discuss further, all eyes suddenly converged on the elderly Daoist from Changchun Temple in the lower right corner. There, he held a swirling orb of deep blue chill in his palm, the air around him crystallizing into tiny ice shards. Bai Xiaochuan's breath hitched. Ice abilities. The elder possessed ice-type powers, which were certainly not inferior to lightning. In fact, they could be even more practical, capable of freezing foes and erecting ice barriers for defense. Zhang Tianshi, seeing the Changchun Temple elder awaken, immediately inquired, Daoist Qingyi, it seems you too possess a mutated attribute? Daoist Qingyi stroked his graying beard, the ice blue chill swirling between his fingers. Indeed, I initially believed it to be of the water attribute, but upon final realization, it mutated. Water solidified into ice, and the cold penetrated to the bone. Zhao Yunyu pondered. It appears that during the comprehension of the 5 elements, a few individuals may experience mutations. Zhang Tianshi's metal transformed into thunder, and Daoist Qingyi's water became ice. Does this imply that other attributes might also undergo mutations? Zhang Tianshi nodded slightly. Daoist Qingyi's discovery indeed corroborates my conjecture. Zhao Yunyu continued. If that is the case, then wood, fire, and earth should also have corresponding mutated attributes. The group nodded slightly. Since metal and water could mutate, it was only natural that other attributes could as well. Bai Xiaochuan opened his mouth slightly, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. In such moments, silence spoke volumes. All right, esteemed friends, we shall conclude here for today, Zhang Tianshi said, surveying the group. Tomorrow, you may begin by instructing your disciples to sense their attributes while attempting to liquefy the source energy. Should any new revelations arise, we shall discuss them in our group. As the video conference screens gradually dimmed, Bai Xiaochuan exhaled deeply. He gazed down at the faint green glow in his palm, his mind awash with thoughts. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a message from his master, Zhao Yunyu. Xiaochuan, what attribute have you awakened? Bai Xiaochuan replied directly, Master, it is the wood attribute. He refrained from mentioning his healing ability. After all, he had yet to fully comprehend why he possessed both wood and healing powers simultaneously. In addition, the individuals who had taken his life in his previous existence were clearly targeting him due to his identity as a healer awakened one. Zhao Yunyu remarked, very well. Tonight, take the time to thoroughly explore your attributes. Bai Xiaochuan responded, understood, master. After setting aside his phone, Bai Xiaochuan approached the window. Under the veil of night, the small town below sparkled with lights, a stark contrast to the ravaged world he remembered from his past life. In this life, I am determined to reach the pinnacle of cultivation, Bai Xiaochuan murmured softly, the green light in his palm radiating brilliantly against the darkness. Chapter 11. The Awakening of the Disciples. The following morning, as dawn broke, Bai Xiaochuan arrived early at the Daoist temple's plaza, where he discovered numerous Foundation disciples seated in meditation, engaged in hushed discussions. Do you think the sect leader summoned us so early for something significant? I wonder if it's about the upcoming path of cultivation. Among the crowd, Wang Yi rose to inquire as soon as he spotted Bai Xiaochuan. Suddenly, a stir arose at the front of the plaza as Zhao Yunyu and the Grand Elder approached side by side. The moment they came to a halt, the area fell silent. Esteemed disciples, Zhao Yunyu announced clearly, yesterday, I engaged in discussions with the leaders of other sects, and we have preliminarily explored the path of cultivation following the Foundation stage. He raised his right hand, golden light swirling at his fingertips, before sweeping it dramatically. With a clang, a sharp beam of golden light sliced through the air, cleaving a piece of blue stone 3 yards away in half. A hushed gasp echoed through the crowd. Was that a spell? How impressive! While the onlookers marveled, Bai Xiaochuan keenly discerned that his master was manipulating a golden thread to achieve the stone's division. Moreover, after executing that spell, his master visibly gasped for breath. It appeared that, as he had predicted, he had not yet reached the level where source energy could be transformed into liquid. Thus, such spells could only be utilized once or twice at most. This pertains to the metal element, Zhao Yunyu stated with a calm demeanor. Metal abilities allow one to control all metals in the world. Without waiting for Zhao Yunyu's signal, the Grand Elder stepped forward. He stamped one foot, causing the ground to ripple like waves, and then a wall of earth rose steadily before the assembled disciples. The earth element enables one to manipulate the land. He stated plainly, wow, that's incredible. Sect leader, Grand Elder, we want to learn too. Zhao Yunyu scanned the crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Bai Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan, you should give it a try. Bai Xiaochuan was taken aback, not expecting to be singled out by his master. However, he quickly regained his composure and stepped into the center of the plaza. Taking a deep breath, the green glow in his palm flickered, and a vibrant green vine sprouted from thin air, winding around his arm like a serpent. The wood element allows one to control plants. With a vigorous flick, the vine shattered a piece of rubble into dust. The other disciples exchanged glances. While Bai Xiaochuan's wood element might not have been as striking as Zhao Yunyu's or the Grand Elder's displays, it was still quite commendable. If Bai Xiaochuan were aware of their thoughts, he would merely chuckle. Indeed, while his master's and the Grand Elder's abilities appeared more formidable, they could only perform such feats once. Meanwhile, as long as he had that vine in hand, he could continue to strike until his opponent yielded. Zhao Yunyu nodded slightly. Each of the 5 elements has its own mysteries. You must all calm your minds and comprehend your innate attributes. Now, all Foundation disciples, please sit in meditation as I impart the understanding of the 5 elemental methods. The disciples promptly complied, and the plaza grew quiet. Zhao Yunyu instructed, first, turn your focus inward to your dantian. Feel the flow of source energy and seek its essence. Metal is sharp, wood is life-giving, water is gentle, fire is fierce, and earth is solid. There will surely be one that resonates with you. Should anyone perceive that their source energy deviates from the norm, do not be alarmed. The 5 elements also contain variability. For instance, metal can give rise to thunder, and water can become ice. Before long, the disciples in the plaza began to gradually grasp their respective attributes. There were those with metal, water, and fire, with a dozen or so disciples displaying typical attributes. Meanwhile, his senior brother, Zhou Li, manifested the earth element. At that moment, Bai Xiaochuan's attention was suddenly drawn to Wang Yi. He noticed that the flames in Wang Yi's palm were not the typical orange-red of other fire element disciples, but rather a profound golden-red hue, with the edges shimmering faintly with purple light. Is that the flame element? Bai Xiaochuan's pupils contracted. In his previous life, fire element awakeners were common, but the flame and thunder elements were exceedingly rare. Ordinary flames could reach a maximum temperature of 1,000 degrees, while the flames of a flame element awakener could easily exceed 3,000 degrees, capable of melting special metals. This fellow has truly struck gold. Bai Xiaochuan thought to himself in astonishment. His wood element was essentially countered by Wang Yi's fortune. At this point, Wang Yi seemed to sense the peculiarity of his flames and looked up in confusion. Master, is something wrong with my fire? He uncertainly inquired. Just as Bai Xiaochuan was about to respond, Zhao Yunyu approached, his gaze grave as he scrutinized the flames in Wang Yi's palm. The fire has mutated into a flame element, Zhao Yunyu murmured. It possesses higher temperatures and greater destructive power. Wang Yi was taken aback. Mutated? Zhao Yunyu nodded. The attributes of the 5 elements are not fixed. Some individuals are innately aligned with certain mutated attributes. For example, metal may mutate into thunder, water into ice. And your fire? He extended his hand cautiously toward Wang Ye's flames. Yet before he could make contact, he felt a wave of intense heat, compelling him to withdraw his hand. The flame element is several times more powerful than ordinary fire. The surrounding disciples cast envious glances at Wang Yi. Brother Wang Yi, your luck is incredible. A flame element? Isn't that far superior to the ordinary fire element? Wang Yi scratched his head and chuckled. I have no idea how it happened. It just feels like this fire is exceptionally fierce. Bai Xiaochuan observed Wang Yi, a hint of concern stirring within him. While the flame element was indeed potent, those with such abilities in his previous life often struggled with control due to their overwhelming power, and some even fell victim to their own flames. Wang Yi, Bai Xiaochuan cautioned softly, the flame element, while powerful, requires careful control, otherwise, it can endanger yourself. Wang Yi blinked in surprise. He initially thought Bai Xiaochuan was trying to scare him, but upon seeing his serious expression, he nodded. I understand, Uncle Master. Zhao Yunyu, pleased with this exchange, smiled. Today, all of you have begun to grasp your innate attributes. The next step is to solidify your cultivation and attempt to transform your source energy into liquid. The transformation of source energy into liquid is the first threshold after establishing a foundation. If successful, it will not only increase your source energy reserves, but also enhance your ability to perform spells. Zhao Yunyu then seated himself in meditation, indicating that the others should do the same. The key to transforming source energy into liquid lies in compression. You must continuously condense the gaseous source energy within your dantian until it transforms from ethereal to tangible, from gas to liquid. There are 3 specific methods. First, circulate your energy throughout your body, gathering all source energy in your dantian. Second, use your intention as a hammer, repetitively refining the source energy. Third, maintain a clear and tranquil mind. Do not be impatient. The disciples responded in unison and began to practice. Bai Xiaochuan, too, sat down earnestly, commencing his training according to his master's guidance. There was no denying that having a master like Zhao Tianzi, a high-ranking figure in the Daoist realm, had saved him from many missteps. Indeed, he felt he had made the right choice in coming to Wudang. As the cultivation technique commenced, the source energy within him converged like rivers flowing into the sea, gradually gathering in his dantian. Under the guidance of his mental force, this gaseous source energy began to rotate and compress, slowly forming a minuscule vortex. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged from his dantian. Bai Xiaochuan, rather than being alarmed, felt a surge of joy. This was indeed a sign that the source energy was beginning to liquefy. He steadied his mind and continued to follow his master's teachings, using his will as a hammer to repeatedly refine this source energy. Consolidate. With a soft utterance, a drop of crystal-clear liquid source power finally took shape in his dantian. Though this droplet was small, it radiated an astonishing wave of energy, purer than its gaseous counterpart by more than tenfold. Slowly opening his eyes, Bai Xiaochuan's gaze flickered with delight. He estimated that at this pace, it would take at least 6 months to fill his entire dantian with liquid source power. A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes as he came to a realization. The current slow rate of condensation was primarily due to the scarcity of source energy in the surrounding environment. If he were to wait a few years, when the source energy would erupt, Bai Xiaochuan mused softly. It seems I can only proceed methodically for now. However, with increased proficiency, the speed of condensation would indeed accelerate. He carefully sensed that droplet of liquid source power within his dantian, observing it as it slowly rotated, autonomously absorbing the surrounding source energy. Though the pace was exceedingly slow, it was relentless. How intriguing, Bai Xiaochuan pondered. This droplet of source liquid resembled a miniature gravitational source, inherently drawing in source energy. If the liquid source power within his dantian were sufficiently abundant, could it not facilitate an automatic cultivation effect? In such a scenario, would the energy consumed by spells not swiftly replenish, allowing for infinite release? The more he contemplated, the more astonished he became. In his past life, the abilities of awakened ones were not boundless. They required the energy crystals within the heart for sustenance. Once the energy was depleted, it signified that the awakened one had reverted to an ordinary person, necessitating several days for full recovery before reusing their powers. In comparison to today's cultivators, the awakened ones were scarcely worth considering. Chapter 12, Classification of Realms, a Challenge. 10 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Bai Xiaochuan sat cross-legged in his room, introspecting the dozens of droplets of liquid source power that revolved slowly within his dantian. These crystalline droplets of source liquid were scattered like stars, each harboring energy 10 times purer than the previous gaseous source energy. Still, progress was too slow. At this rate, reaching the realm described by his master, where the source power resembled a lake, would require at least another 3 to 4 months, even with relentless day and night cultivation. Just then, His phone vibrated. Bai Xiaochuan opened the group chat and discovered that Master Zhang had just released an official document. Classification of Cultivation Realms, Trial Version. Initiating source energy into the body, unblocking the 12 meridians, activating the Dantian. This signifies the foundational stage has been reached. Initiation stage, condensing source liquid. Achieving a source power akin to a lake, enabling autonomous circulation. Body refinement stage, threefold body refinement, practicing skin, tempering bones, refining organs. The document notably stated that the first 3 realms were a natural progression. As long as one followed the steps diligently, breakthroughs could be achieved without encountering any so-called bottlenecks. After reading it, Bai Xiaochuan nodded in agreement. Truly, a master among masters, he had swiftly elucidated the preliminary realms. At that moment, his master, Zhao Yunyu, addressed all group members, adding, "Dear friends, please ensure to advise your disciples, before reaching the completion of the initiation stage, do not carelessly employ spells. Currently, the recovery of source power is sluggish. The energy expended in casting spells takes several days to replenish." Immediately, a flurry of responses erupted. Li Xuanji from Qingcheng. Indeed, my foolish disciple nearly drained himself casting a fireball, and now he's still lying in bed. Lin Jiu from Maoshan. 1. Guodi Gang from Baiyun Temple. Today's youth truly lack patience. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochuan couldn't help but smile. After grasping the attributes, everyone was eager to experiment with spells. Though they could only cast once, the variety was astonishing. For instance, fireball techniques and fiery fists, anything imagined, as long as the energy was sufficient, could be unleashed. In the days prior, disciples from various sects had compiled an array of techniques in the group. Bai Xiaochuan recalled the amusing discussions from the group chat, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The names given to the techniques by these disciples of the Tao were both delightfully juvenile and brimming with creativity. Zhang Qingyuan from Longhu Mountain. I've developed a technique called Golden Light Flash. It's just a sudden blink to dazzle the opponent's eyes. Li Ergo from Qingcheng. I created a flame technique. It can light a cigarette, but sometimes I accidentally singe my eyebrows. Lin Xiaoqi from Maoshan. My water ball technique can only wash hands. My master says I might as well just fill a basin. Chun Shuo from Laojun Mountain. I conjured a sandstorm, though it's only the size of a palm. What truly made Bai Xiaochuan chuckle was the video Wang Yi had shared. In it, Wang Yi, with a serious expression, bellowed, "Flame dragon roar." Yet, only a small flame flickered from his palm, extinguishing with a soft puff, singeing a tuft of his bangs in the process. The sight nearly had Bai Xiaochuan in stitches, and Wang Yi received a thorough reprimand from his master. The group's commentary on Wang Yi's technique was equally astute. Guodi Gang from Baiyun Temple. Huh? You young one are quite amusing. That's not a flame dragon, but a flame insect. Wudang Yunlong. Wang Yi, I suggest renaming it lighter technique. Zhang Qingyun from Longhu Mountain. Wang Yi, your technique should be called failed self-immolation. Alas, from now on, it seemed these individuals would be unable to entertain themselves until they achieved the source power of a lake. However, speaking of techniques, Bai Xiaochuan was reminded of the anime he had watched in middle and high school. If only he could summon the thousand-handed Guanyin or the tree world descend, it would surely terrify someone. Of course, at present, he could only manage a few tendrils to swat at someone or perhaps nurture a small sapling. But thinking about it surely wasn't against the rules, was it? Just as Bai Xiaochuan concluded his morning training, Wang Ye's message on WeChat suddenly chimed in. Old Bai, hurry to the square. You won't want to miss this. Wang Ye's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. Bai Xiaochuan, puzzled, asked what is going on. Has someone created some miraculous technique again? Wang Yi replied, Our mentors are watching us closely now. Who dares to cast spells? Here's the thing. A streamer with 1 million followers has come to challenge us. All the young disciples have gathered around. You must come. Bai Xiaochuan sighed. In a short while, the flu season would erupt. And yet someone had decided to stir up trouble at such a critical juncture. Moreover, with all the disciples having established their foundations, wasn't he this simply asking for punishment? After establishing their foundations, one could easily handle 10 opponents without breaking a sweat. He tidied himself briefly and strolled leisurely towards the square. Before he even arrived, a booming voice echoed through a loudspeaker. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this is the legendary Wudang Mountain. A brawny man in a form-fitting tracksuit, muscles bulging, brandished a selfie stick, passionately addressing his phone. Accompanying him were several striking female assistants. Today, I, Li Dali, will unveil just how superficial these so-called traditional martial arts truly are. As Bai Xiaochuan pushed his way into the crowd, he saw the self-proclaimed Li Dali gesturing animatedly at the camera. I am an amateur boxing champion and a black belt in mixed martial arts. Today, let us reveal what true martial arts truly are. Li Dali patted his robust chest muscles. With these Taoists, I can easily take on 3 at once. The live stream chat was a flurry of activity. Brotherly is amazing. Expose these charlatans. Traditional martial arts are merely for show. Support brotherly. Wait. These Taoists seem to have some skill. Are those in front just actors? What real martial arts can a Taoist possess? The disciples of Wudang surrounded the scene. Their expressions peculiar. A few young disciples struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces reddening until a stern glance from an older brother forced them to contain themselves. At that moment, Wang Yi spotted Bai Xiaochuan and immediately squeezed his way to his side. He old Bai, you've come. Bai Xiaochuan nodded, casting a strange glance at Li Dali in the arena, feeling that the atmosphere was ripe. Li Dali handed his phone to a nearby female assistant and strode confidently to the center of the stage. He turned to the camera and declared, "Today, I shall demonstrate what true combat looks like." Then, addressing the Wudang disciples, he continued, "Esteemed Taoists, my name is Li Dali, and I have come specifically to learn. Who dares to step up and challenge me?" Upon hearing this, nearly all the young disciples present simultaneously raised their right hands, clamoring to be chosen. Me. Pick me. Let me do it. I must be the one. I'm the least skilled. Choose me. The scene left Li Dali utterly bewildered. This was completely unexpected. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, with biceps thicker than an average person's thighs, his imposing figure would make ordinary people tremble. In his mind, these young Taoists would cower in fear, ultimately needing to summon their master to face him. Meanwhile, the live stream chat exploded with comments. What the hell? Are these Taoists so brave? Are they actors? They dare to face someone with that physique? They must be plants. The script is too obvious. I visited Wudang Mountain. This is truly Wudang Mountain. Brotherly, just pick one at random and see if they truly dare to fight. Chapter 13, Continuous Knockdowns. Li Dali, a million-level streamer, was not without wits. Faced with this unexpected enthusiasm, he momentarily froze but quickly regained his composure. A professional smile returning to his face. He chuckled at the camera and remarked, "You Taoists are truly spirited. However, I've traveled quite a distance to witness genuine martial prowess. How about this?" His gaze swept over the fervent Wudang disciples. "I wish to challenge the strongest among you." Upon his declaration, the previously raucous atmosphere quieted significantly. To challenge the strongest? Has this person lost his mind? The young disciples gradually lowered their hands, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. Soon, nearly all eyes turned to the 2 individuals standing at the back, Wang Yi and Bai Xiaochuan. Among the younger generation, Wang Yi was recognized as the strongest in practical combat, agile and rarely defeated in sparring. Bai Xiaochuan, though modest and seldom engaged in fights, held a high status among them, being the first to successfully demonstrate a technique, his strength undoubtedly unfathomable. Wang Yi clenched his fists, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. He was eager to spar with the streamer, yet it seemed the title of strongest rightfully belonged to Bai Xiaochuan, as he knew he could not defeat him relying solely on his fists. "Old Bai, what do you say? Will you go or shall I?" Li Dali, following the gaze of the crowd, quickly fixed his attention on the 2 distinctly different young men. He first cupped his fists in greeting towards them, acknowledging his status as a public figure and the necessary decorum that accompanied it. "It seems you 2 are the elite here? Might I ask which Taoist would be willing to engage?" All eyes focused on them. In the brief silence, Bai Xiaochuan let out a gentle sigh. Upon hearing Bai Xiaochuan's sigh, Wang Yi immediately attempted to interject, cracking his knuckles. "If you don't wish to step up, then let me take over, old Bai." But just as he stepped forward, Bai Xiaochuan's right hand halted him. "Wang Yi, old Bai, what are you doing?" Bai Xiaochuan ignored Wang Yi. He faced Li Dali and the camera, slightly raising his chin, then stepped forward with an expression of calm indifference. "I shall take the challenge." Upon hearing this, Wang Yi's mouth twitched in disbelief. "Damn, if you're going to step up, just say so. What's with the sigh?" Li Dali's eyes flickered with intrigue upon Bai Xiaochuan's acceptance of the challenge. He then addressed the camera. "Ladies and gentlemen, take note. This Taoist exudes an extraordinary demeanor. He is clearly a master. Since this is a friendly spar, let us establish some rules." Li Dali turned back to Bai Xiaochuan, flexing his wrists and ankles. "Taoist, let us keep it light. The rules are simple. No strikes to the groin, back of the head, or throat. All other areas are fair game until one party concedes or falls. How does that sound? No objections?" Li Dali's words displayed professionalism while leaving ample room for maneuvering. In his view, such restrictions favored a fighter like him. The slight frame of his opponent, even if martial arts held merit, could never hope to match him. Bai Xiaochuan listened quietly, his expression inscrutable, merely responding with a calm inquiry. "Are you certain about this?" Li Dali was taken aback by the question, then burst into laughter, shrugging at the camera as if to say, "Look, he's afraid. Ha, this Taoist is afraid. I told you martial arts are merely for fitness. They are of no real use in combat. Brother Dali, Don't hit too hard. Let us give our Taoist sacred ground some face. Li Dali glanced at the comments, satisfied with the response he sought, then slowly turned back to Bai Xiaochuan, goading, what is the matter? The Taoist isn't afraid. Is he? No worries, I'll know my limits. Wang Yi. Huh. That guy actually dares to say old Bai is afraid, huh? Yunlong. If it weren't for the fact that Taoists can't curse, I would have already expressed my frustration. Little master uncle, please don't injure him. After all, he's a million-level streamer. Exactly. Bai Xiaochuan said nothing, merely shaking his head slightly. Had this been before his rebirth, he would have certainly thrown around some taunts. But now he was a Taoist, a practitioner. Maintaining a dignified image was paramount, especially since his opponent was merely an ordinary person. Bai Xiaochuan walked slowly to the center of the clearing and casually assumed a Tai Chi starting posture. His stance was relaxed and natural, as if he had melded into the surrounding environment, indistinguishable from when he had simply stood there moments before. Acting mysterious, Li Dali scoffed inwardly. He had heard the taunts of the Wudang disciples earlier. Had this been his first time challenging a fraud, he might have felt anxious, fearing genuine skill. However, having encountered many sects, even formidable monks at Shaolin had proven no challenge to him just half a month prior. Why would a mere Taoist stand a chance against him? Yet the live stream needed to be entertaining. Li Dali roared, Taoist, here I come. Subsequently, Li Dali's feet moved with remarkable swiftness as he unleashed a powerful right straight punch aimed directly at Bai Xiaochuan's face. The velocity of this punch was astonishing, creating a gust of wind that attested to his prowess as an amateur champion, far from mere boast. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged instantaneously. Brother Li is incredible. Li hit with a force of 190 kilograms. Surely this little Taoist won't be shattered in one blow. I'm already prepared to call for an ambulance. It's over. However, in the next instant, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. It appeared that Bai Xiaochuan had anticipated the trajectory of the punch. Instead of retreating, he advanced, seemingly with languid grace, lifting his left hand slowly to gently adhere to Li Dali's formidable wrist, guiding it aside with effortless finesse. Li Dali felt as though his tremendous force had struck nothing but air, causing him to stumble forward uncontrollably. Before he could comprehend the situation, Bai Xiaochuan's right hand had inexplicably secured his elbow joint. With a subtle downward press and a nearly imperceptible trip, the movement flowed like water, delicate as if no effort were exerted. Yet, Li Dali sensed an overwhelming force that he could not resist. His balance was instantly compromised. His nearly 200-pound frame was tossed aside like a rag doll, utterly unable to maintain equilibrium. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as dust was stirred. Li Dali scarcely grasped what had transpired before he found himself sprawled on the ground, dazed and bewildered, feeling his back tingle from the impact. The previous ferocity now dissipated. A profound silence enveloped the arena, the live stream's comment section momentarily devoid of activity before erupting into chaos. What just happened? Am I seeing things? This can't be real. Is it staged? Brotherly, please get up. Is this Tai Chi? Bai Xiaochuan remained poised in his original position, as if he had never moved. He brushed off non-existent dust from his robe and looked at Li Dali on the ground with a placid tone. Shall we continue? Li Dali lay there, staring vacantly at the azure sky above Wudang Mountain. Who am I? Where am I? What just occurred? No, I was just bested by that little Taoist. This thought lingered for but a moment before a wave of intense shame and professional instinct swiftly overwhelmed his confusion. No, I must have been too careless. Did my foot slip? Or was it merely good fortune on his part? Yes, it must be so. How could I, Li Dali, be taken down in one blow by someone who appears as fragile as a leaf in the wind? If word of this spreads, my reputation as a fraud detector will be utterly ruined. Cough, cough, cough. Li Dali gradually rose, rubbing his numb back. He forced a somewhat stiff smile as he addressed the camera. My dear viewers, it was merely an error, a pure misstep. The ground was a bit slippery, and I lost my footing. The Taoist indeed possesses a touch of clever strength. From here on, I assure you, I shall not falter again. As he spoke, Li Dali scrambled to his feet, adopting a tight boxing stance once more. He guarded his head with his fists, his feet agilely bouncing. His gaze transformed into one of unprecedented seriousness. Taoist, you indeed have a technique, Li Dali declared gravely. However, I was merely underestimating you. Now, I shall begin to take this seriously. Bai Xiaochuan maintained his relaxed stance, his gaze as tranquil as an ancient well, simply uttering a calm, please. Brother Li is serious now. That was surely an accident. Yes, the ground is slippery. The tiles of Wudang Mountain's plaza are inadequate. Go, Brother Li. Reclaim your honor. I can't shake the feeling that Brother Li has just kicked a brick wall. Shut up. Brother Li can easily handle even the Shaolin masters. Surely, that little Taoist was merely a fluke. The comments resumed their encouragement for Li Dali. This time, he refrained from recklessly charging forward. He cautiously circled Bai Xiaochuan, searching for an opening and occasionally feigning movements to probe. Suddenly, he seized a fleeting opportunity and launched a swift low sweep aimed at Bai Xiaochuan's supporting leg. This strike was forceful. If it connected, any ordinary person would undoubtedly lose their balance and fall. However, in the very moment his leg approached, Bai Xiaochuan's supporting leg seemed to possess foresight, lifting slightly to evade the strike with perfect timing. As he landed, it appeared almost accidental, his toe lightly tapping the side of Li Dali's knee joint, which had yet to fully retract. This seemingly trivial action, in truth, precisely disrupted Li Dali's balance. He felt a sudden weakness and numbness in his supporting knee. The force dissipated, and his lower body once again wavered, teetering to the side. Damn it! Li Dali's heart raced with alarm as he hurriedly attempted to adjust his center of gravity, but Bai Xiaochuan's movements were relentless. Bai Xiaochuan closed in his left hand, which had previously been poised in a welcoming gesture, casually pressed down on Li Dali's arm, which had been raised due to his loss of balance. His right arm coiled around Li Dali's upper arm like a supple vine, his body pivoting slightly. Bang! Another muffled thud echoed. Li Dali was bewildered, unable to comprehend how he had exerted force and yet been utilized against his own momentum. He felt the world spin, crashing to the ground for the second time. This time, he landed on his side, the impact jarring his internal organs, and stars danced before his eyes. A profound silence enveloped the arena once more. This time, even the comments attempting to make excuses were scarce, replaced by a flurry of, and Bai Xiaochuan remained composed, standing effortlessly. Not even a wrinkle in his robe. He gazed down at Li Dali, whose eyes now reflected a profound existential crisis, and calmly inquired once more, "Shall we continue?" Observing from the sidelines, Yunlong exclaimed, "Wow, Master Bai is so impressive. Shall we continue? I must use that line after I win a sparring match. It exudes such elegance." Qi Wangye snorted dismissively. His voice was not loud, but sufficient for several peers nearby to hear. He believed Bai Xiaochuan's approach was overly gentle. His master had previously instructed him that when faced with challengers, one should strike with full force, leaving no room for mercy. One should continue until the opponent concedes. If it were me, I would employ Xingyi or Baji, launching a direct and powerful assault. A single strike would send the opponent flying 5 meters away. That is what one calls decisive. That is what one calls impressive. Unlike this current display, so sticky and unsatisfying, Li Dali lay on the ground, gazing up at Bai Xiaochuan, who towered over him. He opened his mouth, but found himself unable to utter a single defiant word. To stand and continue fighting Bai Xiaochuan. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lying here is quite satisfactory. Li Dali subtly gestured to his female assistant nearby. She immediately understood, swiftly shutting down the live stream. Chapter 14, Departing in Disgrace. The screen of the live stream abruptly darkened, leaving only a system prompt stating, "The broadcaster has ended the stream." Tens of thousands of viewers stared at the pitch-black screen, momentarily stunned, before the comment section erupted into a frenzy. What the heck? What is going on? Why is it black? Where's Brotherly? Did he get knocked out and carried away? It must have been my own doing. How embarrassing to broadcast now. Those 2 moves earlier, my goodness, were genuine skills. Absolutely not staged. I recorded it, watched it in slow motion 3 times. That Daoist master hardly exerted any force, merely utilizing borrowed strength. Is Tai Chi really that formidable? It's nothing like practicing with the elderly gentleman in the park. I've booked my flight. I'm heading to Wudang Mountain tomorrow. Is anyone interested in joining? Count me in. I must see it with my own eyes. Firstly, not for the sake of learning martial arts, but just to catch a glimpse of that handsome Taoist brother. The Wudang Mountain Tourism Bureau might emerge as the biggest winner. Brother Li's reverse marketing strategy is truly impressive. On Wudang Square, as he watched his assistant in the live stream, Li Dali exhaled a long, trembling sigh of relief. The pressure of the live broadcast, coupled with the humiliation of being defeated twice in quick succession, left him drenched in cold sweat. He struggled to rise, moving much slower and more awkwardly than before. Completely devoid of the prowess he had displayed during the stream, he staggered over to the clean-cut and handsome Bai Xiaochuan, who had been quietly observing. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, nearly lowering his head to his knees. "Master Taoist, I was blind to your skills and have offended Wudang. Your martial prowess is truly remarkable. I am utterly in awe." Bai Xiaochuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Regardless of the circumstances, the robust man's humble attitude was commendable. Straightening up, Li Dali's face was filled with sincerity and eagerness. "Master, may I remain here and learn a few techniques from you esteemed masters? Just a few moves. Tuition is not an issue." He was genuinely intimidated and had witnessed firsthand what it meant to be outclassed. If he could learn even a single technique. Wouldn't his live content soar to new heights? Moves like Black Tiger digs heart, Giant Bear embrace kill, and Poisonous Snake strikes. Bai Xiaochuan slowly shook his head. Fu Sheng Wu Liang Tianzun. My apologies, but Wudang no longer accepts ordinary students. The martial arts training classes have been suspended for quite some time. What? Why not? Li Dali was taken aback. What era is this? Not even making money. Bai Xiaochuan did not respond directly, stating simply, this is the decision of the Daoist sect. Unwilling to accept this, Li Dali pressed on. Surely there must be a way to learn. I genuinely wish to study. Bai Xiaochuan regarded him calmly and replied, if you sincerely seek the path, you may first apply to a formal Daoist academy, diligently study the classic principles, and cultivate your character. After 2 years, if you succeed academically and pass the character assessment, you may attempt to become a disciple here and receive teachings on strengthening your body. A Daoist academy? 2 years? And I must become an official Daoist? Upon hearing this, Li Dali's eyes widened, shaking his head vigorously. No, master, that is likely out of reach for me. What a joke. I became a fake news streamer for the views and the profits, to live freely. To have me spend 2 years in a Daoist academy reading scriptures, cultivating a tranquil heart, and becoming a monk? I'd rather be dead. When it comes to making money versus learning genuine skills, I would unhesitatingly choose the former. Seeing this, Li Dali awkwardly smiled again, bowing to Bai Xiaochuan and the others. My apologies for disturbing you, esteemed masters. I was indeed presumptuous. Farewell. With that, he hurriedly signaled his assistant to pack up, practically fleeing down the mountain, dust-laden and with his shattered facade as a fraud. On the square, as they watched Li Dali's somewhat flustered figure disappear at the foot of the stone steps, the disciples erupted in laughter. Wang Yi crossed his arms, scoffing. Is that all the sincerity he had? I thought he wanted to learn more. Truly, just another onlooker. Yunlong sidled up to Bai Xiaochuan, his eyes sparkling. Little master uncle, those 2 moves you just executed were incredible. Are you going to continue? Wow, I'll remember that line for a lifetime. Bai Xiaochuan smiled slightly. Haha, is that so? Wang Yi, arms crossed, cast a sidelong glance at Bai Xiaochuan, who was surrounded by his fellow disciples, teasingly elongating his words. Oh dear. Our Bai master uncle has become a celebrity. Huh? Will you continue? TSK. The tone is perfect. The pretentiousness is on point. I give it full marks. He doesn't care when others show off, but when a brother does, that's a different story. Old Bai, those 2 moves were a bit too gentle. Like you were merely scratching that hulking brute's itch. If it were me, just one press against the mountain would show him what a Wudang master is capable of. Ensuring the live stream would explode in views. I'd embed him in the square's tiles, and he wouldn't be able to extricate himself. Now that would be ridding the world of harm, right? Laughter erupted among the surrounding disciples. Bai Xiaochuan, upon hearing this, was not offended. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He pushed through the crowd of brothers and leisurely walked up to Wang Yi. Suddenly, he extended his hand and naturally slung his arm around Wang Yi's shoulder. Wang Yi's body instinctively stiffened. Bai Xiaochuan leaned in closer. Oh, it seems my dear disciple Wang has some objections to my fighting style and finds it unsatisfactory? How fortuitous. I too felt somewhat unexercised earlier and my hands are a bit itchy. Why don't we practice over there now? You can guide me and show me how to fight in a way that embodies the true spirit of Wudang and achieves maximum effect. Bai Xiaochuan tightened his grip slightly on Wang Yi's shoulder. Wang Yi's teasing expression instantly froze, his mouth twitching. Practicing with Bai Xiaochuan. What a ridiculous international joke. Memories of being thrown around like a rag doll during their usual sparring sessions flooded back, making his rear and back ache just at the thought. Watching Bai Xiaochuan throw Li Dali earlier was quite satisfying, but now to be the one at the receiving end of the grasp the sparrow's tail? Absolutely not. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Yi cleared his throat, attempting to retreat, only to find Bai Xiaochuan's grasp rather firm, immediately surrendering. No. Old Bai, Master Uncle Bai, I was wrong. I was being glib. Your martial skills are unparalleled, your fighting style elegant and fluid, truly embodying the essence of Tai Chi. It is I who am superficial and vulgar. How could I presume to guide you? His swift reversal from arrogance to humility elicited even louder laughter from the surrounding disciples. Ha! Brother Wang has surrendered. I knew it. He talks tough, but once little master uncle gets serious, he softens. Brother Wang, go for it. Weren't you going to demonstrate press against the mountain? Wang Yi, with a stiffened neck, shouted back at the crowd. Go on, go ahead. You all do it. My bond with old Bai is deep. How could I possibly engage in a fight? That would harm our camaraderie. His overly defensive explanation only served to amuse everyone further. After such a commotion, the disciples suddenly realized that this seemingly aloof, rarely speaking little master uncle, who usually held a high rank, was not as serious as he appeared, but rather had a hint of mischief, and he could crack a joke. The previous distance created by rank and strength dissipated significantly. Yunlong was the first to leap forward. Little Master Uncle, how did you execute that technique? Teach me. The other younger disciples quickly gathered around, chattering excitedly. Yes, Little Master Uncle, that was so cool. If it were me, I might have to rely on brute strength to win, right? Please tell us how. Little Master Uncle, when will you showcase your magical skills again? Showcase my magical skills? Are you courting death? The mountain breeze swept through, carrying the distant sound of pines from the mountains. The square soon returned to its usual tranquility, with only the excited discussions of the disciples lingering in the air. Meanwhile, the video and topic of the mysterious young master from Wudang, who had effortlessly defeated 1 million streamers, was rapidly gaining traction online, spreading like wildfire. Chapter 15. The Forced Closure of the Mountain Gate 2 days later. Bai Xiaochuan received a shocking piece of news. All registered Orthodox Daoist sects and monasteries were to close their mountains immediately, refusing all visitors and believers, with disciples forbidden from descending the mountain without special permission. This decree was not issued by the Daoist sects, but by the authorities. Upon receiving the news, Bai Xiaochuan transformed from initial bewilderment to a dawning comprehension tinged with grave seriousness. Glancing at the explosive discussion group in his hands, he murmured softly, "So that is how it is." Having lived a second life, he naturally recalled that during this period in his previous life, various renowned mountains and ancient temples had quietly closed, citing reasons such as internal renovations and religious activities, and the outside world merely regarded it as routine. After the global upheaval, Daoist practitioners had once again emerged, and the topic of mountain closures had resurfaced. The prevalent speculation at the time was that these time-honored Daoist sects and Buddhist temples might have sensed the signs of the global Qi transformation through some ancient prophecy or secret method. Thus, they closed their gates to conserve their strength in anticipation of the right moment. Now, it appeared that the reality was far from such. It was not a voluntary closure by the Daoist sects, but a mandate from the authorities, a compulsory closure order. Bai Xiaochuan's eyes flickered with realization. He should have anticipated this. If the Daoist sects could detect the source, how could such an entity as the government remain oblivious? The state had likely long been aware of the existence of danshans and foundational cultivation through some clandestine channels, and might even have developed a method for screening and nurturing potential practitioners. In light of this, those disciples who had returned to secular life from various monasteries likely shared the same cultivation practices of guiding and breathing, with their bodies harboring the embryonic forms of danshans. During the recent global surge in Qi tides, a significant portion of them must have successfully activated their danshans, crossing the threshold into foundational cultivation and emerging as extraordinary beings endowed with remarkable powers. The thought of such numbers sent a chill down Bai Xiaochuan's spine. This was certainly not a trivial matter. How many ordinary individuals across the nation would suddenly wield power? Power has always been a double-edged sword. Not everyone who acquires strength adheres to their original intentions. Fragments of vague memories from his past life became increasingly vivid. The news during that time had reported several extremely heinous cases of family annihilation, bank robberies, and frenzied assaults on law enforcement personnel. At the time, he had thought them to be mere extreme cases, but upon reflection, they were undoubtedly the work of the first wave of uncontrolled foundational practitioners. Some, in a fit of personal vengeance, had slaughtered entire families overnight, leaving scenes of unspeakable horror. Others had brazenly robbed financial institutions, leveraging their newfound speed and strength. Even more had disregarded the law, resulting in significant casualties during clashes with police, ultimately being gunned down by special forces. It turned out that the undercurrents had surged long before that initial moment. The government's closure order served a dual purpose. On one hand, it temporarily froze the concentrated and potentially systematic power of various traditional cultivation sanctuaries, facilitating observation and management, and preventing the formation of independent factions. On the other hand, it aimed to concentrate efforts on addressing those rogue practitioners who had suddenly acquired power but lacked the corresponding moral restraint and disciplinary oversight. So this was the true objective of the mountain closure, Bai Xiaochuan mused quietly. Yet, the authorities had likely gravely underestimated the Daoist sects. Had this closure order been communicated and negotiated properly with the Daoist sects, he believed his master and the elders would have afforded the authorities a degree of respect. In fact, if relations were amicable, the Daoist sects might have even shared some subsequent cultivation realms for mutual exchange. However, the government's closure order was excessively harsh, bordering on tyrannical, showing no regard for the dignity of the Daoist sections. Not only was a decree issued, but real actions followed swiftly. Uniformed personnel promptly secured key intersections outside various monasteries, erecting barricades, cloaked in the guise of assisting management and ensuring the tranquility of religious spaces. They effectively transformed the revered mountains and ancient temples into de facto quarantine zones. Should disciples wish to descend the mountain for essential supplies, they would need to navigate a labyrinth of approvals and be accompanied by official personnel. This was hardly a closure, it was a form of house arrest. News spread like ice water splashed into boiling oil, instantly igniting a frenzy within the Daoist sects. For a millennium, the Daoist tradition, a sanctuary of tranquility, had never endured such constraints and humiliation. In an instant, internal communications between various sects nearly reached a breaking point, as emotions of anger, confusion, and humiliation surged through the messages. It was akin to the discourse within the Daoist group chat at that moment. How dare they? When has our tranquil Daoist domain ever been subjected to such encroachment? Oh, ancestors above, this is tantamount to treating us as prisoners. What is the intention of the authorities? Are they seeking to sever ties with our mystical order? Is this even conceivable? Do they truly believe we are without defense? The collective outrage was palpable, especially among the impetuous disciples. Young individuals like Wang Yi were livid, their faces pale with fury, fists clenched tightly, itching to rush down the mountain to confront the situation. However, after their furious outbursts, they were met with a disheartening silence. Anger could not alter the reality. Even though they had successfully completed foundational cultivation and their physical attributes vastly exceeded those of ordinary people, speed, strength, and endurance all greatly enhanced. Even capable of dodging gunfire through anticipation and agility, what did that matter? Those officials outside were not armed with mere handguns. They wielded automatic rifles, sniper guns, capable of unleashing a concentrated barrage that could shred them to pieces from 100 meters away. Moreover, who could guarantee that no more formidable firepower lay hidden from view? In the face of a well-organized and well-equipped official force, individual valor appeared utterly feeble and laughable. No matter how ancient the Daoist heritage, how profound its depth. In this era, it remained bound by the shackles of the mundane world, particularly those dictated by the rules of violence. Alas, ultimately, the elders and leaders of each sect could only utter a long, resigned sigh, filled with helplessness and frustration. They understood the currents of the times better than the youth, grasping the weight of the overarching situation. While the government's actions were undoubtedly oppressive, the power and will they represented were not something the current Daoist sects could confront head-on. To clash directly would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, bringing catastrophe upon the Daoist sections. Soon enough, Bai Xiaochuan received orders from his master and the elders. Restrict the disciples, do not act recklessly. Endure for the time being. In extraordinary times, observe the changes. Do not use magic. We emphasize again, disciples are forbidden from using magic in any circumstance to avoid more severe consequences. A series of similar directives continued to be relayed. The simmering resentment was forcibly suppressed, yet the suffocating sensation, akin to a hand gripping one's throat, permeated every palace and temple. At Prince Slope, Wudang Mountain was now completely sealed off, devoid of any outsiders, with only local Taoist priests present. A group of disciples gathered in a corridor on Prince Slope. Wang Yi stood beside Bai Xiaochuan, indignation radiating from him. Old Bai, are we just going to accept this? Allow them to confine us like this? Bai Xiaochuan stood quietly in the corridor, his gaze profound. He understood better than anyone that this was merely a temporary situation. The tide of revitalized energy would surge ever stronger, and the limits of individual power would continuously be breached. As Taoist arts gradually revealed their true power, when the physical form could withstand or even surpass the might of conventional weaponry, the current paradigm would inevitably be overturned. Yet for now, one must endure. Otherwise, Bai Xiaochuan's voice was calm and unyielding, like a bucket of cold water splashed over Wang Ye's head. Are you going to reason with their automatic rifles? Or will you test the resilience of your fists against sniper bullets? Wang Yi was rendered speechless, his face flushed crimson, ultimately resorting to a furious punch against the corridor pillar. At that moment, the entire Taoist sect silently clenched their teeth, swallowing their humiliation and rage. Do not worry. They cannot control us for long. Wang Yi was taken aback. Old Bai, what do you mean? Bai Xiaochuan replied coolly, what I mean is, the rules have always been written by the strong. They can enforce a mountain closure today, not because the rules are just, but because they possess the power to do so. And when we grow strong enough to assert our dissent, this mountain gate shall remain unsealed. The essence of power lies in the authority of voice. When one is weak, they can only abide by the rules set by others. But when one becomes strong, they can alter the rules or even establish new ones. At this point, Bai Xiaochuan noted the sudden spark of determination igniting in Wang Ye's eyes, and a slight smile crept upon his lips as he continued. Thus, rather than wallowing in impotent rage, it is wiser to transform this discontent into the impetus for cultivation. When we transcend the mundane and reach the heights of mastery, The tribulations imposed upon us today will be but a fleeting memory, a trivial footnote. At that time, it will not be a matter of whether we need to request permission to descend the mountain, but rather how they will redefine their interaction with us. As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the corridor. Not only Wang Yi, but also the other disciples, who had initially been filled with righteous anger, fell into contemplation. The flames of fury in their eyes were gradually replaced by a deeper, more fervent glow. Indeed, the Daoist lineage has endured for millennia, its pursuit being the power that transcends the mundane. Now, with destiny at hand and the path to greatness within reach, why be confined by momentary frustrations? The true response is not impulsive confrontation, but rather a silent accumulation of strength, an indomitable rise. Wang Yi resolutely wiped his face and declared, I understand now, old Bai. Train. Train until my very bones ache. I want to train until I can withstand a missile. In response, Bai Xiaochuan smiled faintly. By that time, what they would face would not be mere missiles, but formidable demons arising in the apocalypse. For now, relentless cultivation is the only path. Only then could they become the strongest bastion protecting humanity. Chapter 16, Supplies, Dragon Group. A few days later, sporadic messages began to emerge in the internal communication group of the Daoist sect regarding an outbreak of influenza beyond the mountain. Initially, it was just a disciple mentioning that friends and family back home had fallen ill, but soon similar reports flooded in, all describing eerily consistent symptoms: persistent high fever, excruciating muscle pain, accompanied by brief periods of disorientation or bizarre hallucinations, with a protracted course of illness that proved exceedingly difficult to fully recover from. In the dead of night, Bai Xiaochuan silently perused this information, his expression calm and unwavering. The timeline aligned perfectly. The global outbreak of influenza, lasting over 3 years, had officially commenced. Bang, bang, old Bai, old Bai. Suddenly, the door to Bai Xiaochuan's room was rapped upon by Wang Yi. Creaking open the door, Bai Xiaochuan cast a puzzled glance at Wang Yi. What are you doing awake at this hour? Feeling restless? Wang Yi recoiled. Damn, old Bai. I didn't know you were this kind of person. Bai Xiaochuan's lips twitched. His previous words had been a slip of the tongue. He truly was not that kind of person. After recalling his boss's long legs a few times, Bai Xiaochuan rolled his eyes in annoyance. Enough nonsense. What brings you here at this late hour? Only then did Wang Yi adopt a serious demeanor, lowering his voice with a hint of excitement. My parents came to Wudang to see me. They brought a mountain of supplies. Food and necessities piled up like a small hill. I reckon it could sustain our entire Wudang community for a whole year. A whole year. Bai Xiaochuan was genuinely astonished, scrutinizing Wang Yi from head to toe. Impressive. Truly the mark of a super-rich second generation. Wang Yi chuckled, scratching his head. It's not that exaggerated. Mainly, things outside are unstable, and they were worried. Old Bai. I've called a number of senior brothers. Let us all pitch in to help move the supplies. They're stacked at a concealed path on the back mountain. Bai Xiaochuan furrowed his brow at this. How could those guards below allow so many supplies to come in? Wang Yi waved his hand dismissively. Relax. My parents pulled some strings. They assured that they would only deliver supplies and not cause any trouble, and they are acting in secrecy, so not many people noticed. Goodness. Bai Xiaochuan marveled. Your parents have quite the connections. All right then, let us move swiftly while we still can. The two immediately set off, quietly heading towards the concealed path on the back mountain that Wang Yi had mentioned. Before they reached their destination, they spotted a shadowy group of over 10 familiar faces in the darkness, fellow disciples Wang Yi had summoned. Senior brother Wang. Little uncle. This way, this way. Yunlong waved to the two. Bai Xiaochuan observed the towering stacks of supply boxes, along with 2 unfamiliar figures standing before them. Both were robust, middle-aged men sporting beer bellies. Their expensive jackets failing to conceal their portly figures, their faces marked by the shrewdness of businessmen, now tinged with worry. Beside the man stood a woman, equally ample, dressed in the finery of a wealthy lady, her features bearing a slight resemblance to Wang Yi. It appeared these two were indeed Wang Yi's parents. As expected, the moment the woman laid eyes on Wang Yi, her eyes instantly welled with tears as she rushed over and embraced him tightly. My dear son, you've finally come. Let me see if you've lost weight. Are you eating well on the mountain? Have you been suffering? Wang Yi gasped for air as his mother squeezed him, exclaiming, Mom, I'm fine. The food in the Wudang cafeteria is quite good. I've even gained weight. Wang Ma cupped Wang Yi's face in both hands, scrutinizing him closely. Son, you're not fat at all. You've become dark and thin. You look just like a bamboo pole, nowhere near the chubby baby I raised. She continued, Your father was dead set against you going up the mountain to learn the way. Now look what has happened. You're stuck up there, unable to come down. Your father pulled so many strings, but he couldn't get you out, so he could only find ways to send you more food and supplies. Wang Yi felt somewhat embarrassed, especially with so many fellow disciples watching. He quickly interjected, Mom. Dad, what are you saying? My brothers are here too. Wudang is great. Really? And I'm not thin, I'm just more toned. He rolled up his sleeve to show off his biceps. At that moment, Wang Ba let out a sigh and stepped forward, gently patting his son's shoulder with a grave tone. Xiao Yi, the situation has escalated. The mountain is now surrounded. And we have no idea what is happening inside. This is quite alarming. Wang Yi, discerning his father's unvoiced concerns, understood that his father was merely worried about him being trapped inside, fearing that if anything dire occurred, the family would be powerless to assist him. With a serious demeanor, Wang Yi replied, Dad, I appreciate your concern, but I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Although we cannot descend the mountain at will, I have my master and fellow disciples. We are all looking out for one another. Furthermore, there are certain matters that I cannot conveniently discuss with you at this moment. Seeing Wang Ye's resolute stance, Wang Fu and Wang Mu refrained from pressing the issue further. At that juncture, Wang Mu surveyed the pile of supplies with anxiety and remarked, With so many items, how will you children manage to carry them up? We had to secretly hire several porters and make multiple trips to get them up here. The senior disciples exchanged knowing smiles upon hearing this. Haha, Auntie, leave these provisions to us. One of them chimed in. Indeed, thank you, Auntie. Shortly thereafter, a slender Wudang disciple stepped forward, taking a deep breath before effortlessly hoisting 4 or 5 hefty boxes, striding confidently toward the back mountain trail as if it were a trivial task. Following suit, over a dozen other disciples stepped up, each carrying 3 or 4 boxes at a time. The disciple Yunlong was particularly remarkable, effortlessly lifting a stack of nearly 10 cans, turning back to offer a hearty grin. Wang Shanren, fret not, this is but a trifle. At that moment, Wang Fu and Wang Mu could only stare in astonishment, their mouths agape, as if one could fit an egg inside. Bai Xiaochuan approached, casually shouldering 5 boxes of heavy noodles, nodding in acknowledgement to Wang Yi's parents. Within mere minutes, the mountain of supplies was entirely cleared by these seemingly frail Daoists. Wang Yi, observing his parents still in shock, waved cheerfully. Dad, Mom, we've taken the supplies. You should head back now. Be careful on your way. Rest assured I'm fine. If anything arises, I'll contact you via WeChat. Goodbye. After bidding farewell to his dazed parents, Wang Yi and Bai Xiaochuan swiftly carried the last of the items, vanishing into the shadowy mountain path. All that remained were Wang Mu and Wang Fu, exchanging bewildered glances. In a highly guarded underground facility somewhere in the capital city, a newly established special department, codenamed Dragon Team, was operating under intense scrutiny. Its mandate was to address, investigate, and manage all extraordinary phenomena and entities arising from the anomalies in source energy. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. An elderly man, clad in a traditional Zhongshan suit, appeared spry yet furrowed his brow as he listened to a report. Old Qin, regarding the source of this influenza, our joint expert group has reached a preliminary conclusion, announced a bespectacled recorder clutching a tablet. It has been confirmed as a subtype of the H1N1 virus, but during its transmission, unexpected interactions and mutations with the source occurred. This has resulted in the virus exhibiting no significant increase in toxicity, yet its infectiousness and stubbornness have risen dramatically. More critically, the recorder paused, his expression grave. Infected individuals exhibit a strong affinity reaction to source energy. Symptoms such as high fever and severe muscle pain seem to forcibly modify the body to create conditions for accommodating source energy. We are currently categorizing it as a source-induced severe cold. Old Qin narrowed his eyes and inquired, what countermeasures are in place? The recorder shook his head, revealing a hint of helplessness. At present, there are no effective medications or vaccines. Traditional antiviral drugs show limited efficacy, and we can only rely on supportive treatment and the patient's own immune systems to cope. The good news is that the mortality rate is not significantly higher than that of severe influenza, but nearly no one escapes unscathed. The process is quite torturous. Old Qin fell silent for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, clearly dissatisfied with the answer. He then shook his head and refrained from pursuing the matter further, instead posing another question. Are the right-wing factions still unwilling to relent and lift the mountain closure orders on the various sects? The recorder's body tensed slightly. Yes, Old Qin. The right-wing representatives insist that the lockdown must remain in effect until those high-risk individuals can be effectively monitored and controlled. They believe that the disciples of the Daoist sect possess extraordinary powers, which itself is a significant destabilizing factor, necessitating absolute control to prevent any contingencies. Absurd. Old Qin slammed his hand on the table, his voice laced with suppressed fury. A millennium-old sacred ground, the essence of our nation. How can it be treated thus? What difference is there from imprisonment? This is severing our connection with the wisdom that has been passed down for thousands of years. It is driving them toward opposition. Short-sighted. Foolish. Old Qin's chest heaved slightly, clearly agitated. In his view, the right wing's purely fear-based and controlling conservative strategy was not only arrogant, but also perilously dangerous, laying the groundwork for future calamities. The recorder dared not interject, merely bowing his head to take notes silently. Old Qin took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and continued. What new inferences does the Research Institute have regarding source energy and subsequent cultivation pathways? The recorder promptly responded, based on existing data and observations from some volunteers. The Research Institute has preliminarily inferred that after foundational establishment, the cultivation direction will likely shift towards physical enhancement. However, they also emphasize that the global concentration of source energy remains exceedingly low. Following this trend, even after decades of cultivation, the degree of physical enhancement is likely to be quite limited. Moreover, the theoretical models from the professors at the Research Institute indicate that even if one's physical body is enhanced to a certain extent, it is still highly probable that one would be unable to effectively withstand concentrated fire from modern automated firearms. Thus, the right-wing upper echelons believe the recorder swallowed hard. Hesitating to continue, Old Qin snorted. So the right wing considers the Daoist practitioners to be, both now and in the future, utterly worthless? To be easily manipulated at will? Slowly, Old Qin pushed back his chair, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window. They underestimate the profound heritage of a millennium. The Research Institute's models are based on existing data and the perceptions of ordinary people. However, the Daoists likely possess knowledge far beyond merely absorbing source energy for physical enhancement. I suspect they have methods for utilizing source energy that we cannot even comprehend. Perhaps even true sorcery. The recorder gasped. Sorcery? Old Qin, without turning back, affirmed, indeed. Lockdown. Isolation. Perhaps we are not merely sealing off individuals, but also closing the door on a new world that we desperately need to understand, yet are irrevocably pushing away. Such thoughtless actions are akin to self-sabotage. Old Qin's words reverberated in the conference room, laden with profound concern and unacknowledged indignation. He sensed that the right wing's approach was gradually pushing a potentially crucial ally, even a future leading force, toward an irretrievable state of opposition. Old Gua, have you met with them yet? Old Qin inquired. The recorder shook his head. Baiyun Temple has stated that they will not meet unless the authorities provide reasonable explanations to the Taoist sect. Old Qin sighed deeply, gesturing for the recorder to leave. Oh, very well. Chapter 17. A year later, Wang Yi faces Bai Xiaochuan again. The two awaken once more. A year later, in a secluded valley on the back mountain of Wudang, several elders had collaboratively established a rudimentary barrier, which not only contained the internal fluctuations of source energy, but also interfered with potential satellite detection to some extent. At this moment, a year had passed since the outbreak of the influenza, and the outside world was in turmoil. Although the authorities had not withdrawn their watch over the various sects, their attention had evidently been diverted by the epidemic raging below and the incessant, extraordinary events unfolding. The vigilance of the guards had markedly diminished. Almost all the young disciples and several elders had gathered here, their eyes fixed intently on the two individuals confronting each other in the arena, Wang Yi and Bai Xiaochuan. Throughout the past year, nearly all disciples had successfully attained the state of source force transformation, alleviating much of the burden in spellcasting. By the side of the empty space, a throng of disciples were clamoring excitedly. It's starting. Those betting on Brother Wang Yi stand on the left, while those backing Junior Uncle stand on the right. Is there even a question? It must be Brother Wang Yi. His fire-based techniques are ferocious and domineering, perfectly countering Junior Uncle's wood-based powers. Do you understand attribute suppression? I wouldn't be so sure. Junior Uncle is quite inscrutable. He might have some tricks up his sleeve. The duel commenced as anticipated by most of the disciples. Wang Yi unleashed a fierce offensive, his crimson source energy surging like a tempest. With a wave of his hand, fireballs whistled through the air, scorching the vines and wooden barriers conjured by Bai Xiaochuan into oblivion, firmly establishing his dominance. Bai Xiaochuan appeared to be reduced to a passive role, relying solely on his agile movements and basic wood techniques to evade Wang Yi's onslaught. Old Bai, stop dodging. Let's have a fair fight. Wang Yi grew increasingly exhilarated, flames dancing around him, his aura formidable. Bai Xiaochuan, however, maintained a calm demeanor. In a fleeting moment of evasion, he suddenly clasped his hands and shouted, "Bind!" Thick, dark green vines erupted from the ground, not as an attack, but to ensnare his own feet, catapulting him towards Wang Yi with astonishing speed, drastically reducing the distance between them. Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Old Bai, have you lost your mind? In close combat, I may not match you, but my flames are not to be trifled with. At this distance, his words were abruptly cut off. For in that instant, As Bai Xiaochuan surged towards him, an overwhelming aura erupted. Bai Xiaochuan's exposed skin, his cheeks, neck, and arms, was suddenly enveloped by a faint azure layer, an extraordinary, glimmering keratinous skin that bore ancient patterns, resembling dragon scales, or an invisible armor formed from condensed source energy. The searing flames licked at this layer, yet could not penetrate it, merely stirring up a few ripples. Is that source armor? The pinnacle of skin refinement. An elder exclaimed in astonishment. Springing to his feet, all disciples gaped in disbelief. The first stage of body refinement, the practice of skin refinement, was arduous, and for most, achieving even partial coverage of source armor to enhance defense was a formidable challenge. Someone like Wang Yi might manage to condense a layer over his fists or vital areas. Yet, Bai Xiaochuan, with nearly full body coverage, could withstand Wang Yi's raging flames unscathed. This was undeniably a hallmark of mastery in skin refinement. To withstand ordinary weapons with sheer physicality was trivial. What? Wang Yi's pupils dilated, his mind momentarily failing to comprehend. In that instant of shock, Bai Xiaochuan's fist, clad in source armor, had already pierced through the flames, landing solidly on Wang Yi's chest. Boom! A sound akin to a giant drum reverberated through the air. Wang Yi felt an irresistible force strike him, his protective source energy dissipating instantly. He was launched backward as if struck by a speeding truck, soaring a dozen meters into the air before landing clumsily and rolling several times before coming to a halt, his chest heaving with blood and chi. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was astounded by this sudden turn of events. Mastery of skin refinement had only been achieved within a few months. How could this be possible? Even the sect leader had not reached such a level of accomplishment. Junior uncle is indeed a monster. Wang Yi grimaced as he rose, rubbing his sore chest. He gazed at the faintly dissipating azure source armor on Bai Xiaochuan, exclaiming, "Old Bai, you must be cheating. When did you secretly master skin refinement to its pinnacle? This is unscientific." Bai Xiaochuan dispersed the source armor, a slight smile gracing his lips. Diligent practice yields inevitable results. Wang Yi took a few deep breaths. The playful expression on his face gradually replaced by seriousness and even excitement. "All right, very well, old Bai, it seems that without truly engaging you, I won't be able to subdue you today." He straightened his posture. An unusual wave of energy began to coalesce around him, distinct from his usual fiery intensity. Bai Xiaochuan's gaze sharpened, inwardly noting, "Here it comes." After achieving source force transformation, it was akin to undergoing a profound rebirth. Some individuals experienced an overall enhancement in physical attributes, while others would fortify specific organs, such as hands, feet, eyes, or ears. Most disciples of Wudang had fortified particular organs, and the entire sect followed suit. However, a select few gifted individuals could awaken a secondary ability, often possessing rarer and more advanced powers. Abilities related to spirit, space, and time were the true determinants of the future power hierarchy. Wang Yi was one of these rare individuals. His secondary ability was of the mental domain. As for the specific branch within this domain, Bai Xiaochuan was uncertain. It was precisely what he sought to draw out today. Wang Yi inhaled deeply, his eyes swirling with an invisible vortex, locking onto Bai Xiaochuan as he spoke slowly. "Old Bai, be careful." With a subtle curl of his fingers, it appeared as though an invisible giant hand was coalescing in the air, a tremendous mental force manifesting as palpable pressure, rushing towards Bai Xiaochuan with unrelenting ferocity. The earth to the left was directly upheaved by this terrifying force, resembling a wave of earth and brown, sweeping up debris and crashing towards Bai Xiaochuan. Telekinesis, the most potent offensive technique within the mental domain. Bai Xiaochuan's gaze flickered slightly. He had not anticipated that Wang Yi had awakened this formidable means of attack. What a fortunate fellow. However, he too had his own hidden cards yet to be played. The universe is indeed unfair. Brother Wang Yi's fire techniques were already a mutated enhancement, far exceeding ordinary fire abilities. Now he had awakened a mental domain power. Would there be no end to this? The disciples murmured in a mix of envy and admiration. "It's over. Junior uncle is once again at a disadvantage. Wood is weak against fire, and in close quarters, he is hindered by telekinesis, even suffering recoil. Is there any chance for a turnaround?" Boom. The torrent of earth and stone completely engulfed Bai Xiaochuan's original position with a thunderous roar, a cloud of dust soaring into the sky, obscuring vision. Wang Yi breathed heavily, the intense drain on his mental energy causing his complexion to pale, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it done? Winning against old Bai is no easy feat. But wait. Before he could finish his thought, the smile on Wang Yi's face froze. As the dust gradually settled, the scene revealed itself. Bai Xiaochuan stood unwaveringly in place, utterly unscathed. The law of no harm amidst smoke had been activated. What? Impossible. Wang Yi gasped, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He was acutely aware of the intensity of his telekinesis. How could Bai Xiaochuan emerge unscathed? In the very moment Wang Yi was stunned, Bai Xiaochuan sprang into action. He forcefully pushed off the ground, the rock beneath him fracturing instantly. In an instant, he vanished from sight like a wraith, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. His speed was unparalleled. Almost simultaneously, several resilient vines burst forth from the earth, akin to agile serpents, swiftly entwining around Wang Yi's legs and waist, thereby restricting his movements. Humph, a tired old trick. Although Wang Yi was startled, he remained composed, and an eruption of fierce flames engulfed his body, as scorching tongues of fire licked out, poised to reduce the vines to ashes. Yet, the speed at which he incinerated the vines was evidently slower than Bai Xiaochuan's advance. As Bai Xiaochuan drew near, the pale azure source armor re-emerged around his fist, exuding an overwhelming sense of power that was almost suffocating. Gritting his teeth, Wang Yi paid no heed to the remnants of the vines still clinging to his legs, and summoned his mental energy with renewed fervor. Halt! The formless telekinesis surged forth once more, crashing against the oncoming Bai Xiaochuan like an invisible wall. However, in the face of this intangible force capable of distorting steel, Bai Xiaochuan calmly raised his right hand, fingers slightly splayed, and gently pressed against the empty space before him. A bizarre scene unfolded. The surging, imperceptible yet palpably existent telekinetic force vanished without a trace as it reached a mere foot from Bai Xiaochuan's palm, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, disappearing entirely. There was no collision, no dissipation, no explosion. It was as though something had simply devoured it from thin air. What the hell? Why is this happening? Wang Yi's scalp prickled. This was utterly beyond his comprehension. Where did his mental energy go? Such a tremendous force, and it just vanished. Even a fart should leave a scent behind. Just as Wang Yi was momentarily dazed, Bai Xiaochuan's fist pierced through the place where the telekinetic barrier had been. Propelled by a terrifying gust of wind, hurtling straight for Wang Yi's face. The fist had not yet reached him, but the razor-sharp wind already stung his skin painfully. I concede. I give up. Please, don't strike my face. Wang Yi's spirit nearly fled his body in terror, his voice rising in a frantic scream. Instinctively shutting his eyes tight, the fist halted abruptly less than an inch from his nose, the force of its wind causing his hair to whip back violently. A profound silence ensued. The entire venue fell into an eerie stillness. All the disciples, including several elders, stared in stunned disbelief, their minds nearly ceasing to function. What just transpired? How did Wang Yi, with his invincible and formidable telekinesis, disappear? How did the junior uncle achieve this? Bai Xiaochuan slowly retracted his fist, and the source armor along with that peculiar aura receded as well. Wang Yi, still shaken, opened his eyes, gingerly touching his almost bruised nose, panting heavily, gazing at Bai Xiaochuan as though he were a monster. Old Bai, what was that just now? Where did you send my mental energy? Bai Xiaochuan smiled gently and explained, it's nothing, merely my secondary ability, a branch of spatial manipulation known as Devour. It allows the creation of miniature spatial singularities that can briefly consume and obliterate any energy or matter they touch. Thus, theoretically, any form of attack can be devoured, as long as its intensity does not exceed the limit. Devoured? Wang Yi exclaimed in shock. Spatial manipulation. Devour. You are also a dual system user. And it's the goddamn spatial system. Wang Yi felt as though he were on the brink of madness. He had believed himself a once-in-a-million genius, having awakened the rare mental system, capable of overwhelming his peers. He thought he could easily best Bai Xiaochuan. Yet, he turned around to discover that Bai Xiaochuan had silently perfected his physical cultivation to its pinnacle and had also awakened a seemingly overpowered spatial ability. Old Bai, have you been secretly leveling up? This is absolutely absurd. How can one even compete? Wang Yi shouted in despair, feeling as if the entire world conspired against him. He had thought his fire system would counter Bai Xiaochuan's wood system, only to realize that the latter's devouring ability countered his dual system. The surrounding disciples were already petrified, gazing at Bai Xiaochuan with a mixture of reverence and profound helplessness. The pinnacle of physical cultivation, wood system, spatial devour. Junior uncle, you must be the favored child of fate, right? Chapter 18, The Grand Ceremony of Luotian. The reverberations of the earlier contest had yet to fully subside, and the valley behind the mountain was as bustling as a marketplace. Wang Yi plopped down onto the ground, lamenting dramatically. Heaven above, earth below. Is there no justice left in this world? I thought my dual system was already a divine blessing, but old Bai, you are directly being fed by the heavens, with the food chewed to mush and force-fed into your mouth. One of the disciples quipped, come on, Wang Yi. Isn't it normal to be unable to defeat the junior uncle? After all, He is from a higher generation. Exactly, exactly. It's you who makes us envious. Don't mention awakening duel systems. After the source energy turned to a lake, I feel my nose has become more sensitive. The nose still has some utility. Look at me. Another disciple moaned, pointing to his thick hair. I awakened too. My hair is growing wild. I used to be oily after 3 days without washing. Now, if I don't cut it for a day, my bangs can poke my eyes. Wang Yi, who was wallowing in self-pity, nearly burst out laughing upon hearing this. Ha! Hair awakening. Are you planning to become a monk with curly hair? That disciple retorted indignantly. It's no laughing matter. You try waking up every morning with your hair plastered all over your face. It feels like being possessed by a dark mountain demon. Now I have to use source energy just to comb my hair, or else it gets tangled and unruly. Yunlong, the disciple with a bald head, enviously rubbed his smooth scalp, saying, actually, having more hair isn't so bad. Look at me. I can't even grow any. The crowd erupted into another round of laughter at his baldness. At that moment, another disciple timidly raised his hand. I think I awakened athlete's foot. The entire place fell silent for a brief moment. Then, uproarious laughter erupted. What? Athlete's foot? This can awaken too. Wang Yi laughed so hard he nearly lost his breath. Brother, your ability is astonishingly lethal. In future battles, you won't need to fight. Just take off your shoes. Area attack. Unrestricted mental pollution. Ha! The disciple who had awakened heightened sensitivity in his nose instinctively covered it, fearing an unexpected incident, despite not smelling anything. The embarrassed disciple's face turned crimson as he hurriedly defended himself. It's not what you think. It's just that my foot's sensitivity has increased. I can sense the faint flow of source energy beneath the ground. Yes. Every time I sense it, my feet feel particularly warm, as if I have athlete's foot. Oh, the crowd suddenly understood, though their smiles remained unabated. Got it, thermal-sensitive athlete's foot. From now on, you'll be our treasure hunter, brother. Please keep your distance when sensing. Thank you. Bai Xiaochuan couldn't help but chuckle, patting the shoulder of the brother with athlete's foot sensitivity. Abilities come in all forms, and when used well, they can be divine skills. Who knows? You might find some treasure one day. The disciple was moved to tears. Junior uncle truly understands me. Just as everyone was laughing uncontrollably, Bai Xiaochuan's senior brother, Zhou approached quickly. Observing the chaotic scene, he twitched his lips, suppressing a laugh, and cleared his throat. Ahem. Quiet down. What kind of decorum is this? His gaze swept over the crowd, finally landing on Bai Xiaochuan, Yunlong, and Wang Yi. Xiaochuan, Yunlong, Wang Yi, enough of the nonsense. The sect master wants to see you three in his quarters immediately. The three exchanged glances, their smiles fading as they felt a sense of uncertainty, and quickly followed Zhou out. Upon arriving at the tranquil and simple room of sect master Zhao Yunyu, the elder sat cross-legged on a mat. Master, sect master. The three bowed in respect. Sit down. Zhao Yunyu nodded. Bai Xiaochuan was the first to speak. Master, you summoned us. Is there something you wish to discuss? Zhao Yunyu initially glanced at Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi, saying, Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, please provide me with a brief summary of your awakened secondary abilities. The Daoist sect requires a comprehensive report on all abilities, particularly those of higher-tier supernatural powers. Rest assured, the awakened secondary abilities of disciples from other sects will also be included in the report, and you will have the opportunity to review them later. Bai Xiaochuan responded promptly. Yes, master. Wang Yi added, understood, master. Zhao Yunyu nodded slightly, and continued, in 10 days. The three of you must accompany me down the mountain to Longhushan to participate in the Luotian Grand Rite. Luotian Grand Rite. Wang Yi's eyes lit up. Isn't that the legendary Daoist Grand Gathering? I thought it had already. This Luotian Grand Rite is distinct from the one you are thinking of, Zhao Yunyu interrupted, explaining. It is not a traditional blessing ceremony. Instead, it is initiated by Longhushan and agreed upon by various sects, aimed at bringing together practitioners like ourselves for a gathering. It can be considered a martial arts and philosophical discourse. Yunlong curiously inquired, martial arts and philosophical discourse? Is it similar to the sparring session between junior uncle and senior brother Wang just now? Zhao Yunyu's expression turned serious. You may interpret it that way, but on a grander scale with far-reaching implications. Although we have entered the body refinement stage, the path ahead remains uncertain. No one knows how to cultivate after this stage. This gathering serves two purposes. First, to allow young disciples from various sects to spar and exchange ideas, validating their learnings. Second, and most importantly, for the heads and elders of each sect to discuss and deduce the realms that follow the body refinement stage. It is essential for our Daoist sect and all who tread this path to illuminate the way forward. Bai Xiaochuan felt a jolt within. It seemed that this Luotian Grand Rite could potentially be a pivotal moment for the future. Yet, he voiced his concerns. Master, while the guards below are somewhat lax. They have not completely withdrawn. There are numerous eyes and ears from the authorities and various factions. Our approach to Longhushan presents a significant target, and I fear. Wang Yi, however, waved his hand dismissively. Oh, Bai, you are far too cautious. With our current prowess, especially yours, with your peak physical training and that extraordinary spatial ability, along with Yunlong and me providing support. Slipping down the mountain and circumventing those watchful eyes should be a piece of cake. How could they possibly detect us? Bai Xiaochuan shook his head. You are underestimating the situation. The technology now surpasses your imagination, let alone the satellites, currently, at the main entrances and exits of Wudang Mountain. There are undoubtedly hidden high-definition cameras and dynamic sensors. Thermal imaging devices can clearly capture human heat sources at night. There may even be specialized equipment that can detect fluctuations in chi energy that we are unaware of. We might evade the naked eye, but completely avoiding all these technological surveillance systems while stealthily making our way to Longhushan is nearly impossible. What would happen if we were discovered? How would the authorities react? Would it incite greater conflict? These are all uncertainties. After listening, Wang Yi and Yunlong's expressions grew grave. Zhao Yunyu cast an approving glance at Bai Xiaochuan. What Xiaochuan says is indeed correct. The authorities have not relaxed their vigilance. They have merely adopted more covert methods. A direct assault or stealthy incursion carries immense risk and can easily provide others with leverage against us. Wang Yi, anxious, exclaimed, then what should we do? Are we to abandon the plan? Zhao Yunyu stroked his beard, his eyes glinting with depth. We shall go, of course. Moreover, we must approach this matter with integrity. They regard us as high-risk individuals, managing us with utmost caution. Thus, we shall request permission for our journey as such. Request permission from the authorities? The three of them were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Zhao Yunyu affirmed. The Longhushan Tianshi Mansion has officially submitted an application to the relevant departments for the hosting of a traditional religious cultural exchange activity, specifically requesting the participation of disciples from various allied sections. We, Wudang, have received this very invitation. Will they approve it? Bai Xiaochuan queried. Given the chaos caused by the flu outbreak outside, the authorities might prefer to keep them confined to the mountains, thus saving considerable manpower. Zhao Yunyu revealed a knowing smile. They cannot afford to dismiss this lightly. The prestige of Longhushan, along with our occasional need to demonstrate our value and sincerity, plays a significant role. For instance, in matters that trouble them, we may be able to offer unique assistance. Furthermore, it is better to engage than to isolate. They might also wish to seize the opportunity to observe just how formidable we high-risk individuals truly are. This Luotian Grand Rite, while a significant internal event for the Daoist sect, will likely serve as an observation point for some. Bai Xiaochuan lowered his head, deep in thought. Although Master had spoken vaguely, he grasped the underlying meaning. This was a game of strategy, a test. The authorities were scrutinizing the Daoist sect, and the Daoist sect, in turn, was seizing this opportunity to showcase its strength and seek dialogue. The disciple understands, Bai Xiaochuan spoke solemnly. Zhao Yunyu nodded. Then, 10 days hence, we shall officially descend the mountain. Yes, Master. Yes, sect leader. As Wang Yi and Bai Xiaochuan rose to leave, they noticed Yunlong remained rooted in place, seemingly hesitant to depart. Wang Yi turned back, puzzled. What is wrong, Yunlong? Do you have something else to discuss? Yunlong scratched his bald head. Actually, Master and Senior brothers, I have also awakened my secondary ability. What? Goodness, Yunlong, such an important matter, and you kept it hidden. Do you still consider me your senior brother? Wang Yi exclaimed, grabbing Yunlong's head and ruffling his hair in playful irritation. He had thought that only he and Bai Xiaochuan had awakened high-tier supernatural powers, only to discover that there was a sixth sibling. However, Wang Yi soon ceased his antics, realizing that they were in Master's chamber, and such behavior was inappropriate. Yunlong lowered his head. Master and everyone, my awakened secondary ability is also of the mental type. However, it is not a combat-oriented power, I call it memory editing. Its general effect is to delete or modify others' memories. Upon hearing this, the other three in the room instantly widened their eyes in shock. Bai Xiaochuan whispered, modifying memories? The mental branch indeed has the capacity to erase memories, but the ability to edit and alter someone's memory? Even I had not heard of such a thing before my rebirth. This is quite extraordinary. Zhao Yunyu spoke sternly. Yunlong, why mention it only now? Are you afraid others might be wary of your ability to alter their memories? Yunlong kept his head down. Yes, Master. But the people of Wudang are like family to me, so I naturally would not conceal this. Chapter 19, Departure from Wudang Mountain. Zhao Yunyu observed Yunlong's anxious demeanor, his gaze softening as he sighed gently. Yunlong, I understand your concerns. The ability to modify memories is indeed significant and can easily incite wariness, even fear. However, Remember that the ability itself is neither good nor evil. It is the wielder that determines its nature. As disciples of Wudang, we cultivate the heart and uphold righteousness. As long as your intentions are pure, this ability can be employed to heal wounds and uphold justice, rather than for malevolence. Yunlong nodded vigorously, yes. Master, I will remember. I will only use it for good. Hearing this, Bai Xiaochuan couldn't help but smirk. You're going to alter others' memories and still expect to do good? Zhao Yunyu continued. As for the reporting matter, you need not be overly anxious. This statistical gathering is merely to ascertain the baseline in response to potential shifts. All abilities recorded shall remain anonymous. Outsiders will only know that there exists such a capable individual within Wudang, yet remain unaware that it is you, Yunlong. Furthermore, if my conjectures are correct, the application of your ability must come with considerable limitations. Am I right? Must it only take effect when the opponent's mental state is compromised, or when they have lost their capacity for resistance? Yunlong's eyes widened in astonishment. Master, how could you possibly know? Indeed, it is true. If the opponent is conscious and resolute, my chances of success are exceedingly slim, and I may even suffer a backlash. And thus it is, Zhao Yunyu replied, stroking his beard with a smile. In this world, all things are bound by balance. Such a formidable ability cannot possibly be devoid of restrictions. With such limitations in place, should others become aware, their apprehension will surely be mitigated. Rest assured, if the sky were to fall, Master and the entire Wudang will stand steadfast before you. Upon hearing the Master's unwavering support and understanding, a heavy stone finally lifted from Yunlong's heart, and a look of relief illuminated his face. Thank you, Master. Shortly thereafter, the group gradually exited the chamber. Not long after leaving the Master's quarters, Wang Yi could not restrain himself from throwing an arm around Yunlong's neck. You sly lad, you've hidden your talents well. Memory editing, what a magnificent power. If someone displeases you in the future, just make them believe they are a squirrel. Bai Xiaochuan chimed in with a laugh. Why a squirrel? Isn't SpongeBob better? Wang Yi exclaimed. 6. Yunlong, alarmed, hastily gestured. Uncle sure. Brother Wang, it must not be misused. The master has instructed us to maintain a righteous mindset. Wang Yi sheepishly withdrew his arm. Just a jest. But seriously, Yunlong, your ability may prove invaluable in the future. Bai Xiaochuan nodded in agreement. The trio exchanged a few more casual remarks before dispersing. Returning to his tranquil chamber, Bai Xiaochuan sat cross-legged upon a cushion. He did not immediately commence his cultivation, but instead reflected quietly on the day's sparring and Yunlong's revelation of his ability. Memory editing is indeed a rare and formidable skill. It appears that even before my rebirth, my understanding of these advanced abilities was woefully insufficient. Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand is to elevate my strength. Bai Xiaochuan focused his mind and began to circulate his source energy. The reason for his meteoric rise in cultivation speed, leaving the exceptionally gifted Wang Yi and others far behind, lies in his unparalleled healing abilities. The first stage of body tempering involves refining the skin, essentially treating one's source energy akin to forged iron. Through relentless pounding, penetration, and honing of the skin, it must continuously adapt and merge with the source energy, ultimately forming an incredibly resilient layer of source armor. This process is excruciating and time-consuming, as the skin requires time to self-repair and acclimate after enduring the strain of source energy. The frequency and intensity of daily practice are limited, otherwise, one risks damaging their foundation and achieving the opposite effect. However, Bai Xiaochuan is entirely different. With a mere thought, the gentle healing energy within him flows effortlessly. He can unleash his source energy at maximum intensity and frequency, relentlessly assaulting every inch of his skin without hesitation. Whenever his skin reaches its breaking point, sustaining minor injuries and fatigue, his healing ability activates instantaneously, functioning like the most sophisticated repair apparatus, restoring his skin to optimal condition in an instant. Then, he continues to hammer away. Repair again. Hammer again. This cycle repeats almost incessantly. While others may manage only 5 or 6 effective hours of training a day, he can engage in uninterrupted, high-efficiency cultivation for a full 24 hours. His training efficiency escalates exponentially. This, indeed, is the true secret behind his rapid ascent to the pinnacle of skin tempering. At this moment, a pale blue source energy enveloped his surface once more. As the subtle vibrations resonated, the cells beneath his skin experienced an ultimate cycle of destruction and rebirth. For Bai Xiaochuan, who has already experienced death in his previous life, pain has become a mere commonplace. How could he fear such trivial discomfort? Perhaps, within the span of 10 days before embarking on his journey, he could break through to the second stage of body tempering, the bone tempering phase. 10 days, a fleeting moment in time. During this period, Bai Xiaochuan hardly slept. maximizing the advantages of his healing ability. Through countless cycles of destruction and rebirth, his skin had been honed far beyond the pinnacle of skin tempering. Naturally, the source energy began to permeate deeper into his bones, refining them. Finally, at the moment before departure, a series of subtle yet dense crackling sounds emanated from within him, akin to jade beads falling onto a dish. A more formidable aura surged forth from him, the density of his bones dramatically increasing, faintly glistening with a warm jade-like sheen. With every movement, his strength surged, surpassing anything he had previously known. The second stage of body tempering, bone tempering, achieved. On a serene morning, at the gates of Wudang Mountain, Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and Yunlong arrived punctually. Zhao Yunyu had long been awaiting their arrival. Dressed in a more dignified dark blue Daoist robe, his silver beard and white hair, combined with an ethereal presence, radiated wisdom and strength in his gaze. The four donned the standard Wudang robes, unadorned and at ease. Master, Headmaster, Bai Xiaochuan stepped forward. Master, will you be the sole leader for our expedition to Longhushan? Zhao Yunyu stroked his beard and nodded, casting his gaze down the mountain. Indeed. This year's Luotian grand ritual is extraordinary. Leaders from various sects will personally attend to demonstrate its significance and facilitate discussions on crucial matters. The affairs within the mountain have been entrusted to you several uncles and aunts to manage collectively. Wang Yi interjected. Master. This must be the strongest lineup Wudang has ever seen. All three of us are dual element awakeners. While the headmaster may not be, his cultivation is formidable. His martial arts expertise is also terrifyingly high. Aside from Bai Xiaochuan, Zhao Yunyu could likely defeat Wang Yi and Yunlong based solely on martial prowess. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunyu glanced at Wang Yi, cautioning him. There are heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond the people. Do not confine your view to a well. It only invites ridicule. Other sects possess numerous dual element awakeners as well. Longhushan has a legacy spanning 1,000 years, its depth unfathomable. The current Tianshi from the Tianshi mansion has inherited the true teachings of the ancestral court, and their strength is by no means ordinary. The sects of Shushan, Qingcheng, and Laoshun all have their unique strengths. Are there not outstanding figures among their disciples? Our purpose for this journey is to exchange ideas and explore the path forward, not to vie for supremacy or flaunt our martial prowess. Remember the virtue of humility, lest we lose the dignity of Wudang. Wang Yi shrank back at the admonishment, sheepishly acknowledging, Master, your lesson has been received. I understand my mistake. Zhao Yunyu then nodded slightly, ceasing further discourse, and took the lead in descending the mountain. Bai Xiaochuan and the others followed closely behind. The four of them, clad in flowing Daoist robes, appeared especially striking along the serene mountain path. As they reached the entrance of the designated security zone at the foot of the mountain, a contingent of armed police personnel, who had been on standby, immediately became alert. Their focused gazes converging upon them, and the atmosphere grew tense. Wang Yi scoffed. Now this is quite the ceremony. Yunlong chuckled lightly. These folks, Uncle sure could handle in just a few minutes, right? Bai Xiaochuan shot a warning glance at the two. That's enough. It's fine to joke among ourselves. But we're nearing others now. If they overhear, they might think we're planning a rebellion. Upon seeing the four descend, a middle-aged man dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, exuding a competent aura, quickly stepped forward. Unlike the armed police, he did not display any signs of wariness. Instead, he regarded them with respect, bowing slightly from a distance and performing a standard ancient greeting. From the 9th Division of the Special Operations of the National Security Bureau, Li Ming. I have the honor of meeting you, Senior Zhao. Li Ming's demeanor was neither servile nor arrogant, yet it was imbued with a profound sense of courtesy, clearly indicative of his deep respect for Zhao Yunyu, whom he recognized as a person of considerable stature. Zhao Yunyu paused momentarily, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. His tone unembellished. Directorly, I have kept you waiting. Li Ming straightened his posture, his face adorned with a professional smile. His gaze swiftly sweeping over Bai Xiaochuan and the other two individuals accompanying Zhao Yunyu. He nodded in their direction as a gesture of friendliness. Bai Xiaochuan and his companions promptly inclined their bodies in polite return. Currently, the diplomatic ties between the Daoist sect and the authorities remained intact, necessitating a show of decorum during their meeting. Li Ming remarked, Senior Zhao, you flatter me. Upon learning that the esteemed members of Wudang would be departing today, my superiors dispatched me to coordinate matters here to avert any unnecessary misunderstandings. Thank you for your efforts, Directorly, Zhao Yunyu replied with a measured tone. Li Ming stepped aside to clear the path, gesturing invitingly. The vehicle was already prepared to transport them directly to the airport, where a private plane awaited, set to fly to Longhu Mountain. Should the Daoists feel any apprehension regarding their safety, we could readily arrange high-speed trains or alternative means of transportation. All matters pertaining to the journey would be managed by my office, ensuring a smooth passage for all of you. His intent was unmistakable. The route and transportation would be organized by them, and cooperation would simplify the process for everyone involved. Zhao Yunyu understood the underlying message clearly. No need for changes. Director Li's arrangements will suffice. With that, Zhao Yunyu took the lead, confidently traversing the corridor cleared by the armed police. Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and Yunlong followed closely behind, maintaining a straight gaze. Wang Yi nudged Bai Xiaochuan with his elbow, lowering his voice. Wow. A special vehicle and private plane. This treatment suggests our high-risk status carries some weight. Bai Xiaochuan replied nonchalantly. Less chatter, more observation. The four, accompanied by Director Li and several plainclothes officers, boarded the waiting black sedan at the foot of the mountain. The convoy gradually set off, departing from Wudang Mountain. Chapter 20. Extraordinary Beings and Monstrous Beasts. The group quickly left the mountain path and reached a concrete road. Standing on the road, Bai Xiaochuan could clearly see a small town not far ahead. The town, now diminished in splendor due to Wudang's closure and the impact of the flu, had lost its former vibrancy. Bai Xiaochuan murmured, truly a reflection of the world's harsh realities. He reminisced about the 3 years of isolation during the flu, where he spent his days confined at home. Aside from sleeping and watching short videos, he played mobile games. At that time, his only dream was to achieve 50 stars in the game, imagining a fair-skinned, beautiful girlfriend by his side as he drifted off to sleep. As they took a few more steps, they soon spotted the specialized vehicle that would take them to the airport. It was a luxuriously modified small bus. Upon entering, they found the interior spacious, the seats comfortable, and even a fixed small table adorned with an array of exquisite snacks, fruits, and beverages. It felt reminiscent of the lavish treatment afforded to the wealthy and powerful in television dramas. As Yunlong boarded, his eyes were immediately drawn to the colorful, tantalizing desserts on the table. For more than a year, they had been unable to leave the mountain, and despite Wang Ye's parents' sponsorship, they had subsisted primarily on frozen food from their stockpile. The hard, stale bread and sticky rice were a far cry from these delicacies. Yunlong eagerly looked at Zhao Yunyu, whispering, "Master, can we eat these?" Hearing this, Li Ming stepped forward with a smile, picking up a small mung bean cake and demonstrating by taking a bite. He then enthusiastically assured them, "Of course, these are specially prepared for you and are completely safe. Enjoy at your leisure." Zhao Yunyu inclined his head slightly. With that, Yunlong cheered and cautiously took a piece of cream cake, his eyes squinting with delight. Bai Xiaochuan hesitated, opting not to partake in the food just yet. Instead, choosing to sit quietly by the window, calmly observing the interior of the bus and the scenery outside. Wang Yi, after plopping down, eagerly pulled out his phone, his fingers dancing rapidly across the screen, his brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently, suggesting he was engaged in an online discussion. Li Ming took a seat opposite Zhao Yunyu. "Senior Zhao, it must be said that certain previous actions taken by the authorities over the past year were indeed somewhat inappropriate and offensive. I hope you and the esteemed members of Wudang can show understanding. The circumstances were unexpected, and we acted out of necessity to maintain stability." Zhao Yunyu maintained a neutral expression, merely responding with a gentle waiting for further elaboration. Li Ming continued, "To be candid, ever since we detected signs of the resurgence of source energy, the upper echelons have taken it very seriously. They mobilized elite personnel from various sectors to establish a special department to respond to such incidents, initially codenamed the Dragon Group. However, following the global flu outbreak, matters became increasingly complicated, leading to rapid adjustments and expansions in the functions and structure of the Dragon Group, which has now been integrated into the National Security Bureau, becoming a subordinate special operations department. Currently, the primary agencies handling matters related to extraordinary beings are the 6th, 7th, 8th, and my own 9th Bureau." Extraordinary beings? Bai Xiaochuan instinctively repeated the term, his brow furrowing slightly. In their previous life, they were merely referred to as awakened ones, yet extraordinary beings sounded strangely familiar. Li Ming, with keen ears, caught Bai Xiaochuan's murmured words and turned to him with an awkward smile. "Haha, young Daoist, have you also seen that popular domestic anime?" During our internal discussions on naming, someone jokingly suggested it, thinking it simple and straightforward, and to our surprise, it was ultimately adopted. Bai Xiaochuan's lips twitched slightly as he nodded. "I've seen a bit." Prompted by Li Ming's comment, he recalled that during his isolation, he had watched an abundance of captivating anime. It made him wonder if those chaotic awakened ones would be dubbed extraordinary beings as well. The sense of déjà vu was striking. Li Ming cleared his throat, stating, "In any case, the authorities now refer to individuals like yourselves, who have awakened special abilities due to source energy, as extraordinary beings. The previous lockdown and control policies concerning various sects were primarily driven by the current 6th and 7th Bureaus of the National Security Bureau. They tend to prioritize risk control. Bai Xiaochuan noted a hint of helplessness in Li Ming's tone, suggesting internal divisions within the authorities. Zhao Yunyu nodded slightly, inquiring coolly. And what is the strategy of the Ninth Bureau, where Director Li serves? Li Ming straightened his demeanor, adopting a sincere tone. The Ninth Bureau favors communication, guidance, and collaboration. We believe that venerable sanctuaries like Wudang and Longhu Mountain, with their unimaginable heritage and wisdom, are indispensable forces in facing future changes. They ought to be partners rather than mere subjects of control. This journey to Longhu Mountain represents a valuable attempt, and we hope it will pave the way for a new chapter. A brief silence enveloped the vehicle. Zhao Yunyu suddenly fixed his gaze on Li Ming. Master Zhang has entrusted you with the methods for awakening extraordinary abilities, has he not? At this, Li Ming straightened his posture, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before it transformed into a mix of wry amusement and admiration. Senior Zhao, your insight is unparalleled. Indeed, the Tianshi mansion of Longhu Mountain has taken the initiative to express goodwill, sharing some methods for guiding the awakening of source energy potential. It is precisely for this reason that the upper levels have come to recognize the importance of collaborating with the Daoist sections. By demonstrating sincerity first, the authorities naturally must reciprocate. The recent relaxation of restrictions on various sects, allowing participation in the Luotian grand ritual, is but the first step. Bai Xiaochuan's heart stirred subtly. In his previous life, his level was far too low to access such core information. It became evident that the authorities had long procured methods of awakening extraordinary abilities from the Daoist sect. No wonder they later managed to establish a relatively orderly management system and even cultivated some extraordinary individuals with official backgrounds. However, it appears that after the cataclysm, the authorities only acquired the means of awakening. As for the realm of body refinement and deeper paths of cultivation, those remain firmly in the hands of the Daoist sect. The martial arts secrets are even less to be mentioned. This also elucidates why, in his past life, the official awakeners within the large shelters, despite their considerable numbers, had scarcely any top-tier experts, far from rivaling the disciples of the long-established sections. The absence of foundational knowledge and subsequent pathways severely limited their potential. Li Ming paused, his tone growing more grave as he voluntarily revealed another piece of information. Moreover, there is another situation that perhaps you have already sensed. With the continuous increase in the concentration of source energy, not only humanity, but also the flora and fauna of the natural world are undergoing transformations. In many primordial forests and remote grasslands, an abundance of creatures far exceeding normal sizes and exhibiting extreme aggression have appeared. For instance, in the northeastern forests, a giant bear capable of effortlessly tearing apart steel has been discovered. In the northwestern grasslands, packs of wolves comparable in size to small cars have emerged, with leaders towering at 5 to 6 meters. In the southern rainforests, numerous insects and plants possessing lethal toxins or bizarre abilities have surfaced. These mutated creatures are currently referred to as demon beasts. Fortunately, the demon beasts discovered thus far remain primarily in the phase of relying on their physical forms and instincts. While their destructive power is astonishing, they are still within the range of modern weaponry's response. Each battle zone has dispatched special teams to exterminate and control these creatures, striving to keep the news under wraps to avoid societal panic. Yet, what the future holds remains uncertain. Bai Xiaochuan listened quietly, his gaze profound. He had anticipated all of this. Humanity was not the sole beneficiary. This global resurgence of source energy serves as a baptism for the entire ecological sphere. Those entities once referred to as demon beasts in previous generations have begun to emerge prominently. However, as Li Ming stated, at this stage, they are still incapable of directly contending with the steel torrent of human civilization. But this is merely the beginning. As the concentration of source energy continues to rise, and as some of these demon beasts also awaken the ability to wield source energy, even awakening their innate divine powers and initially developing intelligence, the world's landscape will inevitably be transformed once more. The bus continued its steady journey, the scenery outside the window rapidly receding. Chapter 21. Wang Ye's Frenzy for Hatred. After approximately half an hour, the road was sparse with vehicles, allowing for unimpeded passage. The outside landscape sped by, with occasional glimpses of workers in protective gear setting up checkpoints by the roadside. Inside the vehicle, Zhao Yunyu meditated with closed eyes, his breath long and steady. Yunlong, having feasted well, leaned back in his comfortable seat and dozed off. Li Ming held a tablet, occasionally whispering as he attended to official duties. Only Wang Yi remained exuberantly animated, his fingers dancing across the smartphone screen with rapid clicks that almost left an afterimage. His expression fluctuated between gritted teeth and exuberant delight. Bai Xiaochuan, drawn by the commotion, cast a curious glance at him. He saw Wang Yi engrossed in a chat group named the Daoist family, engaged in an intense battle of words. Bai Xiaochuan recognized this group as the one that had merely changed its name from an earlier discussion forum. However, he had always set it to silent mode. Silently, he retrieved his phone and tapped on the icon, which was inundated with countless unread red notifications. Indeed, the messages flooded in an instant. Most of them centered around exchanges between Wang Qingyan of Qingqing Mountain and Wang Yi. Could this be the legendary clash of the Wang Titans? Wang Qingyan of Qingqing Mountain, I'm not boasting. In this Luotian grand ceremony, the leader will undoubtedly be my Qingqing disciple. My senior brother has obtained the true transmission of the wind and cloud sword technique. When he draws his sword, the winds and clouds will change color. Just wait and see. Wudang Wild King, nonsense. Change color in the winds and clouds. I think your senior brother has merely received the true transmission of weather forecasting. Wudang Wild King, who can't boast. My Wudang little master uncle has achieved mastery over skin training. He can withstand rocket fire without a problem. His mastery of wood-based techniques is unparalleled. Do you dare to challenge that? Lingxiao Mountain Young Taoist. The two great masters, please cease your quarrel and leave us a way out. Amaze silent elegance. 1. Watching the great masters fight. Wang Qingyan of Qingqing Mountain. Mastery over skin training? You're just boasting. Besides, what if you truly achieved mastery? Wang Qingyan of Qingqing Mountain. Perfect timing for my senior brother to serve as a living target. Wood techniques? All flash and no substance. My Qingqing sword technique, paired with metal techniques, specializes in dealing with all forms of defiance. One sword to break through myriad techniques. Wudang Wild King, living target? Your senior brother's so-called wind and cloud sword better not end up dull and crying. Wudang Wild King, one sword to break through myriad techniques? Why don't you ascend to heaven? I bet my little master uncle could stand still, and you wouldn't even breach his defense, believe it or not. Wang Qingyan of Qingqing Mountain, Wang Yi, is hiding behind others all you know how to do? If you have the guts, step forward yourself. Wudang Wild King, do I need to step in against someone of your caliber? My little master uncle says it only takes 3 moves to deal with you. Bai Xiaochuan observed the screen, his lips twitching at Wang Yi's boastful claim about needing only 3 moves to defeat his opponent. This fellow had no qualms about speaking grandly without a script, even taking liberties to represent him in such fierce rhetoric. Almost immediately, the individual with the ID, Wang Qingyan of Qingqing Mountain, exploded in the chat. Wang Qingyan of Qingqing Mountain, Wudang Wild King, stop your nonsense. Who is your little master uncle? Let him come forward and speak. Hiding in the shadows, what kind of hero is that? Wang Qingyan of Qingqing Mountain, 3 moves? What audacity. Let him show himself. I want to see how he can defeat me in 3 moves. Wang Qingyan of Qingqing Mountain, Wudang Wild King. Are you just making this up? You're definitely full of hot air. The other members of the group began to chime in. Lingxiao Mountain Young Taoist, watching the drama unfold. Amaze silent elegance, waiting for the little master uncle to make an appearance. Mausoleum Gua Sha practitioner, let the fight begin. Bai Xiaochuan expressionlessly stowed away his phone, rose to his feet, and approached Wang Yi, who was still fervently typing and chuckling to himself. Wang Yi was completely oblivious, engrossed in preparing to continue his verbal onslaught. Suddenly, an arm extended from behind, silently wrapping around his neck with just the right amount of pressure to momentarily steal his breath, causing his fingers to freeze mid-typing. Who asked this? What are you doing? Wang Yi struggled to turn his head, meeting Bai Xiaochuan's calm, yet menacing gaze. Old Bai. Wang Yi's bravado faltered, his confidence dwindling. What do you want? Bai Xiaochuan's grip on his neck remained firm as he leisurely retrieved his own phone. The screen illuminated, displaying the latest outburst from Wang Qingyan and his own bold proclamation. When did I ever say 3 moves could deal with him? Wang Yi. Old Bai, I was just trying to hype you up. Look at that arrogant kid. Our Wudang can't lose face. And look, there are quite a few girls in the group watching. I'm just helping you build an impressive image. Bai Xiaochuan tightened his grip slightly. Oh, should I be thanking you then? Cough, cough. No need for thanks. It's the least I could do. Just ease up a bit. Wang Yi felt the pressure on his neck intensify, prompting him to quickly plead for mercy. I was wrong. Lao Bai, Brother Bai, Master Bai. I shall never dare to boast for you again. The commotion finally caught the attention of Zhao Yunyu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, as well as the drowsy Yunlong, and even the busy Li Ming glanced over curiously. Zhao Yunyu slightly opened his eyes, casting a brief glance at the 2 entangled figures, shaking his head in resignation before closing his eyes again, disinterested in the squabbles of the younger generation. Yunlong rubbed his sleepy eyes and, still half asleep, inquired, Brother Wang Yi. Master Shishu, what game are you playing? Bai Xiaochuan finally released his grip and patted Wang Yi on the shoulder. If you use me as material for boasting again, next time it won't just be a neck squeeze. Wang Yi massaged his reddened neck, sulking, I know, I truly do. Subsequently, he picked up his phone again, only to find the group chat inundated with messages. Particularly, Wang Qingyan had begun to mock him for being cowardly, for having his bragging exposed. Wang Ye's teeth ground in frustration, yet he dared not speak out of turn, settling instead for a furious text. Wudang Yi Wang, Qingqing Mountain Wang Qingyan. What are you yelling about? My master Shu is low-key and doesn't he wish to lower himself to your level? If you have the ability, let us see the real skills at the Luotian grand ceremony. We shall see then if you can still be so cocky. After sending the message, Wang Yi promptly turned off his phone and stuffed it into his pocket. Bai Xiaochuan shook his head helplessly and returned to his seat. To be honest, after experiencing the apocalypse, he only wished to rapidly enhance his strength. The days of boasting were behind him. The current Bai Xiaochuan preferred to masquerade as a pig to eat the tiger. The most devastating form of pretense was the one that remained unseen. The bus journeyed for approximately 3 hours, gradually arriving at a civilian airport. Unlike ordinary civilian airports, the security here was markedly stricter. Everywhere, medical personnel and security staff clad in full white protective gear, face shields, and masks were visible. The air was tinged with a faint scent of disinfectant. Ordinary passengers were tightly masked, hurrying along with vigilant and anxious expressions. As Bai Xiaochuan and his companions disembarked from the bus and entered the airport hall, their attire immediately appeared incongruous, drawing the gaze of almost everyone present. The 4 Daoists, dressed in ancient navy blue robes, stood in stark contrast to the fully armed, tense, and anxious atmosphere surrounding them. Most notably, none of them wore masks. Look at those people. Daoists? Are there still Daoists going out in this day and age? Murmured one onlooker. Why aren't they wearing masks? Aren't they afraid of infection? In these unusual times, this seemed utterly out of line. Whispers of astonishment, confusion, and even a hint of discontent rippled through the crowd. What further unsettled the passengers, who were queuing for stringent security checks, temperature screenings, and possibly blood tests, was that Li Ming simply approached a security officer who appeared to be in charge and exchanged a few quiet words. After presenting a document, the officer immediately saluted and waved them through. The group of Daoists bypassed the lengthy queue entirely, heading straight toward the VIP passage without any indication of undergoing checks. At that moment, the crowd erupted in indignation. Why? Why don't they have to be checked? A middle-aged man dragging a suitcase shouted, his face filled with outrage. We've been waiting here for almost an hour. Temperature checks, nucleic acid tests. Why can they just walk right in? A mother with a child chimed in, equally agitated. In these special times, everyone is equal. What privileges do they possess? We deserve an explanation. Is there some kind of dark scheme at play? The murmurs of discontent grew louder, nearly inciting a riot. Several ground staff and security personnel quickly grew tense, striving to maintain order. Chapter 22. The People of Shushan. Once aboard the private plane, nothing remarkable transpired. More than an hour later, the aircraft landed smoothly at the Tan City civilian airport. Bai Xiaochuan gazed out the window to see an array of fighter jets stationed on the runway. It appeared this airport was shared between military and civilian use. Just as they disembarked, Bai Xiaochuan and his companions noticed another differently painted private plane had just come to a stop. As the cabin door opened, a group descended. Leading them was a middle-aged Daoist clad in a blue robe, with a lean face and piercing eyes like blades. He bore an ancient long sword on his back. Exuding a composed aura, his steps steady, hinting at a latent sharpness. Following him were 3 individuals, a man in his early 30s with a somewhat stern expression, a similarly young man with a more gentle demeanor, and a remarkably striking woman. The female Daoist appeared to be in her early 20s, with bright eyes and white teeth. Her skin as fair as snow, standing tall and upright like a green pine. Dressed in the distinctive blue robe of Shushan, she could not fully conceal her graceful figure. Her clear eyes held a hint of curiosity, and as she glanced around, an air of ethereal elegance surrounded her, akin to a rare orchid in a secluded valley. To be frank, when Wang Yi initially told him that there were many female Daoists in the sect, he had been skeptical. Just look at Wudang, it was all men. During the mountain closure, if not for the disciples of Wudang being able to watch videos to alleviate their cravings, it would likely have led to many unforeseen variables. Had the people of Wudang known of the female Daoist from Shushan's beauty, they would surely have howled in envy. At that moment, Bai Xiaochuan felt immensely grateful that he had chosen Wudang rather than the entirely male Chuanjin sect of Baiyun Temple, which would mean a true commitment to monastic life. At this point, the leading middle-aged Daoist spotted Zhao Yunyu, and his expression shifted to one of respect as he hurried forward, bowing deeply. Luotian of Shushan pays his respects to Master Zhao. Bai Xiaochuan was not well acquainted with Shushan, having initially only considered Wudang, Longhu, Maoshan, and Qingqing. After entering Wudang, he had been engaged in quiet cultivation. Nearby, Wang Yi seemed to be aware of this and immediately leaned closer to Bai Xiaochuan, whispering an introduction. Old Bai. This is the current sect leader of Shushan, Daoist Luotian. It's somewhat poignant. His master, the previous sect leader, passed away just days before the surge of energy. Consequently, the position of sect leader fell to the second-generation disciple, Master Lu. By seniority, his master is of the same generation as our master. So he must address our master as Shu. At that moment, a young woman dressed in a professional suit, strikingly beautiful and exuding competence, approached to welcome the Shushan group. She was Li Ming's assistant, smiling as she engaged in conversation with Zhao Yunyu and Lu Shun, arranging matters. Bai Xiaochuan glanced over and could not help but note that both women he had encountered upon descending the mountain were quite beautiful. Yet, compared to their boss, they lacked a certain aura and charm. Speaking of the boss, Bai Xiaochuan planned to visit Su City in the year the apocalypse officially erupted. If his memory served him correctly, that year would see his boss lose her most cherished family member. This, in turn, would lead to her becoming exceedingly cold in temperament. Zhao Yunyu and Lu Shun exchanged a few pleasantries, and Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and Yunlong stepped forward to offer slight bows. Since Bai Xiaochuan was Zhao Yunyu's direct disciple and was of the same generation as Lu Shun, he merely clasped his hands in greeting, refraining from a more formal salute. Lu Shun soon noticed Bai Xiaochuan, whose extraordinary demeanor stood out beside Zhao Yunyu. Master Zhao, I presume this is your newly accepted high disciple, Bai Xiaochuan? Indeed. He possesses an extraordinary presence. Bai Xiaochuan, neither servile nor arrogant, respectfully clasped his hands together once more, saying, Bai Xiaochuan, greetings to senior brother Lu. Good. Lu responded with a deep smile, nodding in return with an acknowledgement befitting their status as peers. Once pleasantries were exchanged, the two factions, guided by assistant Li Ming, ascended into a larger, luxurious bus, en route to Longhu Mountain. After hastily bidding farewell to Zhao Yunyu upon disembarking from the private jet, it was evident that Li Ming was preoccupied with pressing matters. However, one must commend Li Ming's meticulous arrangements, which left no detail overlooked, thoroughly expressing the sincerity of their collaboration. Even Bai Xiaochuan could sense the goodwill emanating from their counterpart. On board, with the sociable Wang Yi present, the atmosphere remained lively. He soon gravitated towards the three young disciples of Shushan, greeting them with familiarity. Greetings, fellow Daoists. I am Wang Yi from Wudang, and this is my junior brother, Yunlong. That over there is my little Shu, Bai Xiaochuan. Upon hearing Wang Ye's name, the faces of the three young Shushan disciples displayed hints of surprise and amusement, clearly having encountered Wang Ye's reputation within the Daoist community. The ethereal young female Daoist stifled a laugh. So you are the famed wild king of Wudang? Quite the lively presence in the group chat. Bai Xiaochuan was slightly taken aback upon hearing her voice. This coolly composed Daoist maiden possessed a childlike tone that seemed at odds with her appearance and demeanor. Another male Daoist, exuding a gentle aura, added, I have long admired your name. Today, I finally meet the real person. I am a disciple of Shushan, known as Qingyuan. He gestured towards the stern male Daoist beside him. This is my senior brother, Qingxiu, and then pointed at the female Daoist. This is my junior sister, Qingyi. Wang Yi, invigorated by the attention from the beautiful Daoist, chuckled. Oh, titles are but mere illusions. I am simply an enthusiastic individual who delights in fostering amicable exchanges within our Daoist community. Qingyi's eyes sparkled with mischief, her smile deepening in disbelief at his words. Qingyuan, more straightforward, inquired curiously. Wang Yi, I assume this Bai Shu is the one frequently mentioned in your group chat? Wang Yi, sensing the opportunity, was eager to boast, but suddenly felt a calm, piercing gaze from behind him, causing an involuntary shiver down his spine. He instinctively swallowed his words. Bai Xiaochuan, feeling the collective gaze upon him, merely inclined his head slightly towards the three from Shushan, his lips curving into a faint, polite smile that conveyed neither warmth nor rudeness, exuding an appropriate sense of detachment typical of a senior. The trio from Shushan, observing this, felt a quiet awe. Truly, one could not deny the aura of mastery that Bai Xiaochuan possessed, placing him among the elite of the younger generation. Wang Yi had indeed refrained from embellishing the truth. Seeing this, Wang Yi chuckled lightly. Ah, please do not take offense. My little Shu has this temperament, stern and few words. In truth, he is quite amiable. Once you get to know him, there is no end to the conversation, and he often delivers nuggets of wisdom. After a brief silence, Qingyuan suddenly remarked, speaking of which, during this Luotian grand ceremony, aside from wishing to engage in exchanges with our fellow sects, we are most eager to witness the swordsmanship of Qingqing Mountain. Among the Daoist sects, if we speak of the lineage of swordplay, Shushan and Qingqing stand as the most venerable. We shall see whether their Qingqing's Fengyun sword technique is more formidable or if Shushan's sword control technique prevails. As soon as Wang Yi heard this, his interest piqued, and he seized the chance to voice a long-held query. Qingyuan, may I ask, are those sword techniques you mentioned, sword control technique, Fengyun sword technique, truly authentic? Can they really perform feats akin to those depicted in novels, such as severing a head from 1,000 miles away? It's not that I doubt. But prior to the resurgence of source energy, traditional martial arts seemed more akin to performance art. Wouldn't you agree? This question also stirred Bai Xiaochuan's curiosity. Although he had been reborn, his previous struggles left him with scant knowledge of Daoist practices. Now, following the resurgence of source energy, various sects had revived traditional martial arts and delved into profound studies. For instance, Wudang's Tiyunzong, Taiji Quan, and Baguazhong, when infused with source energy, achieved extraordinary results. But what about sword techniques, particularly the seemingly mystical sword control technique? Did it not suggest that even those without the metal awakening could manipulate flying swords? In response, Qingyuan exchanged a glance with his stoic senior brother Qingxiu, who remained expressionless, while Qingyuan smiled and explained. It is entirely reasonable for Wang Yi to harbor such doubts. Before the resurgence of source energy, many sophisticated sword techniques truly struggled to showcase their might, often serving more to temper one's physique and cultivate inner peace. To an outsider, they appeared no different from performance. However, in the present day, a glimmer of confidence shone in Qingyuan's eyes. Source energy serves as the key, unlocking the door to the path of swordsmanship. The so-called sword control does not exist in mere abstraction. Initially, it involves commanding the sword with one's energy, infusing the sword body with personal source energy, allowing for manipulation akin to an extension of one's own limbs, where power, speed, and agility far surpass conventional weapon combat. As one advances to higher levels, in conjunction with unique mental techniques, it indeed becomes possible to momentarily control swords from a distance, striking the enemy within 100 paces. This is not beyond the realm of possibility. As for the legendary feats from 1,000 miles away, that may well belong to the realm of sword immortals, beyond our comprehension. Qingyi chimed in with her distinctive childlike voice. Before we set off, Master Lu, our sect leader, demonstrated a sword qi manifestation. With a single swing, the sword qi lingered, only dissipating slowly after 3 breaths. It was truly remarkable. Wang Yi was left speechless. Wow. That is so cool. Had I known, I would have practiced swordplay too. What could be more impressive than controlling a sword? Though Bai Xiaochuan maintained his calm demeanor, waves of intrigue stirred within him. Clearly, the depth of the Daoist sects surpassed his expectations, with an abundance of methods and techniques emerging. This led him to ponder the authenticity of talismans as well, amplifying his anticipation for the upcoming Luotian Grand Ceremony. Chapter 23, Arrival at Longhu Mountain. An hour later, the bus gradually rolled into the quaint town at the foot of Longhu Mountain. Compared to the small town at the base of Wudang Mountain, this town was evidently several times larger. The streets were wider, with shops lining both sides, a faint echo of the bustling vibrancy of yesteryears. Yet, like many places impacted by the influenza pandemic, the streets were sparsely populated, and numerous shops had shuttered, lending an air of desolation. The main road leading to Longhu Mountain's gate happened to traverse this thoroughfare, extending to the town's end. The warm sunlight of late spring had begun to permeate the air, yet a faint scent of disinfectant lingered, mingling with an indescribable stillness. As Bai Xiaochuan, Zhao Yunyu, Wang Yi, Yunlong, and the 4 disciples from Shushan, clad in an array of Daoist robes and exuding an extraordinary aura, paraded through the streets, they immediately captured the curiosity of the town's residents. A young girl attending her online class suddenly peered out through the window. Mom, look, there are so many Daoists coming again. The mother, ostensibly supervising her child, yet secretly scrolling through her phone, also turned her gaze outside, intrigued. Oh really? What is the occasion today? Just an hour ago, a group in deep blue robes passed by, and now another with different colors? Mom, look at that old Daoist with the white beard. He looks like a deity from a storybook. Those young ones seem quite spirited. That female Daoist is truly stunning. Why aren't they wearing masks? Aren't they worried? Quick, take a picture. I need to post this on my social media. Whispers fluttered in from all directions, as numerous individuals instinctively retrieved their mobile devices to capture photographs or record videos. For the town's residents, who had been isolated for over a year, the sudden appearance of so many Taoist priests was undoubtedly a remarkable and noteworthy event. A group traversed the narrow streets of the town, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the mountain path leading to the summit of Longhu Mountain. The stone steps wound upwards, flanked by deserted ticket booths and souvenir shops, now cloaked in dust. The scene bore a striking resemblance to the situation beneath Wudang Mountain, evoking a sense of desolation abruptly interrupted by the passage of time. At the foot of the ascending stone steps stood 4 men clad in deep blue security uniforms. They stood tall and composed, their gazes sharp as hawks, displaying none of the languid demeanor typical of ordinary security personnel. To call them soldiers would not be an exaggeration. Bai Xiaochuan's eyes swept over the quartet, his pupils narrowing slightly. With his current cultivation at the bone-forging stage and his acute senses, he could distinctly perceive a formidable flow of power emanating from within these 4 individuals. It was evident that they had successfully established their foundation, with their Dantian energies circulating autonomously. Furthermore, 2 of them exuded a unique energy fluctuation, indicating that they had awakened some special ability. Old Bai Wang Yi also sensed the anomaly and leaned closer to Bai Xiaochuan, whispering, "It seems these guards have already established their foundation, and there is something unusual about them." Bai Xiaochuan nodded subtly. The prerequisite for foundation establishment is the activation of the Dantian, which in turn necessitates a prior condition, the presence of a Dantian embryo capable of nurturing source energy within one's body. Before the eruption of source energy, one must continuously practice breathing techniques to channel internal energy to cultivate this embryo. Bai Xiaochuan had completed this step in about 2 months, guided by his master and others. However, after the eruption of source energy, when it permeated the world, ordinary people instinctively directed the inhaled source energy to their lungs for gas exchange. Over time, this would inadvertently strengthen the lungs, making it exceedingly difficult to guide the source energy to the lower Dantian and open the sea of energy, often leading to blockages and potential harm to the lung meridians. This was also the reason why, following the apocalyptic events of his previous life, it was nearly unheard of for anyone to continue their cultivation. The security personnel before him clearly did not begin their training after the source energy eruption. They must have laid their foundations through some prior means, possessing a Dantian. Once the source energy revived, their success in establishing their foundation would have been a natural progression, with their source power having already transformed and awakened twice. The country had evidently taken action long before, efficiently organizing such talents and placing them in critical positions. This indicated that the authorities not only acquired knowledge from the Daoist sects, but also possessed a substantial number of hidden assets with cultivation potential. As the crowd approached, the leading security guard stepped forward, his movements exuding military precision despite his uniform. He rendered a formal salute, addressing the assembly. "Esteemed Daoists, please present your invitation or identification." Zhao Yunyu maintained a calm demeanor, while Lu Shun, the sect leader of Shushan, retrieved a gilded document from his sleeve and handed it over. After a meticulous inspection, the guard saluted again, declaring, "Identity confirmed. Esteemed Daoists, please proceed up the mountain. The Tianshi Mansion has arranged personnel to welcome you." As the group passed the guard, the soldier-like security officer added, "The personnel on the mountain are numerous these days. We kindly ask all esteemed Daoists to adhere to the relevant regulations and refrain from wandering into restricted areas." Though his tone was courteous, the undertone of warning and surveillance was unmistakable. Bai Xiaochuan glanced back, casting a nonchalant look at the officer. Upon meeting Bai Xiaochuan's gaze, the leading guard felt as though he had been targeted by a primordial beast lurking in the abyss. A chilling sensation shot up his spine, piercing through to the crown of his head. It was not until Bai Xiaochuan's group had vanished around a bend in the stone steps that the lead guard finally exhaled sharply, his back drenched in cold sweat. "Old Qian, Team Leader Qian, what is wrong with you?" The other 3 guards quickly surrounded him, having noticed their captain's unusual demeanor. A young guard, displaying a hint of arrogance, gazed toward the mountain path and remarked dismissively, "Team Leader Qian, are you all right?" Those Daoists seemed rather ordinary. That older one might have some depth, but the younger ones appear less imposing than us. "Enough," Old Qian barked, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. "You don't know the gravity of the situation. Who among you discerned the depth of that young man in the dark blue robe standing beside the elder?" The 3 team members exchanged glances, all shaking their heads, having perceived nothing particularly extraordinary about him. "Exactly. That is the point." Old Qian lowered his voice, filled with trepidation. "It's because our levels are simply incapable of perceiving him. I tell you, that individual is extremely dangerous, more perilous than the elite soldiers and assassins I encountered abroad, by a factor of 10 or 100. After my second awakening, you all know my eyesight has improved, allowing me to see things differently. Just one glance at him nearly shattered my composure. It felt like an ant gazing up at the vast cosmos, utterly unfathomable." The 3 team members were struck with disbelief, their faces reflecting profound shock. Old Qian took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the unease within. "Listen carefully. This mission is one of vigilance and observation, not provocation. The higher-ups have repeatedly emphasized that we must maintain absolute respect and caution towards these ancient sects, especially their core disciples. Cast aside your pathetic sense of superiority. Our nascent powers are insignificant in the eyes of true masters. That individual could likely eliminate all of us with ease. From now on, treat anyone from the Daoist sect with the utmost respect. Understood? Yes, Captain. Chapter 24. Disciples of various Daoist temples gather. The main peak of Longhu Mountain rises approximately several hundred meters high, appearing somewhat diminutive compared to Wudang Mountain. However, for Bai Xiaochuan and his companions, even mountains soaring thousands of meters felt as though they were merely flat terrain. After a while, roughly the duration of a fragrant stick's burning, they reached the mid-mountain level. At this elevation, as with most scenic areas, numerous pavilions had been established. Within these pavilions, the view was expansive, allowing one to gaze down upon the diminutive town below and the winding rivers and fields in the distance. Notably, despite the abandoned shops below, the mountain path remained remarkably clean and tidy, devoid of fallen leaves or weeds. Clearly, the Daoists of Longhu Mountain diligently maintained the area, cleaning it daily. As they ascended further, an ancient stone archway appeared ahead, inscribed with the 4 sturdy characters of Wanfa Zongtan, signifying their formal entry into the core region of Longhu Mountain. Beneath the archway stood a small Daoist priest, clad in an oversized blue robe, tiptoeing as he diligently swept the already pristine stone steps with a broom taller than himself. The young Daoist, approximately 12 or 13 years of age, possessed a round face and a plump physique, with notably large ears. Though not particularly tall, he exuded an aura of good fortune, his expression both focused and imbued with the innocence of childhood. Upon raising his head, he fortuitously caught sight of Zhao Yunyu and his entourage ascending the steps. His round, bright eyes instantly lit up, and he promptly dropped his broom, scampering towards them with his short legs in a hurried manner. He deftly reached the venerable Zhao Yunyu, who was graced with white hair and beard, and performed a respectful bow, imitating a little adult with great seriousness. His voice rang clear and bright, tinged with a youthful lilt. Infinite blessings from the celestial master. I am Zhang Yuanling, a disciple of the orthodox Taoism of Longhu Mountain, here to pay my respects to Master Zhao of Wudang. He continued, my master has instructed me to await and welcome all esteemed uncles and seniors. The name Zhang Yuanling seemed quite fitting for his round, cherubic appearance. Observing this adorable little Daoist, Zhao Yunyu could not help but allow a hint of warmth to soften his usually stern demeanor. We are grateful for your assistance, young friend Yuanling. Upon hearing the praise from Master Zhao, the little Daoist Zhang Yuanling beamed with delight, revealing his 2 tiny tiger teeth. He then turned to Lu Shan, offering a respectful greeting. Greetings, Uncle Lu of Shushan. Lu Shan responded with a smile. No need for such formalities, young disciple Yuanling. Finally, Zhang Yuanling extended his greetings to Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and the other younger disciples, as he was uncertain of their seniority. Master Zhao, Uncle Lu, and all esteemed uncles and seniors, please follow me. Both my master and the Celestial Master await you at the Celestial Master's residence. With that, Zhang Yuanling prepared to lead the way with his little legs. Just then, Li Ming, the assistant who had been quietly trailing at the back of the group, stepped forward briskly. She first offered a slight bow to Zhao Yunyu and Lu Shan, her face adorned with a professional smile. Senior Zhao, Master Lu, and all esteemed Daoists, I shall take my leave here. Inside the Celestial Master's residence, other leaders from the headquarters await you to discuss pertinent matters, so I must refrain from entering. Should you require any assistance during your stay, feel free to contact me at this number. As she spoke, she handed over a simply designed business card, bearing only a phone number. Zhao Yunyu accepted the card with a slight nod, his tone calm. Thank you for your assistance, young lady. You are too kind, Senior Zhao. This is my duty, the assistant replied, bowing once more before elegantly turning and descending the stone steps, her figure soon vanishing amid the trees. Thus, the group continued their ascent under the guidance of the little Daoist. Upon passing through the ceremonial gate of the Wanfazong altar, the scenery before them opened up magnificently. Ancient palaces built against the mountains, with eaves and corners soaring gracefully, were shrouded amidst towering pines and cypress trees, enveloped in mist, with the distant sound of bells and chimes resonating, evoking an atmosphere of celestial grandeur. Wang Yi remarked softly, Old Bai, I must say, Longhu Mountain rivals Wudang in beauty. Bai Xiaochuan nodded in agreement. In fact, one could argue that the scenery of Longhu Mountain was even more splendid than that of Wudang. Judging solely by the lush greenery adorning both sides, Longhu Mountain's tourism bureau appeared far superior, evidently putting in more effort. Wang Yi continued, Old Bai, do you not think this Yuanling resembles a certain acquaintance of ours? Bai Xiaochuan inquired, who? Wang Yi replied, I feel he bears an uncanny resemblance to Tutu. Bai Xiaochuan shot Wang Yi an irritated glare. Enough of your nonsense. Show some respect to the little brother of Longhu Mountain. Wang Yi chuckled, unfazed, and continued to curiously gaze around. Under Zhang Yuanling's guidance, the group traversed a grove of ancient pines, and the view ahead opened up to reveal a vast plaza. The square was paved with bluestone slabs, surrounded by palatial structures, and at its center stood a colossal incense burner, with curling smoke ascending towards the heavens. Yunlong gazed wide-eyed, exclaiming, "There are so many seniors and uncles here." At that moment, Bai Xiaochuan was equally astonished by the spectacle before him. There were simply too many people. As he surveyed the scene, he counted over 100 Daoists clad in various robes gathered in this place. This was Bai Xiaochuan's first encounter with such a multitude of Daoists. Some wore the bright yellow robes of the Celestial Master's residence, while others donned gray robes of the Maoshan sect or blue robes from Qingqing. Additionally, Daoists in robes of various other colors, representing different temples, were also present. At that moment, the plaza buzzed with quiet conversations, greetings, and soft laughter. At the forefront of the square, a group of 7 or 8 distinguished elders, all with white hair and beards, were engaged in conversation. Bai Xiaochuan's gaze swept over the crowd, quickly recognizing several familiar faces. Wudang, the abbot of Baiyun Temple; Lin Jiudao, the leader of the Maoshan sect; and Li Xuanji, the head of Qingqing Mountain. Standing at the center of the group was none other than the contemporary celestial master of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Qingyue, adorned in a purple Daoist robe and a lotus crown. His face gaunt yet dignified. What caught Bai Xiaochuan's attention most was the elderly gentleman standing beside Master Zhang, impeccably dressed in a dark suit, his hair meticulously groomed. Bai Xiaochuan softly remarked, "It seems this gentleman is the leader from the headquarters mentioned by Assistant Li." His demeanor unmistakably exuded authority. The arrival of Zhao Yunyu and Luotian immediately drew the attention of the entire assembly, particularly that of Zhao Yunyu, who held a high standing within the Daoist community. Being of the same generation as Master Zhang, Master Zhang was the first to cease his conversation, approaching with a warm smile. Wudang, Lin Jiudao, Li Xuanji, and the other leaders also turned, their faces beaming with smiles. "Daoist Zhao, Master Lu, it has been a long journey," exclaimed Zhang Qingyue, to Bai Xiaochuan's astonishment. The elder Li Xuanji, known for his sharp tongue in the online realm, now presented a cordial and warm demeanor, bowing respectfully to Zhao Yunyu and Luotian, his tone exceedingly polite and amiable. "Brother Zhao, it is good to see you. Master Lu, it has been too long." The transformation in demeanor was striking, revealing a wise and magnanimous figure, far removed from his previous online persona. Bai Xiaochuan silently mused. Indeed, even the greats possessed dual faces, striking hard in cyberspace, yet exuding politeness in reality. Zhao Yunyu and Luotian reciprocated the greetings, engaging in friendly banter with their old acquaintances. Master Zhang's gaze then shifted to Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and the other young disciples, lingering slightly on Bai Xiaochuan with a hint of unspoken admiration. These must be the prodigies of Wudang and Shushan. Truly, they are the cream of the crop. The future of the Daoist community is promising. At this moment, the elderly gentleman in the suit stepped forward with a smile, introducing himself. "Welcome, esteemed Daoists, to Longhu Mountain. I am Qin Yuanshan from the Special Operations Department of the National Security Bureau." Now that Daoist Zhao from Wudang and Master Lu from Shushan have arrived, and with all esteemed friends present, let us proceed to the hall and commence our discussions. Master Zhang Qingyue nodded, stroking his beard, and addressed the gathering. "Very well. Esteemed friends, please follow me into the Sanqing Hall for our discourse. As for the younger disciples from various sects, you may wait here or be guided by the disciples of Longhu Mountain to explore and rest around the plaza." Zhao Yunyu turned to Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and Yunlong, softly instructing, "You are to wait here. Do not cause any trouble and interact amicably with the other sections." Bai Xiaochuan nodded gently. "Yes, Master." Wang Yi and Yunlong promptly echoed their agreement. Master Luotian similarly offered a few words of guidance to Qingxiu, Qingyuan, and Qingyi. Thus, the esteemed sect leaders, the observers, and the official representative, Qin Yuanshan, accompanied by a throng of distinguished masters from Longhu Mountain, proceeded towards the grand and solemn Sanqing Hall at the rear of the plaza. The young disciples left behind instantly felt a weight lifted, and the atmosphere grew more vibrant. The Wudang and Shushan sects, having traveled together, had naturally become familiar and gathered in a corner of the square, engaging in hushed conversations while curiously observing the disciples from other sections. Wang Yi remarked, "Did you see that, old Bai? Junior sister Qingyi, with our combination, we are the center of attention. Our aura is impeccably commanding." Qingyi giggled, covering her mouth, her youthful voice particularly melodious. Meanwhile, Qingyuan, being more pragmatic, surveyed the surroundings. It appears that each sect has brought their elite disciples. This upcoming Luotian grand ceremony promises to be fiercely competitive. However, this brief tranquility was soon shattered. A group of young men clad in azure Daoist robes, evidently disciples of Qingqing Mountain, approached them with an intimidating demeanor. The leader of the group, though possessing an ordinary appearance, bore an unmistakable arrogance and anger in his expression. With a clear objective, he strode directly towards Wang Yi. Wang Yi, you are the one from Wudang, aren't you? Humph, I have finally encountered you. Wang Yi was initially taken aback, but upon noticing the azure robe and the accusatory stance, combined with the camaraderie evident among the group, he quickly recognized the individual. Rather than feeling intimidated, Wang Yi's eyes brightened. Oh, I thought it was someone else. Isn't this junior brother Qing Yan? Unable to hold your own online. And now you wish for a real-life showdown? Qing Yan retorted coldly. Who is your junior brother? Humph, where is your little master uncle? Let him come out. Before Wang Yi could respond, Bai Xiaochuan stepped forward calmly, positioning himself protectively in front of Wang Yi. I am Wang Yi's little master uncle. What is your business? Upon seeing the principal figure, Qing Yan's anger flared even more. You are. Good. Did you tell Wang Yi that you could defeat me in 3 moves? Did you claim that our Qingqing sword techniques are mere decorations, easily trampled upon? Was it you who said that? Bai Xiaochuan, upon hearing this, felt a subtle twitch at the corner of his eye. Goodness, Wang Yi, after warning him, must have boasted countless outrageous claims in the group. Just as Wang Yi was about to clarify that it was all his exaggeration, Bai Xiaochuan subtly gestured for him to remain silent. The current situation was under the scrutiny of many. It was evident that the other party sought to provoke and establish dominance. The difference between online banter and real-life encounters was stark, and at that moment, he represented Wudang's honor. To explain or retreat would imply that Wudang feared Qingqing Mountain. Bai Xiaochuan's expression remained composed, revealing only the faintest hint of amusement, as if he had heard an amusing jest. Shaking his head gently, he replied, You are mistaken. Qing Yan paused, believing he was about to deny it, and was about to press on when Bai Xiaochuan continued calmly. I initially thought 3 moves would suffice. However, now that I see you, I believe 1 move will be adequate. At this declaration, an immediate silence engulfed the crowd. Even the other sect disciples watching were left astounded. How audacious! While Qing Yan may not have known the extent of Bai Xiaochuan's abilities, he was undeniably a true disciple of Qingqing Mountain, and his strength was certainly formidable. 1 move? This was an outright humiliation. Qing Yan's face shifted from red to green, then to purple, trembling with rage. You are presumptuous. Do you dare to compete with me right now? At this moment, a more composed Qingqing disciple behind him furrowed his brow and stepped forward to restrain him. Junior brother Qing Yan, do not act impulsively. This area is the sacred ground of the Tianshi Mansion. The ground is laid with century-old bluestone slabs. Should a conflict arise and damage occur, it would be a disrespect to the host. Qing Yan, consumed by anger, shrugged off his senior's hand. His eyes fixed on Bai Xiaochuan. I don't care. Today, I must determine our standings. Bai Xiaochuan, just say whether you dare. The guiding young Taoist, Zhang Yuanling, stamped his feet in anxiety, his round face filled with worry. 2 seniors, please don't fight. Master said we must maintain harmony. In a fit of rage, Qing Yan interrupted him. Rest assured, young Taoist, we will be mindful not to damage a single blade of grass or tree. Here's the deal. We want to use any supernatural abilities. We will solely compare our martial arts foundation. I can even forego my sword. As long as you can defeat me solely with martial prowess, I, Wang Qing Yan, will immediately apologize to you. In his view, foregoing supernatural abilities and the sword techniques that Qingqing excelled at, he could easily best this boastful Wudang disciple. Moreover, even if he were to lose, he could claim that it was due to the absence of swordplay. However, Bai Xiaochuan shook his head. No need. You may use your sword, employ Qingqing's sword techniques. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the surrounding crowd. Madness. Pure madness. To forego supernatural abilities, yet compel the opponent to utilize their strongest sword techniques? Was this Wudang disciple overly confident, or simply deranged? Qing Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Yi, your little master uncle is truly formidable? Qingqing's sword techniques are no trifling matter. When our master taught us swordplay, Qingqing was frequently the standard for comparison. Wang Yi, brimming with confidence, replied, just wait and see. My little master uncle is incredible. He will handle him effortlessly. Qing Yuan and Qing Shu exchanged glances, both reading the gravity and skepticism reflected in each other's eyes. To forego supernatural abilities and face Qingqing's lethal sword with bare hands? This was undeniably audacious. Qing Yan, enraged to the point of laughter, responded, Good, good, good. This is what you said. Please. He stepped back a pace, drawing his long sword with a swift motion, its blade shimmering coldly as it pointed at Bai Xiaochuan. Assuming the initial stance of the Qingqing sword technique, the surrounding spectators promptly retreated, clearing space in the center. Bai Xiaochuan simply stated, "All right, let us begin." Despite his words, he remained in place, hands relaxed at his sides, as though he were merely standing idle rather than preparing for a duel. "Prepare yourself. Witness my sword." Qing Yan, no longer hesitating, called out sharply, his steps swift as the wind. His long sword flicked, creating 3 fierce sword flowers that aimed at Bai Xiaochuan from 3 directions, above, middle, and below. This was the exquisite technique known as 3 stars aligning with the moon, a hallmark of Qingqing swordplay, characterized by its rapidity and cunning angles, sealing off all avenues for evasion. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, who believed Bai Xiaochuan had overstepped and would surely suffer the consequences. Yet, just as the sword's tip was about to make contact, Bai Xiaochuan moved. His actions appeared unhurried, almost languid. He merely shifted his body slightly, his right hand extending in a manner reminiscent of cloud hands, gently yet precisely locating the one true edge among the 3 sword flowers. With a seemingly casual flick of his index and middle fingers, Qing Yan felt an extraordinarily peculiar yielding force radiating from the sword. The power he had channeled into his weapon was abruptly diverted and dissipated, causing him to stumble forward uncontrollably, leaving his center wide open. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Xiaochuan's left hand had somehow found its way to his chest, maintaining that same gentle touch, as if merely sharing a friendly pat. But in the next instant, a wave of overwhelming, tidal-like energy erupted. Bang! A muffled thud reverberated through the air, and Qing Yan felt an irresistible force surging through him. The entire figure was flung backward like a kite with its strings severed, the long sword in hand slipping free and clattering against the bluestone pavement. He soared 3 to 4 meters before landing clumsily on the ground, his chest heaving with tumultuous blood and breath, his vision darkening as he struggled to regain his composure. The square fell into an eerie silence, all present rendered speechless, as though enchanted by a spell. From the moment Wang Qingyan unsheathed his sword to the instant he was sent flying, the entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. It was indeed a single strike. Moreover, Bai Xiaochuan had not even shifted his stance throughout the encounter. With naught but his hands, he effortlessly neutralized the exquisite swordplay of Qingqing Mountain and vanquished his opponent in an instant. Wang Yi was the first to react, leaping up in exhilaration. "Incredible. My little master uncle is phenomenal. Did you see that? Just one strike. I told you it was just one strike." The 3 disciples from Shushan wore expressions of shock, with Qing Yuan murmuring, "What kind of technique is this? Taiji? No, it seems far more intricate." Qing Yi gazed at Bai Xiaochuan's tranquil figure, her large eyes filled with astonishment. Wang Qingyan collapsed onto the ground, clutching his suffocating chest, his expression a mix of disbelief, shame, and a hint of confusion. How could he have failed to withstand even a single blow, especially when he had wielded a sword himself? Bai Xiaochuan slowly retracted his hand, brushing off non-existent dust, his gaze calm as it rested on the prostrate Wang Qingyan. The Qingqing sword technique is commendable. However, the swordsman still lacks refinement. This statement struck like the final straw, utterly shattering Wang Qingyan's pride. His face turned ashen, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Just as the crowd was captivated, their attention focused on the disheveled Wang Qingyan and the composed Bai Xiaochuan. An unforeseen twist ensued. A sharp sound of slicing air suddenly pierced the silence. A chilling ray of light shot forth at a velocity too swift for the eye to perceive. A long sword, gleaming with a metallic luster, halted with precision just 3 inches from Bai Xiaochuan's brow, quivering slightly, emitting a disquieting hum. The gust of wind generated by the sword's tip even ruffled a few strands of hair from Bai Xiaochuan's forehead. This sudden assault was rapid, accurate, and ruthless. Had it advanced a fraction further, the consequences would have been dire. "Little master uncle, be careful. Old Bai. Which wretched fool dares to launch a sneak attack? Are they even men?" Wang Yi cursed, instinctively preparing to charge forward, his internal energy surging. Observing the suspended sword, Qing Yuan spoke gravely. "Is this our Shushan sword control technique?" "No, it is not the sword control technique," Qing Shu of Shushan interjected, his gaze flickering with insight. "It is a gold element awakened." Just then, a path parted in the crowd as a woman walked forth with measured steps. Clad in a blue Daoist robe from Qingqing Mountain, her stature, although concealed by the garment, appeared remarkably tall. She was at least 1.75 meters in height, exuding an aura of icy composure. Her complexion was exceedingly pale, almost devoid of color, and though her features were striking, they were shrouded in an air of frost. Wang Yi immediately scoffed. "Oh, so it turns out she isn't a man after all." The woman's gaze first swept over the ashen-faced Wang Qingyan, her brow furrowing slightly. Then, her her cold stare fixated sharply on Bai Xiaochuan. Senior sister. It's the senior sister. The previously flustered disciples of Qingqing Mountain rallied, finding their confidence and calling out excitedly. Wang Qingyan, upon seeing her, lowered his head in shame, stammering, Senior sister, I. The woman, addressed as senior sister, paid him no heed. Raising her right hand slightly, the sword hovering before Bai Xiaochuan returned with a swish, precisely finding its place within the empty sheath at her back. She halted a short distance before Bai Xiaochuan, appraising him with a cool gaze, her voice as frigid as her demeanor. What is your name? Wudang, Bai Xiaochuan. And you? Esteemed lady? Qingqing Mountain, Li Hani, she replied coldly. You just remarked that my Qingqing sword technique is commendable, yet the swordsman lacks refinement? Bai Xiaochuan answered calmly, indeed. That is what I said. Wang Yi, displeased by the exchange, interjected, hey, what s with you Qingqing disciples? I haven't even settled the score for your sneak attack on my little master uncle yet. What do you intend to do now? First, you send the small fry. And now you bring in the elder. Oh wait, a woman. Li Hani's icy gaze swept over Wang Yi, leaving him feeling as though drenched in a bucket of ice water. Goodness, her glare is fiercer than my mother's, he thought. Li Hani ignored Wang Yi, continuing to address Bai Xiaochuan. That last strike was a warning. Had I not restrained my strength, you would now be a lifeless corpse. To speak disrespectfully of Qingqing Mountain would lead to such a fate. Bai Xiaochuan, however, suddenly chuckled lightly. A warning? Did you truly believe that strike could have harmed me? A glint of sharpness flickered in Li Hani's cold eyes. Whether it could harm you or not, the truth will be revealed at the Luotian grand ceremony. At that moment, a chubby little Daoist, Zhang Yuanling, mustered his courage and waddled into the space between them, arms outstretched, urgently pleading, Dear fellow Daoists, blessed be the infinite celestial sovereign. We are all disciples of the Tao. Let us cherish harmony above all. Do not let tempers flare and cause distress to our elders. Li Hani snorted coldly. Even now, at Longhu Mountain, one must still offer a modicum of respect to the other party. As she delivered her final icy glance at Bai Xiaochuan, she added, at the Luotian grand ceremony, I will await you. With that, she turned away, disregarding everyone, and headed toward the gathering of Qingqing Mountain disciples. The few Qingqing disciples, including the recently risen Wang Qingyan, immediately followed her with their tails between their legs, not daring to utter a single polite word, let alone an apology, swiftly vanishing into the crowd. Wang Yi scratched his head, apologetic. Sorry, old Bai, I didn't expect things to unfold this way. It's quite normal to banter and boast in the group. Isn't it? Bai Xiaochuan shook his head. It's fine, as long as I can subdue them later. Wang Ye's eyes widened in admiration. Wow, old Bai, how imposing. Meanwhile, in a corner of the square, only two disciples from Maoshan had made an appearance. One was slightly shorter, appearing younger, with a somewhat childish face. He curiously tugged at the sleeve of his elder brother, who had been squinting his eyes, as if perpetually smiling. Brother Lin Shou, if a real fight broke out just now, who do you think would win? That senior sister from Qingqing Mountain looks formidable, with her flying sword whooshing about. That Wudang brother seems remarkably composed. The elder, known as Lin Shou, squinted his eyes even further, nearly reducing them to slits. He stroked his smooth chin, smacking his lips and speaking in a languid tone as if just awakening. It's hard to say. The younger disciple, feeling impatient, pressed, Come on, brother. Just take a guess. Lin Shou chuckled softly, lowering his voice. If I must choose, I deplace my bet on the Wudang fellow, Bai Xiaochuan. Why is that? The younger disciple asked, puzzled. The Qingqing Li Hani's gold element flying sword looks quite intimidating. Lin Shou mysteriously shook his head, uttering two words. Presence. Presence? Indeed. Lin Shou replied, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Observe that esteemed Taoist from Wudang, who remains unfazed throughout, his demeanor exuding an unwavering calmness. Even when confronted with a sword pointed at his brow, he does not flinch, articulating his thoughts with deliberate grace, embodying an air of sophistication. What does this signify? It signifies a steadfastness akin to a mountain unyielding in the face of impending collapse. In stark contrast, the sister from Qingqing, while indeed formidable, exudes a palpable aura of aggression, betraying her impatience. In this era, even brawls must adhere to a certain elegance. The one who bears the most poise, who remains the most inscrutable, holds the upper hand. The young junior disciple listens, somewhat bewildered, nodding in half comprehension. Ah. So the prowess in combat hinges on one's ability to maintain a facade. Lin Shou, pleased, gently pats the young disciple's head, a promising pupil indeed. Anticipate the upcoming festivities. For this grand event, the Luotian Grand Ritual promises much entertainment. Chapter 26. The Luotian Grand Ritual commences. After the passage of an hour, the The grand and solemn gates of the Sanqing Hall slowly creaked open once more. Leading figures of the Taoist community, including Zhang Chengyue, Qin Yuanshan, Zhao Yunyu, and Li Xuanji, emerged from within, their expressions graver than when they entered, clearly indicating the seriousness of their recent deliberations. The esteemed leaders made their way directly to a stone dais at the forefront of the plaza. Stepping forward, Zhang Chengyue cast his gaze over the eager young disciples below. The previously bustling square fell into an instant hush, all eyes converging upon the contemporary master. Fellow Taoists, I thank you for your patience. I trust you are all eager for what lies ahead. A wave of light-hearted laughter and murmurs of anticipation arose from the crowd below. Zhang Chengyue smiled faintly and continued. The Luotian grand ritual has been a time-honored tradition since ancient times. Beyond the customary offerings and prayers, there exists a long-standing practice of utilizing this occasion for fellow practitioners to engage in friendly exchanges, to validate their learnings, and to collectively ascend the heights of martial prowess. However, as the tides of time shifted and martial arts waned, such grand gatherings gradually fell into obscurity. Yet, to my astonishment, in my twilight years, I find myself fortunate enough to witness the revival of this grand occasion, to behold the emergence of exceptional talents within our ranks. Truly, what a fortune! His words, imbued with nostalgia and satisfaction, ignited the fervor within the hearts of all the young disciples. I can sense your eagerness to engage, he remarked. Then let us commence. Excellent. It has finally begun. Master's presence is commanding. An eruption of enthusiastic cheers and applause resounded from the crowd, their excitement palpable. At that moment, a young Taoist, who had been standing quietly behind Zhang Chengyue, stepped forward. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with an extraordinary visage, sharp brows and bright eyes, a prominent nose, and well-defined lips. Clad in a resplendent yellow robe emblematic of the Taoist order, he exuded an ethereal, otherworldly charm. The moment he appeared, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to him, particularly the female disciples from various sects, who stole glances and blushed slightly. Wang Yi, taken aback, widened his eyes and elbowed Zhang Yuanling beside him, exclaiming in a hushed tone, "Wow, big ears. I had no idea there were such handsome Taoists at Longhu Mountain. His looks nearly rival my own." Zhang Yuanling puffed out her chest proudly, saying, "Brother Wang, this is our little Shishu, Zhang Qingyuan. He is the direct disciple of our esteemed master and acknowledged as the foremost among our younger generation." Foremost? Wang Yi's interest peaked further. How impressive. What type of awakening does he possess? Pray do tell. Zhang Yuanling responded enthusiastically. Our little Shishu is remarkable. Like master, he awakened the most powerful lightning element. Lightning element. Wang Yi gasped in astonishment. Goodness, that is a top-tier offensive ability. What about his second awakening? What is it? Just as Zhang Yuanling was about to speak, a slightly stern voice interrupted. Yuanling, what nonsense are you spouting now? A tall, slender, middle-aged Taoist with a serious demeanor approached, casting a disapproving glance at Zhang Yuanling. Startled, Zhang Yuanling quickly retracted her neck and respectfully addressed him. Master. Both Wang Yi and Bai Xiaochuan felt a jolt of recognition at the sight of this Taoist. They exchanged knowing glances, each perceiving a striking resemblance. Wang Yi silently mouthed to Bai Xiaochuan, "Is that Tutu's father?" Bai Xiaochuan's lips twitched as he fought to suppress a nod. The slender face of this Taoist, along with his prominent nose and large ears, bore an uncanny resemblance to a classic character from a certain animated series. Coupled with the round-faced Zhang Yuanling, their combination was simply delightful. The trio swiftly composed themselves and respectfully bowed to the Taoist. The middle-aged Taoist returned the gesture, his expression remaining stern as he stated, "Fellow Taoists, I am Zhang Changsong, tasked with guiding you to the competition grounds on the back mountain. Please follow me without delay." With that, he turned to lead the way. Zhang Yuanling stuck her tongue out at Wang Yi and Bai Xiaochuan before scampering after her master. Wang Yi, observing the contrasting figures of the serious and the lively, couldn't help but mutter to Bai Xiaochuan, "It's settled, old Bai, they are definitely related." Bai Xiaochuan shook his head in resignation, signaling for him to hold his tongue and hasten to rejoin the group. The path to the back mountain was not particularly long, though it required a winding route. After traversing a tranquil path, crossing a crystal-clear stream with gently flowing waters, and climbing a steep flight of stone steps several hundred meters long, a vast plateau resembling a mountaintop, seemingly hewn by a colossal axe, revealed itself to the gathering. The ground of the plaza was laid with yellow earth. At its center, an exceptionally expansive arena, nearly rivaling two standard football fields side by side. Surrounding the arena, built seamlessly with the mountain's contours, were tiers of stone platforms adorned with mats and tables, clearly designated for various sects to observe the proceedings. Such an ambitious endeavor indicated considerable preparation by Longhu Mountain for this grand event. Bai Xiaochuan even suspected official involvement in its orchestration. Wow, this is immense. The arena is simply extravagant. The disciples exclaimed, awestruck by the grandeur of the scene. On the high platform, Zhang Chengyue addressed the assembly once more, esteemed fellow Daoists. This Luotian grand ritual marks the first gathering of such magnitude in decades. It is indeed a rare occasion. To avoid discord among practitioners, the purpose of this contest is not to vie for rankings. Instead, we shall adopt a format of challenge matches, allowing talented individuals to take the stage, to validate their skills and share insights. Remember, only to the point, do not intentionally cause injury or face severe consequences. Upon hearing this rule, many disciples who had initially been eager to showcase their prowess felt their enthusiasm wane. Challenge matches, where anyone could step up, sounded liberating. Yet it would inevitably lead to disputes over the outcomes, lacking definitive resolutions. Bai Xiaochuan, however, was unperturbed. His goal was not to seek fame, but to observe the techniques of various sects and validate his own learnings. After the esteemed leaders concluded the announcement of the rules, they descended from the platform and proceeded toward their respective seating areas. Zhao Yunyu and Lu Shun returned as well. Lu Shun clasped his hands in salute to Zhao Yunyu, saying, Zhao Shishu, we shall take our leave now. The Shushan seating is on the other side. Very well, Zhao Yunyu nodded in acknowledgement. After the disciples from both sides exchanged formal farewells, the members of Mount Shu proceeded towards another seating area. On their way to the Wudang seats, Bai Xiaochuan succinctly recounted the earlier altercation with the disciples of Qingqing Mountain, including the intervention of the senior sister Lihani, to Zhao Yunyu. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunyu's expression revealed a hint of surprise. He had come to understand his disciple's temperament, which was usually calm and unassuming. Thus, he did not anticipate such a strikingly sharp and decisive side to him. Rather than expressing disapproval, a barely perceptible satisfaction flickered in Zhao Yunyu's eyes. A young man should be discreet when necessary, yet must not shy away from showcasing his prowess when the moment calls for it. This truly reflects the spirit of my disciple, Zhao Yunyu. No matter, he stroked his beard and remarked, since it was the other party who initiated the provocation, your response is entirely justified. Just ensure that during the sparring, you maintain a sense of moderation and avoid inflicting serious harm. Bai Xiaochuan immediately bowed respectfully. Yes, master. Zhao Yunyu continued. As for matters concerning Qingqing Mountain, you need not worry. I am well acquainted with that old fellow Li, Master Li Xuanji. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaochuan's curiosity was piqued. Master, you have a good relationship with Master Li? He had already noticed the extra politeness Li Xuanji displayed towards his master in their group chats. It resembled the way Wang Yi spoke to him. Zhao Yunyu chuckled softly, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. More than just good. We have known each other since childhood. We were both merely in our early teens when we joined our respective sections. Our families had a close relationship, often visiting one another, and we would frequently play together, climbing trees and fishing, often getting into trouble with our masters. I remember one summer when we sneaked down to play by the rice paddies, and that old fellow accidentally slipped into a deep water area and nearly drowned. It was I who reacted quickly and jumped in to rescue him. One could say I am half his savior. Although they later assumed the leadership of their sects and became busy with various affairs, their friendship remained intact. Such minor frictions among the younger generation would hardly concern him. Perhaps he even owed me a thank you for teaching a lesson to his headstrong disciple. Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and Yunlong exchanged glances, astonished to learn of the profound childhood bond and amusing anecdotes shared between their master and the leader of Qingqing Mountain. This revelation dissipated their previous concerns regarding Qingqing Mountain. Wang Yi chuckled gleefully. With our master as support, I'm not afraid of offending Qingqing Mountain's disciples. Zhao Yunyu shot him a disapproving glance. You talk too much. Hurry and find our seats. The competition is about to begin. Amidst their banter, they soon arrived at the designated seating area marked with the Wudang insignia. As the disciples from various sects settled into their assigned areas, the once spacious plaza became a bustling hive of activity, with the atmosphere thickening with tension and anticipation. After taking his seat, Bai Xiaochuan pondered briefly before leaning towards Zhao Yunyu and whispering, Master, for this competition, the rules state to pull punches. Does that mean any techniques can be employed? Are there any prohibitions? Zhao Yunyu, an astute figure, easily discerned the deeper implications behind his disciple's inquiry. His pupil was essentially asking whether he needed to conceal his true capabilities, particularly concerning abilities that transcended conventional martial arts, especially with the official representatives observing closely. Zhao Yunyu glanced at Qin Yuanshan, who was engaged in quiet conversation with Zhang Tianshi atop the platform, and smiled slightly. There is no need for concern. Since this is a sparring session for validation, one must give their all, utilize whatever skills you possess. Although that Qin fellow is an official representative, His stance is more inclined towards collaboration with our Daoist sect rather than mere oversight. Allowing him to witness the true potential of our younger generation is not a bad thing. Bai Xiaochuan understood and nodded. The disciple comprehends. Since his master had spoken thus, he felt no need to hold back. This was an opportunity to gauge the caliber of the elite from various sections. Of course, he would still refrain from revealing his healing abilities unless absolutely necessary. With the competition yet to commence, Bai Xiaochuan, feeling somewhat restless, turned to Wang Yi and inquired, "Wang Yi, don't you usually claim to be well-versed in the affairs of the Daoist sect? How much do you know about the formidable characters from various sects who have come this time, especially their signature techniques?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yi perked up, though he scratched his head sheepishly. "Old Bai, you've stumped me. I'm good at chatting and boasting in the group. But when it comes to the hidden talents of each sect, my knowledge is rather limited." Wang Yi stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. "Well, from Baiyun Temple, I've heard of a guy named Yi Ping. He is quite impressive, having awakened an anomalous sand-type ability. Then there's Changchun Temple, which also boasts a talented disciple who reportedly underwent a second awakening with a high-tier ability, but specifics are highly confidential and no one knows the details. Most others are just names. I'm not familiar with their techniques." Bai Xiaochuan raised his chin slightly. "What about their martial arts techniques? How much do you know?" As a reborn individual, Bai Xiaochuan was acutely aware of far more information regarding abilities than Wang Yi. Perhaps even more than the disciples themselves regarding their potential and developmental trajectories. What truly piqued his interest were the martial arts techniques that had been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years. For instance, the sword techniques of Qingqing Mountain, the swordsmanship of Mount Shu, the talismans of Maoshan, and the various mystical techniques of Laozhan combined with martial arts. Wang Yi frowned. Martial arts techniques? That is trickier to investigate. Each sect treats such techniques like treasures, hiding them away, and you can't discern anything until the fight begins. All I know is that Qingqing Mountain-S sword technique is fierce, Shu Mountain-S swordplay is swift, Maoshan-S talismans are cunning, and our Wudang skills, well, they emphasize reason. After pondering for a while, he finally managed to conjure a word to describe Wudang's martial arts. Bai Xiaochuan chuckled and refrained from pressing further. It seemed that to uncover the true capabilities of each sect, he would have to personally step onto the stage and experience it firsthand. Just then, a highly skilled Taoist from Longhu Mountain stepped onto the massive arena at the center of the plaza and announced in a booming voice, "The Luotian de Jiao. A martial arts exchange is now commencing. Which fellow Daoist wishes to take the stage first and become the champion?" Following this declaration, the atmosphere turned awkward as silence enveloped the arena. The disciples from various sects exchanged glances, seemingly hesitant to be the first to step forward and take the spotlight. Understanding well the adage that the first bird gets shot, Yunlong, unable to contain himself, quietly asked Wang Yi and Bai Xiaochuan, "Wang Yi, junior uncle, should we go up? It seems no one dares to be first." Bai Xiaochuan shook his head slightly and remarked nonchalantly, "What is the rush? True masters typically make their entrance last." Upon hearing this, Wang Yi immediately gave Bai Xiaochuan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Insightful. Old Bai, that is such an impressive remark. Indeed, we are the grand finale." Noticing the prolonged silence from the audience, the hosting Taoist expression grew somewhat awkward, and he helplessly scratched his head. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingyuan, who had been standing quietly in the high platform, smiled slightly and subtly nodded to his master. In an instant, he moved, and to the spectators' astonishment, a bright yellow figure gracefully descended onto the expansive arena's center. His elegant movement and light landing evoked a chorus of gasps, especially from the female disciples of various sects, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. Zhang Qingyuan clasped his hands and surveyed the surroundings, his voice resonant and poised. "At the Tianshi mansion of Longhu Mountain, I, Zhang Qingyuan, the 13th disciple, humbly present myself here to seek the esteemed insights of my fellow Daoists." Wow, it's Zhang Qingyuan. The foremost of the younger generation from Longhu Mountain has taken the stage so swiftly? How dashing, how ostentatious. A wave of murmurs and awe arose from the audience. Wang Yi, standing nearby, scoffed disdainfully, "Humph, pretty boy. All he knows is how to show off," eager to steal the limelight. With Zhang Qingyuan leading the charge, others soon followed suit. "I shall step forward," came a voice from the Baiyun Temple seats. A young Daoist with a spirited buzz cut, a sunlit visage, and a robust physique rose, a smile of eager anticipation gracing his face. Wang Yi leaned in, whispering, "Old Bai, look. That buzz cut is Yi Ping, the one with the mutated sand abilities." Bai Xiaochuan nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on Yi Ping. Yi Ping leaped a few steps into the arena and, cupping his fists in salute to Zhang Qingyuan, declared with a bright smile, "I am Yi Ping, disciple of Baiyun Temple, honored to meet you, Daoist Zhang." It is indeed a fortunate opportunity to be the first to engage with such an esteemed disciple of Longhu Mountain. I hope you will show mercy and offer your guidance. Zhang Qingyuan returned the smile. You are too kind, Daoist Yi. Let us learn from one another. Please. With no further ado, the two engaged in combat. Initially, it was merely a test of their martial prowess. Yi Ping's strikes were fierce and swift, accompanied by a sound that cleaved the air, clearly the result of rigorous training. Yet, Zhang Qingyuan's footwork was more intricate, his palm techniques fluid and cohesive, deftly neutralizing Yi Ping's assaults at the critical moment and countering with finesse. However, after just a few exchanges, Yi Ping found himself at a disadvantage, forced to retreat repeatedly. Impressive, Daoist Zhang. But now I shall unleash my true skills. Longevity Fist. With a shout, Yi Ping altered his stance, his punches becoming more enduring, attempting to outlast his opponent. Zhang Qingyuan, unperturbed, adapted seamlessly, his palms moving with grace. His steps firm and assured, maintaining the upper hand as he thwarted Yi Ping's longevity fist with ease. After several more exchanges, Yi Ping was once again pushed back by a gentle yet powerful palm strike from Zhang Qingyuan. What a formidable technique. What is this move? At the Tianshi Mansion, we call it the step of the celestial battle. Upon hearing this, Yi Ping waved his hand, saying, Thank you for your guidance, Daoist Zhang. In terms of martial arts, I am indeed not your match, but now I shall resort to my unique abilities. Wang Yi chuckled. This buzzcut fellow is polite even when employing his powers. Yi Ping took a deep breath and suddenly pressed his hands down toward the ground. Buzz, the soil beneath his feet, even extending to the edges of the square, surged upwards. Countless fine grains of yellow sand erupted into the sky as if animated, coalescing into several serpentine sand forms, howling as they charged toward Zhang Qingyuan from various directions. Wang Yi gasped, What the? The ground was dirt. How did it turn to sand? Bai Xiaochuan explained calmly. His ability is to manipulate sand, which fundamentally reflects his deep mastery over earth elements and their transformation. The instant he turns the soil beneath him into sand, it showcases his power. Such mutated abilities are typically enhancements or imbued with special properties based on fundamental elements. As the serpentine sand seemed poised to engulf Zhang Qingyuan, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from his body. This radiance was not illusory. It flowed like liquid gold across his surface, forming an impenetrable barrier of protective energy. Golden light spell. Zhang Qingyuan shouted decisively, standing firm and unyielding as he struck out with a palm. The golden gust of his palms surged forth like a tempest, crashing violently against the approaching sand serpents. Boom. The sand serpents were instantly obliterated by the unparalleled might of the golden palm force, disintegrating into a cascade of fine sand that gently fell back to earth. Zhang Qingyuan stood amidst the falling sand, his body aglow with golden light, resembling a divine being clad in gold, utterly unharmed. A flicker of astonishment crossed Bai Xiaochuan's eyes. The power of the golden light spell seemed to far exceed his expectations. At that moment, Zhao Yunyu spoke up to elucidate for the onlookers. This is the secret golden light spell of Longhu Mountain, a profound internal cultivation method focused on honing one's innate energy to protect against malevolence. Following the resurgence of source energy, this technique has undergone extraordinary transformations akin to thunder magic, resulting in nearly tangible golden light that integrates offense and defense, significantly amplifying its power. Bai Xiaochuan's pupils dilated. Thunder magic? Master, are you implying that the Tianshi Mansion possesses a method to unleash lightning without the need for thunder elemental abilities? Zhao Yunyu nodded slightly. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Wang Yi, unable to contain himself, lamented, Damn. Master, why does it feel like the martial arts of Longhu Mountain, post-source energy transformation, resemble the dazzling spells of immortal cultivation? Thunder and golden light abound. Meanwhile, our Wudang's Tai Chi and Bagua, though formidable, appear completely outmatched. Zhao Yunyu shot Wang Yi a sharp glare, reproaching him. What nonsense. The profound essence of Wudang's ultimate techniques is far beyond mere appearances. Tai Chi is the harmony of yin and yang, embodying the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. When mastered to a high degree, it is impervious to all. With no flaw to exploit, its profundity cannot be compared to mere golden light. Do not belittle our art. Wang Yi, chastened, shrank back, refraining from further comment. Regardless, it was evident that the Tianshi Mansion currently held the upper hand in prestige. The first bout concluded with Zhang Qingyuan demonstrating overwhelming prowess. Yi Ping, displaying commendable sportsmanship, clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Daoist Zhang, your cultivation is profound, and the golden light spell is formidable. I concede. Zhang Qingyuan allowed the golden light to dissipate and returned the gesture. Thank you. Chapter 28. The Duel of Sword Techniques. As Yi Ping exited the arena, A chorus of astonished exclamations and admiration erupted from the audience. Remarkable. To suppress Yi Ping's sand abilities solely through martial prowess. The golden light spell of Longhu Mountain is awe-inspiring. Can I learn it? Indeed. Zhang Qingyuan was worthy of being hailed as the foremost of the younger generation of Longhu Mountain. Wang Yi, shedding his previous flippant demeanor, turned serious as he spoke to Bai Xiaochuan. Old Bai, though Yi Ping did not exert his full strength, Zhang Qingyuan undeniably possesses exceptional skill. The golden light spell is both offensive and defensive, nearly flawless, and he hasn't even tapped into his thunder techniques yet. It's no wonder he represents Longhu Mountain so prominently. Zhang Qingyuan lingered in the arena for a short while, awaiting challengers, and upon seeing none step forward, he gracefully bowed to the audience before returning to the Tianshi Mansion's seats, composed and tranquil. With the high-quality opening act established, the enthusiasm among the young disciples surged to new heights. I shall step forward. Almost immediately after Zhang Qingyuan exited, a disciple from Qingqing Mountain could no longer contain himself. Leaping into the arena with a commanding shout, clutching a long sword, he wore a haughty expression, casting a challenging gaze toward the Shushan seats. I am Lu Feng of Qingqing Mountain. I seek to learn the esteemed sword techniques of Shushan. I'm not afraid of you. From the Shushan seats, Qingyuan rose with a hearty laugh. I am Qingyuan of Shushan, eager to experience the Qingqing sword techniques. Both combatants entered the arena simultaneously, instantly captivating the attention of the entire audience. Wow, that was fast. Qingqing against Shushan. The two great sword sects are facing off. This promised to be an exhilarating spectacle. The atmosphere among the spectators reached a fever pitch. Qingyi, filled with excitement, leapt to her feet, waving her tiny fists and shouting in her distinctive youthful voice, Brother Qingyuan, go for it. Defeat him. The crisp, melodious cheer, tinged with a hint of endearing innocence, immediately drew the attention of many disciples from other sects to the strikingly beautiful female disciple of Mount Shu. What the? Mount Shu has such a gorgeous junior sister. I absolutely adore that voice. Why is it that Mount Shu possesses such formidable sword techniques and also boasts such an adorable junior sister? Our XX sect is filled with rugged old men. I refuse to accept this, exclaimed a disciple from an obscure sect, pounding his chest in frustration. Before he could utter another word, a robust arm suddenly encircled his neck from behind. A tall, muscular female Daoist, her skin dark and her voice ominous, whispered in his ear, what did you say? Speak clearly. What is wrong with our sect? The disciple was instantly terrified, pleading for mercy. Sister, I was wrong. Our sect is wonderful. You are as beautiful as a flower and possess the strength of a titan. You are the pride of our sect. This brief interlude elicited a ripple of laughter from the surrounding onlookers, but their attention swiftly returned to the center of the arena. In the arena, Lu Feng of Qingqing Mountain stood opposite Qingyuan of Mount Shu, both having drawn their swords. Lu Feng's sword tip pointed sharply toward the ground, exuding a fierce aura characteristic of Qingqing's sword technique, known for its ruthlessness and unpredictability. In contrast, Qingyuan held his sword upright before him, his demeanor tranquil, with a subtle aura of sword energy swirling around him, embodying the ethereal grace and precision of Mount Shu's swordsmanship. Please. After exchanging brief formalities, Lu Feng launched the first attack. His footwork was swift, and with a flick of his wrist, his long sword shot forth like a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, casting a fierce glow as it aimed directly at Qingyuan's throat. This was the tumultuous strike from the Qingqing wind and cloud sword technique, its momentum rapid and dense, making it hard to predict. Yet, Qingyuan appeared to have anticipated this. Instead of meeting the attack head-on, he deftly executed a mystical step, gliding backward like a willow catkin in the wind, while simultaneously thrusting his sword forward with apparent nonchalance. Clang! A sharp, resonant sound of metal on metal echoed. Qingyuan's sword tip precisely struck the weakest point of Lu Feng's attack, effortlessly deflecting the fierce strike. Lu Feng felt a tingle in his wrist, his sword momentum stalling abruptly. And he was taken aback. What keen perception! Not daring to hesitate, he immediately altered his approach, employing a more deceptive and variable swordplay, at times resembling a raging storm, and at others, like ethereal clouds, the flashes of his sword enveloping Qingyuan's vital points. Yet, Qingyuan remained unfazed. His movements were not fast, yet he consistently evaded the onslaught with perfect timing. His swordplay was often simple, just a parry, a feint, a thrust, but he always managed to counter Lu Feng's strikes with impeccable timing, redirecting their force elsewhere, as if he had already discerned every nuance of Lu Feng's sword techniques. Is this the break sword style of Mount Shu? A knowledgeable disciple gasped in awe. To counter stillness with motion, to strike first from a defensive position, specifically designed to counter various sword techniques. Brother Qingyuan has actually mastered it. The murmurs from the spectators only heightened Lu Feng's agitation. Though his swordplay remained fierce, it gradually lost its coherence. In contrast, Qingyuan became increasingly adept as the match progressed. Just when Lu Feng's attack began to falter, and his strength had yet to be renewed, Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with determination. Having remained on the defensive, he finally chose to strike. With a flick of his wrist, his sword emitted a clear, resonant hum. A concentrated sword energy surged forth like a white rainbow piercing the sun, instantly penetrating Lu Feng's defenses, aiming directly for his unguarded chest. The speed and angle were far superior to before. Lu Feng could not react in time to block with his sword, and could only watch in horror as that glimmering point rapidly enlarged before his eyes, his face turning pale with fear. Swish! The sword energy halted just an inch from Lu Feng's chest, the fierce wind causing his robe to flap violently. Qingyuan sheathed his sword and stepped back, cupping his hands in respect. I concede. Lu Feng stood frozen in place, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. After a moment, he regained his composure, his face oscillating between shades of green and white, ultimately dejectedly sheathing his sword, bowing his head in silence as he exited the arena. He had not even been granted the opportunity to showcase the true essence of swordsmanship. Merely relying on fundamental sword techniques and footwork, he had been effortlessly defeated. Brother Qingyuan is magnificent, Qingyi exclaimed joyfully, leaping in excitement. Not bad at all. Wang Yi chuckled. I didn't expect this kid Qingyuan to be quite strong. Bai Xiaochuan nodded in agreement. To be honest, swordsmen are indeed impressive. If given the chance, I would like to try my hand at swordsmanship. At least to see if I possess any talent for it. Chapter 28. Li Hani versus Wang Yi. Qingyuan stood in the arena, relishing the attention from all sides and the cheers of his fellow disciples from Mount Shu, though he couldn't help but feel somewhat anxious, yet secretly pleased. Should he engage in a few rounds of sparring, or know when to retreat? As Qingyuan pondered, a cold yet striking figure appeared silently at the opposite end of the arena, like a ghost. Bai Xiaochuan's eyes flickered. It's time for the next match. The newcomer was none other than Li Hani, the eldest sister of Qingqing Mountain. Her arrival instantly froze the previously vibrant atmosphere. Eyes locked. A beautiful woman. I see you're truly captivated. Even in this cold, you desire her. You know nothing. It's precisely this kind of allure that ignites the desire to conquer. In the arena, upon recognizing the newcomer, Qingyuan's pupils constricted. Li Hani, although her true strength was unknown, based on her audacious challenge to the junior of Wudang, it was highly likely that she was among the most formidable of Qingqing Mountain. Li Hani's icy gaze fell upon Qingyuan as she directly stated, Mount Shu's swordsmanship. Li Hani of Qingqing Mountain seeks to learn from you. Wang Yi laughed. Old Bai, you can't deny this ice princess is quite protective when her own is bullied. She seeks to reclaim honor. Hey, if I were bullied, would you do the same for me, old Bai? Bai Xiaochuan replied, it depends on my mood. Wang Yi retorted, that feels like a heartbreaker. Bai Xiaochuan straightened up slightly, his focus sharpening. Qingyuan in the arena took a deep breath, suppressing the stirrings in his heart. Regardless of the outcome, having the opportunity to spar with a master was an invaluable chance for growth. He solemnly bowed with his sword. Qingyuan of Mount Shu, please instruct me, sisterly. Without further ado, both sides launched their attacks simultaneously. Li Hani's sword was swifter than Lu Feng's, more precise, more ruthless. In stark contrast to her cold demeanor, her swordplay was infused with aggression, akin to a fierce winter storm, relentless and unmatched. With a single thrust, the tip of her sword trembled, generating several indistinguishable sword shadows that targeted Qingyuan's vital points. This was the lethal move from the Qingqing wind and cloud sword technique. The cloudy and evasive wave. Qingyuan dared not show any signs of negligence. His footwork shifted rapidly, and his long sword danced, forming a dense shield of sword light in an attempt to block the onslaught. Clang, clang, clang. A series of rapid-fire sounds of metal clashing erupted. Qingyuan felt his arm tremble violently. The force transmitted through her sword was not only powerful, but bore an incredible penetrating strength, sending his blood surging and tearing through his defenses, leaving him in a perilous position. In just 3 exchanges, Qingyuan found himself completely overpowered, reduced to a desperate state, evading with his exquisite footwork, utterly unable to counter. How formidable! Qingyuan's heart raced in astonishment. The mastery of the opponent's swordplay was leagues beyond his own. Their understanding of sword techniques, timing, and application of power were on an entirely different plane. If this continued, within 10 moves, his defeat would be inevitable. No more holding back. Qingyuan clenched his teeth. He suddenly stepped back, creating distance, while his left hand, fingers poised like a sword, brushed against his long sword. An invisible force of spiritual energy instantly infused the blade. The sword art of Shushan, surprising swan. He let out a low shout, releasing the long sword from his grasp, which transformed into a radiant arc, surpassing its previous speed and tracing an uncanny trajectory, bypassing Li Hani's frontal defense and aiming directly at her side. This was the true killing move of a Shushan sword cultivator. To wield the sword with chi, to command it with spirit. At last, it had been unleashed. Gasps erupted from the audience. Faced with this sudden, cunning, and ruthless sword strike, Li Hani's cold visage remained utterly impassive. She didn't even turn to regard the flying sword. Instead, with a flick of her wrist, she swept her long sword back at an inconceivable angle. Timing, angle. Force, flawless in execution. Clang. An incredibly crisp, sharp sound erupted. The tip of Li Hani's sword precisely struck the spine of the flying sword. The sword, imbued with distant spiritual energy and source chi, shuddered as if struck at its vital point, its brilliance dimming in an instant, retreating with a mournful cry. Qingyuan let out a muffled groan, his face paling, clearly affected by the backlash of his spirit. And at that very moment, as his sword was shattered and his mind rattled, Li Hani moved. Her figure transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, instantly closing the distance before Qingyuan. The long sword in her hand lunged forward like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, piercing directly at Qingyuan's core. The speed was far beyond before. Qingyuan had no time to react, only able to watch in horror as the cold tip of the sword rapidly magnified in his vision. The blade halted just half an inch from Qingyuan's throat. The chilling sword energy raised goosebumps on his skin. The arena fell into a momentary silence before erupting in admiration. Incredible. So powerful. I thought the Shushan disciple had a chance with the sword technique. But it ended even faster. In light of this, those Lu Feng and Wang Qingyan are utterly weak. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Qingyuan's temple as he bitterly admitted, I concede. Thank you, junior sisterly, for your mercy. Taking a deep breath, he sheathed his sword and, feeling somewhat dejected, descended the stage. Li Hani slowly sheathed her sword, not sparing Qingyuan a single glance, turning her gaze back to the audience. Her icy eyes once again locking onto the direction of the Wudang seats. Oh, the Ice Queen is looking over. If you want a challenge, just say so, exclaimed Wang Yi. Everyone instinctively followed Li Hani's gaze towards the Wudang sect. Was she calling out the little junior uncle of Wudang? Another duel of masters, how exhilarating. Just as everyone expected Bai Xiaochuan to step up, a figure darted onto the stage at an even faster speed, boldly standing opposite Li Hani. It was none other than Wang Yi. On the Qingqing mountain stands, upon recognizing him, Wang Qingyan immediately scoffed, derisively taunting. Wang Yi, what are you doing here? You weakling? Hurry back down. Don't embarrass yourself. With your pitiful skills, my senior sister could dispatch you back to Wudang with a single strike. Wang Yi casually dug at his ear, blowing away non-existent earwax in the direction of Wang Qingyan. What is that buzzing? Oh, it's just you, Qingyan. Think you're capable now? You yap so loudly down there. Come up here if you can. I'll take you on with one hand, just for you. You. Wang Qingyan nearly spat blood in rage, his face turning crimson. Ignoring him, Wang Yi turned his gaze to the expressionless Li Hani, provocatively beckoning with his finger. Hey, Ice Queen, you're not afraid to fight just because it's me, are you? Or have you grown frightened? Chapter 29, Cloud Stepping, Wang Yi prevails over Li Hani. Li Hani's icy gaze swept over Wang Yi, as if regarding a mere clown. It makes no difference. I'll dispose of you first. And we'll see if he dares come down. As her words fell, Li Hani's figure moved, the sword light shooting towards Wang Yi like a flash of lightning. Its speed was threefold faster than when she faced Qingyuan. Clearly, she aimed for a swift resolution. What the heck? No martial ethics. A sneak attack. Wang Yi shouted in surprise, but his steps remained composed. He seemed to lose all weight, evading the fierce strike with an extraordinarily graceful motion. What an unusual footwork. He actually dodged? The three Shushan cultivators were equally astonished. Luotian explained, that must be Wudang's lightness skill, cloud stepping. Cloud stepping? You mean that light skill from novels where you step on your own feet to fly up? Qingyuan responded, bewildered. Luotian chuckled, of course not. True cloud stepping is not about stepping on one foot to ascend, which defies logic. It is a profound technique of movement and body control. The essence lies in the exquisite mastery of one's breath, muscles, and even the surrounding air currents. Those who attain minor accomplishment can maneuver with ease. Their forms as elusive as clouds, making them hard to capture, hence the name cloud stepping. Look at Wang Yi. He doesn't move in a straight line, but rather his skills in changing direction, transitioning, and releasing force have reached perfection. He consistently avoids attacks within mere inches. And while it seems perilous, it is all calculated. Luotian paused, a hint of longing in his eyes. Perhaps one can indeed momentarily step through the air, as if climbing a cloud, but it is no trivial matter. It requires immense source chi support and perfect control over one's body. Qingyuan exclaimed. So that's Wudang's ultimate technique. Truly deserving of its reputation. Luotian nodded. Every sect has its specialties. Wudang's Taiji and cloud stepping are treasures honed through generations of sages, so they must not be underestimated. A murmur of surprise arose from the crowd. Everyone believed Wang Yi would soon be defeated, yet they were astonished at how effortlessly he evaded. Li Hani's brow furrowed slightly, her sword intent shifting. Attacking Wang Yi like a torrential storm, the sword light dense, seemingly sealing off all his escape routes. Such a fierce assault. Be careful, senior brother Wang. Yunlong exclaimed. Bai Xiaochuan's gaze flickered. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Despite Wang Yi's seemingly carefree demeanor, he never slackened in his training, especially in martial arts. Bai Xiaochuan believed that Wang Yi's foundation and talent were on par with his own, if not superior. Given such an attack, if he could evade, so could Wang Yi. Indeed, on the stage, Wang Yi's figure moved like a ghost, slipping through the gaps in the sword net, leaving trails of afterimages. While dodging, he cheekily remarked, "Wow, that was close. Almost got hit." His demeanor was utterly infuriating. Wang Qingyan, seated at Qingqing Mountain, was fuming, yelling, "Wang Yi, do you only know how to run? Have some guts and fight head-on. Don't be a coward. From now on, don't call yourself Wild King. You should be Wang Runaway." Wang Yi, hearing this, dodged a sword strike with a particularly cheeky twist of his body, then had the audacity to give Wang Qingyan a perfect middle finger. The audience erupted in laughter. Li Hani, frustrated by her inability to break through, felt her gaze grow even colder. She realized Wang Yi's footwork was indeed extraordinary, and relying solely on her swordsmanship seemed insufficient to take him down quickly. As Wang Yi once again utilized his cloud leaping technique to sidle up beside her, even attempting to counter with the Tai Chi cloud hands. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Li Hani's eyes. The long sword in her hand suddenly emitted a buzzing sound, disintegrating in an instant into countless fine golden threads. As slender as cow hair, shimmering with a metallic chill, these golden threads, as if infused with life, surged towards Wang Yi in overwhelming numbers, moving with astonishing speed. Wang Yi, taken aback, thought to himself, what the hell, resorting to supernatural abilities when you can't win? This abrupt transformation, with such an expansive coverage, made it seemingly impossible for his cloud leaping technique to evade entirely. It's over. Brother Wang Yi is doomed. Yunlong exclaimed. Li Hani scoffed coldly. The competition rules never stated that supernatural abilities were prohibited. Wang Yi raised an eyebrow. Well, that is indeed the case. Subsequently, he clasped his hands together fiercely, and the source energy within him surged wildly. Boom. A searing crimson flame erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely, reminiscent of a fire deity descending. The flame dragon roared. Guodi Gang, the head of Baiyun Temple, chuckled. Haha, has it appeared? The flame bug roars. Wang Yi thrust his palms forward with great force, and a colossal flame dragon, entirely composed of raging fire, surged forth, its massive jaws opening wide, instantly consuming the golden threads that filled the sky. Hiss! The high-temperature flames quickly turned those delicate golden threads a fiery red, softening and even directly severing them. Metal conducts heat rapidly, and the residual heat began to spread back along the threads towards Li Hani. Her complexion finally changed, and she instinctively severed her mental connection to the golden threads. Retreating hastily, she had not anticipated that Wang Yi's flames would be of such a high temperature that they could instantaneously melt her golden threads. In that fleeting moment, Wang Yi's flame-covered fist was less than half a meter away from Li Hani. You lose. Li Hani stood there, her expression grim. Indeed, she had lost, despite still having many cards left to play. However, a loss is a loss. If this were a life-and-death battle, that punch just now, even with her source armor covering the impact point, would likely have been unbearable. Standing still, as the flames slowly receded around him, Wang Yi clapped his hands, looking at Li Hani with unrestrained pride. With your paltry strength, you dare challenge my little master uncle? No bragging intended, but with my abilities, I couldn't withstand even 10 moves from him. You? Spare me. As these words left his lips, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Just moments ago, they were astonished that Wang Yi had defeated Li Hani. Now they were astounded by an even greater revelation. What? Not even 10 moves? Is that true? Wang Yi's flames are already quite formidable. Is that Bai Xiaochuan from Wudang truly that powerful? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even Zhang Qingyuan, the usually composed disciple of Long Hushan, found his pupils constricting, his gaze shifting towards Bai Xiaochuan in the stands, his face betraying a rare expression of gravity and curiosity. Wang Yi's strength was evident. He was formidable, not significantly weaker than Zhang. Within 10 moves, he believed he would not be able to subdue Wang Yi. Li Hani, infuriated by Wang Ye's words. Turned pale, her chest heaving violently as she exclaimed, Wang Yi, you're talking nonsense. Humph. She had lost due to carelessness. But she absolutely refused to believe Wang Ye's outrageous claims. Not even her master could defeat her within 10 moves. Chapter 30, Maoshan Lin Shou. Wang Yi paid no mind to her disbelief, chuckling, believe it or not, I've won, so farewell. With that, he swaggered off the stage, leaving Li Hani trembling with rage. Returning to the Wudang seating area, Wang Yi plopped down, taking several gulps from the water jug. Bai Xiaochuan shot him a sidelong glance. His expression flat as he queried, am I really that strong? I was unaware of my ability to defeat you in 10 moves. He was well aware of his own strength. He had considered that with his deeper understanding of supernatural abilities and the advantage of his bone-forging realm, he could easily secure a victory against Wang Yi. However, to claim he could conclude the battle within 10 moves was utterly implausible. Wang Yi scratched his head, offering a sheepish grin. Haha, old Bai, this is all to establish your invincible reputation. First, we build up the hype. And when you step up and take them down effortlessly, it'll validate my words. It's called a marketing strategy. Bai Xiaochuan shot him an exasperated look. I appreciate it, but can't I just quietly be a handsome man? How can that be? Wang Yi slapped his thigh. Gold will always shine. And a handsome guy will always well. In any case, old Bai, you're like a firefly in the night, a golden beetle in the fields, so vibrant, so outstanding. You want to be low-key? Your strength 1T allow it. Yunlong, listening nearby, was taken aback and quietly asked, Brother Wang Yi, is the little master uncle a firefly and a golden beetle? Bai Xiaochuan. Sitting before the three was Zhao Yunyu, who felt a vein throbbing on his forehead, unable to resist rubbing his throbbing temples. How did he end up bringing these 3 lively treasures along? He had always thought his disciple Bai Xiaochuan was like himself, low-key, reserved, and composed. Turns out he was also a ruckus maker. Following the high-level duel between Wang Yi and Li Hani, the subsequent disciples who took the stage, although still enthusiastic, appeared somewhat lackluster by comparison. The sparring was still exciting, but lacked that eye-catching element. The only noteworthy performance came from a middle-aged Taoist from Changchun Temple. He demonstrated a set of boxing techniques known as the Rui Fist, which appeared slow and gentle, flowing like clouds and water, yet contained an inner resilience, blending softness with strength. The moves took the form of the Rui, rotating gracefully, excelling in grappling and joint lock techniques, often able to turn the tide in seemingly passive situations, leveraging the opponent's strength against them to effortlessly subdue them. Bai Xiaochuan nodded slightly, recognizing that this boxing style bore a resemblance to a blend of Tai Chi and Bejiquan, proving valuable in practical combat. After several more matches, disciples from various sects had taken turns to showcase their skills. At this moment, from the Maoshan sect's seating area, the seemingly drowsy Daoist Lin Shou stretched lazily and stood up. His eager junior brother immediately asked, Lin Shou, are you going to take the stage? Lin Shou replied, yes, after watching for so long, my hands are itching. All the disciples from the major sects have had their turn to stretch their limbs. Our Maoshan sect should also step up and give everyone a glimpse of our techniques. Otherwise, it would be a wasted trip, right, master? The head of Maoshan, Daoist Lin Jiudao, merely nodded slightly at his disciple's words and emitted a non-committal hum, signaling his agreement. With his master's approval, Lin Shou's smile broadened. Though his eyes remained squinted, he adjusted his somewhat oversized gray robe and took on a seemingly lazy, yet rhythmically deliberate stride towards the central arena. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to this seemingly harmless, squinting-eyed Taoist. It's someone from Maoshan. Maoshan, I'm familiar with that. I loved watching movies about Maoshan Shu when I was a child. Peach wood swords, yellow talismans, battling zombies. Fool, that is all made up in movies. There are no such things as zombies in this world. Even if the source energy were to revive, it would likely mutate into a source corpse, wouldn't it? Perhaps it might possess immense strength and even spew fire. Ah, that seems somewhat plausible. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Shou had already made his way to the center of the arena. Unlike the others who awaited challengers, he strode directly toward the seating area of Longhu Mountain. Halting before Zhang Qingyuan, Brother Zhang from Longhu Mountain, this humble Taoist from Maoshan, Lin Shou. Lin Shou clasped his hands in greeting. I have long heard of the unparalleled arts of the Heavenly Master's abode, and I am filled with admiration. Might I request the honor of exchanging insights in the next match? Upon these words, an uproar erupted among the onlookers. What? Directly challenging Zhang Qingyuan? This squinty-eyed Taoist has quite the audacity. The rivalry between Maoshan and Longhu Mountain had certainly piqued interest. Zhang Qingyuan appeared taken aback. Yet his composure allowed him to rise and reciprocate the courtesy. Lin Daoist is too kind. Let us learn from one another, please. Wang Yi, watching from the sidelines, couldn't he help but exclaim, impressive, This squinty-eyed fellow. He seems so laid back, yet he is so bold, directly challenging the boss. Bai Xiaochuan observed the ever-smiling Lin Shou in the arena, his brow furrowing slightly. For some reason, he sensed an elusive aura of danger emanating from this seemingly innocuous Maoshan Taoist. Bai Xiaochuan leaned into Wang Yi and whispered, "Wang Yi, are you familiar with the Maoshan folks in the group? Do you know anything about Lin Shou?" Wang Yi promptly retrieved his phone, deftly navigating a group chat named the Taoist family to pull up a specific ID. "Look, there's a Maoshan member with the ID Maoshan Corpse Chaser. Quite active, and we chat well. I usually call him Soul Shepherd, and he often refers to me as Han Xian." Bai Xiaochuan's lips twitched. "You two are on completely different wavelengths. But Corpse Chaser? Isn't there a rule to use a Taoist name or real name in the group?" Wang Yi shrugged dismissively. "Hey, it was like that at first. But as more people joined, it became a mixed bag, and the seniors got lazy about it. Look, I've even changed my name to Wild King. Quite imposing." Bai Xiaochuan remarked, "Wild King is indeed imposing." Just as he intended to urge Wang Yi to privately message the Corpse Chaser for details on Lin Shou, the contest in the arena had already commenced. Chapter 31, Thunder Technique against Thunder Technique. The two combatants seemed to have agreed to exchange blows first. Their initial clash astonished everyone. Zhang Qingyuan's Heavenly Master's step and the powerful palm strike were formidable, as expected. Yet Lin Shou's martial prowess was equally impressive. Instead of employing the renowned techniques of Maoshan, his strikes appeared somewhat chaotic, at times resembling a street brawl devoid of form, while at other moments they were cunning and vicious, targeting the lower regions. Even more bizarrely, his movements were incredibly elusive, enabling him to evade Zhang Qingyuan's fierce assaults with what seemed like comical awkwardness, yet was, in reality, remarkably skillful. Occasionally, he would counterattack unexpectedly, forcing Zhang Qingyuan to defend himself. Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi exchanged glances, their eyes widening in realization. Wang Yi exclaimed, "Wow, a fellow practitioner." Zhao Yunyu shot a fierce glare at Wang Yi, causing him to retract his neck in fear. In the arena, the two were engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, neither gaining the upper hand. What sort of technique is this Maoshan Taoist employing? It looks somewhat dubious, yet it's effective. Zhang Qingyuan is struggling to gain the upper hand. Unable to secure a decisive advantage, Zhang Qingyuan's gaze sharpened as he called out, "Golden Light Spell." A brilliant golden light enveloped him once more, amplifying his palm's power as he aimed to overpower Lin Shou's cunning with sheer force. However, Lin Shou displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he grinned mischievously. He reached into the wide sleeves of his Taoist robe and surprisingly produced a thick stack of yellow talismans. "Behold, this is the talisman art of Maoshan." Lin Shou's fingers danced as he swiftly affixed several talismans to his legs and arms. In an instant, a surge of spiritual light illuminated him, drastically enhancing his speed, allowing him to nimbly evade the ferocious onslaught bolstered by Zhang Qingyuan's golden light. Simultaneously, he drew a few more talismans, muttering incantations, and casually flicked them away. The talismans ignited spontaneously, transforming into fireballs the size of fists that hurtled toward Zhang Qingyuan. While easily deflected by the golden light spell, they successfully impeded Zhang Qingyuan's advance. With the unpredictable aid of the talismans, Lin Shou managed to exert pressure on Zhang Qingyuan, who had activated the golden light spell. The spectators looked on, dumbfounded. Talismans can be utilized in such a manner. This is practically a mobile artillery platform. Maoshan's methods are indeed peculiar. Zhang Qingyuan, unable to break through and being suppressed by the talismans, furrowed his brow slightly. Taking a deep breath, a hint of purple flickered in his eyes as the golden light gradually receded. He raised his right hand, palm facing the sky, fingers slightly curled. Zzz. A piercing crackle of electricity echoed. Violent silver electric serpents converged frantically in his palm, coiling and compressing, exuding a heart-stopping aura of destruction. Thunder Technique. The crowd gasped. The signature technique of Longhu Mountain, the most potent form of thunder technique, was finally about to be unleashed. Yet, just as everyone anticipated Lin Shou's misfortune, a glimmer of cunning triumph flashed in his squinty eyes. Mimicking Zhang Qingyuan's stance, he raised his own right hand, palm also directed skyward. Zzz. The same jarring crackle of electricity, the same frantic convergence of silver electric serpents. Although it might seem slightly weaker than Zhang Qingyuan's, it was undoubtedly thunder technique. Palm thunder. How is this possible? Zhang Qingyuan exclaimed in disbelief, his face betraying a rare expression of incredulity. How could a Maoshan Taoist wield Longhu Mountain's palm thunder? While it felt somewhat off, the essence of the thunder technique was undeniably present. The arena fell eerily silent. Why would a Maoshan disciple wield the secret art of Longhu Mountain? Two dazzling, potent orbs of lightning coalesced in their respective palms. On the high platform, Heavenly Master Zhang Chengyue observed the two radiant flashes of thunder with an expression devoid of shock. Instead, he smiled and explained, "There is no need for concern, everyone. What Qingyuan has demonstrated is indeed the 5 thunder rites passed down in our Heavenly Master's lineage, embodying utmost yang and strength. A divine punishment from heaven. Meanwhile, the technique employed by our young friend Lin Shou from Maoshan is undoubtedly thunder technique as well, but if my intuition serves me correctly, it should be Maoshan's variant known as flickering fire thunder." Heavenly Master Zhang's gaze shifted to the Maoshan sect leader, Daoist Lin Jiudao, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Zhang Chengyue continued, "Both Longhu Mountain and Maoshan belong to the Jingyi lineage, with closely related ancestral roots. The art of thunder technique is, in fact, a crucial means for exorcising demons and safeguarding the righteous path, not a secret held by any single sect. However, through the course of transmission, different schools have emphasized varying aspects, leading to a divergence in the forms and applications of thunder technique, each with its unique merits. Our Heavenly Master's thunder technique emphasizes overwhelming celestial might and righteous vigor, while Maoshan's version may prioritize flexibility and unpredictability." Zhang Chengyue's words were diplomatically phrased. Yet all present understood his implication. Both were legitimate forms of thunder technique, but Longhu Mountain's was the official, orthodox version, whereas Maoshan's could be likened to a modified or expedited edition. The disciples below finally grasped the situation. It was a case of shared origins but distinct lineages, explaining the similarities yet subtle differences. In the arena, Lin Shou, upon hearing Zhang Tianchu's explanation, chuckled softly and addressed Zhang Qingyuan, "Brother Zhang, since the Tianchu has spoken, shall we not remain idle? Let us give it a try." Zhang Qingyuan, having recovered from his initial shock, felt an intensified battle spirit in his eyes. "Indeed, I have the same intention. Please." With that, he unleashed his technique, Thunder Palm, Heart of Thunder. As the incantation resonated, Lin Shou simultaneously cast his own spell, Sudden Fire Thunder, Awakening of Insects. The two struck almost in unison. The thunderball in Zhang Qingyuan's grasp resembled a miniature sun, emitting a robust and dazzling pillar of thunder that surged forth with destructive force. In contrast, the thunderball in Lin Shou's hand abruptly split, transforming into several slender, yet more agile silver electric serpents that slithered and struck at Zhang Qingyuan from various angles. The air was rent with the deafening roar of thunder. The formidable and unyielding thunder pillar collided fiercely with the agile silver electric serpents. The blinding electric light instantly engulfed the center of the arena, and the violent shockwave radiated outward, causing nearby disciples' robes to flutter and their faces to tingle. It was a pure clash of energy, devoid of any embellishment. Zhang Qingyuan's thunder pillar was evidently more condensed and overwhelming, shattering the electric serpents one by one with relentless force, obliterating them completely. However, Lin Shou's technique possessed its unique merits. Those electric serpents were exceedingly nimble, launching a dispersed assault that notably drained a considerable amount of energy from the thunder pillar. Ultimately, as the residual thunder pillar approached Lin Shou, its power had diminished to less than 30%. Lin Shou let out a peculiar cry, hurriedly summoning several defensive talismans that enveloped him in layers of shimmering light. Just in time, he managed to deflect the remaining thunderous force, appearing rather disheveled, with several singed spots on his robe. As the electric light dissipated, the scene became clear. Zhang Qingyuan stood resolutely, slight arcs of electricity dancing around him. Although his breath was somewhat hurried, it was evident that he held the upper hand. Lin Shou, on the other hand, appeared slightly tousled, his robe smoking, indicating he had suffered a minor setback. Brushing off the charred ash from his attire, Lin Shou's expression suddenly turned serious. "Brother Zhang, your mastery of thunder techniques is unparalleled. I humbly admit defeat. I am in awe." At the sidelines, Bai Xiaochuan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "Is this how you concede? What about the reputation of Maoshan? What of the youthful spirit of competition?" Zhang Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, but then sheathed his stance, bowing respectfully. "Lin Daoyu, I concede to your skill. The Maoshan thunder techniques have truly opened my eyes." Lin Shou chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to leave the arena leisurely. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the abrupt conclusion. Was that it? They had anticipated a fierce struggle, but it seemed the Maoshan practitioner's thunder was loud, yet lacked substance. A mere test, and he surrendered? Wang Yi, observing from below, stroked his chin and muttered, "Ah, so this is how it is, everyone concealing their true strength." Chapter 32. Tianchu, have you ever been defeated? As Lin Shou stepped off the stage and had not yet returned to the Maoshan seating area, Wang Ye's phone suddenly erupted with notifications, a barrage from the Taoist Family United group. Curiosity piqued, Wang Yi opened it and instantly burst into laughter. Maoshan Corpse Chaser, fellow Daoists. I, Lin Shou, have just embarrassed myself. The thunder techniques of Long Hushan are indeed formidable. Maoshan Corpse Chaser. Did you all witness the practicality of our Maoshan talismans? In critical moments, they can ward off thunder, a life-saving artifact. Maoshan Corpse Chaser. We are now proudly introducing the Maoshan Talisman Discount Package. Not for 9,998. Not for 1998. Just 998. Take home the 998-piece Talisman Package. Maoshan Corpse Chaser. The package includes 3 evil repelling talismans, 3 protective talismans, 2 fireball talismans, and 1 swift movement talismans. Ample supply, fair dealings. Maoshan Corpse Chaser. Private message to place orders. Bulk purchases welcome. We support barter, first come, first served. Miss today and wait another year. Instantly. A flurry of ellipses and emoticons flooded the chat. Long Hushan young disciple. So, the Corpse Chaser is actually Lin Shou? Amazing. Qingqing Mountain Wang Qingyan, no way? It can be done like this? Wudang Yi Wang, 666,666. Brother, you truly understand business. What an excellent advertisement. But your prices are a bit steep. Can you offer a discount? Maoshan Corpse Chaser, Wudang Yi Wang, good sir. Considering your unique physique, I can offer you a friendly price of 888. How does that sound? Quite generous, right? Wudang Yi Wang, deal? I'll take 10 sets. I'll come looking for you later. Bai Yun Guan Yi Ping. You Maoshan even engage in side businesses? Bai Xiaochuan leaned closer to glimpse Wang Ye's phone screen. His lips twitching. This Corpse Chaser is Lin Shou. It's a good thing he didn't ask Wang Yi to probe for Lin Shou's secrets. Otherwise, that would have been quite the spectacle. Wang Yi replied, indeed, I sensed it earlier. After all, that cheeky demeanor ISNT something everyone possesses. Bai Xiaochuan was speechless. Are you talking about yourself? Bai Xiaochuan added. But is he really selling talismans in the group? Wang Yi chuckled and quickly typed, quite well. This is called seizing business opportunities. Old Bai, do you want to get a few sets too? This swift movement talisman sounds convenient for a getaway. Bai Xiaochuan retorted. I'm good with my cloud ladder technique, thanks. At that moment, Bai Xiaochuan's evaluation of Lin Shou rose a notch. Such audacity and quick wit were not characteristics of an ordinary Daoist. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, such a person would undoubtedly be a valuable asset. While the group reveled in the joy brought about by Lin Shou's antics, atop the platform, Tian Shizhong, Cheng Yue slowly rose, his voice gentle yet resonant throughout the arena. As the evening descends, dear Daoists, your exchanges and sparring have surely yielded fruitful insights. The grand ritual of Luotian will be conducted over 2 days. Today, we shall conclude here. Our disciples from Long Hushan will guide you to the prepared accommodations for rest and dining. Tomorrow at the hour of the snake, we shall reconvene here. Though the disciples felt a twinge of reluctance, they acknowledged their fatigue and hunger. The day's trials had imparted a wealth of knowledge, and they needed time to assimilate it. Soon, dozens of Long Hushan disciples arrived in an orderly manner, escorting various sects to their designated lodgings. The Wudang faction, led by a young Daoist, headed towards the eastern guest house. After a sumptuous meal, Wang Yi patted his belly, a spark of mischief igniting in his eyes as he leaned toward Bai Xiaochuan and Yunlong. Old Bai Yunlong, now that we're well fed, shall we explore Long Hushan? This is a millennium-old sacred site. The night view must be splendid. Yunlong hesitated. Is that appropriate? The master advised us not to wander. Bai Xiaochuan felt a twinge of curiosity. He too wished to gain further insight into the environment of Long Hushan. Let us consult our master first. The trio approached Zhao Yunyong, who was meditating in his room, and explained their intentions. Zhao Yunyong opened his eyes, glancing at his 3 exuberant disciples, and waved his hand in resignation. Go on, just don't stray too far. Don't cause any trouble, and return early. He understood their natures well. They might be a bit mischievous, but they were never foolish in significant matters and would not engage in anything overly reckless. Thank you, master. Thank you, elder. The 3 responded enthusiastically and dashed out the door. After tiring of the Wudang scenery, the night view of Long Hushan indeed revealed a unique charm. The ancient halls appeared even more solemn and dignified under the moonlight and lantern glow. The air was imbued with a faint scent of sandalwood and the fresh aroma of flora, while distant, faint chants of scripture could occasionally be heard, uplifting the spirit. The 3 individuals meandered aimlessly, unwittingly finding themselves near a secluded courtyard. At that moment, they chanced upon Zhang Chengyue, the master, who was approaching alongside Zhang Qingyuan, seemingly having just concluded some business. It's the master and brother Zhang, Yunlong murmured. The trio promptly halted, offering their respects. Greetings, master. Zhang Chengyue, upon noticing them, smiled kindly. Ah, my young friends from Wudang. Have you dined yet? The mountain-esque simple fare, is it to your liking? Wang Yi instantly replied with enthusiasm. Master. It is absolutely delightful. The vegetarian meals at Longhu Mountain are exceptional, Bai Xiaochuan politely added. Thank you for your hospitality, master. Everything is splendid. This was indeed the truth. For Bai Xiaochuan understood that as guests, the master's residents would never serve subpar meals. Yet, this very contrast highlighted the differences, evoking a sense of appreciation. Hearing this, Master Zhang's smile widened. As long as it pleases your palate, that is what matters. Young ones need sustenance to grow. Eat well. Yes, master. We are merely taking a stroll and will return shortly, Bai Xiaochuan responded. Indeed, the night dew in the mountains can be quite heavy. It would be wise to rest early, Master Zhang advised gently, preparing to depart with Zhang Qingyuan. At that moment, Wang Yi, for reasons unbeknownst to him, suddenly turned back and exclaimed toward Master Zhang's retreating figure, Master, with your unparalleled cultivation, you must be invincible, right? But have you ever been defeated? The trailing words had barely left his lips. Bai Xiaochuan reacted with astonishing speed. Almost instantaneously, he sensed that Wang Yi was about to make a grave mistake. He lunged forward, his hand shooting out like lightning, firmly covering Wang Yi's mouth, effectively stifling whatever foolishness was about to follow. Wang Yi, caught by surprise, rolled his eyes in panic, only able to emit helpless whimpers. One more word, and I swear I will end you, Bai Xiaochuan warned darkly. He could feel that if Wang Yi uttered that question, he would be the greatest victim. Cold sweat trickled down Bai Xiaochuan's forehead as he pressed his hand against Wang Yi's mouth, repeatedly bowing an apology to the astonished Master Zhang and Zhang Qingyuan. My apologies. I am so sorry, Master. Brother Zhang. He might have overeaten today, and his mind is a bit muddled. He speaks nonsense. Please do not take it to heart. We shall take him back to sober him up. Zhang Qingyuan's expression had gradually grown cold, his gaze piercing like a blade as it scrutinized Wang Yi. To pose such a question in front of him and his master was an egregious sign of disrespect. However, Master Zhang, taken aback for a moment, suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his voice resonant and jovial, showing no signs of anger. He waved his hand, signaling Zhang Qingyuan to remain calm. No harm done, young man. Curiosity is a virtue, he said, casting an amused glance at the near-asphyxiated Wang Yi. Then at the visibly embarrassed Bai Xiaochuan and Yunlong, adding with a smile, Indeed, I have faced defeat. Among practitioners, who dares claim to be invincible? It is through defeat that one realizes there are greater heights beyond, acknowledging one's own limitations, thus enabling further progress. With that, he chuckled again and turned, leading the still-cold Zhang Qingyuan away. After they had walked a distance, Master Zhang looked at his disciple, whose face remained stern, and shook his head in exasperation. Qingyuan, you must not always wear such a serious expression. Youth should embrace joy. Look at that young friend Bai Xiaochuan from Wudang. Despite being young and possessing profound skills, he carries himself with humility among his peers. Interacting with others is also a form of practice. Do you understand? Zhang Qingyuan remained silent for a moment, then respectfully bowed his head. Yes, master, I understand. Chapter 33, The Sly Lin Shao. Meanwhile, it was not until the figures of Master Zhang and his disciple had completely vanished that Bai Xiaochuan finally released the nearly suffocated Wang Yi. Cough, cough, cough. Old Bai, are you attempting murder? Wang Yi gasped, his face flushed. Bai Xiaochuan shot him an exasperated glare, questioning. Enough with the nonsense. Wang Yi, while you may be a bit reckless, you are not entirely devoid of sense. Such questions are not something you would normally blurt out. Wang Yi, regaining his composure, exhibited an unusual seriousness mixed with apprehension. Old Bai, to be honest, I do not know what came over me just now. I was merely observing the Master's back, and suddenly, that thought surged in my mind with overwhelming intensity, and my mouth just blurted it out. It felt as if something compelled me to ask. Bai Xiaochuan and Yunlong exchanged concerned glances. What compelled you? Yunlong asked, nervously scanning the surroundings. Brother Wang, please do not frighten me. This is Longhu Mountain, the ancestral ground of Taoism. Could there be anything unclean? Bai Xiaochuan furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the tranquil courtyard, ancient trees, and shadowy corners. Heightening his senses, he detected no unusual energy fluctuations or mental disturbances. It does not seem like external forces are at play, Bai Xiaochuan mused. More likely, it is your own thoughts magnified, or... Suddenly, he considered a possibility and turned to Wang Yi. Have you encountered any issues in your recent training, particularly concerning your mental state? Wang Yi paused, attempting to recollect, then replied uncertainly, I don't think so. However, I have felt my mental power increasing rapidly lately, and sometimes I experience, unusual thoughts, but they dissipate quickly. That was the most intense one. Bai Xiaochuan pondered deeply. Wang Yi's awakening was a psychic ability. In its early stages, if not controlled properly, it could easily be influenced by one's subconscious or subtle external cues, potentially leading to chaotic thoughts and a loss of self-control. That reckless inquiry might have stemmed from Wang Yi's intense curiosity regarding the topic of being the strongest in the world, amplified by doubts about the Master's strength. Suddenly erupting uncontrollably. It seems your telekinetic abilities require further refinement and control, Bai Xiaochuan advised, patting Wang Yi on the shoulder. Once we return, practice meditative focus. Do not allow your mind to wander aimlessly. Fortunately, the Master was magnanimous today and did not hold it against us. Otherwise, we would be in serious trouble. Wang Yi, now fully aware, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he recalled the earlier scene. He had audaciously asked the Master, "Have you ever been defeated?" I understand. Next time, I will definitely keep my mouth in check," he promised. Yunlong chimed in softly, "Brother, I think it would be wise to keep your brain in check as well." Wang Yi. The three meandered through the main areas of Longhu Mountain. And by now, the sky had darkened considerably. The mountain breeze carried a chill, and the surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the chirping of insects and the distant sounds of chanting. "That should suffice. Let us head back," Bai Xiaochuan suggested. To be fair, Longhu Mountain and Wudang are both sacred sites of Taoism. In terms of scenery, one might find them somewhat similar after frequent visits. What is truly invaluable, however, is the rich cultural heritage and the transmission of Taoist teachings that have accumulated over millennia. Wang Yi and Yunlong nodded in agreement, preparing to retrace their steps to the guest house. Just then, Wang Yi suddenly halted, gripping the sleeves of his companions and pointing toward a discovery. "Shoo, look over there. Is there not a suspicious shadow lurking?" Bai Xiaochuan followed his gaze and spotted a tall, slender figure clad in a gray Taoist robe, peeking cautiously around the corner of a secluded hall. The figure before them could only be Lin Shou of Maoshan. "Haha, it's that rascal Lin Shou," Wang Yi exclaimed excitedly. "What is he doing out here at this hour? Surely he's up to no good." Bai Xiaochuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued as well. The three exchanged glances, silently agreeing to conceal their presence. Utilizing the shadows and the cover of the trees, they stealthily approached. Their skills in stealth were remarkably high, akin to that of seasoned professionals. Just as Lin Shou was about to advance further, he suddenly sensed an unusual sound behind him. His heart raced, and as he turned to look, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Simultaneously, a teasing voice whispered in his ear, "Lin Shou, on this dark and windy night, why are you out here instead of preparing talismans in your room? What mischief are you up to?" Lin Shou was startled, nearly crying out. He spun around to find Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and Yunlong standing behind him. Relieved, he chuckled awkwardly. It's the three Taoist friends from Wudang. What a coincidence. Just overindulged at dinner and came out for a stroll to aid digestion." "Yes, just a stroll." As he spoke, he attempted to discreetly slip away from Wang Yi's grasp. However, the moment he moved, he found his legs felt as heavy as lead. Looking down, he discovered that several remarkably resilient dark green vines had emerged from the cracks in the stone pavement, silently coiling around his ankles and calves like serpents. They were bound tightly. Lin Shou's expression finally shifted. Instinctively, he tried to channel his energy to forcefully break free from the vines. Yet, as he exerted himself, those seemingly delicate vines remained unyielding, tightening their grip instead, exuding an overwhelming resilience and constriction. What? Lin Shou's heart sank. He had encountered other wood-type ability users before. Among his disciples, there were those who had awakened wood abilities, but none could achieve such strength. The toughness of these vines and the density of the energy contained within far exceeded his imagination. The smile on Lin Shou's face faltered, becoming somewhat rigid as he looked at Bai Xiaochuan. "By Daoist, what is the meaning of this? We are all fellow practitioners. Surely there's no need for such seriousness and jest." Bai Xiaochuan chuckled lightly. "Lin Daoist, we are merely curious. On this late night, your presence in such a secluded place raises some concerns." Wang Yi chimed in. "Exactly. Be honest. Have you discovered some treasure from Longhu Mountain? We want to share." Yunlong nodded earnestly beside them. Lin Shou regarded the trio with a hint of bitterness in his heart. It seemed he had unwittingly stumbled into a den of thieves. If he didn't disclose the matter, he feared he wouldn't be able to escape. As for a fight, just dealing with Wang Yi alone was a challenge. Not to mention the stronger Bai Xiaochuan. The bald fellow could likely be disregarded. "Sigh, it is what it is. Sharing with you is harmless. But you must keep it a secret." Chapter 34. The Mother-Child Tracking Talismans. Lin Shou began, "Esteemed friends, to speak candidly, I was not merely wandering about. I spotted two individuals exhibiting suspicious behavior and, driven by curiosity, decided to follow them discreetly, acquiring a small token from them for further observation." "Oh." Wang Yi's eyes brightened instantly. "A small token? A tracking talisman? An eavesdropping talisman? Lin Daoist, you are quite impressive. Name your price. I will buy them all." Lin Shou's squinting eyes widened slightly. "Old Wang, let's keep this between us. Bai Xiaochuan inquired. Lin Daoist, how did you determine their actions were suspicious? Lin Shou assumed a knowing expression. Isn't it simple? What ordinary person would venture into such a deserted and dark corner at this hour? They were looking back furtively. Either they have something to hide, or are up to no good. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and Yunlong staring at him with a rather peculiar expression. Wang Yi cracked his knuckles, advancing with a mocking smile. Lin Daoist, considering your words, doesn't it seem rather suspicious that the three of us are out here at this late hour blocking your path? Do we seem like thieves to you? Lin Shou. His hair stood on end as he realized he had inadvertently insulted the trio before him. He quickly waved his hands. Misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. You three Daoists possess an extraordinary demeanor, and your actions are above board. You walk with the grace of dragons and tigers, embodying the very essence of righteous guardians of the night. How could you be compared to those sneaky rodents? There is a world of difference. My admiration for you three is as boundless as the rivers. Wang Yi, flattered by Lin Shou's flattery, floated off. Indeed, indeed. What other words do you have? Please, go on. Lin Shou stammered. Why is Wang Yi not following the script? Bai Xiaochuan, regaining his seriousness, said, all right, enough of this. Lead us to the situation. Feeling the enthusiastic gazes of the three upon him, Lin Shou realized he had no choice but to guide them tonight. With a resigned sigh, he replied, fine, I concede to you. Follow me, but tread lightly to avoid startling the snake. As he led the way, Lin Shou lowered his voice to explain the situation. It was like this. I had just come out of the restroom, thinking to walk off my meal before returning to the guest house, when I stumbled upon two Daoists from the Qingwei sect around the corner. The Qingwei sect? Bai Xiaochuan exclaimed, slightly taken aback. The small temple in Jiangnan? They are here too? I didn't see their disciples participating today. Indeed, that's them, Lin Shou nodded. I initially paid them no mind until I overheard them muttering about an operation starting soon, urging each other not to make mistakes. Just think about it at this hour. In Longhu Mountain, what kind of operation could it be? My insatiable curiosity got the better of me. Thus, I discreetly placed this on each of them. Lin Shou produced a yellow talisman inscribed with arcane symbols from his sleeve. The talisman, at that moment, was slightly bending, pointing like a compass toward a fixed direction. Wang Ye's eyes widened. Are you serious? You just stuck it on them? Were those two fools? How could they not notice? Lin Shou chuckled, producing a nearly transparent, nail-sized paper that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Do not underestimate the talismans of Maoshan. This mother-child tracking talisman. The mother talisman here guides the direction. The child talisman is this small, practically weightless, and once it clings to the hem of their clothing, it becomes indistinguishable from dust, requiring a careful probe with energy to detect. Moreover, once activated with energy, it operates silently, boasting excellent concealment. Wang Ye's eyes sparkled as he threw an arm around Lin Shou's shoulders. Wow, what an incredible item. Brother Lin. No, Lin Zong. Let's make a deal. We need a dozen of these. Lin Shou immediately shifted into a business mode. All right, Wang Zong. Thank you for your support. Maoshan's high-tech invisibility tracking talismans. A dozen for 12, and I will cover shipping. Bai Xiaochuan also expressed interest in the exquisite talismans, saying, prepare some for me as well. Absolutely, Bai Zong. No problem. Lin Shou laughed heartily, his grin wide enough to reveal his teeth, but not his eyes. This was a stroke of luck. Amidst their banter, the four followed the direction indicated by the talisman, straying further off course. Although still within the bounds of Longhu Mountain, they had distanced themselves from the guest house and the main temples, the surroundings growing increasingly tranquil, with the light dimming. Bai Xiaochuan scrutinized their path, his brow furrowing deeper. They were deliberately avoiding the patrolling disciples and the main roads. Stealthy and secretive, their intentions were undoubtedly nefarious. Guided by the talisman, the four meandered for over an hour, the time creeping towards 11 o'clock at night. Longhu Mountain seemed to have succumbed to slumber, enveloped in silence. Suddenly, the direction indicated by the talisman became fixed and unchanging. The four cautiously concealed themselves behind a massive boulder, peering ahead. Upon doing so, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Not far in front of them stood a grand and ancient four-story pagoda, resplendent in the moonlight, its flying eaves and intricate brackets exuding an extraordinary aura. The plaque at the entrance displayed 3 robust, archaic characters that were barely discernible in the moonlight. Songjing Pavilion. Songjing Pavilion. Wang Yi exclaimed in shock. Yunlong was equally stunned. What do they intend to do? Bai Xiaochuan's heart sank like a stone. As a disciple of Wudang, he understood all too well the significance of the Songjing Pavilion to a sect. In their Wudang, the first 2 floors of the Songjing Pavilion were indeed accessible to the public, housing fundamental martial arts manuals, sword techniques, and Daoist classics, essentially a foundation of martial knowledge. For instance, the moves of Tai Chi and the diagrams of the Tianzong's footwork, among others. However, mastering these superficial techniques without the corresponding internal cultivation methods rendered them nearly powerless. The true core inheritances of internal techniques, secretive spells, and unparalleled skills were invariably stored on the highest floor of the Sanjing Pavilion, guarded by the elite of the sect, impervious to outsiders. As one of the ancestral homes of Taoism, the treasures within Longhu Mountain's Sanjing Pavilion were beyond measure. The two Daoists from Qinghuiguan, sneaking around the vicinity of the Sanjing Pavilion in the dead of night, made their intentions abundantly clear. Do they intend to steal Longhu Mountain's martial arts? Wang Yi exclaimed in shock as he came to a realization. What audacity! To pilfer from the territory of the Tianshi mansion? If caught, would they not be subjected to divine punishment? Bai Xiaochuan whispered, I fear that is indeed the case. Such actions, at this hour, could only herald ill intentions. Chapter 35, The Awakening of the Healing Type. At that moment, from the shadows opposite the Sanjing Pavilion, the two furtive figures were seen moving. Those two are on the move, Lin Shou exclaimed. Under the gaze of the trio, the two figures, agile as raccoons, silently leapt up and stealthily climbed onto the eaves of the first floor of the Sanjing Pavilion. Their movements were so adept they hardly resembled Daoists. They seemed more like professional thieves. One of them directly flipped through a window into the second floor, while the other continued upward until reaching the fourth floor. Then, like a gecko, he pressed himself against the shadow of the eaves, utterly still, either serving as lookout or plotting something else. He has entered, Wang Yi whispered. Bai Xiaochuan decisively commanded, Yunlong, quickly inform our master and the elders of Longhu Mountain. Hurry. Yes, young master. Yunlong responded, turning to flee. Wait, Bai Xiaochuan called out suddenly. Yunlong skidded to a halt, almost losing his balance, and turned back in confusion. What is it, young master? Bai Xiaochuan replied, exasperated, just make a call. Or send a WeChat. Whichever is faster. What era is this, still running back to deliver news? Yunlong smacked his forehead, frantically pulling out his phone. Oh, I forgot. However, just as Yunlong unlocked the screen, a surge of abnormal orange-red flames erupted from the second floor of the Sanjing Pavilion. What the hell? They're setting fire. Wang Ye's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. They're not here to steal. They aim to burn down that Sanjing Pavilion. Lin Shou exclaimed in horror. This was 100 times worse than theft. Action! Bai Xiaochuan barked, unable to remain hidden any longer. The three figures shot forth like arrows from behind the boulder, racing towards the Sanjing Pavilion. Wang Yi urged, Old Bai, the one above is yours. Leave the arsonist inside to Lin Shou and me. Understood, Bai Xiaochuan affirmed, his gaze locking onto the figure pressed against the eaves, employing Tianzong to its fullest as he darted forward like a wraith. Yet, just as they charged out, a colossal force, as overwhelming as a mountain, erupted from the top of the Sanjing Pavilion. Who dares trespass in my Longhu Mountain's sacred grounds? A voice thundered like a clap of thunder, shaking the very foundations of the Sanjing Pavilion. A gray figure, akin to a soaring eagle, shot downwards from the top floor, arriving at the burning window of the second floor in an instant. It was an elderly Daoist, his hair and beard white, with a ruddy complexion, now glaring furiously, emanating a pressure that was profoundly unsettling. The old Daoist did not even glance at the newly ignited flames. With a mighty hand, he struck towards the arsonist. Boom! An invisible force surged through the air. The arsonist within the window barely had time to scream before being sent hurtling backward like a rag doll, colliding violently with the internal bookshelves, producing a sickening thud before crumpling to the ground, unconscious or worse. Wang Yi and Lin Shou, who had just reached the first floor, shuddered in unison, instinctively halting their advance. Wang Yi swallowed hard. This elder is incredibly formidable. Lin Shou wiped the cold sweat from his brow. How does it seem that our worries were somewhat unfounded? With this elder present, what role do we have to play? The old Daoist, having dispatched the arsonist with a single move, swiftly turned his piercing gaze towards Wang Yi and Lin Shou, who had just arrived below. More accomplices? Prepare to meet your demise. The old Daoist roared, preparing to pounce. Wang Yi and Lin Shou were startled and hurriedly waved their hands to clarify their identities. Elder, please hold. We are allies. Wudang's Wang Yi, Maoshan's Lin Shou. We've come to assist. The old Daoist paused, scrutinizing the two with suspicion. Yet the murderous intent around him did not dissipate. Lin Shou quickly pointed to the flames and smoke rising from the bookshelves. Elder, the fire. We must extinguish it first. I possess water attributes. Leave it to me. With that, he formed hand seals, chanting incantations under his breath, as moisture rapidly coalesced around him. Seeing this, the old Daoist finally set aside his doubts, nodding cautiously while remaining vigilant. Lin Shou, not daring to waste a moment, manipulated the gathered moisture, transforming it into a water dragon that surged towards the spreading flames on the bookshelves. However, just as everyone's attention was consumed by the fire, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The Daoist, who had been struck down by the old Daoist force and should have been gravely injured, surprisingly staggered back to his feet. He twisted his neck, emitting a series of eerie cracking sounds. Ah, indeed, as expected of Longhu Mountain, true masters abound. The Daoist slowly straightened his body, and in the moonlight and residual firelight, the crowd finally discerned his features. He bore an exceedingly ordinary visage, one that would easily be lost in a crowd, yet his eyes sparkled with a near-manic excitement and mockery. Beneath the exposed skin of the Daoist's chest, the damaged tissue appeared to writhe and heal at an astonishing pace. Simultaneously, his previously chaotic aura swiftly stabilized, a healing-type supernatural ability. Both Wang Yi and Lin Shou exclaimed in astonishment, almost in unison. A mutation of wood-type abilities. It was said that only one young Daoist had awakened within the entire Daoist sect, rendering its rarity even more exaggerated than that of lightning or fire types. The Daoist with an ordinary face twisted his seemingly restored neck, producing a disconcerting crack, and grinned widely. He chuckled. Fortunately, I awakened a healing ability. I'm tough and resilient. Otherwise, your serious punch just now would have surely sent me to meet my ancestors. What a force that was. The guardian Daoist's expression darkened. So what if it was a healing ability? His hair bristled as his aura surged once more, a faint golden light beginning to shimmer. I shall see whether your healing is faster than my ability to dismantle. Let us see how many times you can recover. Just as the elder prepared to unleash another thunderous strike to shatter this seemingly indestructible cockroach into pieces, Lin Shou suddenly recalled something. His face turning pale as he shrieked. Senior, wait, he has an accomplice. He was lurking on the 4th floor eaves just now. We don't know where he has gone. Upon hearing this, the elder's body trembled, his expression shifting. The 4th floor of the scripture pavilion. That is where the true core inheritance of Longhu Mountain is stored. If it falls into the hands of thieves. What? There's another one. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Lin Shou responded. Rest assured, Senior. Our companion has already gone to apprehend that fellow. The elder would never entrust the safety of Longhu Mountain's core to an outsider. With a swift motion, he dashed back into the building. Ha! Only now you realize? Too late. The Daoist with the ordinary face burst into a triumphant, maniacal laughter. Our people have likely succeeded. We shall graciously accept your precious techniques from Longhu Mountain. Ha! As for what you mentioned, ha! Old you is simply unbeatable. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a calm and indifferent voice suddenly emanated from the window of the 4th floor of the scripture pavilion. Oh, are you speaking of him? Everyone's heads jerked upwards. There, by an open window on the 4th floor, stood a figure, silhouetted by the moonlight, outlining his tall frame and composed profile. It was Bai Xiaochuan. In his right hand, he casually held the unconscious figure of another Daoist, similarly garbed in Daoist robes, as if he were lifting a mere chick. Chapter 36. The Identities of the Two. Bai Xiaochuan leaped from the 4th floor window, his figure soaring like a great rock. He landed with a resounding thud, sending up a cloud of dust. With a flick of his wrist, he discarded the unconscious man before the Daoist with the ordinary face. As the dust settled and the figure on the ground came into view, the Daoist's previously arrogant grin froze in an instant. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Old Yu's strength is clearly. Before he could finish, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. A purple silhouette appeared like a ghost, materializing without warning in the clearing outside the scripture pavilion. This abrupt appearance sent shivers down Bai Xiaochuan's spine as his body instinctively tensed, the energy within him surging wildly. Who is it? This speed is simply unfathomable. Is it spatial jumping? Even the most skilled lightness techniques could not achieve such a feat. As he discerned the figure clad in a purple Daoist robe and recognized the face, Bai Xiaochuan immediately concealed his aura and bowed respectfully. Master. The master's expression remained calm, his gaze sweeping over the entire scene like lightning. Almost simultaneously, the guardian Daoist rushed out from the scripture pavilion, his face filled with shame upon seeing the master. Brother, I have failed in my duty. I allowed petty thieves to infiltrate, nearly. He continued, expressing gratitude towards Bai Xiaochuan and his companions. The master nodded slightly. I am already aware, brother. At that moment, more sounds of rushing wind filled the air. Zhao Yinyu, Lu Shun, Li Xuanji, and other sect leaders, along with official representatives such as Qin Yuanshan, arrived promptly with a contingent of elite disciples and security personnel. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochuan and his companions unharmed, Zhao Yunyu exhaled in relief, his sharp gaze scanning the scene. The healing-type Daoist, realizing the tide had turned, flashed a ruthless glint in his eyes and stealthily reached for his waist, seemingly intent on creating chaos to facilitate his escape. Yet his little maneuver could hardly escape the notice of the nearby Master Zhang. In a blink, the master vanished as if teleporting. The next instant, he appeared behind the Daoist. So fast, Bai Xiaochuan's pupils contracted. Even when fully alert, he struggled to catch the master's movements. Master Zhang's right hand lightly rested on the Daoist's neck. Zzzt. A violent surge of silver lightning erupted, countless bolts of lightning coursing into the Daoist's body. The Daoist let out a brief, anguished cry as his body convulsed violently. His exterior charred and carbonized at a visible rate, emitting wisps of smoke, frothing at the mouth, and collapsing forward, completely losing consciousness. The precise application of lightning to dismantle the nervous system, Bai Xiaochuan narrowed his eyes. This was indeed an effective method against healing-type awakeners. However, as the Daoist fell, something peculiar occurred. The ordinary features of his face began to contort and peel away, as if a layer of disguise were melting away to reveal an entirely different visage beneath. What is this? Wang Yi, closest to the scene, exclaimed. A disguise technique? Gasps of surprise echoed among the crowd. Bai Xiaochuan quickly reacted, striding to the captured thief's side, seizing his hair, and turning his face towards him. Indeed, the skin along the edges of the man's cheek bore unnatural wrinkles. He swiftly rubbed and peeled away the skin behind the man's ear. With a rip, a mask as thin as a cicada's wing was torn away, revealing a pale and unfamiliar face beneath. Both are disguised, Yunlong exclaimed, all eyes fixated on the two unfamiliar faces. Just then, Qin Yuanshan, who had just arrived, froze upon recognizing the faces, his pupils dilating suddenly. His complexion turned ashen, and he instinctively took a step back. Although he quickly regained his composure, that fleeting moment of panic was hard to conceal from those present. Master Zhang's gaze turned to Qin Yuanshan, his voice grave. Elder Qin, it appears you recognize these two individuals? Qin Yuanshan's expression shifted, his lips moving as if he were grappling with an internal struggle. All eyes in the room bore down upon him like swords, especially the guardian Daoist, whose eyes seemed to blaze with fury. A suffocating silence enveloped the scene. After a tense few seconds, Qin Yuanshan seemed to expend all his strength. Finally speaking with great difficulty, they are awakeners cultivated in secret by the 6th Bureau. At these words, the crowd erupted in uproar. What? They are officials? Preposterous. The thief cries thief. What on earth are you plotting? The guardian Daoist trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Yuanshan as he berated him. So this is how you officials operate. A facade of cooperation while plotting behind our backs. You are the ones who sealed us off, the ones who spoke of collaboration. Yet now you dispatch people to steal our techniques and commit arson. What do you truly intend? Do you think our Daoist sect is easy to bully? As tensions escalated and the atmosphere grew increasingly volatile, Master Zhang's solemn voice cut through the chaos. Junior brother, tread carefully with your words. Despite his grim demeanor, the master remained composed. He first bowed respectfully to Bai Xiaochuan and his companions, expressing, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you 4 young friends for your chivalrous intervention tonight. This kindness shall forever be etched in the annals of Longhu Mountain. His gaze then shifted, laden with complexity, towards the pallid face of Qin Yuanshan. Before sweeping across the indignant crowd, he continued, this matter bears significant weight and far-reaching implications. It necessitates prudent deliberation. The night has grown late, and I urge you all to return and rest. Rest assured, I, along with the other sect leaders, will seek an explanation from Elder Qin and the authorities. While the crowd simmered with indignation, they recognized the wisdom in the master's words. Under the guidance of their respective leaders, the assembly slowly dispersed, their hearts heavy with doubt and resentment. The moonlight poured through the window, bathing the quiet chamber in a silvery glow. Sitting cross-legged on a mat, Bai Xiaochuan's eyes were gently closed, not in meditation, but replaying the night's events in his mind. The middle-aged man who had lurked on the 4th floor was no weakling. His strength was comparable to Wang Ye's at a 0-9 configuration. The fact that Bai Xiaochuan was able to dispatch him so swiftly was attributable to the latter's underestimation and Bai's sudden and unrestrained unleashing of his devouring power, which caught him off guard. Yet, the appearance of the master shattered his previous understanding. The speed that seemed to tear through space, the ferocity and precision of the lightning techniques. Such abilities were beyond anything he had encountered even before his rebirth. After repeatedly analyzing the situation, Bai Xiaochuan reached a disheartening conclusion. Should he find himself in opposition to the master, he would likely not survive 3 exchanges. Even employing healing techniques would probably not alter his fate. It appears I have been overly arrogant, Bai Xiaochuan sighed as he slowly opened his eyes. He had long believed that, armed with the advantages of rebirth, a meteoric rise in healing powers, and the dual mastery of top-tier abilities in wood and space devouring, He stood among the elite in a world teeming with hidden talents. While he may not match the profound insights of veterans who had immersed themselves in the arts for decades, he was confident in his absolute strength, believing it rivaled that of anyone else. However, the mere glimpse of the masters might extinguish the flicker of unwarranted pride he had harbored. What manner of ability is that? Time manipulation? Spatial control? Bai Xiaochuan murmured to himself, furrowing his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he ceased his musings and commenced his training for the day. Having been reborn, he was determined to become the strongest in the world. To hell with those nostalgic tales of elder heroes. The following morning, the atmosphere was palpably different from usual. The leaders of various sects were summoned to the council hall of the master early, and even several prominent elders were included. Clearly, the master had managed to extract considerable information from the two individuals during the previous night. Bai Xiaochuan lacked the standing to participate in such high-level discussions. Yet he could surmise the crux of the matters at hand. The officials' attempt to pilfer techniques did not wholly surprise him. While collaboration was essential, the core legacies of the various sects constituted the very foundation of their existence, and there was no way they would surrender such vital assets to the authorities lightly. The conflict of core interests was inherently unsolvable. The authorities yearned to wield such power to navigate the changing tides of the future, while the sects were compelled to safeguard their roots. However, he had not anticipated the authorities' desperate and misguided approach, employing the most foolish and damaging tactic possible. This will undoubtedly strain relations for years to come. Bai Xiaochuan shook his head as he gazed towards the council hall. Before his rebirth, he had been entirely unaware of the events that transpired between the sects and the authorities. Yet even if he had known, he doubted it would have changed much. By noon, Bai Xiaochuan finally emerged from his room. While training was undeniably important, one could not neglect the needs of the body. After all, a nourished body cultivates a tranquil mind. Shortly after stepping out, he spotted Wang Yi and Yun Long approaching. "Brother Chuan, you're up?" Wang Yi greeted. "The master and the others have returned. Let us grab some food first. The grand ceremony continues this afternoon." Bai Xiaochuan cast a quick glance. Wang Yi's address towards him seemed to shift constantly, alternating between Brother Bai and Brother Chuan. He hoped he wouldn't be referred to as Little Brother next. "Are we continuing?" Bai Xiaochuan inquired, puzzled. Given the magnitude of the incident, he had assumed the grand ceremony would be postponed. "Absolutely," Wang Yi replied with conviction. "I heard that those two were taken away by the authorities this morning. It seems they promised some compensation to Longhu Mountain and the sects, though the specifics remain unclear." Bai Xiaochuan nodded. It was indeed challenging for the sects to deal with the authorities independently. Although the nature of the compensation was unknown, it was clear that their relationship had soured considerably. Soon after, the three companions made their way to the dining hall. Upon entering, they were greeted by a familiar voice calling out enthusiastically, "Manager Yi, Manager Bai, Manager Yun, you all are here for a meal too?" Turning around, they were met by Lin Shou, accompanied by a young acolyte, who stood at a modest height, reminiscent of the young disciple Tutu from Longhu Mountain. His countenance was fair, and his eyes radiated a naive clarity. Wang Yi waved back, unperturbed by Lin Shou's enthusiastic greeting. "Manager Lin, impressive, bringing your apprentice along for meals now?" Lin Shou chuckled, gently nudging the young acolyte forward. "Come, let me introduce my little junior brother. You all can call him Little Confused." The young acolyte's face immediately flushed crimson. "Senior brother. I don't go by that name. I have a Dharma name." Bai Xiaochuan and his companions exchanged glances and chuckled. "Lin Shou, why are you teasing your own apprentice?" Lin Shou, draping an arm around the young acolyte's shoulders, earnestly explained, "You wouldn't understand. My junior brother is truly exceptional in many ways, but he is excessively naive. The kind who would lend money to someone who deceived him. I must provide him with a healthy dose of reality, not bullying, but rather a necessary education in the ways of the world." The young apprentice, indignant, retorted, "I'm not foolish. I can recite my scriptures very quickly." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Shou's eyes sparkled mischievously. "Then let me pose a practical question. Suppose you are playing a game online, and a teammate claims to be a college student who is currently broke and asks you to send him 50 yuan for his urgent needs, promising to repay you 100 once his living expenses arrive next month. What would you do?" With pride, the young acolyte puffed out his chest and responded without hesitation. "To save a life is more virtuous than building a 7-tier pagoda. Helping others in times of need is my duty. I would definitely send him 50. No, 100. It's a joy to help others." Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi erupted into laughter, unable to contain themselves. Wang Yi, still chuckling, patted Lin Shou on the shoulder. "Manager Lin, your apprentice is an unrefined gem." At that moment, the previously silent Yun Long furrowed his brow, puzzled. Shouldn't you send him money? Helping others through tough times is a noble act, isn't it?" Instantly, the laughter from Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi ceased. They turned to Yun Long, their expressions a complex blend of shock and sympathy. Wang Yi, in a dramatic gesture, wrapped his arms around Yun Long's shoulders. Dragon, my dear dragon. How could you even consider sending money? First of all, the request is practically a cliché. Out of 10, 11 are frauds. How can you be certain that the person behind the screen isn't a slovenly brute? Furthermore, if he were truly a university student, famished to the point of desperation, would he not seek assistance from his counselor? Would he not reach out to his classmates or parents? Instead, he chooses to approach a complete stranger through the virtual realm of gaming? And most crucially, in this day and age, siblings often require promissory notes when borrowing money. Yet you dare to transfer funds directly to an unfamiliar individual over the internet? Your kindness is almost painful to behold. Yunlong and the junior disciple were momentarily stunned by his words. Soon after, they erupted into laughter. While Wang Yi continued to impart his wisdom on the harsh realities of society to Yunlong and the bewildered one. At that moment, a chilling yet distinctly mocking laugh echoed from the entrance of the cafeteria. Humph, I wondered who was making such a ruckus at the entrance. It turns out to be the esteemed disciples of Wudang. What's this? Still riding high from yesterday's notoriety, and now attempting to perform a comedy skit here? Leading the group was Li Hani, flanked by a cadre of Qingqing Mountain disciples. Her gaze arrogantly swept over by Xiaochuan and the others, her tone dripping with provocation. Wang Yi's smile instantly vanished, his eyebrows arching. Who might this be? Is this not Sister Li from Qingqing Mountain? What? Did yesterday's sparring leave you unfulfilled? And you've come here today to seek a rematch? Or is it that the cafeteria's food is particularly delectable, drawing you in by its aroma? Lin Shou interjected. Sister Li, your words are misplaced. Fostering camaraderie is indeed a joyful endeavor. Could it be that Qingqing Mountain's regulations are so stringent that your disciples are forbidden to smile? Li Hani was visibly taken aback by their banter, her expression growing colder. Smooth talkers. It appears that both Maoshan and Wudang possess not only unique martial skills, but also a remarkable gift for eloquence. Oh, I am but unworthy of such praise. Wang Yi exaggeratedly clasped his hands. Compared to you, Sister Li, your mastery is writ large upon your visage and bosom. Being ordinary is quite admirable as well. You. Li Hani's countenance darkened, taking a step forward while her fellow disciples from Qingqing Mountain quickly surrounded her. Their expressions turning unfriendly. Bai Xiaochuan, Yunlong, and the others stood their ground, the atmosphere growing tense. Just then, a hearty and jovial laughter rang out from outside the cafeteria, akin to old friends reuniting. Haha, Daoist Li, this exchange has truly enriched my understanding of your Qingqing Mountain's sword intent. You are too modest, Daoist Zhao. The profoundness of Wudang's Tai Chi is indeed unparalleled. I am in awe. As the words faded, Zhao Yunyu and Li Xuanji entered side by side, both wearing broad smiles. The atmosphere was so amicable it resembled that of long-lost brothers. Upon entering, they noticed their disciples engaged in a clear standoff at the entrance. The tension palpable. Zhao Yunyu paused, turning to Bai Xiaochuan. What is transpiring here, Xiaochuan? Simultaneously, Li Xuanji furrowed his brow, looking at Li Hani with a questioning tone. Hani, what is the matter? Bai Xiaochuan reacted swiftly, his expression shifting to one of warmth as he addressed Zhao Yunyu and Li Xuanji with a slight bow. Master, it is nothing. We happened upon Sister Li from Qingqing Mountain, and we are merely engaging in a friendly exchange of insights regarding interpersonal conduct. Bai Xiaochuan emphasized the term sister with particular weight. At that moment, the importance of rank became glaringly evident, regardless of right or wrong. Arguing with one's elder is inherently your fault. Li Hani's expression darkened instantly, a lump forming in her chest, stifling her discomfort. Yet, before her sect leader and the esteemed elder from Wudang, she dared not act out, grinding her teeth to squeeze out a few words. Yes, master. We are indeed engaging in an exchange. Li Xuanji's gaze flitted between his disciples and the Wudang contingent. Although he sensed the peculiar atmosphere, Bai Xiaochuan's words were unassailable, and he nodded in agreement. Zhao Yunyu laughed heartily, attempting to diffuse the tension. Excellent. It is a good thing for young people to interact more. However, do not block the entrance. Let us proceed inside for a meal, as that is of utmost importance. Yes, master. The disciples on both sides immediately responded, the previously charged atmosphere dissipating in an instant. As they made way, the Qingqing Mountain disciples passed through, their glances sharp enough to slice through vegetables. Chapter 38, The Confusion Bureau. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the group reconvened at the martial arts arena. The sun remained blazing, yet the atmosphere within the venue carried a more nuanced tension than the previous day. Bai Xiaochuan noticed that the official representative, Qin Yuanshan, had vacated his position atop the platform. It seemed he was unaware of the events that would unfold and was likely hurrying back to manage the situation. Meanwhile, the Grand Master Zhang maintained an unperturbed demeanor, as if the previous night's turmoil had never occurred. As the Daoist from Lunghu Mountain declared the commencement of the sparring session, the disciples from various sects appeared largely unaffected, their spirits still high and eager. After all, for most young disciples, the ongoing sparring at the Luotian grand ceremony was of paramount significance. At that moment, Yunlong, who had been quietly seated beside Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi, unexpectedly stood up and took a step forward, respectfully addressing Zhao Yunyu. Master, I wish to take the stage. Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi were both taken aback, staring at Yunlong in astonishment. His nature was typically reserved, and they had not anticipated him to volunteer so boldly. Zhao Yunyu stroked his beard, observing him before nodding. Very well, go ahead. Just remember to hold back. Do not tarnish Wudang's reputation. Yes, master. Upon witnessing this, Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi immediately rallied to support him, cheering, Yunlong, go for it. Let everyone see the prowess of Wudang. Seeing Wudang dispatch a disciple first, particularly one who had not fought the day before, stirred the other sects into a frenzy. It's Wudang. I can't believe they're sending someone into the ring first. But it seems their strength may not be formidable. Are you going to try? Defeating a Wudang disciple could be a source of bragging rights for days. Soon, a robust disciple clad in the garb of the Huashan sect leaped onto the stage, cupping his fist towards Yunlong. Huashan sect, Lu Feng, I implore you for guidance. Like Qingqing and Shushan, Huashan belongs to the lineage of sword cultivators, yet its renown appears less illustrious than the other two. Nonetheless, its foundation remains strong. Wudang, Yunlong. With the sound of the gong, the contest commenced. Be careful, junior brother. The Huashan disciple Lu Feng struck first, his swordplay swift and fierce, embodying the hallmark perilous sword technique of Huashan. The gleaming sword light danced like a gentle breeze through the pines, swiftly enveloping Yunlong. Yet, in the face of this tempestuous onslaught, Yunlong displayed remarkable composure. His footwork was intricate, neither retreating nor evading. He was not in haste to counterattack. Instead, he patiently defended, evading, as steadfast as a rock amid a raging torrent. After several exchanges, Lu Feng began to show signs of fatigue. Just as his old strength waned and new energy had yet to awaken, a glimmer ignited in Yunlong's eyes. His coiled right fist exploded forth with tremendous force. This punch was devoid of embellishments, yet it was imbued with immense power, carrying a profound internal energy that pierced through the sword shadows, landing squarely on Lu Feng's chest. Bang! A dull thud resounded. Lu Feng staggered back 7 or 8 steps before barely regaining his balance, a flush creeping across his face, his hand trembling slightly around the sword. He took a deep breath, sheathing his sword, and with genuine respect, he clasped his hands. Fellow Daoist, your cultivation is profound. I am in awe. I concede defeat. Yunlong, I appreciate your graciousness. In the stands, Li Hani narrowed her eyes slightly. Wudang's Tianzong is indeed troublesome. I noticed this during yesterday's match against Wang Yi. Ordinary swordsmanship can be evaded through the technique of ladder cloud soaring as long as the opponent is able to react and there is sufficient space surrounding them. To counter such agile movements, one must strike decisively or thoroughly restrict the opponent's ability to evade. Otherwise, victory will be elusive, and one may not even manage to touch their foe. On the sidelines, Lin Shou suddenly prodded his bewildered junior with his elbow. Junior brother, what do you think of that bald-headed fellow from Wudang? Startled and lost in thought, the junior exclaimed softly. He is quite formidable, his punches are heavy, and his footwork is remarkably steady. Lin Shou chuckled mischievously and urged, why don't you give him a try then? Me? The junior quickly waved his hands. That wouldn't be appropriate, brother. We were just joking around together, we're friends. Besides, I'm not strong enough to be his opponent. Lin Shou replied, Junior, you underestimate yourself. Who says friends can't spar? It's all about mutual improvement. Haven T, I often sparred with you. The junior, with a pained expression, muttered, brother, you just want to beat me up. At that moment, the venerable master of Maoshan, Lin Jiao, who had been meditating in the front row, spoke up. Tianxing, if your brother asks you to try, you should go ahead. Consider it a valuable experience. With the master's words, the junior felt cornered and could only scratch his head. All right, fine. Observing his junior's hesitant steps, frequently glancing back, Lin Shou remained composed. His junior possessed an astonishing talent in the art of talismans, surpassing even him in certain aspects. Otherwise, the master would not have made an exception to bring him out to experience the world. Unfortunately, his junior's timid nature was a hindrance, and this push to perform on stage was merely to help him build courage. Wang Yi noticed the hesitant junior stepping onto the stage and couldn't help but laugh. Hey, Chuan, look. The junior is about to challenge the little fool. What is going on? A confusion match? Bai Xiaochuan narrowed his eyes, immediately understanding the situation upon seeing the junior's unwilling demeanor. Clearly, he had been coerced by his brother. However, Being compelled to step forward indicated that he was no ordinary individual. This young Taoist likely possessed remarkable capabilities. On stage, Yunlong was momentarily taken aback as he looked at the junior before him, who barely reached his chest. "Little friend, do you wish to spar as well?" Tianxin, feeling nervous, swallowed hard, his small face taut, and awkwardly clasped his hands as he imitated Lu Feng from earlier. "Mao Shan, Lin Tianxin, I humbly seek guidance from brother Yunlong." With the sound of the gong, the match commenced. Out of consideration for the younger participant, Yunlong did not immediately launch an attack, but instead assumed a defensive stance. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianxin seemed to have made up his mind. Swiftly, his small hand dove into his waist pouch, and in the next moment, 3 bright yellow talismans were grasped between his fingers. "Command!" he shouted, flicking his wrist. The 3 talismans ignited spontaneously, transforming into 3 streaks of flowing light that shot forth. They did not target Yunlong directly, but instead landed precisely on the ground beside him and behind him. Buzz! The points of impact illuminated with a faint glow, and invisible walls of energy surged forth, forming a rudimentary, triad confinement formation that severely restricted Yunlong's movement. "Huh!" Yunlong exclaimed softly, attempting to move but finding the surrounding air thick and unyielding. At that moment, the spectators' phones vibrated almost simultaneously. Wang Yi pulled out his phone to find a message from Lin Shou in their group chat. "Boss Lin, a friendly reminder to all members. The talismans my junior is using are all drawn by him, hot off the press, utterly genuine, and not bestowed by any master." Sly grin. Wang Yi and Bai Xiaochuan exchanged startled glances. Lin Shou was informing everyone that their junior was relying solely on his own abilities in this spar. Without external aid, Bai Xiaochuan remarked, "It seems Lin Shou has great confidence in his junior's strength." Wang Yi chuckled, "Our boy is no slouch either." On stage, having found success with his first strike, Tianxin did not pause, launching 2 more talismans. Wind Blade Talismans. Command. Followed by Stone Armor Talismans. Command. Several pale blue wind blades howled through the air toward the trapped Yunlong, while another talisman adhered to his own body, coating him in a faint yellow light. Yunlong let out a low growl, channeling his source energy to form a subtle source armor around his fists. The forceful wind blades clashed against his formidable punches, scattering upon impact. Lin Tianxin, witnessing this, swiftly unleashed 2 more talismans. The talisman light sank into the ground, and thick green vines erupted from the earth, slithering like agile serpents to ensnare Yunlong's legs and arms. Yunlong struggled against the vines, which snapped only to regenerate, keeping him ensnared within the formation. Lin Tianxin's face paled slightly, feeling the immense drain of energy. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a talisman of a distinctly different hue, a purple one. Thunder Talisman. Command. A brilliant purple lightning snake erupted with a crisp thunderclap, exuding a devastating aura that shot straight for Yunlong's head. This strike possessed power far beyond the previous assaults. Yunlong's pupils constricted as he sensed the imminent threat. There was no time to evade. In a moment of desperation, he let out a loud roar. With a forceful stomp of his right foot, a thick earthen wall erupted before him, rising solidly to shield him from the impending purple lightning. Crack! The purple lightning struck the wall with a ferocious blast, charring it and sending debris flying. Yet the wall remained steadfast, effectively blocking the violent onslaught. Earth-based supernatural ability. The spectators erupted in astonishment. Although there were no rules against using supernatural abilities in this spar, deploying them first indicated a certain weakness. Yet, just as the earthen wall rose to block the Thunder Talisman, Yunlong voluntarily dissipated his supernatural power, allowing the wall to crumble into dust. He turned to the still-dazed Lin Tianxin and flashed a hearty smile, clasping his hands together. "Junior brother Lin, your talisman skills are truly remarkable. If I hadn't utilized my earth-based ability, I would have undoubtedly been unable to withstand that strike. I concede, I am impressed." In the stands, Bai Xiaochuan regarded Yunlong with newfound respect. Yunlong has become quite cunning. Wang Yi nodded in agreement. Impressive, this lad. Observing the entire scene, it was clear that Lin Tianxin's prowess ranked somewhere between T1 and T15, surpassing most disciples present. If they had engaged in a relentless battle, the outcome was far from certain. What if, by some mischance, he had been defeated by a 12 or 13-year-old Taoist? What face would he have left? How would he navigate the world of martial arts afterward? Even if he miraculously triumphed, what glory was there in defeating a child? It would only invite ridicule for bullying the young. Now, it was a perfect resolution. At a critical moment, he showcased his formidable earth-based ability, demonstrating his concealed strength. Then gracefully conceded, embodying the dignity and grace of a Wudang elder. He skillfully sidestepped all risks while elevating his opponent to an esteemed position. Brilliant! How clever! Wang Yi exclaimed, "This is what one might call a strategic surrender, tactically showcasing strength, preserving both face and reputation. Yunlong, I previously thought you were just headstrong, but I now see you are quite shrewd. Bai Xiaochuan wholeheartedly agreed. It appears we can no longer call him little fool. He deserves the respectful title of Master Dragon. In the arena, Lin Tianxin stood in a daze, coming to a sudden realization as he hastily waved his hands. No, Senior Yunlong, you are far more formidable. He had not anticipated that he could truly compel his opponent to utilize their supernatural abilities, ultimately leading to their concession. Chapter 39, Li Hani versus Bai Xiaochuan. Shortly thereafter, Yunlong descended alongside the bewildered Xiao Mihua. As soon as Yunlong stepped off the stage, Wang Yi darted forward and threw his arm around his neck, exclaiming, "Well done, Master Long. I never would have guessed that beneath those bushy brows and bright eyes, you possess a cunning mind sharper than any blade." Yunlong, looking perplexed, scratched his head and replied, "Huh? Senior brother, what do you mean? I didn't win." Before Wang Yi could elucidate this high-level maneuver, Bai Xiaochuan slowly rose to his feet, tidying his robe, and spoke in a calm tone. "All right, it's my turn." Both Wang Yi and Yunlong were taken aback, their faces erupting with exuberance. "Brother Chuan, finally, you're stepping up. Little master uncle, show them who the true one is." Bai Xiaochuan waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of an aloof sage. "Let us keep a low profile. From this moment on, I shall enter my pretentious mode and speak less." Wang Yi immediately grasped the implication, nodding solemnly. "Understood. You do your part, and we will ensure the applause." Zhao Yunyuan commented, "What a travesty." Under the watchful eyes of all, Bai Xiaochuan strolled leisurely to the center of the arena, exuding a relaxed demeanor as if he were merely out for a stroll. In truth, his descent into the arena was a calculated decision. Having glimpsed but a fraction of the old master's unfathomable prowess, he felt acutely aware of his own inadequacies. He required more intense battles to hone his skills and accelerate his growth. As soon as he stood his ground, a chilling figure simultaneously descended into the arena. It was Li Hani from Qingqing Mountain. "Wow, a defeated opponent dares to challenge my little master uncle?" Wang Yi shouted from the sidelines. Li Hani snorted coldly, dismissing Wang Yi entirely. After her previous defeat to him, she had always believed it was due to her own carelessness, having left many trump cards unplayed. This was the perfect opportunity to first vanquish this Wudang Jr., redeem her honor, and prove her strength. She fixed her gaze on Bai Xiaochuan, her tone laced with provocation. "What's this, Wudang little master uncle? Are you afraid to accept the challenge?" Bai Xiaochuan remained as tranquil as a placid lake, not bothering to utter a single word, simply extending his right hand in a gesture of invitation. Wang Yi exclaimed from the sidelines, "Did you see that, Yunlong? Now that's how you flaunt your prowess without ostentation. We still have much to learn." Li Hani's eyes narrowed, and she ceased her banter. With a swift motion, she drew her sword from her waist, its blade gleaming with lethal intent. Simultaneously, she wielded her golden powers, transforming the sword into a golden arc aimed directly at Bai Xiaochuan's face. Bai Xiaochuan remained unfazed, shifting his feet slightly as he evaded the fierce strike with the grace of drifting willow fluff. Li Hani altered her sword technique, causing the flying sword to suddenly disintegrate mid-air, morphing into countless golden threads finer than hair, ensnaring Bai Xiaochuan like a celestial web. This was the same tactic she had employed against Wang Yi. Wang Yi had previously countered it with an explosive burst of fire abilities, yet Bai Xiaochuan was unperturbed. He waved his sleeves, creating seamless arcs as he deftly redirected, entangled, and dissipated the golden threads, which seemed to fall into an invisible vortex, unable to approach him even an inch. "Is this the flowing cloud sleeve from Tai Chi? This young man is quite remarkable." An elder with discerning eyes gasped in astonishment. Seeing this, Li Hani gritted her teeth and changed her hand gestures. Countless golden threads swiftly retreated and reformed into a sword in her grasp. Her aura surged dramatically, the sword tip vibrating as it stirred the surrounding air, producing a howling wind. The wind and cloud sword technique, breaking the clouds. The sword surged like a tempest, unstoppable, piercing directly toward Bai Xiaochuan. This strike encapsulated nearly all her energy and spirit. So fast, Wang Yi's pupils contracted. If he were to receive this blow, he could only rely on his mental powers to withstand it. Just then, Bai Xiaochuan subtly stamped his foot. With a series of soft thuds, resilient green vines erupted from the ground beneath Li Hani, ensnaring her ankles. Li Hani reacted swiftly, her movement momentarily halting. Yet her sword's momentum remained unyielding as she aimed to sever the vines with unrelenting determination. However, just as the vines were about to tighten their grip, clang, 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 a series of faint yet crisp metallic sounds echoed. From beneath her robe, several razor-sharp, wing-like metal plates suddenly sprang forth from her ankles. Under her deft control of golden abilities, these metal pieces spun rapidly, as if imbued with life, slicing through the air. Swish, swish, swish. The resilient vines were instantaneously severed, falling away in tatters. Bai Xiaochuan's gaze sharpened, revealing a hint of surprise. How many metal pieces was she hiding on her person? With the restraints gone, a fierce glimmer flashed in Lihani's eyes as she channeled her internal energy into the sword, accelerating its speed and ferocity. The sword tip, now slicing through the air, emitted a sharp shriek. Thrust. The keen blade pierced Bai Xiaochuan's chest, which had seemed momentarily caught off guard by the broken vines. He didn't evade? A chorus of gasps erupted from the audience. No one had anticipated such a sudden reversal in the battle. Lihani herself felt a jolt, though she sought victory. She never intended to kill. She hastily attempted to withdraw her sword. Yet in the next moment, all expressions froze. Bai Xiaochuan, pierced through, did not bleed. Instead, his body rapidly shriveled as if drained of all moisture, darkening in hue as his textures became pronounced. Ultimately, he transformed into a wooden effigy impaled by the sword. Lihani's pupils constricted to pinpricks. It was a clone. When did this happen? But her thoughts were abruptly cut short. A cold finger, akin to a specter, silently pressed against the unguarded nape of her neck, infused with a faint trace of source energy. The real Bai Xiaochuan had appeared behind her without her noticing. You lost. Chapter 40. Bai Xiaochuan vs. Zhang Qingyuan. Lihani's countenance turned icy, her pearly teeth instinctively biting down on her lip, nearly drawing blood. She had lost again. It was the same scenario. She knew she could perform better. A wave of intense frustration and humiliation surged within her. However, this time, Lihani took a deep breath, forcing herself to quell the tumultuous emotions as she turned to face Bai Xiaochuan. This time I lost, but next time, I shall not. Bai Xiaochuan, devoid of scorn or derision, simply nodded calmly. I look forward to our next duel. Lihani trembled at his words. She had expected Bai Xiaochuan to mock her like Wang Yi did, stripping her of dignity. Without uttering another word, Lihani's gaze softened, no longer as frigid. She inclined her head slightly toward Bai Xiaochuan before pivoting sharply, returning silently to her position at Qingqing Mountain. No sooner had she seated herself than her junior disciple Wang Qingyan approached, indignant. Sister, it's not a matter of your strength. That Bai Xiaochuan is too cunning, too treacherous, relying on underhanded tricks. Enough. Lihani interrupted softly. A loss is a loss. The art of combat, the ability to adapt on the fly, is intrinsically a part of one's prowess. It is my own inadequacy and lack of foresight that led to this outcome. Sitting in the front, Li Xuanji slightly nodded, a faint glimmer of unspoken approval flickering in his eyes. His disciple, endowed with exceptional talent, cultivation, and superior techniques, possessed a lofty ambition, yet she undeniably lacked experience in real combat and the cunning required therein. In contrast, Bai Xiaochuan appeared casual, yet every step he took was meticulously calculated. His composure was remarkably steady, as if forged through countless battles. This disparity could not be bridged overnight. Following this battle, Bai Xiaochuan firmly established his reputation. Subsequently, several other disciples, either unwilling to concede or eager to make a name for themselves, stepped forward to challenge him. However, the outcomes were utterly predictable. Whether it was the Laojun disciples skilled in talismans or the vigorous practitioners from Songshan, none could withstand 10 exchanges against Bai Xiaochuan. The murmurs from the audience gradually transformed from astonishment to a numbing acceptance. Is this Wudang's young master truly so formidable? He seems even more powerful than many of the older generation. He hasn't even exerted his full strength. Where exactly lies his limit? Second brother, why don't you give it a try? Get lost. But that wooden clone, it's truly impressive. How is that even possible? I'm also of the wood element. I wish to learn as well. Wang Yi and Yunlong watched on the sidelines, their spirits soaring with pride. Bai Xiaochuan, through a series of crisp and decisive victories, firmly secured Wudang's indisputable top position among the younger generation in this grand Luotian Dijiao. At this moment, Bai Xiaochuan stood in the center of the arena. Noticing the prolonged silence from the challengers, his gaze swept across the audience, ultimately resting on a solitary figure seated in the front of the Longhu Mountain disciples. With a slight smile, he spoke aloud, his voice resonating clearly throughout the venue. Longhu Mountain, fellow Daoist Zhang Qingyuan, would you honor me with a match? Upon hearing this, the previously subdued crowd erupted once more. Oh wow, here it comes. He knows exactly what the audience craves. Could this be the contest for the top among the younger generation? This is the highlight of the Luotian Dijiao. Wudang's young master versus Longhu Mountain's young master. Who truly is the strongest young master of the Daoist sect? Get the cameras ready. Brother Zhang, I love you. Love-struck fans, please step aside. All eyes instantaneously focused on Zhang Qingyuan. The pride of Longhu Mountain slowly opened his eyes, not revealing a hint of fear, but rather igniting a long-suppressed fervor for battle. He had been waiting for a worthy opponent who could truly compel him to exert his full potential. As fate would have it, he dared not miss this chance. Zhang Qingyuan rose, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable confidence, stepping into the center of the arena. Bai Xiaochuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Very well, very well. A Daoist graduated from 985, is it? The two stood facing each other. The atmosphere instantly thick with tension and gravity. Whispers circulated along the sidelines. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Isn't it obvious? Zhang Qingyuan, without a doubt. While Wudang's Tai Chi is indeed exquisite, the techniques of Longhu Mountain transcend mere martial arts, approaching the realm of true celestial methods. Precisely. Have you seen the Shu Mountain sword technique? It's as impressive as a sniper rifle. And the Maoshan talismans? Comparable to mobile artillery. But that is not the most outrageous part. The most outrageous is Longhu Mountain. Every fighter seems to come equipped with special effects. The Golden Light spell for defense. The 5 Thunder Assault. No matter how swift your steps, can you outpace thunder? The crowd nodded in agreement, with almost no one betting on Bai Xiaochuan. After both parties exchanged bows, the sound of the gong suddenly echoed. Crash! The two vanished simultaneously from their original positions, without employing any mystical abilities. It was merely the clash of fists and feet, a collision of speed and power. Bang! Crack! Thud! Their punches intertwined, and the winds from their kicks howled. The speed of both was such that many disciples present could only perceive a blur of afterimages. Each impact produced a deep, resounding thud, as though flesh and blood had become akin to iron and bronze in collision. That raw, visceral sensation of flesh meeting flesh instantaneously ignited the atmosphere. How exhilarating! Are these two individuals truly monsters? Yunlong watched anxiously. Brother, do you think the young master can win? It looks evenly matched out there. Wang Yi, arms crossed, scoffed. Evenly matched? Huh. It's merely Old Bai testing his techniques and warming up. Don't forget, Old Bai is already on the threshold of the bone refinement stage. His source energy begins to permeate and refine his bones, granting him strength and speed that far exceeds that of ordinary people. Zhang Qingyuan seems to have only reached the late stages of skin refinement at most. What can he possibly compare? Chapter 41, Victory. Just then, as if to validate Wang Yi's words, the situation in the arena shifted dramatically. Bai Xiaochuan appeared to have concluded his testing. His fist's momentum abruptly transformed, becoming even more ferocious and violent. Seizing a minuscule opening in Zhang Qingyuan's guard, he unleashed a seemingly straightforward and direct punch with unbridled ferocity. Boom! Zhang Qingyuan felt an overwhelming force surging towards him, and was sent hurtling backward, airborne for several meters. He executed a flip midair, barely managing to land on his feet. His arm tingling, his eyes filled with shock. What immense strength! Zhang Qingyuan shook his arm, his expression gravely serious. Daoist Bai, you are formidable. Bai Xiaochuan withdrew his fist and replied nonchalantly. You are not weak yourself, Daoist Zhang. If that is the case, I shall no longer hold back. Zhang Qingyuan declared, his body erupting in a dazzling golden light. The golden light spell. In the next moment, he resembled a golden war god, radiating overwhelming majesty. Charging once more at Bai Xiaochuan. Bai Xiaochuan's gaze sharpened. Here it comes. Let us see if this golden light spell is truly as powerful as it claims. The essence of Tai Chi flowed around him, employing softness to conquer hardness as the two clashed once again. At the moment their fists and palms met, Bai Xiaochuan distinctly felt the opponent's strength and defense significantly heightened. That layer of golden light appeared not only impressive, but genuinely formed a resilient and elastic energy shield. It truly is formidable. While Bai Xiaochuan deftly neutralized the opponent's fierce attacks with the gentle force of Tai Chi, he remained calm, analyzing the situation in his mind. The Golden Light spell offers both offensive and defensive capabilities, relying on techniques to channel energy, with an emphasis on the application of the law, allowing for spontaneous alterations. In comparison to Yuan Jia leans more towards physical enhancement. It is the innate refinement of the surface of the body following the awakening of source energy or the manipulation of elements to form armor. It resembles a passive, instinctive defense, excelling in immediate activation, low consumption, and inherent extraordinary traits. The Golden Light spell, being a technique, becomes more potent and adaptable with higher cultivation levels, offering greater intensity and variability, thus holding significant potential. Yuan Jia is more direct, seamlessly integrated with extraordinary abilities, making it easier to wield. Thoughts flashed quickly in Bai Xiaochuan's mind, yet his hands did not slow. The Tai Chi essence flowed smoothly, allowing him to remain as steady as a mountain amidst the surging golden light and relentless assault. With each collision, he could subtly perceive the flow and fluctuations of the golden energy. It is indeed powerful, but it is not without its weaknesses. Gradually, Bai Xiaochuan discerned the nuances. However, maintaining such a shield must incur significant consumption, and the energy distribution is not uniform. During transitions, there would be slight delays and vulnerabilities. Utilizing his exceptional perception and combat experience, Bai Xiaochuan accurately seized those fleeting opportunities. His fists and palms penetrated the most concentrated areas of golden light, striking at the weak points, causing Zhang Qingyuan's blood to surge and the golden light to flicker. More importantly, this absolute defense of golden light could not withstand pure power that far exceeded its limits. It appears that a single strike can be more effective than 100 techniques. Bai Xiaochuan formulated his strategy, maintaining a fluid and harmonious offensive while subtly amplifying the hidden strength beneath. Zhang Qingyuan, on the other hand, distinctly sensed that even invoking the golden light spell could not suppress Bai Xiaochuan. In an instant, he retreated sharply, raising his right hand skyward, palm facing the heavens. As lightning crackled around him, thunder palm of the lightning technique. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of silver lightning, as thick as a child's arm, tore through the air, exuding a devastating aura, aimed directly at Bai Xiaochuan. Bai Xiaochuan executed the cloud ladder technique to its utmost, his figure transforming into elusive afterimages, effortlessly evading the ferocious lightning strike. With his initial attack failing, Zhang Qingyuan did not hesitate. His innate powers erupted simultaneously. A more intense, savage lightning ability intertwined with his spellcraft as he waved his hands, unleashing a series of even thicker bolts of lightning that danced like silver serpents, engulfing a vast area. He aimed to conclude the battle swiftly. A disciple from the Baiyun Temple, puzzled, remarked, "Isn't this a redundancy of skills with both the lightning technique and lightning powers? If the former fails, will the latter suffice?" Coincidentally, that disciple's neighbor was Lin Shou from Maoshan. Lin Shou calmly explained, "Not quite. It is akin to utilizing water-based abilities and a water sphere talisman. While they share the same essence, their power and control differ drastically. At this stage, the intensity and control of one's awakened innate abilities far surpass those derived from traditional cultivation techniques, boasting several-fold greater power." Indeed, Zhang Qingyuan, now harnessing lightning powers, exhibited a significant surge in strength. The frenzied web of lightning descended, finally constraining Bai Xiaochuan's elusive movements, forcing him into a precarious dance of evasion. Observing this, Bai Xiaochuan's thoughts shifted. With a rustling sound, numerous thick green vines erupted from the ground beneath Zhang Qingyuan, entwining upwards, seeking to bind his movements. However, the rampant lightning surrounding Zhang Qingyuan was too ferocious. With a crackle, those resilient vines, upon nearing him, were instantly charred to ash by the savage silver serpents of electricity. Such ferocity! The lightning powers evoked admiration and envy. The spectators gasped, awestruck by the magnificent display of celestial might. Just as everyone believed Bai Xiaochuan was on the verge of defeat, he suddenly halted all evasive maneuvers. Gradually, he straightened his posture and exhaled deeply. In the next moment, a terrifying aura, far more formidable and oppressive than before, erupted from within him. Crack! Crack! The audience seemed to hear the faint explosions of his bones. A lustrous sheen of jade-like light emanating from beneath his skin, as his entire presence underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Each movement now exuded the terrifying power akin to that of a tiger or leopard. What is this? The leaders and elders of various sects, who had been seated steadily on the platform, suddenly narrowed their eyes in disbelief, rising to their feet in astonishment. The bone-forging stage, Li Xuanji exclaimed in shock. The essence permeating through his bones, refining them as if they were jade, increasing density and strength significantly. This was unmistakably a characteristic of the bone-forging stage. Zhao Yinyu, pausing mid-stroke of his beard, was filled with astonishment. His disciple had actually broken through to the bone-forging stage. How could this be possible? We, who have dedicated decades to cultivation, have only barely reached the late or peak stages of skin refining. How could a young disciple achieve the bone-forging stage? The crowd erupted in murmurs of disbelief. All the older generations trembled in shock. The source energy had awakened. Although both the older and younger generations had started from the same line, in terms of guiding the energy or comprehending the techniques, the older generations overwhelmingly surpassed the younger ones. Moreover, the tedious and painful process of cultivating energy often left many young practitioners unable to complete a day's training. Yet the older generation was different. Their determination and pride would not allow them to fall behind, especially not their own disciples. And now, a junior had emerged with strength that overshadowed them. Zhang Qingyuan felt the oppressive force weighing upon him, his expression grave. Bai Xiaochuan turned his neck, producing a crisp sound from his bones as he looked at Zhang Qingyuan, offering a slight smile. Be careful, Zhang Daoyu. The moment his voice fell, his figure suddenly blurred, vanishing like a specter. What? Zhang Qingyuan's hair stood on end. With a furious roar, he dared not hold back any longer. Thunder Prison. Activate. Boom. Centered around him, the frenzied silver lightning exploded, transforming into a net of annihilation. This was his self-created strongest defense, capable of tearing apart any approaching foes. However, at the most violent moment of the tempestuous lightning, a figure boldly broke through the storm. Bai Xiaochuan, radiating a jade-like glow, faced the onslaught of lightning that struck him with a resounding clang, scattering countless sparks, yet unable to impede him in the slightest. Before Zhang Qingyuan's incredulous gaze, Bai Xiaochuan's palm pierced through the lightning, gently pressing against his chest. A tremendous force erupted. With a cough, Zhang Qingyuan spat a mouthful of blood. The lightning surrounding him dissipating instantly as he was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Bai Xiaochuan's radiant aura gradually receded as he calmly stated, I concede. Zhang Qingyuan struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his lips, his eyes still filled with shock. Yet he solemnly cupped his fists in respect. He was convinced. The Daoist from Longhu Mountain, serving as the referee, swallowed hard and shouted, the victor is Bai Xiaochuan of Wudang. Chapter 42. The grand ceremony of Luotian officially concludes. After this exchange, the two bowed to each other before returning to their respective areas. Following his victory over Zhang Qingyuan, Bai Xiaochuan lost any desire to continue fighting. As Bai Xiaochuan exited the arena, the audience erupted in excitement. So powerful. Wudang's little master is incredible. Zhang Daoyu, don't be disheartened. You were already exceptionally impressive. Many female disciples could not help but console the somewhat dejected Zhang Qingyuan. Meanwhile, numerous male disciples fervently waved their arms. Bai Xiaochuan. I love you. Wudang. Bai Xiaochuan. Bai Xiaochuan couldn't help but feel a headache from these overwhelming praises. It's unfair. Utterly unjust. As this peak duel concluded, the subsequent matches appeared rather dull. Not long after, the Celestial Master announced the formal conclusion of this year's grand ceremony of Luotian. Although the crowd felt a sense of unfulfilled anticipation, they could only rise and engage in fervent discussions about the recent battle. The lightning technique was truly magnificent. Look at my 3,000 thunders. What are you doing? You, a earth type, understand nothing. I seriously suspect that Bai Xiaochuan has been peeking at the wind technique. That would ability, both binding and duplicating. What's next? Will he summon 1,000-armed Guanyin? Listening to the discussions around him, Bai Xiaochuan felt a wave of emotion. Although this grand ceremony of Luotian was brief, it had allowed him to witness the exquisite techniques and skills of various sects, yielding a wealth of knowledge. His only regret was not finding the opportunity to seek guidance from the enigmatic Celestial Master. On another note, Zhao Yunyu was all smiles as he exchanged farewells with the leaders of other sects, the commercial flattery flowing abundantly. Zhao Daolong. Congratulations, congratulations. Your closed-door disciple is remarkable. So swiftly has one attained the realm of bone tempering. Such innate talent indeed shames us venerable old fellows. The legacy of Wudang continues to flourish, ensuring that its heritage is in capable hands, evoking envy in others. Alas, Master Lin, you flatter me excessively, too excessively. Zhao Yunyu repeatedly waved his hands. A mere child, practicing aimlessly, merely fortunate, just fortunate. He cannot compare to the profound talismans of your esteemed sect. Li Xuandi of Qingsheng remarked with admiration. There is no need for such modesty, Zhao Daoyu. Young Bai's temperament and prowess are exceptional, and his future is boundless. I dare say the title of the foremost among the younger generation belongs solely to him. Oh dear Master Li, such words. Zhao Yunyu quickly donned an expression of humble refusal. The sword art of your sect's disciple, Han Yi, is truly extraordinary, with sword energy surging forth, reminiscent of the grandeur of Master Li in his prime. My little Chuan is merely tough-skinned and resilient. Hardly worth mentioning. Hardly worth mentioning. The other masters, listening to his extreme modesty, could not help but have their eyes twitch slightly. This old fellow, reveling in his own success, still felt the need to elevate others while deftly downplaying his own achievements. All the while managing to make the compliments seem quite agreeable, leaving others embarrassed to retort. The scene resembled a gathering of dignitaries observing a proud parent flaunting their child's accomplishments, each one raising their thumbs in praise. Your child is truly clever. Remarkable. Meanwhile, the parent humbly insisted, oh, no, just average, while shoving the report card right in front of their eyes for a closer look. Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and Yunlong initially intended to bid farewell to familiar friends, but as they approached the vicinity of the Shushan sect, they were met with an amusing sight. Surrounding Qingyi were several other young disciples from different sects, somewhat bold yet blushing, seemingly desiring contact information. Meanwhile, Daoist Qingyuan stood like a fierce guardian deity. His countenance dark as he blocked his junior sister, his hand moving rapidly as if to disperse them. No. What does a cultivator need with WeChat? Off you go. Return and focus on your cultivation. Just as Bai Xiaochuan and the others found the scene amusing, Lin Shou approached with his junior disciple Lin Tianxin in tow. President Wang. President Bai. President Yun. Lin Shou greeted with a cheerful smile. He then produced a small stack of meticulously crafted talismans from his wide sleeves and handed them to Wang Yi. Here you are, President Wang. These are the talismans you ordered previously, and I have a bit of stock left, so I'm giving them all to you. Wang Yi's eyes brightened as he eagerly accepted them. Not bad, Lin boss. I thought you were just joking. So how much do I owe you? Lin Shou waved his hand nonchalantly. What talk of money? These are a gift. A gift? That won't do. Wang Yi was taken aback. You worked hard to create these. Lin Shou sighed and lowered his voice slightly. Really, it's unnecessary. When you return, you might find it challenging to buy more. With this flu outbreak, logistics have nearly ground to a halt, and the authorities will likely impose even stricter controls. I just sent some out, and they might be confiscated. Keep these. They may prove useful at a critical moment. Bai Xiaochuan nodded slightly in agreement. Given the current situation, it was likely that sending anything between sects would be scrutinized. Moreover, Wudang Mountain currently had no means of sending or receiving packages. Seeing the sincerity in Lin Shou's words, Wang Yi ceased his refusals and solemnly stowed the talismans away. Lin boss, you're a good man. I'll graciously accept them. Next time I'm at Wudang, I'll treat you to the finest vegetarian meal, or rather, the most expensive restaurant down the mountain. Lin Shou chuckled heartily before seemingly recalling something. He carefully extracted 2 stacked talismans from his sleeve. President Bai, this mother-son tracking talisman is exceedingly difficult to craft, with a low success rate. This is the last finished product I have. As for its effect, I mentioned it before. Once you affix the mother talisman to someone, no matter the distance, the child talisman will guide you, unless blocked by equally skilled or superior magical arts. Here, take it. Bai Xiaochuan did not feign politeness and accepted it directly, saying sincerely, thank you. I'll remember this favor, Lin boss. If you ever need assistance, just call. Lin Shou smiled and cupped his hands. That's agreeable. With this favor from you, I'll have it easy in the Daoist world. Tianxin, looking puzzled, asked, Senior brother, you're not a crab. Why would you walk sideways? Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Bai Xiaochuan glanced at Tianxin with newfound astonishment. After all, in this internet-savvy age, such pure and charming youths were becoming rare. Unlike his peers who were already adept at browsing the web, the group exchanged polite farewells, watching as Lin Shou led the oblivious Tianxin, who kept looking back, further away. Bai Xiaochuan remarked, friends like Lin Shou, generous and clear-minded, are indeed hard to come by. Wang Yi nodded earnestly in agreement. At that moment, Zhao Yunyu had finished exchanging pleasantries with several masters and approached the trio. Wang Yi immediately leaned in and asked, Master, are we heading back home now? Zhao Yunyu cast him a sidelong glance, responding with mild irritation. What else? Do you wish to remain here at Longhu Mountain for the new year? Wang Yi replied, Bai Xiaochuan was more concerned about another issue. Master, do we still need to contact the officials before descending the mountain? Zhao Yunyu nodded, his expression growing somewhat solemn. Yes, we do. Currently, there are some extreme factions that hold objections against us, primarily from the 6th Bureau. The mainstream officials, represented by Elder Qin, still lean towards cooperation. If we rashly descend the mountain, it would be disrespectful and could lead to misunderstandings. Bai Xiaochuan nodded, then took out the note left by Assistant Li Ming and dialed the number written on it. The call connected swiftly, and a familiar voice answered. Hello, who is this? Bai Xiaochuan calmly replied. Hello, this is Wudang, Bai Xiaochuan. The voice on the other end paused momentarily before immediately responding with respect. Daoist Bai. Greetings. Has the grand ceremony concluded? Are you all descending the mountain? Bai Xiaochuan confirmed. Yes. Very well. Please wait a moment in the designated area at the foot of the mountain. I will arrange for transportation immediately. Bai Xiaochuan replied. Thank you for your assistance. Chapter 43. The disciples of Wudang are certainly not insular. Upon descending the mountain, Bai Xiaochuan was surprised to find that the guards stationed at the foot of the mountain had vanished. Aside from the staff gradually arriving to provide reception, the awakened individuals recruited by the authorities, including armed special police, were nowhere to be seen. Wang Yi remarked, Oh, has the policy been relaxed? Bai Xiaochuan shook his head. We'll likely find out once we return to Wudang. After waiting at the foot of the mountain for about 10 minutes, various sect disciples were escorted away by the staff. Many young disciples waved goodbye to Bai Xiaochuan with enthusiasm before departing. Junior uncle, I added you on WeChat. Okay. Junior uncle. See you next time. Bye. Bye. Junior uncle. I love you. As Bai Xiaochuan privately lamented the peculiar popularity he seemed to have gained among the Daoists, a dignified black Hongqi SUV silently parked beside the street in the small town. The door opened, and a young woman in a sharp business suit, slender in stature, stepped out first. It was none other than Li Ming's assistant. Adjusting her glasses, she quickly surveyed her surroundings, her gaze swiftly locking onto Bai Xiaochuan and the others, and she promptly strode over. Esteemed Daoists, thank you for your patience. Zhao Yunyu replied, no trouble at all. Miss Tan, you've worked hard, and we are not in a rush. The business card provided by Li Ming's assistant bore her name, and even without an introduction, everyone was already aware of her identity. Tan Shui inclined slightly, gesturing with an inviting hand. Esteemed Taoists of Wudang, please follow me. This time, our return to Wudang Mountain will be via a commercial airline, which has already been arranged for you all. Commercial airline? Bai Xiaochuan felt a flicker of surprise within. This implied that they would be sharing the same flight with the general public. It was indeed a signal, indicating that the authorities' direct control and isolation of them had seemingly relaxed considerably. At that moment, Wang Yi curiously interjected, Assistant Tan, what about the members of the Shushan sect? Did they not accompany us? Were they not coordinated by you? How will they be traveling? Tan Shui maintained a professional smile and responded, rest assured, Daoist Wang. The members of the Shushan sect have other colleagues specifically tasked with their coordination, and their journey is proceeding smoothly. The group then boarded a Hongqi SUV. Although it was a 6-seater model, accommodating the driver made for a perfect fit for the 6 of them, yet the interior space remained remarkably spacious. Devoid of any sense of crowding, Bai Xiaochuan instinctively chose the window seat. The vehicle glided slowly out of the town. The scenery outside appeared somewhat desolate, with few pedestrians on the streets. Bai Xiaochuan recalled from his past memories that it would take at least another month for this state of confinement and isolation to gradually lift, allowing social order to truly begin its restoration. The car traveled steadily along the highway. After a moment of contemplation, Tan Shui spoke up. This time, we have arranged for everyone to travel via commercial flights. I hope none of you Taoists feel slighted by this. Zhao Yunyu smiled slightly and replied, Miss Tan, not at all. We are but humble practitioners of the mountains and fields, ordinary folk. Traveling in a private jet would only render us uncomfortable. This arrangement is indeed quite fitting. Tan Shui responded with a few agreeable words, and the vehicle fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Tan Shui seemingly casually resumed the conversation, though her tone grew slightly more solemn. Furthermore, I would like to extend my apologies on behalf of the authorities regarding the unfortunate incident at Lunghu Mountain. Currently, the relevant personnel from the 6th Bureau are undergoing internal review, and Elder Qin is personally overseeing the follow-up. Please rest assured, such occurrences will not happen again. Bai Xiaochuan was taken aback by her words. He had not expected such a sensitive issue to be addressed by Tan Shui in such a direct, yet casual manner in this setting. This seemed to hint that the management of affairs concerning extraordinary individuals was swiftly consolidating within the hands of moderates like Elder Qin. This topic elicited no response from anyone. At that moment, Tan Shui abruptly shifted the subject. There is another matter that perhaps you Taoists are not yet aware of. About a month ago, a research expedition in the primitive tropical rainforest near Yunzhou was attacked by an exceptionally large python. Its estimated length approached 25 meters, and its scales exhibited unknown mutations, rendering ordinary firearms ineffective. Ultimately, heavy firepower was employed to inflict minor injuries, yet it managed to escape into the depths of the dense forest. Under such circumstances, subsequent searches are exceedingly challenging. Tan Shui paused before continuing. Moreover, the sewer system in the Magic City recently experienced a severe rat infestation. Fortunately, that area was still under lockdown, preventing the news from spreading. Later, the military intervened, and after incurring nearly 100 casualties, they successfully eradicated the rodent population and eliminated a nearly 2-meter-long rat, suspected to be the leader. As Tan Shui recounted these harrowing tales, the atmosphere within the vehicle became tense. Bai Xiaochuan listened silently, fully comprehending the implications of her words. These topics were likely prearranged by the authorities to gauge the reactions of the various sects and to convey the immense pressure the officials were currently facing. They were contending with a bizarre global pandemic while also being beleaguered by an ever-increasing array of bizarre biological disasters. It was no surprise that the 6th Bureau resorted to perilous measures, even resorting to the extreme tactic of stealing martial arts techniques. They desperately needed to rapidly enhance their strength to stabilize the situation. Should they acquire advanced methods from the Daoist sects, they might indeed cultivate a cadre of formidable individuals capable of effectively addressing these monstrosities in a short span of time. Alas, they had underestimated the significance the Daoist sects placed on their legacies. If their techniques were to be leaked, it could very well escalate into a relentless conflict. Silence enveloped the vehicle for an indeterminate duration, broken only by the soft hum of the engine. Bai Xiaochuan and the others dared not utter a word. After a while, Zhao Yunhua slowly opened his half-closed eyes. He turned to Tan Shui in the passenger seat, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable weight. Miss Tan. Upon hearing his call, Tan Shui immediately turned slightly, respectfully responding, Daoist Zhao, please proceed. I have taken note of what you just mentioned. Upon our return, kindly convey my sentiments to Elder Qin and the relevant individuals. Zhao Yunhua paused, enunciating each word clearly, should the authorities require assistance from Wudang. As long as it serves the safety of the populace and adheres to moral principles, without infringing upon the foundations of our Daoist legacy, do not hesitate to inform us. The disciples of Wudang are not ones to remain aloof. Alleviating suffering and safeguarding lives is our inherent duty. Wudang is willing to lend its modest strength. Upon hearing this, Tan Shui visibly trembled, her eyes flashing with an uncontrollable excitement and a sense of relief. She nodded emphatically, her tone exceptionally earnest. Daoist Zhao, your understanding of the greater good is commendable. On behalf of Elder Qin and all my colleagues fighting on the front lines, I thank Wudang and all esteemed Taoists. I shall convey your words without omission. Chapter 44, Rankings. 3 hours later, the airplane, accompanied by a slight jolt, landed steadily on the runway of Xianyang Airport. As it was a commercial flight, in an effort to avoid unnecessary complications, Bai Xiaochuan and his companions donned masks, blending in with the other passengers as they disembarked. Nevertheless, they still attracted quite a few curious glances, as encountering 4 Taoists in a public space was a rarity in itself. Upon exiting the arrival corridor, Tan Shui had already made arrangements, guiding them away from the main flow of people to a discreet black business vehicle in the airport parking lot. Esteemed Taoists, the vehicle is ready. Tan Shui opened the door and stepped aside. We will take you directly to the foot of Wudang Mountain. In contrast to the spacious SUV they had traveled in before, this 7-seater business vehicle was even more comfortable inside. 2 hours later, the black business vehicle came to a smooth halt at the intersection leading to the entrance of Wudang Mountain. In stark contrast to the stringent security they had encountered upon departure, the entrance now appeared unusually empty and serene. The previously stationed special police and patrol personnel had vanished, leaving only 2 staff members wearing blue identification badges standing beside a makeshift registration point, looking somewhat bored. As the vehicle came to a stop, the group disembarked in succession. Zhao Yunhua turned to Tan Shui, who had accompanied them throughout the journey, and expressed his gratitude once more. Miss Tan, thank you for your efforts along the way. Would you care to join us on the mountain for a brief moment and enjoy a cup of tea before departing? Tan Shui quickly waved her hand. Daoist Zhao, you are too kind. This is my duty. I can only escort you to this point. Tan Shui glanced around and explained, as you can see, according to Elder Qin's latest arrangements, all regular armed forces surrounding the Daoist sect have been withdrawn to demonstrate goodwill. However, I kindly ask all esteemed Daoists to understand that should any disciples need to descend the mountain in the future, they are requested to report their itinerary at the registration point here. This is primarily to facilitate coordination and respond to unforeseen circumstances. And I hope it will not cause too much inconvenience to your esteemed sect. Zhao Yunyu stroked his beard in acknowledgement, expressing his understanding. It is only right. He also requested Miss Tan to convey his gratitude to Elder Qin on behalf of Wudang. I will certainly deliver your message, Tan Shui replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. Then, I shall take my leave, he said to the assembled Daoists. Farewell. As they watched the business vehicle make a U-turn and depart, Bai Xiaochuan and his companions turned around and began their ascent along the familiar mountain path. They had barely walked for a few minutes when they noticed that the platform halfway up the mountain was already crowded with people. The gathering was a lively mix, resembling groundhogs peering into the distance. Master, little uncle, senior brother, you have returned. Upon spotting the familiar figures, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. However, with Zhao Yunyu present, the disciples, though excited, appeared somewhat restrained and cautious, refraining from excessive exuberance. Having been through similar experiences, Zhao Yunyu understood the youthful hearts of these young men all too well. All right, what is all this fuss? Don't mind this old fellow. You all chat amongst yourselves. With that, Zhao Yunyu clasped his hands behind his back and walked alone toward the golden summit, leaving the space to the younger generation. As the crowd watched the Master's figure disappear at the end of the stone steps, their earlier restraint evaporated in an instant. Roar. Ha ha ha. It was unclear who initiated the raucous calls, but the crowd immediately erupted like a pot boiling over, excitedly surrounding Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and Yunlong. Little uncle, you've finally returned. Senior brother Wang, senior brother Yunlong. Tell us, was the Luotian grand ceremony lively? I heard that little uncle you dominated the scene and even triumphed over the young champion of Longhu Mountain. Is that true? And did the officials cause any trouble afterward? How is Longhu Mountain? Are there any female Daoists? Why bother asking if Longhu Mountain is beautiful? Just admit you want to know if there are any pretty female Daoists, you bashful fellow. Bai Xiaochuan couldn't help but laugh heartily at the lively barrage of questions from his fellow disciples. Just as he was about to respond, Wang Yi, already impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Go on, go on. What is all the noise about? Don't we have photos and videos shared in the group every day? Haven't you all seen what you needed to see? That is not the same. Watching a video is nothing compared to being there in person, one disciple retorted loudly. And there are so many details that weren't mentioned in the group. Exactly. Senior brother Wang, do tell us. Bai Xiaochuan laughed, attempting to calm everyone down. All right. There will surely be more opportunities in the future. Perhaps next time it will be your turn. At that moment, a disciple named Luotian raised his phone excitedly. Look at the group. Someone has posted the rankings of the young disciples from this Luotian grand ceremony. This declaration instantly captured everyone's attention, prompting them to pull out their phones. Bai Xiaochuan, equally intrigued, opened the chat group. It's compiled by Daoist Yiping from Baiyun Temple. It's the top 10 young disciples of this Luotian session. Luoyang scrolled through the screen while reading aloud. First place, Wudang, Bai Xiaochuan. Wow, as expected. Yiping has taste. The following rankings were as follows. Second place, Longhu Mountain, Zhang Qingyuan. Third place, Baiyun Temple, Yiping. Fourth place, Maoshan, Lin Shou. Fifth place, Wudang, Wang Yi. Sixth place, Qingqing Mountain, Li Hani. Seventh place, Laoshang, Xiaoyan. Eighth place, Shushan, Qingyuan. Ninth place, Yuanmiaguan, Wang Bei. 10th place, Changchun Temple, Jinghe. Wudang secured 2 spots in the top 10. Little uncle took first place. Senior brother Wang took 5th. Haha. Just wait and see who dares to underestimate Wudang in the future. But is this ranking reliable? Daoist Yiping placed himself 3rd. Wang Yi's eyebrows shot up upon seeing the rankings, particularly displeased that Yiping ranked 3rd while he was only 5th. Wudang Wild King, Baiyun Temple Yiping. Old Yi, come out. What do you mean by this ranking? How dare you place yourself 3rd? Yiping from Baiyun Temple seemed to have been expecting this, responding swiftly. Baiyun Temple Yiping, Wudang Wild King, what's wrong? Not acceptable? I only lost to Zhang Qingyuan. I haven't fought anyone else, so who knows who is stronger? What is wrong with me being 3rd? Wudang Wild King, nonsense. You only fought 1 match. By your logic, since I haven't lost a single match, shouldn't I be 2nd? Baiyun Temple Yiping, Wudang Wild King. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Winning or losing isn't a simple arithmetic equation. My ranking takes into account cultivation level, performance, and potential. Maoshan Lin Shou, Baiyun Temple Yiping. Isn't your ranking a tad subjective? Baiyun Temple Yiping. Maoshan Lin Shou, come on, be honest. Is being ranked 4th really a grievance for you? Do you think you could defeat me? Maoshan Lin Shou. Well, I don't know about that. But as long as I'm not 2nd or 6th, I'm fine with it. Qingqing disciple, Baiyun Temple Yiping. How come our senior sister Li Hani is only ranked 6th? Isn't that a bit low? If she had used all her trump cards, Wang Yi wouldn't have won. Wudang Wild King, Qingqing disciple, huh? Even with trump cards, she wouldn't win, humph. Qingqing Li Hani, Wudang Wild King you. Qingqing disciple, quiet. It's just a ranking, no need for debate. Laoshang Xiaoyan, everyone 7th? Haha, interesting. When we meet next time, Daoist Yi. We must have a good exchange. Baiyun Temple Yiping, Laoshang Xiaoyan, your fire abilities are indeed formidable. I look forward to our next sparring session. The group chat was instantly thrown into chaos, with voices of doubt, provocateurs, and onlookers mixing with Lin Shou stoking the flames on both sides. Chapter 45, Assisting the Authorities. 1 year later, in a room, Bai Xiaochuan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long and resonant breath that lingered in the air for several seconds before gradually dissipating. Upon introspecting within, his lungs and heart emitted a faint glow, brimming with life force and resilience that far surpassed what it had been a year prior. He had reached the 2nd stage of body tempering, the bone forging phase, and successfully made a small stride in the internal refinement phase. He had fortified his heart and lungs, the 2 most vital organs. Bai Xiaochuan could feel the source energy flowing more harmoniously and powerfully, and the internal coordination and recovery ability of his body had reached new heights. Reflecting on the 3 realms of skin refining, bone forging, and internal refinement, Bai Xiaochuan could perceive the enhancement of his strength. Yet he understood that rank did not solely equate to power. The intricacy of the techniques, the depth of understanding of the arts, and the breadth of practical experience, especially concerning abilities, particularly high-level ones, could enable those of extraordinary talent or fortuitous circumstances to challenge opponents of higher ranks. Throughout the past year, nothing significant had transpired on Wudang Mountain. Everyone diligently engaged in their training, and now the vast majority of disciples had surpassed the skin refining stage, entering the bone forging phase. However, there remains a small faction of individuals who have yet to activate their dantian and establish a foundational basis. Ultimately, a single misstep leads to a series of missteps. Yet, even Bai Xiaochuan finds himself perplexed regarding the path to take after completing the 3 realms of body refinement. Perhaps it lies in the further expansion and refinement of the dantian, but the specifics of how to accomplish this still require exploration. Bai Xiaochuan gradually rose to his feet, stretching his limbs lightly. At this moment, the world below seemed to have regained its order. Society resumed its normal operation, with people continuing their daily routines to earn a living. However, the various sects of the Dao still maintained a state of seclusion, rejecting outside visitors, thus enjoying a certain tranquility. At least the disciples could cultivate their techniques and engage in friendly competition without the concern of being observed. Taking out his phone, he found the chat group still buzzing with 99 messages. The members had long since become familiar with one another, engaging in jest and sharing insights on cultivation, even arranging challenges. Of course, some had been trying to set up matches for a year without success, merely indulging in empty boasts. Bai Xiaochuan rarely took the initiative to speak in the group. He mostly offered simple replies. However, if the interlocutor was a female Daoist, his responses might be a tad more verbose. Regaining his composure, Bai Xiaochuan stepped out of his room. Sunlight cascaded down, and the mountain breeze caressed his face. Glancing at the date on his phone, he murmured softly, only 7 months remaining. In 7 months, the second eruption of source energy, the most ferocious one yet, would soon arrive. That would mark the true beginning of a cataclysm. Those with extraordinary talents would naturally awaken their abilities, while some who could not withstand the onslaught of source energy would transform into mindless zombies. He had contemplated taking action, but firstly, the authorities might not believe his seemingly baseless prophecy. Secondly, the eruption of source energy was a cosmic phenomenon that could not be prevented. At that moment, Bai Xiaochuan's phone rang, the caller ID displaying his master, Zhao Yunyu. Xiaochuan, come to me. Yes, master. Bai Xiaochuan collected his thoughts and promptly made his way to his master's room. It was not far, merely a few minutes' walk. Upon entering, he discovered that not only was his master present, but his senior brother, Zhou Li, was also there. Master, senior brother, Bai Xiaochuan greeted respectfully. Zhao Yunyu's expression appeared somewhat grave as he spoke. I just received a communication from the authorities. An incident involving demonic beasts has occurred in Han City, and they are finding it rather challenging to manage. They hope we can lend our assistance. This time, I plan to send you both. Zhou Li and Bai Xiaochuan exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Understood. Zhao Yunyu continued. This is the first formal request for assistance from the authorities to our Wudang. But it is not the first time the Dao has been sought for help. As far as I know, to facilitate management and coordination, the authorities have roughly divided the defensive areas for each sufficiently powerful Dao sect. Our Wudang is responsible primarily for the northwestern region of Hubei province and its surroundings. If there are any extraordinary incidents they cannot handle independently, they will seek our support. However, speaking of which, our luck this past year has been relatively good, as no major incidents requiring our intervention have arisen within our jurisdiction. But given that they have sought us out for the Han City matter, it is likely to be significant. You too must exercise caution, prioritizing your own safety above all else. If the situation proves untenable, contact the mountain immediately and do not attempt to act recklessly. The disciples understand. Zhou Li and Bai Xiaochuan replied in unison. Zhao Yunyu nodded. The representatives from the authorities are already waiting at the foot of the mountain. Prepare yourselves and descend at once. Yes, master. The two bowed and exited the room, returning to their quarters to make brief preparations. Bai Xiaochuan returned to his room, placing the tracking talisman gifted by Lin Shou into the inner pocket of his coat, giving it a gentle pat. As for other items, there seemed to be nothing particularly essential to carry. Moments later, the two brothers converged at the entrance of the courtyard, exchanging nods of mutual understanding as they descended the stone steps toward the mountain base. The mountain breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft sound that further enhanced the tranquility of the mountains. Their pace appeared leisurely, yet they soon reached the foot of the mountain. Upon exiting the mountain gate, Bai Xiaochuan quickly spotted a familiar figure. Tan Shui stood beside a black business vehicle, dressed in a fitted dark professional outfit, her posture upright as she focused on her phone. Sunlight bathed her, adding a touch of softness to her meticulous demeanor. Bai Xiaochuan smiled, raising his hand in greeting. Assistant Tan. Hearing his voice, Tan Shui looked up, and upon recognizing him, her face broke into a professional yet warm smile as she approached briskly. Daoist Bai. You are descending this time. Her gaze then shifted to Zhou Li, who appeared older and more composed beside Bai Xiaochuan. This is my senior brother, Zhou Li. Bai Xiaochuan introduced. Senior brother, this is Assistant Tan Shui from the authorities. We have interacted a few times before. Zhou Li bowed respectfully, speaking in a calm tone. Assistant Tan, thank you for your patience. Tan Shui quickly returned the gesture. Daoist Zhou is too kind. It is my duty. Please, both Daoists, get in the car. We will discuss the situation en route. With that, Tan Shui deftly opened the car doors for the two. Zhou Li expressed his gratitude and entered first, followed closely by Bai Xiaochuan. Tan Shui gently closed the door and then took her seat in the passenger side. Chapter 46, Arrival at Han City. The vehicle smoothly departed from the Wudang mountain area, merging into the flow of traffic on the highway. Tan Shui turned around to face Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li in the back seat, speaking earnestly. Before we reach Han City, there are some matters regarding the current situation and the structure of the authorities that I need to explain to you both to facilitate our collaboration. Bai Xiaochuan nodded lightly. He was aware of very little regarding the events that had transpired outside over the past year. Zhou Li added, we appreciate Assistant Tan clarifying these matters for us. Tan Shui smiled slightly and nodded. Indeed. Currently, various regions across the nation are experiencing disasters caused by mutated creatures, which we refer to as demonic beasts, to varying extents. In order to respond effectively, the authorities have established special teams dedicated to handling such extraordinary events in every significant city. We call these the Awakener teams. Each team typically consists of around 5 members, with the specific number adjusted based on the size, importance, and frequency of events in each city. In major core cities, these teams tend to be larger. Bai Xiaochuan suddenly recalled certain details and inquired, so, are all the members of these teams individuals who have completed foundational training and can cultivate? Not entirely. Tan Shui shook her head, explaining further. The team members are primarily composed of 2 groups. One group consists of practitioners like yourselves, who have acquired their powers through cultivation. The other group comprises innate awakeners. Innate awakeners? Bai Xiaochuan raised an eyebrow slightly, just as he suspected. In his previous life, he had heard that even before the full eruption of source energy, a select few fortunate individuals had naturally awakened their abilities ahead of time. Those who managed to survive the initial chaos and subsequent disasters, leveraging their talents and early adaptation, essentially became the future S-rank or higher top-tier powerhouses. Regrettably, the team he was part of before his rebirth was rather mediocre, positioned in the lower tier among the regional awakeners. Apart from himself and the captain, who were both A-rank, the other teammates generally held B-rank and C-rank statuses. He, as an A-grade healer, is notoriously known for his lack of combat prowess, unable to even contend with some formidable C-grade fighters, rendering him a key protective asset and a mobile source of vitality within the team. Tan Shui continued. According to current statistics, excluding those potentially hidden and unregistered, we have successfully discovered and registered a total of 393 innate awakeners. Bai Xiaochuan nodded silently. With a population exceeding 1 billion, this number of awakeners is indeed minimal, making them truly the chosen ones, a rarity among countless individuals. Tan Shui elaborated. These innate awakeners follow a path of cultivation that is starkly distinct from ours, which is guided by techniques to channel source energy into their dantians. Based on our research observations, it appears that during the initial eruption of source energy, the unique energy from the heavens and earth did not converge in the dantian, but rather surged towards the heart. There, the source energy accumulates over time, gradually forming a remarkably unique and highly concentrated energy crystal. It is the existence of this crystal that endows them with supernatural abilities, which we refer to as anomalous powers. Bai Xiaochuan slightly nodded. He was already well acquainted with these matters from his previous life. The intensity of the first source energy eruption is relatively mild, for the vast majority. It may merely feel like an exceptionally deep slumber or a mild illness, with no severe physical mutations occurring. Noticing Bai Xiaochuan's lack of surprise, Tan Shui continued. Even more intriguingly, their means of power enhancement diverges from that of cultivators. They seemingly do not require the deliberate meditation and training that cultivators do. Merely living in an environment rich in source energy and breathing normally allows the energy crystal in their hearts to grow and expand autonomously, thereby elevating their strength in a seemingly passive manner. Zhou Li, hearing this information systematically for the first time, could not help but exclaim, the wonders of nature are indeed profoundly enigmatic. Such a distinctly different path of evolution exists. After a brief silence, Tan Shui stated, our next destination is Han City, the capital of Hubei province, and the most populous and economically developed core city. Consequently, the configuration of the Awakeners team in Han City is relatively high, fully staffed with 8 members. Among them, for our innate Awakeners, while the other 4 are cultivators who were officially registered after their first source energy eruption. This request for assistance from Wudang indicates that the troubles they are encountering likely exceed the regular handling capacity of this 8-member team. Specific details will be reported in detail by the team leader upon our arrival. As the scenery outside the car window rapidly receded, the silhouettes of the city's skyscrapers gradually came into focus. After more than 2 hours of travel on the highway, the black business vehicle finally exited the expressway, heading toward the urban area of Han City. Upon entering the city, the clamor and congestion immediately enveloped them. The streets outside were bustling with vehicles and throngs of people, the sounds of honking horns echoing in the air. Bai Xiaochuan gazed out the window, unable to refrain from marveling at the vibrancy of Han City as a provincial capital. Though it was not during peak hours, the main thoroughfare was still lined with a long queue of vehicles, progressing slowly. Just as they managed to move forward, a yellow donkey suddenly darted past, startling the driver into slamming the brakes. The driver almost blurted out, "Damn it," before quickly apologizing. "I'm sorry, esteemed Daoists, I misspoke." Bai Xiaochuan. Zhou. The business vehicle did not linger long in the congested traffic. It suddenly turned at an intersection. They drove into a solemn courtyard adorned with the national emblem, the Han City Public Security Bureau. Bai Xiaochuan looked at the police station's courtyard, a look of surprise crossing his face. Tan Shui, keenly observing Bai Xiaochuan's expression, smiled and explained, "Esteemed Daoists, we have arrived." "Is this a bit unexpected?" Bai Xiaochuan replied. "I did not anticipate that the Awakeners team would be based in the Public Security Bureau." Tan Shui affirmed, "Indeed. Every city's Awakeners team typically establishes its permanent office and duty points in places like the Municipal Police Bureau or the Fire Brigade. This arrangement facilitates rapid deployment, as these locations are situated at the city's core, capable of covering the entire jurisdiction. Moreover, it enables seamless coordination with conventional forces during the handling of extraordinary events. Local police often need to implement perimeter lockdowns, evacuate civilians, or require the fire brigade for special rescues. Positioning the team here allows for the most efficient collaboration." Bai Xiaochuan nodded in understanding. "I see. This arrangement is indeed sensible." The vehicle came to a steady stop in the designated parking area. Tan Shui was the first to exit, opening the car door for the 2. "Esteemed Daoists, please. The team leader should be waiting for us inside." Chapter 47, The Rat Plague. As Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li stepped out of the car, Tan Shui turned to them and said, "Esteemed Daoists, please follow me." Instead of leading them to the main office building, Tan Shui guided them towards a relatively modest 3-story annex. It was evident that this entrance had been specially arranged. Although there was a sentry, only Tan Shui's credentials were checked, not theirs. Upon reaching the entrance of the annex, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from within. A middle-aged man, approximately 50 years old, with a square face and an upright posture, dressed in a sharply tailored Zhongshan suit, rushed out almost at a jog. "Tan Shui, you've arrived." The middle-aged man's gaze swept over the group, immediately landing on Zhou Li and Bai Xiaochuan, particularly lighting up with disbelief and joy upon seeing Zhou Li. "Junior brother," he exclaimed. Zhou Li, recognizing the visitor, was also momentarily taken aback. "Senior brother Han, what brings you here after all these years?" The man, known as Han Jia, strode forward and patted Zhou Li's arm with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "It's really you. Junior brother, I never expected it to be you. I knew Wudang would send someone for assistance today, but I never imagined it would be you." Han Jia, with excitement, then turned his curious gaze towards the distinguished Bai Xiaochuan, slightly puzzled, and inquired, "Junior brother, who is this?" Bai Xiaochuan promptly stepped forward, performing a respectful greeting typical among peers in the Daoist community, "Senior brother." Although he was unaware of Han Jia's identity, it was prudent to follow his senior's lead. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Han Jia's eyes as he perceived Bai Xiaochuan's youth, initially thinking he was a disciple brought by Zhou Li. Noticing this, Zhou Li quickly smiled and introduced, "Come, senior brother, allow me to formally introduce you. This is my master's newest disciple, Bai Xiaochuan, who has deeply inherited my master's teachings and has already surpassed my cultivation level." He then turned to Bai Xiaochuan and said, "Xiaochuan, this is your senior brother Han Jia? He entered our master's tutelage a few years before me and is one of the early disciples. However, he left Wudang a decade ago due to some family circumstances and personal choices." Upon hearing Zhou Li's high praise, especially the part about Bai Xiaochuan surpassing him, Han Jia's gaze toward Bai Xiaochuan transformed significantly. He quickly clasped his hands in a salute, expressing his admiration. "So, it is junior brother Bai? I am honored. Master's discerning eye is indeed remarkable. I never imagined that after my 10-year absence, Wudang would produce such an outstanding disciple." At that moment, Han Jia suddenly leaned closer to Zhou Li, whispering, "Did Master not say when he accepted you that you were his closed-door disciple?" Zhou Li, hearing this, offered an awkward smile, but opted not to respond. Subsequently, Han Jie enthusiastically guided Bai Xiaochuan, Zhou Li, and Tan Shui through the corridors of the administrative building, ascending to the third floor. In stark contrast to the conventional office ambience of the first and second floors, the environment on the third floor exuded a decidedly more relaxed vibe. The entire hall had been transformed into an expansive workspace, neatly arranged with approximately 10 workstations. Though not every position was occupied, the air was permeated with a faint aroma of coffee. Most striking was a workstation near the corridor, where a young girl, seemingly around 18 or 19, was unabashedly lounging with her snow-white thighs, clad in athletic socks and sporting sneakers, propped up on the desk. She was lazily nestled in an esports chair, her fingers deftly swiping across her mobile screen. What particularly caught Bai Xiaochuan's attention was her vibrant red hair, styled in twin ponytails. Upon hearing the footsteps and the sound of conversation, the girl abruptly raised her head like a startled fawn. Upon noticing Han Jie accompanied by two unfamiliar men, she gasped and hurriedly lowered her legs from the desk, swiftly standing up. A blush crept onto her cheeks, rendering her somewhat bashful as she instinctively tugged at the hem of her denim shorts. Once she stood upright, Bai Xiaochuan was able to appreciate her full appearance. She was strikingly beautiful, with a classic oval face, skin so fair it seemed almost translucent, and large, twinkling eyes that conveyed a blend of youthful innocence and vitality. With pupils of a rare light brown hue, her petite nose and rosy, plump lips, slightly pouting from her earlier embarrassment, added to her charm. Team leader, the girl exclaimed in a clear, slightly nervous voice. Han Jie appeared accustomed to her reaction, shaking his head in mild exasperation as he introduced her. These are my junior brothers, please don't mind them. This is our team's treasure, Su Xiaoxiao, codenamed Spark, a naturally awakened fire type. He then turned to Su Xiaoxiao, saying, Xiaoxiao, stop dawdling. These two are Daoist priests from Wudang Mountain, here to assist us with tomorrow night's mission. This is Zhou Li, and this is Bai Xiaochuan. Su Xiaoxiao curiously scrutinized the two, particularly brightening at the sight of Bai Xiaochuan, who, despite being of a similar age, possessed an exceptionally calm demeanor. Hello, Zhou Daozhang Bai Daozhang. Welcome, welcome. My name is Su Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaochuan offered a faint smile, replying hello. Han Jie continued, currently, our team consists of 8 members, but only Xiaoxiao and I are here. The others are out on patrol duties. However, they should be returning in a few hours. Given the urgency of the situation, junior brothers, please follow me to the conference room, where I will provide you with detailed information regarding this mission. Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li had no objections. The group entered a nearby small conference room, with Tan Shui following closely behind. Her primary responsibility was to facilitate coordination and communication between the sect and the official awakened teams. Once everyone was seated, Han Jie promptly activated the projection equipment in the room. A complex map of the underground sewer system of Han City was clearly displayed on the screen. It was evident that vast areas of the map were marked in green or blue, indicating regions that were either normal or had been inspected. However, a large section in the eastern part of the city was illuminated by glaring red lights, sending chills down one's spine. Taking a deep breath, Han Jie pointed to the map and began his explanation. First and foremost, junior brothers, you must understand that among the reported incidents of urban beast occurrences across the nation, the most frequent and destructive is the rat plague. The core of the rat plague often lies with one or several mutated giant rat kings. The urban environment, particularly the extensive sewer system, provides an unparalleled breeding ground and hidden pathways for these rodents. Their population base is extraordinarily vast, especially after the surge of spiritual energy, which has exponentially increased their reproductive rate. Han Jie continued earnestly. After the initial nationwide outbreak of the rat plague, the authorities organized a large-scale cleansing operation, mandating that every city conduct thorough inspections and cleanups of their sewer systems to prevent the possibility of a resurgence of the rat plague. Han City was no exception. I personally led the team responsible for that operation. He displayed some archival photos from that time, showing team members fully armed as they ventured deep into the dark sewers. At that time, our team traversed nearly all the main and secondary pipelines of Han City, eliminating every rat in sight and deploying substantial amounts of specialized agents. It could be said that we executed a comprehensive extermination. After the operation, the number of rats in Han City's sewer network drastically diminished, leaving only a few scattered, insignificant rat groups. As he spoke, Han Jie's brow furrowed deeply. At that moment, I truly believed that Han City would not face the threat of a rat plague for at least a few years. He paused, then abruptly pointed at the area on the projected map that was covered in red. However, we overlooked one location. Here, in the eastern part of the city. Due to urban renovations and the construction of new districts over the past few years, several old, abandoned sewers were left underground. forgotten and not clearly marked on some of the latest municipal blueprints. During our inspections, we neglected this area. Han Jie lamented gravely. And it was from there that disaster struck just a week ago. Directly above that abandoned network lies Han City's largest central hospital. Chapter 49, Heading to the East City. As Han Jie spoke, he operated the computer, and soon a segment of surveillance footage was projected onto the large screen. The footage was from a corner of the first-floor hall of the central hospital in Han City. The timestamp indicated it was late at night. The typically serene hall was suddenly disrupted by a cacophony of rustling and strange noises. In the next moment, a spine-chilling sight unfolded. A black tide. Not the small northern mice, but countless rodents, each the size of a water bottle, with eyes glowing an eerie red, like a deluge breaking through a dam. They surged forth from every sewer entrance, ventilation shaft, and even the bathroom drains, flooding the area with a terrifying abundance. In an instant, they covered the floor and walls, as if the entire space had been coated with a writhing, screaming layer of black paint. Ah, what is that? Rats. So many rats. Help. The surveillance footage captured nurses on duty, hurried doctors, and immobile patients being swiftly engulfed by this terrifying tide of rodents. The rats ferociously tore at anything living within their grasp, the screams, cries, and the shrill squeals of the rats blending into a horrific cacophony. In the blink of an eye, the once pristine hospital, dedicated to saving lives, transformed into a hellish nightmare of blood and flesh. The footage shook violently before plunging into darkness. A profound silence enveloped the conference room. Tan Shui's face turned pale as she instinctively covered her mouth. Her eyes filled with horror. Zhou Li's brows knitted tightly, his hands clenched on the table, knuckles turning white. Bai Xiaochuan maintained a calm demeanor, yet a cold glint sparked in his eyes. He had witnessed such scenes too many times in his past life, and yet, each recurrence still evoked the deepest chill within him. Han Jie solemnly shut off the video, his voice laden with gravity. This is merely the beginning. The rat tide is not confined to the hospital's interior. It simultaneously attacked several large supermarkets and warehouses surrounding the hospital, where the food supplies hold a deadly allure for them. Bai Xiaochuan spoke in a hushed tone. Brother, please elaborate on this mission. Han Jie nodded slightly. For a rat plague of this magnitude, the authorities have established a standard operating procedure: containment, extermination, and focused decapitation. However, Han Jie's fingers once again struck the map of the Eastern District with considerable force, his tone laden with gravity. The location of the Eastern District of Hansheng is extraordinarily unique. It represents a confluence of the city's historical quarter and its burgeoning commercial sector, characterized by an extremely high population density and a labyrinthine underground pipeline network. Most critically, the abandoned sewage system in that area likely intersects with subway tunnels, expansive underground shopping streets, and the foundations of several upscale residential complexes and office buildings. We cannot execute large-scale demolitions, drug dispersals, or aggressive assaults as we would in open spaces or simpler pipeline systems. Any rash action could trigger widespread ground subsidence or provoke the rat population into a frenzied escape, infiltrating more vital areas. The consequences are simply unimaginable. Our current predicament is to tread carefully. Conventional methods are difficult to apply, while the rat swarm possesses a nearly impenetrable stronghold within the forsaken pipeline network and those intricate subterranean spaces. Bai Xiaochuan furrowed his brow, his gaze once again drawn to the glaring red zone on the map. In his past life, he had encountered mutated rat swarms, but these had mostly been during demon hunting missions amidst the ruins or wilderness. Those swarms were relatively small, easily managed by a single operator. He recalled a report circulating within the Federation that emphasized rats as one of the most troublesome communal mutated creatures in the post-apocalyptic world. They possess terrifying reproductive capabilities and adaptability to their environment. Provided with ample food sources, their numbers can expand exponentially, forming an overwhelming tide of beasts. The report explicitly indicated that large-scale elemental attacks, particularly those involving fire and ice, are most effective in combating extensive rat infestations. Flames can efficiently eradicate and purify, while ice can restrict their formidable mobility. However, the irony lies in the fact that his abilities are wood-based, while his senior brother specializes in earth. Han Jie's gaze shifted towards Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li, filled with earnestness and hope. Thus, we urgently require experts like the two of you. What we need is precise decapitation and concentrated eradication. We require individuals who can delve deep into that underground maze, locate the source of the rat tide, one or more rat kings, and eliminate them entirely. Only then can we fundamentally dismantle this rat disaster. Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li exchanged glances. Zhou Li was the first to speak. Senior brother, we understand the situation. So what is the specific combat plan? Han Jie shook his head. There is no rush to formulate a plan. Currently, our team still has 6 members conducting patrols and real-time assessments in the disaster-stricken Eastern District. They are the most familiar with the latest developments on site. Subsequently, Han Jie pulled up the most recent urban surveillance and blockade maps, pointing at the extensive red markings. Look here, this is the core disaster area in the Eastern District. Particularly around the hospitals and several large supermarkets, access has been completely sealed off. With multiple defensive lines established by armed police to prevent any entry or exit, thus averting the spread of the rat swarm and avoiding civilian intrusion. Han Jie sighed. However, the rats are underground. The defense lines can only impede surface movement, addressing the symptoms without tackling the root cause. What we require is a solution that penetrates the depths below. At this moment, Bai Xiaochuan inquired, Senior Brother Han. Since the plan needs to be formulated based on real-time conditions, why don't we first go to the scene? Merely observing the map and video here creates a disconnect. Han Jie paused at the suggestion, a look of appreciation crossing his face as he readily agreed. Indeed, Bai Shidi is correct. Experiencing the situation firsthand is far more effective than idle discussions here. The group then rose to their feet. Han Jie declared, time is of the essence. We shall depart at once. Xiao, you will stay here and maintain communication with the other team members, providing updates on the latest developments at all times. I want to go too. Su Xiao instinctively murmured, but under Han Jie's serious gaze, she obediently nodded. Fine, understood, Captain. I'll ensure the mission is accomplished. Han Jie turned to Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li, his tone resolute. You two, follow me. We will head directly to the frontline command point at the edge of the blockade. Assistant Tan, I appreciate your assistance. Tan Shui immediately comprehended. Rest assured, Team Han. I will coordinate the vehicles and access permissions to ensure your passage is unimpeded. Minutes later, an off-road vehicle displaying a special pass emerged from the police bureau compound. Racing toward the Eastern District, the vehicle drove directly along the dedicated bus lane, flashing its special warning lights. All vehicles improperly using the bus lane, upon seeing the warning lights, scattered to the left side of the road like mice fleeing from a cat. Witnessing this scene, Bai Xiaochuan couldn't help but chuckle. This was his first direct experience of the conveniences afforded by privilege since his rebirth. Although his mindset had already transformed, the feeling of unimpeded movement still left him momentarily dazed, the memory of orderly cues from his previous life still vivid. Inside the vehicle, after a brief silence, Bai Xiaochuan suddenly asked, Senior Brother Han, may I inquire about something? Han Jie, focused on the road ahead, replied, Oh, what is it, Bai Shidi? Bai Xiaochuan continued, I wish to understand the current strength of these innate awakeners. What level are they at? How do they compare to practitioners? As of now, he was still unclear about the ranking of awakeners and the capabilities of this first batch of innate awakeners, judging by his own strength. Although his abilities still paled in comparison to those S-level elites from his past life, his overall prowess had reached a comparable level, if not surpassing theirs. Han Jie, taken aback by the question, pondered for a few seconds before responding slowly. To a certain extent, the abilities of innate awakeners, regarding explosive power, range, and special effects, are indeed superior to those abilities awakened through cultivation. However, but they are inherently weak, correct? Bai Xiaochuan interjected. Han Jie glanced at Bai Xiaochuan through the rearview mirror, nodding emphatically. Precisely. Shitty. Awakeners possess formidable abilities, and the energy crystal in their hearts has replaced the dantian for storing and converting source energy. Yet, they lack a systematic cultivation method to hone themselves. As practitioners, we pursue a dual cultivation of life and spirit, striving for the simultaneous enhancement of our essence, energy, and spirit alongside our physical form. For instance, the 3 stages of body tempering solidify our foundation, allowing our bodies to bear greater power. In contrast, awakeners are akin to wielding a powerful weapon without the robust physique necessary to wield it effectively. Should they find themselves in close quarters with a practitioner of the same level, or should their abilities fail to activate swiftly, their situation would become exceedingly perilous. Their overall physical quality, reflex speed, and endurance simply cannot compete with practitioners of the same tier. As for your concern regarding the strength of the current innate awakeners, I can only say that, for now, they are not particularly formidable. While driving, Han Jie provided an example. Take the 4 innate awakeners in our team, for instance. Their talents and abilities are quite decent, and their potential is significant. However, when it comes to sparring, I'm not boasting, but if they were to work together, they might create some trouble for me. But to defeat me? That is virtually impossible. At this point, Han Jie straightened his posture slightly. By the way, I haven't formally introduced myself to the 2 of you. I am an Earth-type practitioner and have now reached the bone-forging stage. How about that? In terms of my cultivation progress, I believe I am not faring poorly among my peers in the Daoist sect, am I? Upon hearing this, Jolie nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, senior brother, you are quite impressive. Most individuals within the Daoist community have only recently entered the bone refinement stage." Bai Xiaochuan nodded slightly, which implied that the current innate awakened beings possess strength in the B or C tiers. What Han Jie had just conveyed aligned perfectly with his past experiences and present judgments. However, a significant question loomed in his mind, persistently occupying his thoughts. Why was it that in his previous life, he only became aware of the Daoist sect 4 years after the cataclysm began? In the years leading up to that moment, all he encountered and heard about were awakened beings who dominated the federal system. Logically speaking, just like the current situation in Seoul, there are 4 practitioners under the official banner. Nationwide, there must be many practitioners like Senior Brother Han who have returned to lay life and joined the official ranks. And the major righteous sects have not gone into hiding. In fact, the authorities have been actively collaborating with them. Therefore, what monumental events transpired during the time between the outbreak of the apocalypse and his rebirth that led to the disappearance of so many official practitioners from mainstream visibility? What could have caused the Daoist sect, with its profound legacy, to delay its emergence for 4 whole years? Approximately 15 minutes later, the off-road vehicle entered the eastern district of the city. As they approached the perimeter of the quarantine zone, they encountered a massive throng of people ahead. Most were wearing masks, their emotions running high as they engaged in fervent disputes with the police and staff stationed behind the barricades. "Let us in. My son is still inside. He was hospitalized yesterday. What on earth is happening?" cried one individual. "And my wife. She works at the supermarket inside. I can't reach her by phone. You must give me an explanation," shouted another. "Exactly. My grandparents live in the old community inside, and no one is answering their calls. How long will this quarantine last? Are you hiding something from us?" The crowd surged, attempting to breach the police line, only to be pushed back by officers wielding riot shields. Han Jie gazed at the crowd outside with a solemn expression and whispered to Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li, "This is indeed the most troublesome aspect. According to incomplete statistics, the death toll from the rodent plague in the eastern district has already exceeded 1,000, with nearly 3,000 others injured to varying degrees. If the situation had not been discovered in time, with rescue efforts swiftly intervening and information being sealed off to prevent panic from spreading, the entire city of Seoul would likely be in chaos by now." The official narrative being disseminated to the public is that a new, highly pathogenic strain of influenza has erupted in the area, prompting mandatory quarantine and disinfection measures. This is the only course of action that can temporarily stabilize the situation. Bai Xiaochuan observed the anxious family members outside, his brows furrowed. "But, senior brother, this is ultimately not a long-term solution. So many casualties, numerous families are." Han Jie interjected, "Yes, but the aftermath and comforting efforts are not within our purview. Specialized departments and personnel will handle them. Our sole mission is to eradicate those vile creatures below with utmost speed. We must resolve this issue at its root." Without pausing, the vehicle maneuvered around the gathering crowd and turned onto a temporarily restricted side road. Almost every entrance leading to the eastern district was tightly guarded by police and personnel clad in protective gear. Han Jie rolled down the window and presented a special identification to the personnel on duty. After a meticulous inspection, the officers saluted and signaled for them to proceed. The barrier blocking the road was gradually lifted. The moment the vehicle entered the quarantine zone, it felt as though they had crossed into another world. The previous tumult and congestion outside instantly vanished, replaced by an eerie silence. The expansive street lay deserted, traffic lights continuing to change colors mechanically. Yet no vehicles traversed the thoroughfare. All the storefronts along the roadside were tightly shut, with many windows damaged and debris and shattered glass littering the ground. Remnants that were left uncleaned. Han Jie remarked, "This area originally housed tens of thousands of residents. After the outbreak of the rodent plague, the authorities mobilized a substantial number of personnel to swiftly evacuate survivors and unaffected residents to temporary shelters. Now, aside from those executing the mission, there are no ordinary citizens left here." The off-road vehicle finally arrived at a compound marked with the sign of the Eastern District Fire Brigade of Han City. This place was in stark contrast to the desolation outside, filled with an array of specialized vehicles including fire trucks, bomb disposal vehicles, military trucks, and even several engineering vehicles equipped with specialized instruments. Fully armed SWAT team members patrolled the area, while others donned sealed protective suits, carrying sampling equipment and technical tools, gathered together to discuss preparations for entering the sewer system. Directly across the street from the compound stood the epicenter of this calamity, the Han City Central Hospital. The hospital building was imposing, a vast rectangular structure approximately 10 stories high, with all its windows darkened and a more stringent barricade set up at the entrance. Han Jie parked the vehicle, took a deep breath, and said, "We have arrived. The temporary command point is established here. Chapter 51. Undertaking the Decapitation Mission. As Han Jia led Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li into the temporary command center set up by the precinct, a figure approached them briskly. The newcomer was a young man with a buzz cut, sporting black-framed glasses, slightly plump in build, and appearing somewhat endearing, likely in his 20s. He ran up to Han Jia, addressing him respectfully. "Captain, you have arrived." His gaze then curiously shifted towards Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li. These two must be the Daoist priests from Wudang, right? Upon seeing this individual, Bai Xiaochuan's pupils constricted sharply. It was none other than Lu Xingyu. In his previous life, he was the 6th-ranked super powerhouse among the Awakened, nicknamed the Sand Emperor, an SS-level sand-type ability user, capable of unleashing devastating sandstorms that could obliterate all in their path. He was one of the pillars of the Federation. Bai Xiaochuan had only glimpsed him a few times in news reports and battle footage released by the Federation. He was a figure of formidable presence, with sharp eyes, capable of conjuring cataclysmic sandstorms with a mere wave of his hand. Little did he expect that their first encounter after his rebirth would be in this very place. Han Jia, seemingly oblivious to Bai Xiaochuan's sudden shift in demeanor, chuckled as he patted Lu Xingyu on the shoulder. "Xingyu, indeed, these two are my junior brothers. This is Bai Xiaochuan, and this is Zhou Li." He gestured to each of them. "Junior brothers, this is our team's innate awakened one, Lu Xingyu, nicknamed Sand Sculpture, with the ability to control sand and stone. He possesses considerable potential." Upon hearing his nickname mentioned by Han Jia, Lu Xingyu's face momentarily displayed a hint of embarrassment and discontent as he muttered under his breath, "Captain, weren't we supposed to keep that nickname from being mentioned in front of outsiders?" Han Jia laughed heartily, pulling Lu Xingyu closer. "Who are these outsiders?" "They are my beloved junior brothers. They are one of us. Right, junior brothers?" Bai Xiaochuan swiftly concealed his astonishment, offering Lu Xingyu a gentle smile and nodding. "Sand Sculpture." A peculiar sense of irony and inexplicable amusement welled up within Bai Xiaochuan. He never anticipated that the formidable Sand Emperor, who struck fear into countless hearts before the apocalypse, bore such a grounded and charmingly contrasting nickname. Furthermore, Lu Xingyu, in both demeanor and appearance, presented. He was far more bashful than the austere czar that Bai Xiaochuan had glimpsed in the video during his previous life. In fact, the combination of his black-framed glasses and slightly chubby cheeks rendered him somewhat endearing, though not in the conventional sense. Rather, he exuded an impression of being easily bullied. Devoid of any threat, Bai Xiaochuan promptly corrected his internal dialogue. Lu Xingyu, slightly embarrassed by Han Jia's remarks, politely inclined his head in greeting towards Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li. "Greetings, esteemed Daoists." Han Jia returned to the matter at hand, inquiring, "Xingyu, are you the sole person at the command point now? Where are the others?" Lu Xingyu adjusted his glasses and promptly reported, "Yes, Captain. Uncle Li and the others are stationed near the underground entrance, maintaining defenses and monitoring the situation. Liao Lei and Wu Gu are up top to assist." Just as Han Jia was about to continue his inquiry regarding the specifics below, Lu Xingyu's expression suddenly shifted to one of tension and gravity as he interjected, "Captain, your arrival is quite fortuitous. It seems there is something amiss down below." Han Jia's countenance hardened as he swiftly addressed Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li, junior brothers. "Follow me. Xingyu, you come along as well." The group hastily traversed the bustling corridor, entering a monitoring room steeped in an atmosphere even more tense and solemn. The room was adorned with numerous screens, and a massive city map along with diagrams of the sewer system covered the walls. A dozen technicians and operatives were intently focused on their screens and data, with the sounds of ringing phones, reports, and the clatter of keyboards echoing throughout. At that moment, a middle-aged officer, his insignia indicating a high rank and his expression grave, spotted Han Jia and immediately waved as though he had seen a savior. "Old Han, you've finally arrived. I was just about to contact you. Old Chen, what's the situation?" Han Jia hastened to his side. Old Chen's gaze briefly lingered on Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li, the unfamiliar Daoists, before redirecting his focus to the main screen, gesturing for Han Jia to come closer. "Old Han, the situation has changed. We originally estimated, based on the speed and quantity of food transported by the rodent swarm a week ago, that their food supplies would last at least 3 more days. But it seems we were overly naive. We underestimated both their numbers and consumption rate. According to the latest monitoring data from Deputy Li Yuan, the activity frequency and direction of the rodents suggest that they may deplete all existing food reserves by tonight." Han Jia's expression turned icy in an instant. "Are you implying that these starving rodents might surge forth en masse tonight?" "Precisely." Old Chen nodded gravely, his face ashen. He switched the screen to display several blurred images captured just before they lost signal. These were the last visuals transmitted by mechanical dogs and miniature drones that had ventured into the sewers, revealing shadows surging like a tide. before the lens was obliterated and engulfed. We attempted to deploy equipment, but it was utterly ineffective. The moment we approached the periphery, the swarm annihilated it in an instant. We also tried to introduce food laced with potent rodenticides, but the rodent king is far too cunning. As soon as one rodent succumbs, the others will never touch that food again. They will even drag the poison bait far away from their nests. Old Chun's finger jabbed emphatically at a core area on the massive sewer diagram, which was tightly encircled in red. However, there is some good news. By piecing together all available clues and limited detection results, we can now reasonably determine that the core nest of the rodent swarm, along with one or more rodent kings, is most likely located here, in the deep adjustment pool of the old wastewater treatment plant in the eastern part of the city, along with the adjoining abandoned main pipeline area. It is vast, structurally intricate, and dark and damp, an ideal breeding ground for the rodents. The monitoring room fell into a brief silence, with only the faint hum of machinery breaking it. Everyone understood that locating the nest was merely the first step. The greatest challenge lay in how to eliminate the rodent king with precision without inciting catastrophic consequences. Direct assaults were futile, poisoning proved ineffective, and conventional methods seemed entirely ineffectual. Just then, Bai Xiaochuan's calm voice pierced through the stillness of the monitoring room. So, if we reach this location, we just need to find and kill the rodent king, correct? Han Jie instinctively nodded. Yes, theoretically, that is the case, but, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized, his eyes widening in astonishment as he turned to Bai Xiaochuan. Junior brother, are you implying that? Bai Xiaochuan replied matter-of-factly, since the objective is clear. Allow me to take charge. Han Jie was momentarily taken aback, quickly attempting to dissuade him. Junior brother, that is far too perilous. We can still discuss the plan in greater detail. We need to consider the long term. After all, that is deep within the rodent nest. And if surrounded by countless rodents, the situation could become exceedingly dangerous. Bai Xiaochuan shook his head, gazing at Han Jie as he spoke slowly. Brother, there is no need for concern. I have now reached the refining organ stage. Those rodents will pose no threat to my defenses. Refining organ stage? Han Jie's pupils constricted in shock. He had personally experienced the arduous journey through the bone forging stage. Aware that each advancement demanded immense time and a high level of talent, he had dedicated himself to rigorous training in order to barely achieve the bone forging stage. Yet this junior brother, who appeared significantly younger than himself, had already attained the refining organ stage. Junior brother, you're not jesting, are you? Zhou Li, the Daoist, nodded affirmatively, confirming Bai Xiaochuan's claims. With this affirmation, Han Jie's astonishment transformed into overwhelming joy and unwavering confidence. Excellent. Fantastic. Ha. Heaven bless Wudang. Heaven bless Han City. This task is entrusted to you, junior brother. Chapter 52. Wu Xian, Liao Lei, Wang Yi on the phone. After the initial exuberance, Han Jie swiftly regained the decisiveness of a captain. He turned to Team Leader Chun, speaking rapidly. Team Leader Chun, there is no time to lose. Please notify Li Yuan immediately to halt the patrols, having everyone return to the command center at the quickest pace. We must formulate the final operational plan without delay. Team Leader Chen promptly responded, understood. I'll notify them right away. He then picked up the communicator to initiate contact. Han Jie addressed Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li. Junior brothers, let us proceed to the operations conference room and await their arrival. Very well. Team Leader Chun, I will escort them there. All right. The operations conference room was even larger than the previous monitoring room, a large screen clearly simulating the structure of the eastern city's underground pipeline. Approximately 10 minutes later, a flurry of rapid, orderly footsteps echoed from the corridor. The conference room door swung open, and 4 men and 1 woman filed in. Among them were 3 middle-aged men who appeared experienced and exuded an air of calm competence. The other 2 were quite young, seemingly of an age with Lu Xingyu. The young man stood tall, his features resolute, with brows sharply defined. The woman sported a chic bob cut, her features delicate, her eyes sparkling with a hint of barely perceptible pride. These 2, undoubtedly, were the other 2 innate awakened individuals in the team. Upon entering, their gazes immediately fell upon Han Jie, and they spoke in unison. Captain. Han Jie nodded, his expression serious, foregoing pleasantries as he swiftly introduced Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li. Junior brothers, these 5 are the final members of our team. He gestured toward the 3 middle-aged men, Li Yuan, Old Huang, Old Sheng. They were also former disciples of the Daoist sect. Continuing, Han Jie gestured towards the young couple. This is Wu Xian, and this is Liao Lei, along with Xiao Su. Both of whom, like Lu Xingyu, are innate awakeners. Bai Xiaochuan's gaze lingered slightly on Wu Xian and Liao Lei, his eyes flashing with curiosity. He had never heard of these 2, nor of Su Xiaoxiao, in his previous life. This left only 2 possibilities. Either they perished during the apocalypse, or they later changed their names, assumed aliases, or concealed themselves. However, judging by their aura, the energy contained within Wu Xian and Liao Lei was even stronger than that of Lu Xingyu at present. Han Jie then introduced his 5 companions to Li Yuan. These 2 are my junior brothers, Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li, both esteemed disciples of Wudang, here to assist us in dealing with the Rat King. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan and his companions appeared visibly taken aback, nodding respectfully towards Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li, their eyes reflecting admiration and even a hint of envy. There was no sign of the typical skepticism or challenges to strength often found in novels. The prowess of the Wudang sect was well understood by these practitioners and awakeners within the official system. Their cultivation methods originated from the Taoist school, which possessed deeper techniques and combat skills. Moreover, they themselves were disciples who had returned to secular life, their strength evident for all to see. In their minds, a disciple of the Taoist sect was synonymous with power. Even the youthful and ambitious Wu Xian and Liao Lei exhibited more curiosity and aspiration than arrogance. Within their team, they frequently engaged in sparring and training, but they had never bested Han Jie and the other practitioners even once. They yearned for a more systematic approach to cultivation, rather than merely relying on instinct to enhance their abilities. Once everyone had assembled, Han Jie promptly began outlining the battle plan. He pointed to several key pipeline nodes on the screen. The Rat King is cunning. Once its lair is attacked, it will undoubtedly attempt to escape in multiple directions. Therefore, every critical intersection and fork must be guarded. We cannot allow the Rat King to slip away. Subsequently, he indicated the largest main pipeline. This is the primary route from which the rat horde is most likely to attempt a large-scale escape, and it must be defended by a skilled fighter. Zhou Li, speaking with a calm demeanor, replied, "Leave this to me." Han Jie nodded vigorously. "Excellent. Thank you. Junior brother Zhou. Wu Xian, you will team up with Lao Huang to guard the exit of Area B. Liao Lei, you and Lao Sheng will be in charge of the C-section pipeline. Xingyu, you will provide mobile support, using your abilities to block some of the secondary pipelines to minimize the diversion of the rat horde. The primary offensive task, to penetrate the rat nest and eliminate the Rat King, will be entrusted to junior brother Bai Xiaochuan." At this moment, Deputy Team Leader Li Yuan furrowed his brow, voicing his concerns. "Old Han, it's not that I doubt the strength of Daoist Bai. But is it wise to let him venture into the rat nest alone? What if he is besieged by a multitude of rats? I could assist the Daoist from the side. I am quite familiar with the sewer routes I've explored these past few days and could serve as a guide. Moreover, my fire abilities should inflict considerable damage on the rat horde, alleviating some of the pressure on Daoist Bai." Upon hearing this, Han Jie found merit in Li Yuan's reasoning and turned his inquiring gaze toward Bai Xiaochuan. "Xiaochuan, what do you think?" Li Yuan's strength was commendable, and his familiarity with the routes would indeed make the operation more secure. Bai Xiaochuan pondered for a moment. He held absolute confidence in his strength during the refining stage, but this would be his first experience in such a complex underground combat environment. Having a guide who was well acquainted with the terrain and possessed decent abilities would certainly save him a great deal of trouble, ensuring the efficiency of the decapitation mission. To be prudent, Bai Xiaochuan nodded. "Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Daoistly." Han Jie then elaborated on the operational details, including retreat signals, emergency protocols, and communication coordination between various points. He also retrieved documentation to show Bai Xiaochuan photographs of the Rat King taken after successful exterminations in other cities. These depicted grotesque creatures of enormous size, with protruding fangs and fur that shimmered with a bizarre metallic or rocky sheen. Finally, Han Jie solemnly declared, "The battle plan is set to commence in 2 hours. Please, everyone, check your equipment, adjust your states, and prepare yourselves." "Yes," the group replied in unison, rising with serious yet determined expressions as they made their way out of the conference room. As Bai Xiaochuan stepped out, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Wang Yi. He turned to Zhou Li and Han Jie, saying, "Senior brother, I'll take this call." Zhou Li nodded, while Han Jie added, "All right, my junior brother and I will wait for you in the lobby." Bai Xiaochuan moved to a relatively quiet corner of the corridor to answer the call. "Hello, Wang Yi, what's up?" On the other end, Wang Yi's voice came through lowered. "Old Bai, I'm not interrupting your important business, am I?" "No, I just happen to have a bit of free time," Bai Xiaochuan replied. He would certainly be stowing away his phone once the operation began. Receiving a call now was indeed fortunate for Wang Yi. That's good. That's good." Wang Yi sighed in relief, then abruptly switched to a pitiful tone. "Old Bai, why didn't you inform me before you descended the mountain for a mission? Are we not good brothers who share everything? Am I no longer your Wang Yi?" Bai Xiaochuan responded helplessly. "The mission was assigned by Master on short notice, and time is tight. If all goes well, I should be able to return to the mountain the day after tomorrow." "Ah, don't rush back. Wang Yi's voice suddenly became excited. I heard you and senior brother Zhou are heading to Han City, right? Yes. Hehe. Old Bai, once your mission is complete, don't be in a hurry to return. Coincidentally, I'll be coming to Han City tomorrow. Bai Xiaochuan raised an eyebrow. Oh? Are you planning to return to secular life? Wang Yi laughed. How could that be? I'm destined to be the man at the helm of Wudang. It's not me returning to secular life, it's my parents. They happen to be in Han City for business, and I haven't seen them in ages. I miss them. As you know, my parents donated quite a bit of supplies to Wudang. So my master granted me a few days off to visit them and bring back some of Wudang's specialties to express my gratitude. So Old Bai, when your mission ends, hang out in Han City for a few days, don't rush back to the mountain. Once I arrive, you must come to my house. Then we can return to Wudang together. How about that? Bai Xiaochuan hesitated. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Won't your parents misunderstand if I go to your house? Get out of here. What is inappropriate about it? My master agreed. He specifically said that you should represent Wudang and express gratitude to my parents. My master also mentioned that young people shouldn't just immerse themselves in cultivation every day. They should explore the world and combine work and rest. Bai Xiaochuan contemplated for a moment. The latter statement certainly didn't sound like something his master would say. Moreover, he didn't have the luxury of time for leisure. With so many mysteries weighing on his mind, the only priority was to continuously enhance his strength. However, it wouldn't be wrong to express gratitude to Wang Yi's parents on behalf of Wudang. Alright, I'll contact you once my mission concludes. OJBK. Chapter 53. Slicing through like melon and vegetables. Bai Xiaochuan descended to the hall below, his gaze sweeping across the room until it landed on Lu Xingyu, Liao Lei, and Wu Xian, who were donning protective suits that appeared rather cumbersome, intricately woven with special fibers. After all, innate awakeners are inherently delicate unless they possess healing abilities. Upon noticing Bai Xiaochuan's arrival, Han Jie extended a miniature earbud and a button-sized positioning device toward him. Junior brother, here you go. This is a communication earpiece and a locator. Once the operation commences, Captain Shin will guide you in real time from the command center above through monitoring and positioning. Alright. Thank you, senior brother, Bai Xiaochuan replied as he accepted the equipment and donned it. Once all preparations were complete, Bai Xiaochuan and Li Yuan, under the guidance of several staff members, arrived at a highly concealed entrance to an abandoned sewer. The rusted iron cover was pried open, revealing a dark abyss below, exuding a musty odor. Climbing down the ladder, they were immediately met with a heavy stench of mildew and decay. How to describe this odor? It was no less pungent than that of canned herring. The interior of the pipeline was shrouded in darkness, having long been abandoned, with the lighting circuits on either side having been rendered inoperative. However, upon entering, both had already equipped themselves with night vision goggles. Though their vision transformed into a green hue, it was preferable to complete darkness. Li Yuan trailed closely behind Bai Xiaochuan, lowering his voice to say, Daoist Bai. This abandoned pipeline is one of the auxiliary conduits from the early construction phase. It isn't even clearly marked on the map. It leads directly to what we believe is the core area of the rat nest. Because it is not a main thoroughfare, the patrol density of the rat horde is relatively low, making it the optimal infiltration path available to us. However, once we begin advancing rapidly, our movements will be impossible to conceal. The speed at which information travels among the rats is astonishing. We must act swiftly, or the Rat King may receive an alert and escape. Should it burrow deeper into the more complex network of pipes, capturing it will be akin to scaling a mountain. Bai Xiaochuan nodded in understanding. The two proceeded silently for a distance, accompanied only by the sound of dripping water and their footsteps. Soon, they reached a corner. Li Yuan sharply whispered, Daoist Bai, be cautious. Just around the corner lies the active perimeter of the rat horde. In truth, even without his warning, Bai Xiaochuan could distinctly hear the hair-raising, dense rustling sounds emanating from beyond the corner. It was the noise of countless minions scraping against the ground and jostling one another, as if an endless swarm of creatures writhed in the darkness. Bai Xiaochuan adjusted his earpiece and calmly stated, Captain Chun, we have arrived at the designated location and are prepared to breach. The specifics of the route from here on are in your hands. Immediately, Captain Chin's clear and steady voice responded through the earpiece. Received. Daoist Bai, Li Yuan, I wish you both a successful operation. We will monitor the entire process and guide you along the shortest path. Understood, Bai Xiaochuan affirmed, then turned to Li Yuan beside him. Li Gu, stay close to me. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback, not fully processing before he exclaimed, all right. No sooner had he spoken than Bai Xiaochuan's figure darted around the corner like an arrow released from a bowstring, creating a gust of wind in his wake. Alarmed, Li Yuan wasted no time hesitating and immediately unleashed his full speed to follow closely. As they rounded the corner, even with his mind prepared, the sight before Li Yuan still made him gasp in shock. Though this was a carefully selected, secluded pipeline, the ground and walls were still teeming with densely packed, layered mutated rats. Their eyes glimmered with a sinister red light, their sharp fangs bared, and their sheer numbers nearly obstructed the passage. Yet, Bai Xiaochuan's speed was unparalleled. The moment the rats sensed the light and the intruders, before they could sound an alarm or charge, Bai Xiaochuan had already plunged into the midst of the horde like a phantom. Observing Bai Xiaochuan's method of advance, Li Yuan's pupils dilated in astonishment. Bai Xiaochuan did not rely on brute force to charge through. Rather, each step he took seemed imbued with a peculiar power. With every footfall, all the rats within a 1-meter radius of his foot seemed to be instantaneously crushed by an invisible shockwave. They could not even emit a scream before being reduced to mere smears of flesh and blood. Each step he took carved out a small circular vacuum amidst the throng of rodents. Was it martial prowess? Or some extraordinary ability? Li Yuan was struck with awe. He had never witnessed such an efficient and terrifying method of clearing a path. He dared not dwell on it further and forced himself to harness his energy, carefully stepping into the fleeting safe zones freshly created by Bai Xiaochuan, struggling to push forward. Bai Xiaochuan forged ahead, akin to a heated blade slicing through congealed grease, advancing with astonishing speed toward the depths of the rat nest. Wherever he passed, the tide of rats parted as if under the influence of an invisible force, only to rapidly close behind him. In the monitoring room, Captain Chun watched the rapidly moving red dot, his eyes filled with astonishment. The speed was astounding. Had it not been for the camera attached to Bai Xiaochuan, he might have doubted whether a single rat remained in the tunnel. At that moment, Captain Chen seemed to sense something amiss. Not good. He promptly activated the communicator. Daoist Bai, Li Yuan. Caution. Thermal imaging shows a massive underground space directly ahead of you. The life signs. Good heavens, there are too many. The area is swarming with rats. In the center, several extraordinarily large heat sources are detected. We suspect they are rat kings. There's more than one. Bai Xiaochuan's expression sharpened, and his speed surged once more. Like a specter in the night, he burst forth from the narrow pipe. Before him lay a vast expanse. This was a forsaken giant regulating basin, its depths unfathomable, and at that moment, the darkness was seething. Countless crimson eyes blinked in the light. A mass of mutated rats piled upon one another, writhing and producing a nauseating rustle, creating a terrifying sea of flesh. In the center of this rat sea, several rat kings, each the size of a small calf, their fur shimmering with an eerie, rock-like sheen, stood out prominently. They seemed to have detected the intruders, emitting piercing, shrill shrieks. Instantly, the entire rat nest erupted into chaos. Like a black tsunami, countless rats surged along the walls and pipes, frantically charging toward Bai Xiaochuan and Li Yuan. Daoist Bai, Li Yuan cried out, flames igniting around him in preparation for battle. Yet Bai Xiaochuan moved even faster. Facing the relentless tide of rats, his expression remained unchanged as he slowly raised both hands. A tremendous surge of source energy flowed into the rusted metal and concrete crevices beneath his feet. In an instant, countless thick, spiny, dark green vines erupted from the ground, akin to living serpents, precisely curling toward the rat kings. The rat kings roared in fury, their claws tearing and fangs gnashing. But the vines grew at a pace far surpassing their capacity to destroy, advancing relentlessly until they firmly ensnared the rat kings, severely limiting their movements. Meanwhile, the tide of rats lunging towards Bai Xiaochuan seemed to collide with an invisible, distorted wall when they were just over a meter away from him. The space quivered slightly, and a minuscule, nearly imperceptible vortex resembling a black hole materialized around Bai Xiaochuan. As those frenzied rodents made contact with the twisted space, they were instantaneously consumed, dissipating into the very air. What on earth is this? Li Yuan stood agape, but he swiftly summoned his fire-based abilities, intent on exterminating the horde of mice before Bai Xiaochuan. Daoist Bai, I shall assist you. However, Bai Xiaochuan acted with even greater alacrity. Like a cannonball, he shot forth, crossing dozens of meters in an instant, appearing before a mouse king ensnared by thick vines. The mouse king sensed the imminent peril, emitting a desperate shriek as it struggled furiously. Bai Xiaochuan's gaze was icy. Within him, the tumult of vital energy roared, the terrifying power of the refining organ stage coalescing at the tip of his fist. Without any flourish, he delivered a punch. Bang! A resounding thud echoed. The Mouse King's head, as resilient as rock, burst apart like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer, red and white matter splattering everywhere. Bai Xiaochuan did not pause for a moment. His steps shifted with an enigmatic grace. In a ghostly manner, he appeared beside a second Mouse King, delivering yet another punch. Bang! A third. Bang! In the span of merely 2 to 3 seconds, Bai Xiaochuan flickered across the scene like a teleportation. every appearance accompanied by a punch that shattered a Mouse King's head. Clean, decisive, violent. When the last headless giant form of the Mouse King collapsed with a thunderous crash, the entire subterranean space fell into an eerie silence. Li Yuan stood frozen in place, his body rigid, his pupils trembling violently. He had completely forgotten the flames raging around him, resembling a miniature sun. This is not a battle. It's akin to chopping vegetables. Have the disciples of the Daoist sect become this formidable? Is it true that he follows Bai Xiaochuan not to assist, but merely to witness this spectacle? Very well, I see how it is. Daoist Bai, you've worked hard. Allow me to take over from here. Li Yuan's flames surged once more. A ruffian. I could never be a ruffian in this lifetime. Chapter 54. Task completed. The searing light instantaneously illuminated the subterranean space as if it were midday. Li Yuan prepared to unleash a wide-ranging fire shockwave to incinerate the fleeing rodents. Bai Xiaochuan momentarily froze, about to speak. Just then, a panicked shout from Team Leader Chen erupted through his earpiece. Wait, Old Li, stop. Don't set the fire. However, it was already too late. The flames, now at their zenith, seemed to ignite upon contact, triggering a high concentration of methane gas that had accumulated in the air, a byproduct of countless rodent droppings and decaying corpses, along with some unknown chemical waste piled in a corner. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion, far exceeding anyone's expectations, akin to a missile strike, erupted violently from the center of Li Yuan. A horrific shockwave and flames consumed everything in an instant. What the? Bai Xiaochuan's pupils constricted, his reflexes honed to perfection. Almost the moment the explosion occurred, he maximized his spatial devouring abilities. An invisible, twisted vortex materialized out of thin air, frantically pulling in and consuming the explosive energy and flames that surged toward him. That terrifying energy, capable of obliterating the entire subterranean space and vaporizing everything, was devoured by more than half. Yet, even with Bai Xiaochuan's utmost effort, a significant portion of the impact and flames still escaped. Boom! The entire underground space trembled violently, debris raining down like a storm. As the dust began to settle, Bai Xiaochuan rushed toward the spot where Li Yuan had just been. There he found Li Yuan. His body blackened as if he had just emerged from a coal pile, his previously decent hair now completely singed away, leaving him utterly bare. The specially made combat suit he wore was reduced to a few charred strips barely hanging on, presenting a most pitiful sight. Brotherly, are you all right? Bai Xiaochuan inquired with concern, fearing that he had inadvertently caused his teammates' demise. How would the sacrifice report be written then? Playing with fire and getting burned? Li Yuan coughed twice, expelling a puff of black smoke, his voice weak, but still holding some strength. I'm fine, Daoist Bai, just a bit of a scorched head. As he spoke, his eyes darted toward the law enforcement recording device strapped to Bai Xiaochuan. Bai Xiaochuan immediately understood, and with great consideration, he discreetly turned off the camera. Some black history is better left unrecorded. Just then, Team Leader Chen's voice crackled through the earpiece, a mix of anger and urgency. Old Li, you reckless fool. Are you all right? I forgot to mention earlier. The depths of that mouse nest are filled with highly flammable and explosive gases generated from rodent droppings and decaying rubbish. The concentration is alarmingly high. Plus, there were leftover chemical barrels from before. Your fire nearly sent us all to the heavens. Bai Xiaochuan, listening nearby, could only offer an awkward smile and pat Li Yuan on the shoulder. Well, on the bright side, most of the remaining rodents in the nest should have been eradicated by the explosion and subsequent flames. Team Leader Chun sighed in relief, a fortunate misfortune. Thanks to Daoist Bai, we can't imagine what a catastrophe it could have been otherwise. Daoist Bai, Li Yuan, you have exceeded your mission objectives. The Mouse Kings have been eliminated, and the nest has undergone physical purification. You are to return to the surface immediately. The remaining stragglers and cleanup will be handled by other team members and the fire brigade. Understood, Bai Xiaochuan replied. Then, looking at the charred and still smoldering Li Yuan, he asked, Brotherly, can you still walk? Do you need me to help you out? Li Yuan, feeling utterly humiliated, glanced at his completely exposed lower half and could only nod silently. How embarrassing. Even my underwear is gone. Upon returning to the surface, medical personnel who had been waiting immediately surrounded him. The onlookers gasped at Li Yuan's charred, still smoking form, barely covered by a few ragged cloth strips, and quickly helped him onto a stretcher, hastily transporting him to the hospital for a comprehensive examination. After Bai Xiaochuan declined to go to the hospital, he scanned the surroundings, observing numerous firefighters clad in heavy protective gear, methodically entering various sewer entrances with specialized equipment. Without the unified command of the Mouse King, the remaining rodents, though still numerous, had scattered like a disorganized rabble, instinctively darting in all directions, significantly reducing their threat. Although the cleanup was tedious, it no longer required facing an organized counterattack. Bai Xiaochuan was led by a staff member to a relatively comfortable lounge in the nearby temporary command center to rest. He had no concerns regarding his senior brothers Han Jie and Zhou Li's cleanup efforts, with their prowess. Handling a few fleeing rodents and sealing off the passages should pose no problem. After roughly 3 hours, the commotion outside seemed to gradually subside, and dusk began to settle. Bai Xiaochuan, slowly exiting his shallow meditative state, opened his eyes upon hearing footsteps approaching the lounge. Han Jie and Zhou Li entered, their faces bearing a hint of fatigue, yet predominantly expressing the relief of a task accomplished. "Is it over, senior brother?" Bai Xiaochuan inquired, rising to his feet. "It's done." Han Jie exhaled deeply, a smile breaking across his face as he clapped Bai Xiaochuan's shoulder with enthusiasm. "This time, we owe it all to you, Xiaochuan. I'm truly at a loss for words." Upon his return, he immediately accessed the footage transmitted by the law enforcement recording device worn by Bai Xiaochuan. Of course, the segment where Li Yuan self-destructed was technically overlooked. When he witnessed Bai Xiaochuan navigating through the sea of rats, as if in an uninhabited realm, annihilating several rat kings in mere moments, he was rendered speechless in astonishment. The power, the efficiency, the composure, truly beyond human capability. Han Jie remarked, "To speak candidly, junior brother, after watching the footage, I find myself at a loss for words. One word encapsulates it: impressive. If I were in that rat nest at the center, not to mention dealing with several rat kings simultaneously, escaping unscathed from the onslaught of so many rats would be a formidable challenge. You are truly remarkable." After his moment of awe, Han Jie could not suppress his curiosity and tentatively inquired, "Junior brother, may I ask you something?" "Of course, senior brother," Bai Xiaochuan nodded. "What was that phenomenon surrounding your body during combat, resembling a black hole that devoured the rats, even absorbing the energy from the subsequent explosion?" Bai Xiaochuan replied calmly, "Senior brother, that is my awakened second ability, a branch of the spatial system known as Devour." Upon hearing this, Han Jie, though having anticipated it, could not help but gasp in awe, his eyes brimming with envy. Indeed, the ability to devour within the spatial system is a legendary high-tier power, possessing such terrifying might. He shook his head, suppressing his astonishment, and once again donned a cheerful smile, placing an arm around the shoulders of Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li. "All right, enough of this. Let us go. Xiaochuan, junior brother Zhou, after a long day of exertion, you must be exhausted. Allow me to treat you to a splendid meal. We must properly reward our great contributor." Bai Xiaochuan, feeling a twinge of hunger, smiled and nodded. "All right, then I shall rely on senior brother's generosity." Zhou Li also nodded with a smile. Chapter 55, The Promise of Instructional Training. As the trio exited the command center, they discovered Lu Xingyu, Su Xiaoxiao, Wu Xian, and Liao Lei, for young individuals, already waiting outside. Upon seeing them, Su Xiaoxiao immediately waved her hand excitedly and exclaimed, "Captain, 2 Daoists. Over here." Han Jie, grinning, turned to Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li, explaining, "Junior brother, I called these youngsters to join us. Is that all right? They've all worked hard and deserve a chance to unwind." Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. Han Jie added, "I initially intended to invite Lao Huang and Lao Sheng as well, but they all have families. At this hour, they're probably eager to return home to accompany their wives and children, so they won't be joining our band of bachelors." Zhou Li, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, looking at Han Jie. "Senior brother you?" 8 years ago, he had specifically come down the mountain with their master to attend Han Jie's banquet. How had he become a bachelor now? Han Jie chuckled helplessly. We parted long ago. The decision to leave the sect was partly due to my parents' declining health requiring care, and partly because the elders in my family always hoped I would settle down and lead a conventional life. But let us not dwell on that. It's rather mundane. Come on, let us celebrate. Today is a joyful occasion. I'll treat you all to a grand feast." Han Jie waved his hand, addressing everyone. "All right, speak up. What do you all wish to eat? Today, let us indulge a little. It's on me." Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li exchanged glances, with Zhou Li speaking up. "Senior brother, there's no need for extravagance. Ordinary fare will suffice." "That won't do." Han Jie shot Zhou Li a disapproving glance. "You rarely come out, and you've been of tremendous help. We must have a proper meal. Besides, my current salary is quite generous." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up instantly. Captain, let us go to Haishang Lao, the biggest one in the city center. I've heard their service is exceptional, and they even have face-changing performances. Plus, their tomato broth is simply divine." Han Jie laughed heartily. "All right, Haishang Lao it is. Let us go experience the legendary 5-star service." During the meal, the hot pot was steaming, and the atmosphere quickly became lively. Perhaps due to their similar ages, Su Xiaoxiao and Lu Xingyu were particularly curious about Bai Xiaochuan, peppering him with questions. Daoist Bai, how did someone as young and handsome as you decide to become a Daoist at Wudang Mountain? Daoist Bai, is training up there particularly dull and boring? Can you not use your phone? Daoist Bai, does Wudang really possess many formidable martial arts like those depicted in dramas? Can lightness techniques truly allow one to scale walls? Daoist Bai, can Daoists marry? In response to these inquiries, Bai Xiaochuan merely smiled and offered succinct replies. It's merely personal affinity. Quiet cultivation brings its own joys. There are indeed martial arts, but they are not as exaggerated as portrayed in dramas. After Bai Xiaochuan concluded his responses, his image in their eyes instantly elevated to that of a detached, serene, and immensely powerful master. Through their conversation, Bai Xiaochuan also learned that Liao Lei, Lu Xingyu, and Wu Xian were all students at Han City University, having awakened their abilities before being specially recruited to join the team, while still balancing their academic commitments. Conversely, Su Xiaoxiao, despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, had not pursued further education after high school and had wandered in society for a while before being discovered post-awakening. After the meal, the others took a taxi back to campus, while Han Jie first dropped off Su Xiaoxiao before preparing to take Bai Xiaochuan and Jolie back to the arranged hotel for rest. Once Su Xiaoxiao was safely dropped off, Han Jie remarked in the car, "Junior brothers, tonight, be sure to rest well. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange a special vehicle to take you back to Wudang Mountain." At this moment, Bai Xiaochuan spoke up, "Senior brother, I fear I cannot return just yet." He then recounted Wang Ye's call, as well as the arrangement made by his master for him to represent Wudang in expressing gratitude to the Wang family and to stay in Han City for a few days. Upon hearing this, Jolie nodded, "Since it is Master's arrangement, then you should stay. I will return to the mountain tomorrow to report to Master." Han Jie's eyes brightened. "Xiaochuan, you're going to remain in Han City for a while? That is perfect. No need to stay in a hotel. It would be a waste of money. You can stay at my place. Though my home is modest, I have spare rooms, and it's certainly more comfortable than a hotel." Bai Xiaochuan contemplated briefly. Staying at his senior brother's home would indeed be more convenient and would save him considerable trouble, so he nodded in agreement. "Then I shall impose upon senior brother." "Ah, no need to be so formal with your own senior brother. However, I do have a favor to ask of you, junior brother. I wonder if it would be convenient for you." "Please go ahead, senior brother, as long as it is within my capabilities," Bai Xiaochuan replied. Han Jie continued, "I was hoping that during your stay in Han City, you could spare some time to serve as a temporary coach for our team members, guiding them for a few days, especially those 4 awakeners. They all have great potential, but lack systematic guidance and genuine combat experience. Your strength is formidable, and your keen insight would undoubtedly benefit them immensely." Bai Xiaochuan was taken aback, quickly shaking his head. "Me? A coach? Senior brother, that may not be appropriate. Moreover, I lack experience in this area." "Ah, junior brother, you are being overly modest," Han Jie interrupted. "With the prowess you displayed in the underground rat nest and your grasp of the battlefield, you would be more than adequate as a coach. Rest assured, it would involve only basic guidance and practical drills. It won't take up too much of your time. What do you say? Will you assist your senior brother with this?" Bai Xiaochuan fell silent for a moment. Initially, he had only intended to remain quietly for a few days, gathering with Wang Yi before returning to the mountain. However, observing the earnest gaze of Han Jie and considering the various dangers this team might face in the future, enhancing their strength indeed seemed necessary. Ultimately, he conceded, "Very well. Since my senior brother trusts me, I shall give it a try." "Splendid," Han Jie exclaimed, enthusiastically slapping the steering wheel. "Those young fellows are in for a treat. I must extend my gratitude to my junior brother on their behalf." Chapter 56, Training Guidance. Early the next morning, Bai Xiaochuan bid farewell to his senior brother Zhou Li, watching as he boarded the arranged vehicle back to Wudang Mountain. With Wang Yi not arriving in Hancheng until the afternoon, returning to the hotel to practice or wandering aimlessly seemed rather pointless. Thus, Bai Xiaochuan proposed to Han Jie, "Senior brother, since we have some free time, why don't we commence our training now?" Han Jie's eyes lit up at his words, immediately responding, "Absolutely. I'll notify them to assemble right away." He had been pondering how to broach the subject, never expecting his junior brother to be so proactive. Han Jie quickly took out his phone and sent an urgent message for a training assembly to their team group. "Junior brother, our practical training base ISNT located in the city. It's situated in the outskirts. Come, I'll drive you there." Approximately 40 minutes later, the vehicle left the bustling city and entered a heavily guarded military camp. After passing through stringent checkpoint inspections and identity verification, they were finally granted entry. The camp's interior was expansive and solemn, with soldiers engaged in physical training or tactical drills visible everywhere. Han Jie drove directly to a vast, designated comprehensive training ground. The perimeter of the training area featured a standard running track, while the interior simulated various complex terrains, complete with obstacles and target positions, where several soldiers were conducting routine training in the distance. As Han Jie parked, he explained, "Our team's practical confrontation and supernatural ability training primarily take place here. The space is ample, the facilities comprehensive, and most importantly, it offers great confidentiality, minimizing visibility to the general public and thus avoiding unnecessary panic and complications." Bai Xiaochuan nodded. Indeed, the military camp was an ideal venue for such specialized training. Before long, a business vehicle also entered the training ground, marking the arrival of the remaining 7 members of the team. When Li Yuan stepped out of the vehicle, Bai Xiaochuan couldn't help but linger his gaze on him for a few seconds, nearly breaking into laughter. Li Yuan was bandaged in several places, and his face bore multiple adhesive bandages, clearly indicating that he had suffered quite a bit from the explosion the previous day. Most notably, atop his head was an extraordinarily thick, dark, and lustrous mane of hair that seemed somewhat unnatural. Bai Xiaochuan instantly recognized it as a wig, likely a result of his insistence or thoughtful provision from the medical staff after being taken to the hospital. Li Yuan appeared visibly uncomfortable, his gaze evasive, especially when he caught sight of Bai Xiaochuan. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed his face as he instinctively reached for his head, only to forcibly suppress the urge. Han Jie cleared his throat twice. "Assemble." He stepped forward and addressed the lined-up 7, stating sternly, "This is Bai Xiaochuan, Bai Daozhong. You are all acquainted with him, and he will serve as your temporary coach for the upcoming period. Some of you have already witnessed his prowess yesterday, while those who haven't will soon be enlightened. In short, Coach Bai has been specially invited to conduct your specialized training. Listen closely to Coach Bai's instructions. Understood?" "Understood." The 7 responded in unison, their voices resounding. The strength of Bai Xiaochuan was beyond doubt. After all, even Li Yuan, with his temperament, had been singing Bai Xiaochuan's praises in the group chat the day before, demonstrating the formidable nature of his abilities. Following that, Han Jie turned his gaze to Bai Xiaochuan. "Junior brother, shall we begin?" Bai Xiaochuan replied nonchalantly, "Yes." As he stepped forward, Lu Xingyu eagerly inquired, "Bai Daozhong, are we diving straight into practical confrontation training?" "I'm willing to be the first." Wu Xian scoffed, "Xingyu, do you really want to get beaten up? You don't need Daozhong for that. I can handle it." Laughter erupted among the group, the atmosphere far from the rigid demeanor of a military setting. Bai Xiaochuan was unfazed. An overly somber atmosphere would not be beneficial. "All right, everyone, for our first lesson, we want to engage in practical confrontation. What I intend to discuss is the utilization of supernatural abilities." This statement left everyone momentarily stunned, even Han Jie casting a curious glance. The use of supernatural abilities? Hadn't they all relied on instinct and trial and error to harness their powers since awakening? Bai Xiaochuan paused for a moment, contemplating how best to articulate his thoughts. Drawing from his past experiences fighting alongside countless awakened individuals, he began his explanation. "I believe many of you share a common issue when harnessing your supernatural abilities. You tend to rely excessively on instinct and emotional impulses. In moments of joy, your abilities may surge in power, yet become difficult to control. In anger, your strength may be overwhelming but lack precision. When anxious, you might even fail to cast effectively or diminish the results significantly. True mastery arises from understanding and skill, rather than mere emotion and brute force." Bai Xiaochuan looked towards Lu Xingyu, Su Xiaoxiao, and Wu Xian, addressing Lu Xingyu. "When you consolidate sand into a shield, are you envisioning forming a wall? Or are you attuned to the movement of each grain of sand, arranging them in the most compact and robust manner? When you manipulate a sandstorm, are you pursuing sheer magnitude, or ensuring that each grain possesses the penetrative power of a bullet?" Lu Xingyu's pupils constricted, as if a light bulb had flickered on. "And you, Su Xiaoxiao, what is the maximum temperature of your flames? What is the minimum you can maintain? Can you compress your flames into a fine, high-temperature ray rather than a scattered expanse? Can you ignite a target without igniting nearby objects you wish to preserve?" Su Xiaoxiao's mouth fell agape. These were inquiries she had never delved into deeply. Subsequently, Bai Xiaochuan turned his attention to Li Yuan, donning the wig. Li Yuan's face flushed, instinctively reaching for the wig, only to reluctantly withdraw his hand. Bai Xiaochuan ultimately chose to spare him. In conclusion, the true strength of supernatural abilities lies not solely in the quantity of energy, but rather in the precision of control and the skillful application. Learning to achieve optimal effects with the least energy. Mastering the ability to react with utmost precision and timeliness amidst complex combat situations. This is the core of what you will be training for moving forward. After he finished speaking, silence enveloped the area, each individual processing the information he had imparted. These concepts were nearly novel to them, yet struck at the heart of their training. "Now," Bai Xiaochuan's voice resonated once more, I will closely observe each of you as you demonstrate your supernatural abilities. Do not pursue sheer power. Simply exhibit your most conventional and habitual methods of execution. I will provide individual guidance based on your performances. Lu Xingyu, you are first. Construct a sand shield that you utilize most frequently. Lu Xingyu took a deep breath, casting aside all distractions, and nodded earnestly as he stepped forward. He extended his hand, and the yellow sand began to gather from the ground. Bai Xiaochuan meticulously observed every nuance of the energy flow. As memories of techniques and optimization strategies regarding earth and sand-based abilities from his past life flashed rapidly through his mind, under Bai Xiaochuan's precise and insightful guidance. Everyone in the training ground immersed themselves in a fresh exploration and experimentation of their own abilities. Even Han Jie, who had already reached the bone-tempering stage, felt immensely enlightened after observing and listening from the sidelines, gaining new perspectives on the application of powers. Time flew by in their focused training. After a simple lunch at the military canteen, they seized the opportunity to train for a while longer. Chapter 57, Wang Yi arrives in Hanqing. In the afternoon, as the time drew near, Bai Xiaochuan followed Han Jie to bid farewell to the still diligently training team members. As soon as he settled into Han Jie's car, he received a message from Wang Yi on VX. Old Wang. Old Bai? I'm almost there. I should arrive at the South Bus Station in Hanqing in about 30 minutes. Be ready to pick me up. Feeling proud, Bai Xiaochuan replied with an acknowledgement. Upon seeing this, Han Jie promptly turned the car towards the South Bus Station. Upon arriving at the station, Bai Xiaochuan stood at the exit for quite some time, but saw no sign of Wang Yi. Just as he was puzzled, his phone buzzed again. Old Wang. Oh no, Old Bai, there's a bit of traffic. I should be there in about 10 minutes. Really? Just 10 minutes? Bai Xiaochuan frowned and replied, For some reason, he felt an ominous premonition, reminiscent of a time in his past life when a friend had asked him to log in, only to leave him waiting in vain. 10 minutes swiftly passed, with the crowd at the exit ebbing and flowing, yet Wang Ye's flamboyant figure remained absent. His phone vibrated once more. Old Wang, almost there. Just 10 more minutes. I swear, I've already seen the signs for the South Station. Bai Xiaochuan's temples throbbed slightly as he forced himself to respond. You better be telling the truth. Another 10 minutes elapsed in the agonizing wait, still with no news. Bai Xiaochuan stared at his phone, his expression impassive, but the pressure around him had begun to drop. All right, Wang Yi, it seems you haven't been scolded in a while. At this moment, Bai Xiaochuan began to contemplate whether he should use Tai Chi cloud hands to toss Wang Yi around like a sandbag or whip him with vines when they finally met. Just as he was rehearsing his 100 ways to beat Wang Yi in his mind up to the 36th stance, a familiar voice cautiously emerged from behind him. Hey, Old Bai, I'm here. Bai Xiaochuan slowly turned around to see Wang Yi standing a few meters away, wearing a sheepish smile. One hand dragging a suitcase and the other scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. His disheveled appearance suggested he had indeed hurried to arrive. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochuan's expressionless, slightly pale face, Wang Yi instinctively shrank back. I'm so sorry, Old Bai. I really didn't mean to. Please let me explain. It was that darn car. It had a flat tire halfway. Really, the driver took ages to change it. Then, once we got off the highway, we hit terrible traffic. I swear I'm not trying to mess with you. I was wrong. I'll take any punishment. I'll treat you to late-night snacks tonight. No. I'll cover late-night snacks for a whole week. Seeing Wang Ye's familiar, comical display of contrition, the anger in Bai Xiaochuan inexplicably dissipated by half. And he let out a cold snort. A flat tire? Traffic? Could your excuses be any lamer? Wang Yi exclaimed, on my honor. Old Bai, if I'm lying. May I, you know? Bai Xiaochuan glanced at Wang Ye's mischievous expression and knew he was likely spinning another tall tale, casting him a disgruntled glance. All right, enough of your chatter. Get in the car. Brother Han is still waiting inside. Wang Yi, as if granted amnesty, immediately dragged his suitcase and hurriedly followed. Okay, thank you. Brother Bai, you are so generous. I knew you'd be the most loyal. Wait, Brother Han. Which Brother Han? Bai Xiaochuan explained. Han Jie? My master's eldest disciple from years ago. He is basically my senior brother and your master uncle. However, due to some family issues a decade ago, he chose to leave Wudang. He is now employed by the authorities as the captain of the Awakener team in Hanqing. Oh, so he is the master uncle who left the sect. Bai Xiaochuan nodded. Now that you're back, do your parents know your exact arrival time? Didn't they say they'd come to pick you up? Wang Yi waved his hand dismissively. They know, but I told them I wouldn't arrive until tonight. I plan to sneak away to buy some things first. Although my master asked me to bring back Wudang specialties, I should buy something for myself, otherwise my mom will definitely nag me. Bai Xiaochuan agreed. In that case, I should prepare some gifts as well. It's indeed improper to arrive empty-handed. As they spoke, the two had already approached Han Jie's car. Han Jie had long since exited and was waiting, wearing a warm smile upon seeing Wang Yi beside Bai Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan, this must be your nephew Wang Yi. Indeed a fine young man. Wang Yi's eyes sparkled as he smiled. Master Uncle, you truly have an eye for talent. I am Wang Yi, pleased to meet you, Master Uncle Han. Han Jie chuckled. Haha, good, good. Let us go, get in the car. Tell me, where do you want to go? Your senior brother will take you there. Wang Yi grinned, pointing to their Daoist robes. Master Uncle, now that we're in the big city, the first thing we must do is buy some casual clothes to change our attire. Otherwise, we'll be too conspicuous everywhere we go. Let us go, old Bai. I know a great mall. Let us pick out a few outfits together. Bai Xiaochuan glanced at his own robe, which indeed drew attention, and nodded. All right. Just then, Han Jie's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, cast an apologetic look at the two, and stepped aside to answer. It seemed the conversation on the other end was urgent, as Han Jie's brows gradually furrowed, and his expression turned grave. Moments later, he hung up, quickly returned, and, with an apologetic tone, spoke to them. Xiaochuan, nephew Wang, I'm truly sorry. There's an urgent meeting in the team, and I must return immediately. I cannot accompany you. Bai Xiaochuan expressed concern. Is everything all right, brother? Is the situation serious? Han Jie waved his hand, but the worry on his brow remained. It's not a matter concerning Hansheng. It's an unexpected situation elsewhere that may require personnel to be dispatched. You two go enjoy yourselves. By the way, I'll cover the expenses for your clothes as a welcome gift. Bai Xiaochuan quickly refused. No, brother, that is too much. Wang Yi echoed. Yes, Master Uncle. We can manage on our own. But Han Jie insisted, pressing several bills into Bai Xiaochuan's hands. What are you being polite about with me? Take it. Your brother is off to a meeting. Have fun. With that, Han Jie hurriedly got into his car and sped away, leaving Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi standing by the roadside, holding the money Han Jie had given them, exchanging glances. Chapter 58. Visiting. The two hailed a taxi and arrived at a large shopping center, as Wang Yi had mentioned. Stepping into the dazzling array of clothing stores, they found themselves somewhat dazzled. Having worn Daoist robes for so long, under the enthusiastic guidance of the sales assistant, the two friends each selected several sets of well-fitting casual and athletic attire. During the changing process, a minor incident occurred. Indeed, as Bai Xiaochuan stepped out of his robe to don a t-shirt, he inadvertently revealed his well-defined 8-pack abs and robust physique. At that moment, a middle-aged female store manager happened to pass by and caught sight of this scene, her eyes widening in astonishment. My goodness, this young man has an impressive figure. After changing into their modern outfits, the two stood before the mirror, almost failing to recognize themselves. Bai Xiaochuan wore a simple white t-shirt paired with black casual pants, his tall stature exuding a calm, yet somewhat aloof aura. Complemented by his handsome visage, he appeared as a quintessentially cool campus heartthrob. Wang Yi's transformation was even more striking. He donned a trendy graphic hoodie and ripped jeans, shedding the aura of lethargy that the robe had concealed. In the light of fashionable attire, he exuded a roguish charm, his shrewdness in his eyes becoming more pronounced, looking both dashing and mischievous. Goodness, Wang Yi said, tousling his hair in front of the mirror. Old Bai, did you expect this? A little grooming. And I too can be a heartthrob. Bai Xiaochuan cast him a sidelong glance, offering a nonchalant remark. People rely on their attire. Huh. You're just envious of my good looks. The often referenced moments of adding each other on social media, as illustrated in novels, did not materialize. In this day and age, how many people are truly so captivated by handsome men and beautiful women that they cannot move? After purchasing their clothing, the two ventured to a boutique to carefully select gifts suitable for their elders. Wang Yi chose an upscale pair of tea leaves and a silk scarf for his parents, while Bai Xiaochuan opted for a set of exquisite Yixing clay tea utensils and a precious medicinal herb gift box from Wudang. With their arms laden with packages, they hailed a cab to Wang Yi's home. As they drove, Bai Xiaochuan gazed outside, slightly taken aback as they entered a serene community that did not appear to be a top-tier luxury neighborhood. He had assumed that, given Wang Yi's family's status as super rich, they would reside in a sprawling, heavily guarded mansion. Sensing his confusion, Wang Yi explained, Are you thinking this place doesn't suit my family's status? Firstly, our main base is not in Hansheng. This is merely the location of a branch office where my parents temporarily reside. Secondly, my parents actually prefer smaller, cozier homes. They say a smaller, more crowded space feels more like home, more intimate. Bai Xiaochuan nodded thoughtfully, realizing that Wang Yi's parents were rather unique. The vehicle halted before a rather elegant multi-story garden villa. Wang Yi paid the fare, took a deep breath, and revealed a look of eager anticipation as he carried the gifts. Let us go, old Bai. I'll introduce you to my parents. They're wonderful people. Though my mom might be, well, a tad too enthusiastic. The doorbell rang, and shortly after, the door swung open to reveal Wang Yi's mother, whom Bai Xiaochuan had met previously at Wudang Mountain. The moment she saw her son at the threshold, her eyes lit up, and she dramatically opened her arms, exclaiming, "Son, why did you come back alone? I just told your dad to head to the station early to wait for you. Come here, give your mom a hug. I missed you so much." Wang Yi immediately played along, dropping his luggage and rushing into her embrace. "Mom, I'm back. I missed you too." The pair staged a heartfelt reunion at the door. After their embrace, Wang Yi's mother noticed the distinguished Bai Xiaochuan standing nearby, her eyes brightening once more. "Oh my! Who is this handsome young man?" Perhaps due to her age, or because her attention had been solely on Wang Yi during their previous encounter. She had not recognized Bai Xiaochuan. Wang Yi quickly introduced, "Mom, this is my best brother from Wudang, Bai Xiaochuan. The master specifically sent him to express gratitude to you and Dad." Bai Xiaochuan stepped forward, performing a respectful greeting as a junior. "Hello, Ani, I am Bai Xiaochuan. I apologize for the intrusion." "Not at all. Ma, you're so handsome. Please, come in, come in." Wang Yi's mother warmly ushered them into the house. Upon entering the living room, a teasing voice emerged from the sofa. Well, I thought it was someone important, but it's just our Daoist returning home. How's life in the bustling world below? Has it distracted you from your cultivation?" On the sofa sat a young man in his 30s, round in shape, with a face somewhat resembling Wang Yi's, but considerably fuller, grinning at his brother while munching on a bag of chips. Wang Yi retorted, My resolve remains steadfast. Unlike you, Wang Yu, I was away for just a short time, and your foundation has only grown deeper. It seems the company's food is indeed nourishing." Wang Yu, unperturbed, patted his belly. "What do you know? This is called being steady, prosperous. Unlike you, looking as thin as a little chick. You must have gone hungry on that mountain." Wang Yu then turned to Bai Xiaochuan, rising with a friendlier demeanor. "So, you must be Daoist, Bai? I've frequently heard Xiao Yi mention you, claiming he has latched onto quite a substantial support. Truly dashing. I am his brother, Wang Yu. You may call me to you or brother Yu." Bai Xiaochuan found their banter amusing, responding politely, "Hello, brother Yu." At that moment, Wang Yi's father emerged from the study, unchanged since Bai Xiaochuan's last visit to Wudang, the only difference being his eyeglass frames had turned to gold wire. "Xiao Yi has returned? And this must be Daoist, Bai. Welcome, welcome. No need for formality. Just treat this as your own home." The family exchanged laughter and conversation. The atmosphere warm and lively. Wang Yi's mother peppered him with questions, from the weather in Wudang to the rigors of his training, her concern nearly overflowing. Meanwhile, Wang Yi's father and brother engaged in conversation with Bai Xiaochuan. Naturally, the discussion often circled back to, he never intended for Wang Yi to become a Taoist. There were clearly better paths. Bai Xiaochuan nodded with a smile, but if Wang Yi's father were to learn that his son had become extraordinary, it would surely elicit a different reaction. The dinner was sumptuous, filled with dishes that Wang Yi adored. With his mother incessantly serving food to both Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi, anxious that they might not be satiated, the conversation flowed with casual family chatter, creating a harmonious atmosphere. For a moment, Bai Xiaochuan felt a pang of nostalgia. This was the essence of home, a sensation he could no longer experience. After the meal, Bai Xiaochuan solemnly presented the gifts from Wudang and his personal purchases, expressing gratitude on behalf of his master and himself. Wang Yi's parents were delighted and repeatedly thanked him. Subsequently, Wang Yi warmly invited Bai Xiaochuan to stay at their home. "Old Bai, we have plenty of guest rooms. Don't trouble Brother Han. It's much more convenient to stay here." Bai Xiaochuan shook his head. "No, Brother has already made arrangements for me, and it would be inappropriate not to go. Moreover, I might need to visit the team early tomorrow. Staying with Brother would be more convenient. As a single dog, it's better to be with another single dog. It feels more comforting." Seeing that his persuasion was futile, Wang Yi relented. After sitting for a while longer, Bai Xiaochuan stood to take his leave. Despite the Wang family's repeated attempts to keep him, Wang Yi escorted him to the door, urging him to visit often. Bai Xiaochuan took a cab back to Han Jia's apartment, using the key Han Jia had given him. He opened the door and discovered that the lights in the living room were still on. Han Jia sat on the sofa, his brow furrowed as he intently gazed at the computer screen on the coffee table. His fingers unconsciously tapped against the surface, embodying a visage of deep concern and unrelenting anxiety, so much so that he did not immediately notice Bai Xiaochuan entering the room. "Senior brother, I'm back," Bai Xiaochuan greeted. Only then did Han Jia snap back to the present, lifting his head and forcing a semblance of a smile onto his face. "Oh, Xiaochuan has returned. How are Wang Shiji's family?" "They are all well and quite welcoming," Bai Xiaochuan replied, nodding. Observing the worry etched on Han Jia's face, he inquired, "Senior brother, was the meeting this afternoon particularly challenging?" Chapter 59, The Emergence of the Beast Tide. Han Jia remained silent for a moment, the smile on his face fading gradually. He sighed heavily, his voice low as he said, "There has been a grave incident in Qian province." Bai Xiaochuan was taken aback. Qian Province? Is it the demonic beasts? Following the resurgence of source energy, humanity's primary foes are the demons and the monsters, with the latter being mindless creatures that grow stronger by devouring life. However, their emergence has occurred only after the second resurgence of source energy. Currently, the only enemy humanity faces is the demons. Qian Province is one of the provinces with the largest coverage of primordial forests. Indeed, Han Jie affirmed solemnly. In the southeastern region of Qian, deep within a primordial forest, an exceedingly terrifying beast tide has erupted without warning. This is the first time such an event has transpired since the resurgence of source energy in Daxia. Following the outbreak of the beast tide, a town near the forest's edge was nearly annihilated, leaving no survivors. At this, Bai Xiaochuan's pupils constricted. These were matters he had remained oblivious to in his previous life. After the apocalypse broke out in Qian Province, the entirety of the southwestern region of Daxia, including Qian and Yun provinces, was engulfed by the demonic beasts, reducing it to a veritable paradise for them. Han Jie continued. A team of awakened individuals that was stationed in a nearby city rushed to provide support and establish a defense line, but tragically, all of them, along with several locally summoned practitioners, over a dozen in total, perished, with not even a distress signal being fully transmitted. Bai Xiaochuan's brow knitted tightly. How is this possible? Did the authorities not dispatch military forces? No matter how strong the demonic beasts are, they should not have evolved to the point of being able to directly confront modern heavy weaponry. In Bai Xiaochuan's view, prior to the second resurgence of source energy, the demonic beasts did not possess the strength to contend with the military. Logically, they should have been eliminated the moment they surfaced. If there truly was an insurmountable beast tide, dropping a nuclear bomb would suffice to resolve it. Wait, no, hold on. Upon voicing his thoughts, Bai Xiaochuan abruptly halted. Could it be that talent-type demonic beasts have emerged? Senior brother, is there perhaps a special demonic beast among the horde that can interfere with signals? Han Jie's eyes flickered with surprise upon hearing Bai Xiaochuan's words. Junior brother, how did you know? This is classified information just relayed from the front lines. Yes, the military has long since arrived. However, as soon as any aircraft approaches that area, all electronic devices malfunction instantaneously, nearly causing crashes. Long-range missiles cannot lock onto the beast tide, and even if launched, they fly astray. Ground forces with heavy equipment quickly become incapacitated, with communications severed and navigation failing, leading to significant losses due to their large targets. Preliminary assessments suggest that the beast horde is likely mixed with a new type of demonic beast that has evolved from bats through unknown mutations. They seem to emit a unique biological wave, forming a vast and powerful electromagnetic interference field. We are currently referring to them as interferers. The situation now is such that advanced weaponry is unusable, and sending in ordinary troops is tantamount to suicide. The teams of awakened individuals and practitioners have suffered heavy losses, and the beast tide continues to advance relentlessly. Therefore, the higher-ups have no choice but to urgently mobilize elite forces from across the country to form special extermination squads, prepared to sacrifice lives to execute decapitation missions, prioritizing the elimination of those interferers. Upon hearing his senior brother's explanation, Bai Xiaochuan narrowed his eyes. So it is indeed the Shadowfang bats. I did not expect such demonic beasts to appear so early. Though these creatures are not particularly strong, they are highly adept at countering modern weaponry. In my previous life, the existence of Shadowfang bats rendered many weapons ineffective. However, the beast tide has emerged so swiftly, meaning that since the first resurgence of source energy, a demon king must have been born. A demon king is an existence that rivals an SS-level awakened individual. At this moment, Han Jie's gaze hardened with resolve. Junior brother, I intend to, Bai Xiaochuan, observing the gravity on his face, instantly guessed his intentions. Senior brother, are you planning to go in person? Ha, indeed. Han Jie suddenly let out a laugh that appeared hearty, yet bore an undertone of tragic resolve as he clapped Bai Xiaochuan on the shoulder. Each city's awakened team must designate one member to proceed. As the team leader, it is my duty. I have decided to temporarily hand over the position of team leader for the Hengxi team to that old fellow Li Yuan, and I shall personally venture to Qian Province. After all, I am a solitary man, with no elders above or children below, and I have no attachments. I am the most suited for such a task. So, what do you think? Are you not moved by my spirit of self-sacrifice for the greater good? Do you not feel that my image has suddenly become grand and heroic? Bai Xiaochuan remained silent, simply gazing at Han Jie. Behind that seemingly bold smile, he could clearly perceive the flicker of determination and resignation to death in his senior brother's eyes. It seemed that the danger of this mission was far greater than he had described. Even Han Jie himself must feel that this journey was fraught with peril. No, Bai Xiaochuan replied flatly. Han Jie's smile instantly froze on his face, nearly choking him. Cough, cough. I've said something so touching. Yet this fellow is not following the script. How rude. Ignoring Han Jie's embarrassment, Bai Xiaochuan shifted the topic. Senior brother, what about the sects on this side? Has the government notified the major sects? What is the stance of Long Hushan, Mao Shan, and Qingqing's masters? At the mention of this, Han Jie's expression grew somewhat solemn as he sighed. The authorities have certainly reported the situation to the major sections. The higher-ups of the Daoist sects must already be aware of this matter. However, thus far, the major sects have remained silent, not publicly stating whether they will send disciples for support. Han Jie paused, his tone reflecting both understanding and a hint of resignation. This is quite normal. After all, everyone has been ensconced within the framework of civilized society for far too long. Whether it is the sects or the aristocratic families, their primary concern is the preservation of their lineage and the safety of their disciples. This is clearly a mission destined to be a meat grinder, without sufficient incentive or compelling righteousness to drive them, who would willingly send their painstakingly trained disciples into the fray. Hearing this, Bai Xiaochuan did not refute Han Jie's analysis of the current state of the Daoist sections. After a moment of silence, he asked, Senior brother, when do you depart? Tomorrow morning. I must set out. Time is of the essence, Han Jie replied. Bai Xiaochuan looked at Han Jie earnestly and said, Senior brother, please be careful on your journey. I will immediately report this to our master and will keep an eye on the Daoist sect's position. The rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of every individual. I believe the Daoist sect will never, nor can it, remain aloof. Upon hearing this, Han Jie was taken aback, gazing into Bai Xiaochuan's calm, yet powerful eyes, his gaze flickering slightly. Finally, he nodded firmly. All right, junior brother, I await your news. With that, Han Jie turned to check his equipment once more. As Bai Xiaochuan watched his departing figure, he suddenly called out again, Senior brother, wait. Han Jie paused, turning back in confusion. Bai Xiaochuan's expression was grave. You must exercise utmost caution on this trip. According to various fragmented records and my deductions, the emergence of such a large-scale, organized beast tide likely indicates the presence of a formidable beast leader, perhaps even a beast king. Han Jie's pupils constricted slightly. A beast king? Junior brother, what leads you to this conclusion? It is a bold notion, yet profoundly unsettling. Bai Xiaochuan carefully organized his thoughts, striving to avoid sounding like a prophet. This is not without basis. Think about it. Just as we recently dealt with the rodent plague, the core issue was the emergence of a mutated rat king, which was capable of commanding a vast horde to act in unison. In the vast expanse of the primordial forest, there are countless powerful mutated creatures. Why would they suddenly unite to launch such a terrifying assault on human settlements? There must be one or more highly intelligent and immensely powerful entities guiding and directing them. Their motives might extend beyond mere foraging. Perhaps they seek expansion, vengeance, or even the eradication of us humans as competitors. Han Jie's complexion changed drastically. Bai Xiaochuan's analysis was clear and incisive, instantly elevating Han Jie's vague notion of confronting a natural disaster to the level of waging a premeditated war. Junior brother, are you suggesting that we may be facing an army of beasts commanded by a powerful beast king? Indeed, Bai Xiaochuan affirmed. Thus, senior brother, you must not regard this as a mere riot of beasts. It is imperative to alert the higher-ups and ensure they assess and respond to this situation as if it were a conflict involving the highest order of sentient beings. Intelligence reconnaissance, decapitation tactics, advanced combat configurations, these must all be re-evaluated. Han Jie inhaled sharply, clapping Bai Xiaochuan's shoulder with gratitude. Junior brother, your words are of utmost importance. They are truly a wake-up call. Otherwise, we could suffer unimaginable consequences due to misjudgment. Rest assured, I will report this situation to our superiors without alteration. At that moment, Han Jie gazed at Bai Xiaochuan, his expression becoming increasingly complex. His younger disciple not only possessed unfathomable strength, but also displayed acute insight and foresight. Wudang has indeed produced an extraordinary individual. Chapter 60. The True Genius, Subsequent Realms. Early the next morning, Han Jie packed a few simple belongings and bid farewell to Bai Xiaochuan. He patted Bai Xiaochuan's shoulder, saying, Junior brother, I am departing. You are welcome to stay at my home for as long as you wish. There is food in the refrigerator. Help yourself. When I return, if you have not left, we shall enjoy a hearty meal together. Of course, senior brother. Bai Xiaochuan accompanied him to the door, watching the military vehicle that had come to fetch him drive away, a heaviness settling in his heart. Upon returning indoors, Bai Xiaochuan picked up his phone, preparing to call his master, Zhao Yunyu, to inquire about the sect's stance on the incident in Qian province and the subsequent arrangements when suddenly, his phone buzzed. It vibrated with a notification from the internal high-level discussion group of the Daoist sect, a special notification from all members. Bai Xiaochuan instinctively opened the group chat and was startled to see the message from Zhang Tianshi of Longhu Mountain. The content of the message caused Bai Xiaochuan's pupils to constrict, his heart racing, momentarily casting aside the thought of making a phone call. Zhang Tianshi of Longhu Mountain. All members, esteemed friends, I have recently gained new insights from ancient scrolls in conjunction with the current resurgence of source energy. Regarding the path beyond the body refinement stage, I wish to present my thoughts for collective consideration. The subsequent realms are tentatively proposed as follows. Dao Gang Realm. Source energy emanates, forming protective Gang Qi, with defensive capabilities far surpassing that of source armor, impervious to blades and bullets, immune to fire and water. The skin's source armor evolves into Dao patterns, revealing profound markings on the surface, inherently resonating with the rhythm of heaven and earth. Not only remarkably resilient, but also capable of autonomously absorbing trace amounts of source energy from the environment to replenish itself. Daoist Realm. Source energy begins to merge with the spirit, greatly enhancing mental power, enabling the manipulation of objects from a distance, and allowing flight through the use of one's source energy. A preliminary comprehension and invocation of the laws of heaven and earth, augmenting the power of spells, where every move embodies the might of the universe, far exceeding mere control of one's source energy. This realm marks the true departure from the mundane. Daoji Realm. The physical body and source energy become utterly intertwined, resulting in a leap in the level of life, significantly extending lifespan. Every gesture can evoke phenomena of heaven and earth, summoning winds and rain, commanding thunder and lightning with but a thought, akin to a deity walking among mortals. Note: this realm is largely speculative, and records in ancient texts remain vague. Verification by future practitioners is desired. These three realms are merely initial concepts. The names of the realms, the standards of division, and the methods of cultivation all require the collective refinement and validation of our fellow practitioners. The road ahead is long, and I hope to encourage one another along the way. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the space. Bai Xiaochuan stared at the scant words on his phone screen, which seemed to encapsulate the ultimate truths of the universe, leaving him in a state of profound shock. Dao Gang, Dao Xian, Dao Ji, source energy emanation, protective Gang Qi, flight, comprehension of the cosmos, every movement evoking phenomena. Is this truly the path beyond the body refinement stage? The impact of this message momentarily overshadowed his concerns regarding the incident in Xian province. This was not merely a list of realm names. It was a beacon illuminating the path for countless bewildered practitioners, igniting their aspirations for ascension to higher echelons. Particularly the description of the Dao Gang realm, which instantaneously clarified for Bai Xiaochuan the direction he should pursue following the completion of his body refinement phase. The group chat remained steeped in silence, as if all who had seen this message were similarly rendered speechless by the sudden influx of information. Bai Xiaochuan took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the tumult within. Soon after, Zhang Tianshi continued to share, selflessly imparting detailed methods and key insights for breaking through from the body refinement stage to the Dao Gang realm. Zhang Tianshi of Longhu Mountain. Breaking through is no easy feat, yet the path requires mutual encouragement. Here are the specific methods for transitioning from body refinement to the Dao Gang realm. It is essential to achieve perfection in the 3 stages of body refinement: skin training, bone forging, and organ refinement, rendering the physical body flawless, with source energy abundant in the Qi Si and the spirit refined. The breakthrough process, charging the gate, in a place of absolute stillness. Immerse the mind in the Qi Si. No longer guide the source energy in internal circulation. Instead, mobilize all source energy as if unleashing a torrent, forcefully impacting every bone and sinew, especially the outermost barrier of the skin. This process is akin to tearing the flesh, filled with excruciating pain, and can only be endured by those of great willpower. Its purpose is to break through the final barrier between the body and the universe, condensing the gang. When the source energy successfully breaches the barrier and overflows, it is crucial to maintain clarity of the spirit. At this moment, the intangible rhythms of the universe will naturally converge, forcibly binding the overflowing fundamental source energy with the ambient spiritual energy of heaven and earth, compressing and merging it, forming a palpable, stable energy barrier outside the body. This is the embryonic form of protective Gang Qi. Initially, the range may be quite small and exceedingly unstable. The birth of Dao patterns, at the moment when the protective aura successfully solidifies. The rhythmic essence of heaven and earth resonates deeply with the most fundamental powers of the cultivator, such as your wood element or others fire, metal, etc. This resonance will reflect back upon the self, etching profound patterns embodying the ultimate truths of the universe beneath and upon the skin, which is known as Dao pattern skin. The emergence of Dao patterns not only significantly enhances defense, but also signifies the body's formal communication with the cosmos, marking a complete evolution of the source armor. It is crucial to remember that the right opportunity is of utmost importance. Forcing it may lead to backlash. One must achieve perfection in the physical body, source energy, and spirit, allowing things to unfold naturally for optimal results. Bai Xiaochuan read each word with bated breath, realizing this was no mere guidance. It was, in fact, an exhaustive manual for breakthrough. Although it undoubtedly contained countless dangers and nuances requiring personal comprehension, the overarching direction, core steps, and even potential phenomena were articulated with utmost clarity. At this moment, Bai Xiaochuan was devoid of doubt. Master Zhang was undeniably the chosen one amidst the resurgence of source energy, the savior of humanity. He even strongly suspected that Master Zhang had perhaps already successfully transcended to the Dao Aura realm. Otherwise, how could he articulate the process so vividly? Such conclusions could not be drawn merely from ancient texts. They must be steeped in personal experience. Reflecting on himself, with his almost cheat-like healing abilities, he could train at full intensity without concern, tirelessly refining day and night, and he had only just completed about a third of the purification phase. In contrast, Master Zhang not only seemed to be far ahead in cultivation, but also paved the way forward for all practitioners. This disparity, Bai Xiaochuan recalled the fleeting sense of superiority he had felt since his rebirth, only to be overtaken by a wave of shame and tremendous pressure. A complex swirl of emotions surged within him, prompting him to involuntarily utter a curse. Damn it, am I really going to end up below someone else? Chapter 61, Returning to the Mountains Together. In the group chat, after a brief silence that left everyone who saw the message mentally reeling, the conversation erupted. The leaders and elders of various sects, typically composed and dignified, found it impossible to maintain their calm. Expressing their shock in the most direct language, Wudang from Baiyun Temple, holy cow, old Zhang, you really seemed to reconsider and retracted a message. Wudang from Baiyun Temple, infinite heavenly respect. Master Zhang is truly a divine being. Li Xuanji from Qingqing Mountain, in my lifetime, I have never bowed to anyone. Master Zhang, you are one. I admire you. Zhao Yunyu from Wudang. Master Zhang's talent is immeasurable, truly a blessing for our Dao sect and for all living beings. Lu Shun from Shushan. Master Zhang is magnificent, incredible, voice-breaking. The fervent atmosphere persisted for quite some time before slightly calming down. At this juncture, Master Zhang from Longhu Mountain spoke again, his tone grave as he conveyed his words through audio. Master Zhang from Longhu Mountain, fellow Daoists, there is one more matter. I trust you are all aware of the urgent situation in Qian province as reported yesterday? Upon reading this, Bai Xiaochuan's heart tightened. The main topic was about to be addressed. The previously vibrant atmosphere in the group chat instantly cooled, with the various sect leaders falling into silence, clearly weighing their options. Master Zhang continued, the scale of this beast tide, especially with the presence of bizarre creatures capable of disrupting modern weaponry, poses an unprecedented danger. As practitioners, though we pursue asceticism, how can we truly stand idly by when the populace is in peril? I believe, at this moment, you all must have made your decisions, right? After a brief silence, Zhao Yunyu from Wudang, let us go. Exterminating demons is our duty. I will personally lead my disciples to Qian province to confront those vile beasts. With Zhao Yunyu taking the lead, the other sect leaders no longer hesitated, promptly expressing their intentions. Li Xuanji from Qingqing Mountain. Qingqing Mountain will not shirk its duty. Lu Shun from Shushan. Shushan disciples are willing to go. Wudang from Baiyun Temple. Baiyun Temple will join. From Laozhan, Maoshan, and Yuanyao Temple, 1. We will accompany you. Master Zhang from Longhu Mountain. Excellent. Splendid. The Dao sects of the world are all branches of the same tree. In this moment of crisis, we must step forward to turn the tide and support the crumbling edifice. This is not only to protect the common people, but also an opportunity to hone and validate our cultivation achievements. The path ahead is clear. It is time for us to strive forward with courage. Everyone, please coordinate with the authorities regarding the specifics. We shall meet in Qian province. Master Zhang's words sent shivers down Bai Xiaochuan's spine. Protecting the common people. After his rebirth, he was no longer just a minor soldier clearing nearby beasts. He would protect his homeland. Protect the great Xia. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Xiaochuan exited the group chat and found the private chat window with his master, Zhao Yunyu. Swiftly sending a message. Bai Xiaochuan. Master, count me in for the trip to Qian province. Zhao Yunyu replied promptly. Zhao Yunyu, great. He followed up with another message. Zhao Yunyu. Has the situation in Han City been resolved? Bai Xiaochuan understood his master was inquiring about the rat infestation task, and the Wang family's matter, and he promptly responded. Bai Xiaochuan, everything has been resolved. The Rat King has been eliminated, and the Wang family has expressed their gratitude. Zhao Yun, you good? Then set off immediately and return to the mountain as swiftly as possible. We need to discuss the specific itinerary and personnel urgently. Bai Xiaochuan, yes, master. Concluding his conversation with his master, Bai Xiaochuan quickly began packing his belongings. His movements were swift, and within minutes, he had everything packed. Then, Bai Xiaochuan took out his phone and dialed Wang Ye's number. The call was quickly answered, and Wang Ye's lazy yet excited voice came through. What is up, old Bai? I was just about to call you. Today, I'm going to take you around Han City for some fun. Bai Xiaochuan interrupted him directly. No time. I need to return to Wudang Mountain immediately. Wang Ye's voice shot up an octave. What? What are you doing? You're going back so soon. I just got back a day ago. We had plans to show off and have fun. Bai Xiaochuan had no time to waste on idle chatter. Quickly relaying the severity of the beast tide in Qian province, the impending joint effort of the Dao sects for support, and his master's urgent summons for him to return to the mountain. You finally made it home once, so spend some more time with your uncle and aunt. This task is quite dangerous. I can return alone. However, on the other end of the line, Wang Yi fell silent for 2 seconds before his tone turned unexpectedly serious and urgent, exclaiming, Wait, old Bai, don't you dare think about leaving me behind. I'm coming back too. Bai Xiaochuan was taken aback by Wang Yi's words, instinctively responding, You're coming back? You just got home for a day? Wang Yi, no worries. My parents already know I was back. It's the thought that counts. Wang Yi, at worst, once the task in Qian province is over, I'll return and stay a few more days to make up for it. The sect has called, and Qian province is in peril. How can I, Wang Yi, hide in the back? Wang Yi spoke rapidly, as if fearing Bai Xiaochuan would run off first. Just wait. Don't you dare slip away. I'll be there in a moment. Without waiting for Bai Xiaochuan to respond, Wang Yi hung up the phone. Bai Xiaochuan looked at his phone, shaking his head helplessly. Yet a warm current surged within him. Wang Yi, though seemingly carefree and lacking seriousness in his daily demeanor, proves to be utterly dependable in critical moments. To Bai Xiaochuan's astonishment, merely half an hour had passed when urgent honking echoed from downstairs. Approaching the window, Bai Xiaochuan beheld Wang Yi. Now clad in a sharp sports outfit, a bulging backpack slung over his shoulders, standing beside a sleek black luxury car, waving cheerfully at him. Descending with his luggage, Bai Xiaochuan exclaimed in surprise, You really are quick. Wang Yi, with a proud tilt of his chin, patted the car beside him. Of course. I had my dad's driver break a few traffic lights to get here efficiently. Let us go, old Bai. This private ride will get us to the base of Wudang Mountain faster than the high-speed train. He opened the car door, urging Bai Xiaochuan to get in. The driver, a composed middle-aged man, nodded politely at Bai Xiaochuan. Settling into the spacious and comfortable back seat, the vehicle swiftly and smoothly exited the residential area, merging into the flow of traffic as it sped towards the highway entrance. Wang Yi reclined in the leather seat, exhaling deeply, his playful demeanor slightly subdued as he gazed out at the rapidly receding cityscape, murmuring, Guizhou sounds thrilling. Old Bai, we must make quite a stir this time. Just the two of us. Chapter 62, Arrival in Guizhou Province. Guizhou Province, Yang City. As the largest and most developed city in Guizhou, Yang City boasts a population exceeding 1 million. An adage from the Daxia dynasty states, the mountains and waters of Guizhou are unparalleled, referring to the picturesque beauty of Guiyang. In the southwestern corner of the city, a heavily guarded vast open area welcomed the gradual descent of a military helicopter. As the cabin door swung open, personnel inside shouted, Team Leader Han, we have arrived. Han Jie nodded, hoisting his military backpack, and deftly leaped from the aircraft. Upon landing, he was immediately approached by several stern-faced personnel clad in combat uniforms. The leader confirmed, You are Han Jie, captain of the Awakener squad from Han City? Indeed. Han Jie replied solemnly, presenting his credentials. Captain Han, please follow me. The leaders of the arriving teams have already convened in the command center meeting room. Understood. Following the staff, Han Jie briskly entered a massive military tent that had been temporarily erected, revealing an unexpectedly spacious conference room capable of accommodating hundreds. Presently, a sparse assembly of several dozen individuals occupied the room, each exuding a robust aura and a grave expression. Han Jie's arrival instantly drew numerous curious gazes. Han Jie? Captain Han, you're here too? An excited voice called from the side. Han Jie turned to see a stocky middle-aged man with a buzz cut enthusiastically waving at him. A look of surprise illuminated Han Jie's face. Zhou-mo? You made it too? He strode over, only to discover several familiar faces seated nearby. Oh, and President Chun, Brother Xie, Old Wu. Scanning the room, Han Jie realized that a significant number of the attendees were familiar faces, mostly the core figures, captains or vice-captains of Awakener squads from various provinces and cities. I can't believe they managed to assemble all of you, Han Jie remarked with a sense of camaraderie. Zhou Mo playfully punched Han Jie on the shoulder. Well, it seems like it's just us old-timers, huh? Perfect. Saves me the worry. Beside him, a man referred to as Brother Xie Qinkong, sighed and chimed in. We all understand the peril of this mission. How could I bear to send the youngsters from my team into such danger? Lin from Chongqing nodded in agreement. Indeed. The current innate awakeners are mostly between 16 to 22 years old. While their talents are commendable, they are simply too young. Such daunting tasks should be tackled by us first. The group exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding flowing amongst them. Most were among the earliest practitioners discovered and recruited by the authorities, having participated together in a month-long intensive training 2 years prior, forming deep bonds of friendship. After a brief exchange about their recent activities, Han Jie turned to Zhou Mo, expressing concern. Old Zhou, it seems you had your share of turmoil in Sioux City recently? I heard a tiger at your zoo underwent some transformation. Quite the uproar, I gather. Zhou Mo's expression turned serious as he nodded. It was more than just an uproar. That beast's size ballooned, its strength was immense, and its fur was as tough as armor. Ordinary bullets couldn't penetrate it. We suffered significant casualties, and our squad nearly faced total annihilation. Fortunately, Daoist Lin Jiudao from Maoshan happened to be visiting friends in Sioux City. Upon hearing the news, he rushed over to intervene. Or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even so, we paid a steep price to subdue that tiger demon. Once these creatures mutate, their strength is comparable to seasoned practitioners in the bone refinement stage. It's quite troublesome. Indeed, I've heard this beast tide involves at least several thousand demon beasts. Han Jie mused. After a moment of silence, he inquired, do you think the Daoists will intervene this time? At this, a middle-aged man, who had been quietly meditating nearby with a grim expression, suddenly opened his eyes wide, a glint of disdain and unmasked sarcasm flashing within them. If Bai Xiaochuan were present, he would instantly recognize this man as the thief who had attempted to steal the teachings from the Tianshi mansion at Longhu Mountain and was subdued by him. Yu Yanwei scoffed, his voice hoarse and sharp, laced with bitterness. Humph, the Daoists? A bunch of self-righteous, insular old relics. They only care about their own little legacies and have never truly shown concern for the lives of the world as populace. They hoard their precious teachings, as if they wish to take them to the grave. Do you really expect them to come? Humph. They're probably so terrified of the beast tide that they've locked their gates and are hiding away. His remarks were harsh and instantly furrowed the brows of many around him. Numerous individuals present were themselves disciples who had left the Daoist sect, still holding affection and respect for their former teachings. Zhou Mo rebutted. Old you, your words are overly extreme. You can't condemn an entire group based on the actions of a few. Take us in Sioux City, for instance. If it hadn't been for Daoist Lin Jiudao timely intervention during the Tiger Crisis, the consequences would have been dire. I believe the Daoists must have their own considerations and principles. Yu Yanwei sneered. Considerations? What considerations can there be? With demon beasts rampant and humanity in peril, they possess powerful teachings, yet only think of preserving their own safety. Would it not be better to share them and cultivate more strong individuals to weather the storm together? Ultimately, they are merely a selfish, hypocritical lot. His statements were increasingly extreme, almost akin to a personal attack. Even some captains not originating from Daoist backgrounds found his words excessive. The teachings of a sect are its very foundation. How could they be shared so easily? Qinkong tugged at Zhou Mo, lowering his voice to Han Jie. Don't mind him. This guy is mentally twisted. I heard he was sent by the higher-ups to Longhu Mountain to borrow teachings, only to be thoroughly humiliated. I suppose he is harboring immense resentment. Lin leaned in, gossiping quietly. Not just humiliated. I heard he was taken down in mere moments by an exceptionally young Daoist disciple, losing all face. Who wouldn't harbor hatred? Upon hearing this, Han Jie widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, what the hell? Is this for real? He was well aware of Yu Yanwei's prowess. They had sparred 2 years ago during training, and even then, he was no match for Yu Yanwei. How could a mere young disciple from the Daoist sect easily defeat him? What level of strength did that imply? Surely, not everyone could be as formidable as his junior brother, Bai Xiaochuan. Lin nodded emphatically. Absolutely true. Many witnessed it at the time. The scene was quite something. Though their voices were hushed, the meeting room was inherently quiet, and as a cultivator, Yu Yanwei had keen hearing, catching every word perfectly. In an instant, Yu Yanwei's expression darkened, his forehead veins bulging, and he slammed his hand on the table, rising with fury as he pointed at Lin, shouting, Lin, are you seeking death? Keep babbling, and I swear I will rip your mouth apart right now. Or shall we step outside and settle this? Lin, known for his fiery temper, stood defiantly, retorting, bring it on. If you want to practice, then let us do it. Do you think I fear you? I've been wanting to take you down for ages. As both were on the verge of a physical confrontation, the others in the room quickly rose to mediate. Hey, old Chun, hold your tongue for a moment. Old you, calm down. This is a meeting. Everyone, let us keep the focus on the mission. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, a commanding voice resonated from the doorway of the meeting room. What is all this ruckus? Are you all planning a rebellion? Qin Yuanshan strode in, his countenance grim, his piercing gaze sweeping over the arguing parties before finally settling on Yu Yanwei and Chun Lin. What time is it now? With a formidable enemy looming, must you create discord among yourselves? Sit down. Yu Yanwei's chest heaved with agitation as he shot Chun Lin a furious glare, yet ultimately, he dared not act out in front of Qin Yuanshan. Begrudgingly returning to his seat, Chun Lin snorted in response and sat back down as well. Chapter 63. The Beast Tide Conference. Seeing that the two had temporarily quelled their tempers, Qin Yuanshan chose to ignore them, turning to converse quietly with his assistant as he prepared the meeting materials. Meanwhile, the door of the conference room swung open repeatedly, with men and women exuding a dense aura and sharp gazes entering one after another, dressed in various attires, some in combat uniforms and others in casual clothes. They all undeniably emanated distinct waves of source energy. They were all cultivators. Under the guidance of the staff, these formidable individuals, representing the highest combat power from across the country, took their seats in an orderly fashion, quickly filling the previously somewhat empty conference room. Qin Yuanshan took his place at the head of the table, next to an elderly man whose stern demeanor commanded respect. As he surveyed the room, Qin Yuanshan furrowed his brow slightly and leaned toward his assistant, whispering, "Is everyone here?" The assistant promptly checked his tablet and responded quietly, "Old Qin, we are still missing one person. The representative from Magic City has yet to arrive." Qin Yuanshan inquired. Magic City? Who did they send? That old scoundrel Lu Feng? The assistant shook his head, not team leader Lu. This time, Magic City sent a congenital awakener. An awakener? Qin Yuanshan was clearly taken aback. Is it that young man who awakened space-type abilities? Indeed, that is correct. Just as the assistant finished speaking, a voice rang out from the entrance. "My apologies. I got caught in traffic and was delayed." Everyone turned to see a young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, dressed in ordinary sportswear with stylish brown-dyed hair. Standing at the doorway, he sheepishly scratched his head, resembling a college student who had wandered into the wrong room. He then bowed slightly towards the head table, not waiting for a response, before scurrying into the meeting room, instinctively taking a seat in the last row at the corner. He promptly retrieved his phone, opened VX, and murmured, "Lu Gu, I'm here. On the other end, a response came almost instantly. "Damn it, Xiaochuan, you made me lose face in front of so many team leaders. When you get back, you'll see what I do to you." Xiaochuan paid Lu Ji's threat no mind, swiftly shutting off his phone. After a while, Qin Yuanshan picked up the microphone and gently tapped it. Once satisfied with the volume and clarity, he launched directly into the matter at hand. "Ladies and gentlemen, those of you seated here are the top-tier cultivators, tested through trials from across the nation. We are the sharpest blade and the most steadfast shield that our great Xia can present. Without further ado," Qin Yuanshan continued, "the situation is dire, as you must have heard. In the southeast of Qian province, an unprecedented beast tide has erupted. Everyone, look at the screen." With a swift motion, Qin Yuanshan gestured, and the enormous electronic screen behind him illuminated, displaying a detailed satellite map. A vast, writhing red zone was prominently marked, resembling a festering wound upon the earth. "Here," Qin Yuanshan stood, forcefully pointing at the edge of the red area on the screen. "This is our city, Yang City, and the beast tide is less than 100 kilometers away." A collective gasp echoed through the conference room. Given the speed of the beast tide, it could reach Yang City within mere hours, and the consequences were unimaginable. Qin Yuanshan paused before continuing. "Currently, for reasons unknown, the beast tide has halted, showing no signs of advancing further. But this does not signify safety. We must not place our hopes on the enemy's mercy or hesitation. Regardless of why they have paused or what they intend next, we will not sit idly by." Suddenly, the screen shifted dramatically. A gruesome, horrific scene assaulted everyone's visual senses. It was footage captured by drones after the beast tide, showcasing the destruction wrought upon a previously thriving town. On the streets, amidst the ruins, scattered remains of gnawed limbs and severed arms were evident, the parched blood staining the ground a horrific dark brown. Several grotesquely mutated wolves, as large as bulls, their bristles erect like needles, leisurely prowled through the debris. One of the massive wolves was even seen carrying a severed child's body in its jaws. A suppressed roar, a mix of rage and anguish, erupted from someone in the audience. In an instant, all eyes turned red, fists clenched tightly. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent engulfed the entire conference room. Han Jie slammed his fist onto the armrest, the sturdy alloy material caving in instantly. Chun Lin gritted his teeth, his eyes nearly bulging with fury. Even Xiaochuan, in the last row, lost his previously languid demeanor, replaced by a cold, sharp intensity. Qin Yuanshan's voice trembled with barely contained rage. This is the work of those beasts. Preliminary estimates indicate that this beast tide has resulted in over 100,000 deaths, 100,000 innocent compatriots. With a resounding clap against the podium, Qin Yuanshan's forceful gesture jolted everyone from their brooding anger. No matter the cost, we must ensure that all these beasts remain in Qian province. Not a single one is to escape. Kill, to the last breath. Slay these beasts. Avenge our compatriots. Below the stage, a wave of indignation surged. The roar of the crowd threatening to lift the roof. Qin Yuanshan slightly raised his hand, calming the furious uproar. Surely, everyone had gleaned some insight into the peculiarities of this beast tide. The screen shifted, displaying several blurry yet distinctly characterized images of the monstrous creatures. 8 bizarre entities were presented, broadly resembling bats, yet grotesquely inflated to over 2 meters in height, with astonishing wingspans. Their heads had swollen disproportionately, jaws agape, revealing a forest of jagged fangs. Curiously, their bodies appeared to be enveloped in a unique force field capable of distorting light. These photographs were captured at great peril by a practitioner who perished in the small town. These 8 are suspected to be a peculiar breed of beast mutated from fruit bats. We shall provisionally name them disruptors. Their abilities are exceptionally unique and lethal, emanating a formidable biological interference field. The screen transitioned again, showcasing scenes of malfunctioning fighter jet displays, missiles veering wildly off course, and ground troop communications severed. Within the range of this magnetic field, all electronic signals and precision guidance systems would fail or become distorted. Our modern weapon systems, in their presence, are rendered nearly obsolete. This is why, despite possessing a formidable army, we find ourselves gathering here at this moment. We require your strength, your courage, to undertake the most perilous yet crucial mission. Qin Yuanshan's gaze swept over every resolute or furious face in the audience. Break through the beast tide and prioritize the extermination of these disruptors. Open the path of destruction for our firearms. Chapter 64, 3 Beast Kings. At this juncture, Yu Yanwei abruptly raised his hand. Qin Yuanshan glanced at him. Slightly lifting his chin, speak. Yu Yanwei stood, questioning. Elder Qin, while we have several hundred practitioners present, each with considerable strength, you have witnessed the scale of the beast tide and the ferocity of those monsters. To break through the layers of the beast tide and accurately locate and eliminate those 8 disruptors hiding deep within, this is an utterly unattainable task. If we charge in, we will likely be engulfed by the sea of beasts before we even graze their edges. He intended to elaborate further on the dangers, but Qin Yuanshan raised his hand to silence him. Of course, we will not send you in like headless flies to meet your demise. Just then, the elderly general who had remained silent beside Qin Yuanshan slowly stood, instantly capturing everyone's attention. I am the commander of the 15th Army of the Huazhong Group Army of Daxia. The general's voice was not loud, yet it struck the hearts of all like a heavy hammer. My unit will serve as the vanguard for this operation. The general surveyed the room, resolutely declaring, we shall take responsibility for opening a path for all of you, drawing the main force of the beast tide away. Boom. To deploy an entire army to attract the main force of the beast tide. This declaration thundered through the conference room. Everyone was stunned, scarcely believing their ears. An entire reorganized army. This implied at least 10,000 soldiers. The authorities actually intended to utilize an army's worth of manpower to confront the beast tide in the most brutal frontal assault, paving the way for them with flesh and blood. This was akin to laying down lives to carve a path. Understand that if bullets and artillery could eliminate the monsters, the military would have acted long ago. The reality is that the defenses of the beasts are such that ordinary artillery struggles to inflict fatal damage. If the army were to be engaged at close quarters, how many would remain? No one dared to contemplate further. The conference room was suddenly enveloped in an intense silence, every face reflecting shock and solemn respect. Even Yu Yanwei's pupils constricted as he trembled back into his seat. Qin Yuanshan took the floor again, his tone grave. Friends, this is our determination. The people's army will never disappoint the people. Now, cast aside all your doubts and fears. Subsequently, Qin Yuanshan switched the screen to display 8 marked locations, evenly distributed across the beast tide area. Based on our monitoring and analysis, these 8 disruptors instinctively disperse to these critical nodes when the beast tide undergoes massive attacks, maximizing their biological interference fields to protect the tide from large-scale weapon strikes. Our primary strategic objective is for the vanguard to launch a full-scale assault while your teams of practitioners split into 4 groups, sparing no effort and with utmost speed. To eliminate the disruptors in the east, south, west, and north. Zhou Mo raised his hand and inquired, Elder Qin, what about the other 4? Who will handle the disruptors to the southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest? If they are not simultaneously neutralized, the interference field will persist. Qin Yuanshan's gaze swept over the entire assembly, and he spoke slowly and clearly. The remaining 4 will be entrusted to the Dao sect. What? The Dao sect is involved. Is that true? Splendid. Humph. I knew there was not a coward among my sect. Hee, will I finally get to see my master? A chorus of exclamations erupted from the audience, filled with fervor and barely contained excitement. Even Yu Yanwei, who had harbored resentment towards the Dao sect, abruptly lifted his head, a complex astonishment flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a private plane en route to Qian province soared steadily. Inside the cabin, led by Zhao Yunyu, Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and 5 other adept disciples of Wudang, a total of 8 individuals were attired and ready, eyes closed in meditation. Braced for action. Even the usually exuberant Wang Yi wore a serious expression, lips tightly pressed, fingers unconsciously tapping rapidly against his knee. This mission was exceedingly perilous. Disciples of lesser cultivation, like Yunlong, had not been permitted to accompany them. Wudang had dispatched only the elite. In a corner, Assistant Tan Shui picked up a tablet and hastily approached Zhao Yunyu, whispering, Daoist Zhao, we have just received the final coordinated operation plan from headquarters. This outlines the specific tasks and objectives assigned to Wudang. Zhao Yunyu opened his eyes, accepting the tablet and calmly perusing its contents. The surrounding disciples also opened their eyes, their attention drawn. The core area of the beast tide was saturated with a pungent scent of blood. Various mutated monstrosities patrolled like loyal guards. There were grotesque porcupines, their bodies bristling with bone spikes and as large as cars. There were colossal wild boars, their limbs surpassing 4 meters in length, with tusks resembling 2 curved blades. There were agile, leopard-like creatures exceeding 5 meters in length, yet moving with surprising grace. Countless bizarre beasts roamed, growling and gnashing their teeth. Yet none dared to cross a certain threshold, lingering only at the periphery of the core area, as if in reverence of something. At the heart of their encirclement stood 3 figures that, merely by their presence, could freeze the air. The first was a colossal creature standing upright. Towering dozens of meters high, a terrifying black bear with fur as sleek as steel needles and muscles rippling like mountain ranges. The second was a massive white serpent, coiled like a mountain, nearly 40 meters long, its scales shimmering with a cold sheen. The third was a relatively diminutive creature, approximately 2 meters in length. Yet its shell gleamed a dark golden hue, its edges sharp as blades, a pangolin. The pangolin, seemingly inconspicuous, bore a lustrous gem upon its forehead that emitted a faint glow, radiating an enigmatic spiritual resonance. The aura emanating from the 3 demonic beasts resembled that of 3 erupting volcanoes, fierce and boundless. Had Bai Xiaochuan been present, he would have instantly recognized that these beings were not mere ordinary demonic creatures, but rather terrifying entities that had transcended to the rank of true demon kings. The communication among the 3 demon kings appeared to occur through a mental connection. The black bear growled, "Third brother, speak for yourself. Do you still wish to continue the slaughter? Annihilate those 2-legged beasts." The pangolin, exhibiting no hesitation, was filled with a tempest of rage and a desire for destruction in its mental waves. Kill. Why not kill? I shall turn the streets of that city ahead into rivers of blood, for the vengeance of my kin. The white snake flicked its tongue, a glint of calculation flashing in its cold, vertical pupils. Its mental resonance was relatively composed. Third brother, your hatred has clouded your judgment. Humans are not so easily dealt with. Though their weapons may be temporarily ineffective, when cornered, even a rabbit will bite. I propose we consolidate our current territory instead. It would be a more prudent course of action. Prudent, exclaimed the pangolin. Sister, you know, my entire family, generations of my kin, either skinned alive or served up on a platter. How can I endure such a blood feud? How can I remain calm? And was it not 2 years ago that you were also wounded by humans? At these words, the black bear rose to its full height, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated through the air, causing the mutant beasts surrounding them to tremble in fear. Since the third brother insists, then we shall kill. Annihilate them. Devour them. The white snake observed its 2 brethren, one blinded by vengeance, the other possessing a strength akin to that of a 10-year-old child. It sighed resignedly through the mental link. Despite their remarkable intelligence born of primal energy, their short-lived existence rendered them easily swayed by instinct and emotion. Engaging them in strategic discussions left the white snake feeling utterly exhausted. It estimated that within the entire primordial forest, only the old golden-haired monkey, hidden in the deepest recesses, could engage in a rational discourse regarding pros and cons. Unfortunately, upon hearing of a proposed offensive against human territory, that monkey had refused outright, even warning them of impending doom. Thus, the white snake sent forth a cold mental wave. Since you are so insistent, I shall acquiesce to your desires. However, humans will undoubtedly be prepared. A daytime assault would incur excessive losses. Let us wait until nightfall to advance with the beast tide. Agreed, affirmed the pangolin. Kill, kill, roared the black bear. Chapter 65. The general assault begins. As the airplane experienced a slight jolt, Bai Xiaochuan slowly opened his eyes, clarity flooding his gaze. Looking out the window, he observed the aircraft descending towards a vast military airport below. We have arrived, Bai Xiaochuan remarked, his eyes glinting with anticipation as he gently patted Wang Yi beside him. Arrived? Old Bai. Yes. Almost simultaneously, Tan Shui stood up, addressing everyone in the cabin, fellow Daoists. We have arrived. The group nodded in acknowledgement. During their flight, they had already been briefed on their specific mission assigned by Wudang, to spare no effort in annihilating the disruptors located to the southeast of the Beast Tide. With a click, the airplane door swung open, and as they descended the gangway, anxious staff members who had been waiting rushed towards them. Zhao Daoist. Esteemed Daoists. The situation is urgent. We apologize for the lack of hospitality. Please accompany us immediately to the designated combat zone. The lead officer spoke rapidly, hardly pausing for pleasantries. Wang Yi nudged Bai Xiaochuan with his elbow, lowering his voice. Old Bai, it seems the situation is worse than we anticipated. Bai Xiaochuan nodded gravely. The officials did not even allow them a moment to catch their breath or familiarize themselves with the surroundings. They were to be thrust directly into battle. A clear indication of the dire circumstances. Several military SUVs roared towards them, halting precisely in front of their group. The personnel quickly opened the doors. Esteemed Daoists, please. At that moment, Bai Xiaochuan caught sight of another transport plane that had just landed nearby. He observed Li Xuanji, the sect leader, swiftly descending with over a dozen elite disciples, similarly escorted by several officers as they hurried into a separate convoy, speeding off in a different direction. Not even a moment was afforded for greetings or encouragement. Upon disembarking, each sect was promptly dispersed to different combat locations. The military SUVs sped along a makeshift dirt road, kicking up clouds of dust. A liaison officer in the front passenger seat turned around, addressing Zhao Yunyu in a serious tone. Daoist Zhao. We have just received the latest orders from the command center. Minister Qin has decided that in 2 hours, we shall launch a full-scale assault on the Beast Tide. 2 hours. Zhao Yunyu's brow furrowed instantly at the news. So urgent? The liaison officer nodded gravely. Indeed. Intelligence indicates that the Beast Tide shows signs of nocturnal activity. Minister Qin fears that if we delay until nightfall, the Beast Tide may launch an offensive towards Yang City. Engaging in a night skirmish would exponentially increase both casualties and operational difficulties. We must crush them in this current area while it is still daylight. Understood. We shall be in position on time, Zhao Yunyu affirmed. The vehicles traveled for over 20 minutes before finally halting at a makeshift forward observation post. They were now perilously close to the edge of the Beast Tide, the distant echoes of terrifying beast roars resonating like an unending ocean wave. Outside the observation post stood numerous armed soldiers. As Bai Xiaochuan, Zhao Yunyu, and the others hastily entered, they were momentarily taken aback by the scene within. Nearly 40 cultivators with a heavy aura had already gathered inside, most clad in specially designed battle attire, evidently part of the official cultivator battalion. There were also several disciples in Daoist robes, though Bai Xiaochuan recognized few of them. They were likely practitioners from smaller sections. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from the crowd. Master, junior brother, you're here. Han Jia pushed through the throng, excitedly approaching them, seeing his long-ago apprentice. Zhao Yunyu's eyes sparkled with pride and joy. Han Jia, you are here. Splendid. Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and the others promptly stepped forward to pay their respects. Senior brother, master uncle. Han Jia, brimming with excitement, clapped Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi on the shoulders, then quickly turned to Zhao Yunyu. Master, this is fantastic. Is Wudang responsible for the disruptors in the southeastern area? Zhao Yunyu nodded. Indeed. How fortuitous. Our batch of official cultivators has received orders to eliminate the one in the eastern region. Our target areas are adjacent. Perhaps we can coordinate and support one another when the time comes. Excellent. Zhao Yunyu replied. In a corner of the observation post, Xiao Chen silently observed the Wudang group, pondering the extent of the power disparity between himself and these Daoists. Just as the conversation was gaining momentum, a senior operations officer, whose insignia indicated a high rank, entered briskly, holding a tablet with a stern expression. Instantly, the observation post fell silent. Han Jie immediately whispered to Zhao Yunyu, "Master, fellow disciples. Our mission is of utmost importance. Let us catch up once it is concluded." Zhao Yunyu and Bai Xiaochuan, along with others, nodded in understanding. The chief of staff stepped up to the makeshift podium, his gaze sweeping over all the cultivators present. "Everyone, the general offensive is about to commence. Time is of the essence, so I shall keep it brief. The official cultivator team will be led by Captain Han Jie. Your mission objective is to locate and neutralize the disruptor in the eastern region. Spare no effort. Find it and eliminate it. We must buy time for our heavy artillery units to restore communication and guidance. Is that clear?" "Understood." The official cultivators, led by Han Jie, roared in unison. The chief of staff then turned his attention to Zhao Yunyu and the Daoist practitioners, first bowing slightly in respect. He then spoke with equal gravity, "Esteemed Daoists, we entrust the disruptor in the southeastern region to you. The success or failure of our decapitation strike is directly tied to the outcome of the entire battle." Zhao Yunyu stepped forward, representing all the Daoist cultivators present, and solemnly replied, "No problem." The chief of staff nodded with emphasis. "Good. All units, proceed to your designated attack positions, as per the plan. Once the signal for the general offensive is given, act immediately." With that, everyone dispersed. Han Jie waved to the group and led his team to their assigned location, while Bai Xiaochuan and the others were escorted by the chief of staff himself. Just as Bai Xiaochuan and the others arrived at their designated position, the general offensive commenced. The thunderous roar of artillery echoed from afar. A steel tide formed by tens of thousands of soldiers, supported by antiquated cannons, armored vehicles, and tanks, surged forth in a valiant frontal assault against the encroaching horde of beasts. Shells fell like rain upon the beast tide, erupting into clouds of blood and severed limbs. In the heart of the beast tide, 3 demon kings were abruptly roused by the sudden ferocity of the attack. The black bear rose up on its hind legs, unleashing a deafening roar that nearly drowned out the distant cannon fire. "Roar! These wretched bipeds dare to seek their demise. Annihilate them. Leave not a single one alive." The white snake's cold vertical pupils constricted slightly, its forked tongue flicking out, a sense of foreboding washing over it. "Something's amiss, third brother. Immediately dispatch more elite beasts to protect those fruit bats. The human's assault is not without purpose." The pangolin promptly replied, "Yes, sister." Its forehead crystal flickered, transmitting powerful mental commands instantaneously. Meanwhile, the enraged black bear demon king had already leaped to the forefront of the beast tide. Its 10-meter tall, terrifying figure loomed like a deity of destruction, unleashing a ferocious roar that tore through the heavens towards the human army. Roar! Accompanied by this roar infused with boundless demonic power and fury, the seemingly endless beast tide behind it seemed to be injected with a potent stimulant, descending into complete madness. A woo! Roar! Hiss! Countless enormous, grotesque mutated beasts, their eyes glowing crimson and saliva dripping, surged forth like a black tsunami, charging headlong into the hail of artillery fire with even greater ferocity and savagery. The ground trembled, and the air shrieked. At the position of the Wudang practitioners, the cacophony of explosions, gunfire, and the terrifying roars of beasts echoed clearly. The operations officer abruptly set down his binoculars, his expression grave, and turned to Zhao Yunyu. "Daoist Zhao, the general offensive has begun. The vanguard has fully engaged the beast tide. We must move out now." Almost simultaneously, the cultivator teams stationed in the other 7 directions, along with the Daoist experts, shot forth from their respective assembly points like arrows released from a bow, unflinchingly racing towards the tide of death. The Wudang practitioners quickly surged towards the beast tide. However, when they truly laid eyes upon the surging, boundless horde of beasts that resembled a black tidal wave, all their pupils involuntarily constricted. This is utterly astounding. Almost everyone found themselves unable to resist halting in their tracks. The beasts before them were nearly all larger than 1 meter. Mighty wolves as robust as bulls, ferocious boars clad in bone armor, and lightning-fast feline creatures coalesced into a torrent of annihilation, relentlessly crashing against the fragile line formed by tens of thousands of soldiers. The formidable firepower of humanity was unable to fully suppress the advance of the beast tide. The bodies of the slain beasts piled high, yet those behind immediately trampled over their fallen kin, surging forth with even greater speed. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the beast tide completely tore through the defenses, devouring the 10,000-strong army. Bai Xiaochuan was profoundly shaken by this apocalyptic scene. Although he possessed memories and knowledge from his past life, facing such a vast onslaught of beasts was a first for him. In his previous life, he would likely have been torn to shreds upon entry. Even if he maximized his abilities, it would only delay his demise by a few seconds. Wang Yi swallowed hard, his voice slightly dry, forcing a smile at Bai Xiaochuan. Old Bai, you're not scared, are you? Bai Xiaochuan was taken aback. Turning to see Wang Yi trying to appear brave, yet trembling slightly, beads of cold sweat forming at his temples. Seeing Wang Yi like this actually calmed Bai Xiaochuan. And he smiled faintly. Of course, I'm not scared. If you are, just hide behind me. I can protect you easily. Wang Yi's lips curled into a smirk. Uffed, as if I would be scared. Watch me kill more than you later. Just then, the observing officer, holding binoculars, suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Found it. 11 o'clock. About 800 meters into the beast tide. The disruptor is right there. Zhao Yunyu's eyes sparkled with determination, and without hesitation, he decisively commanded, Wudang disciples. Heed my call. Let us slay. Kill. Instantly, hundreds of specially prepared elite soldiers surged forth, unleashing powerful firepower to carve a path for the Wudang practitioners. Bai Xiaochuan, like a wraith, slipped into the beast tide from the flank. The beasts along the side immediately noticed this group of tiny insects and charged forward with furious roars. A mutated wild boar, its size comparable to a small elephant and with menacing tusks, roared as it aimed to crush a special forces soldier. In that critical moment, Bai Xiaochuan's figure appeared in an instant, his formidable vitality erupting, and with a simple yet powerful punch, he struck. Boom! A muffled sound erupted as the massive wild boar's head exploded like a watermelon. The soldier who narrowly escaped death looked at Bai Xiaochuan, his eyes filled with shock and gratitude. Thank you, Daoist. Bai Xiaochuan replied. You all stay on the periphery to provide support and clear any stragglers. Leave the interior to us. Yes, Daoist. The Wudang practitioners and a few cultivators from smaller sects assisting in the operation immediately seized the opportunity, like a sharp blade. Plunging towards the direction indicated by the chief of staff, Bai Xiaochuan took the lead, wielding his wood-based powers to command countless vines that burst forth from the earth, binding and restraining the beasts surging from all sides. Simultaneously, his terrifying physical strength during the refining stage was fully displayed, with fists, feet, elbows, and knees becoming the most lethal weapons, each strike delivering immense force, truly achieving a one-hit kill for every beast. The small sect cultivators following the charge watched in awe, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. This is terrifying. Is this the power of a Wudang disciple? Zhao Yunyu's prowess was nothing short of astonishing. A tempestuous current enveloped him as he deftly manipulated shards of metal, sweeping through the battlefield like a formidable storm, causing the monstrous beasts to fall as if they were mere wheat before the scythe. Yet, the deeper he ventured, the more the tide of beasts surged forth, intensifying the pressure. With a single stroke of his sword, he cleaved through a leaping leopard-like beast, commanding with a fierce voice, Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, do not linger in battle. Accelerate. Go eliminate that accursed bat. The other beasts shall be our charge. Yes, master. Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi exchanged determined glances. Nodding in unison, the energy within them erupted with a resounding force, their speed surging as they transformed into two streaks of light, breaking free from the main battle line, racing towards the shadowy bat concealed within the depths of the beast tide, relentlessly emitting disruptive waves. Chapter 66, Vanquishing the Shadow Bat. With their full might unleashed, the duo swiftly closed the distance to a mere 100 meters from the shadow bat. Wang Yi thrust his hands forward with fervor, unleashing a powerful telekinetic force. A booming surge of invisible, colossal energy radiated from him, fanning out in a cone shape. The frenzied beasts that charged at them slammed against this unseen barrier, hurtling backwards with even greater speed, toppling a multitude of their kin and clearing a narrow path. Old Bai, that vile bat is yours. Wang Yi's forehead throbbed with veins as he maintained the expansive telekinetic field, shouting, not a single one of these wretches shall approach you. Understood. Bai Xiaochuan replied succinctly, his gaze fixed on the shadow bat that flapped its wings, radiating disruptive ripples. Wang Yi made a tearing motion with his hands, commanding, get lost. Boom. The densely packed swarm of beasts before them was forcefully parted by an unseen might, creating a narrow passage akin to Moses parting the sea, leading directly to the shadow bat. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Xiaochuan executed his technique to the utmost, transforming into a streak of azure light, darting through the corridor. The shadow bat, sensing the imminent threat, instinctively sought to flee or halt its disruptive waves for defense. Yet the dire command from the Beast King forbade it from ceasing its incantation. It could only emit a sharp, frantic screech, summoning nearby guardians. Just as Bai Xiaochuan was about to close in, two colossal figures descended from the heavens with terrifying might, absorbing the remnants of Wang Yi's telekinetic force. Crashing down before him, they were two gigantic black bears, towering at 7 to 8 meters, muscles bulging and fangs bared. Their eyes glowed with a savage red light. Blocking his path. Unfazed, Bai Xiaochuan activated his wood manipulation technique instantaneously. Countless thick, dark green vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the legs and bodies of the two massive bears like agile serpents, binding them tightly. Roar! The bears bellowed in fury, thrashing wildly. One bear, seeing Bai Xiaochuan poised to slip through their midst, opened its massive maw and gathered a torrent of violent energy, launching it towards Bai Xiaochuan's back. Meanwhile, the other bear emanated a chilling aura, freezing the vines that wrapped around it into crystalline ice, before violently breaking free. Bai Xiaochuan sensed the impending surge of energy approaching from behind and was momentarily startled. Had they awakened elemental abilities? However, he remained composed, pivoting mid-stride. Raising his right hand forward. Devour. A distorted, miniature black hole materialized before his palm. The ferocious energy wave that could shatter tanks was instantly consumed upon contact, vanishing without a trace as if it had encountered the depths of the ocean. At that moment, the Shadow Bat, witnessing Bai Xiaochuan's formidable prowess, could no longer heed the Beast King's command and screeched in terror, attempting to cease its disruptive waves and flee. Trying to escape? Too late. Bai Xiaochuan moved with swiftness, his thoughts commanding countless vines to erupt from the ground beneath the Shadow Bat, ensnaring it in a web that held it firmly aloft. Though the Shadow Bat had awakened its disruptive capabilities, its combat strength was woefully inadequate to escape. Bai Xiaochuan flashed forward, arriving before the ensnared Shadow Bat, channeling his terrifying power into a single, direct punch. With a resounding crack, the Shadow Bat's head and a portion of its body were obliterated, silencing the disruptive waves. From initiation to execution, the entire process spanned mere seconds. The two black bears, having just freed themselves from their bindings, erupted into a rage at the sight of their charge being effortlessly dispatched before their very eyes. How could the target entrusted to them by the Beast King be slain right under their noses? This was an affront of monumental proportions. Roar! The two black bears, driven to madness, surged forth, their energy boiling, intent on tearing Bai Xiaochuan to shreds. However, Bai Xiaochuan had no desire to linger in battle. In open terrain, he was confident in defeating the two bears, but now, engulfed in a tide of beasts, with Wang Yi expending significant energy to maintain his telekinetic field, he needed to retreat with utmost haste. With a subtle shift in his footwork, Bai Xiaochuan darted through the chaotic assault of the bears, effortlessly evading the powerful yet clumsy strikes of the formidable beasts. In mere moments, he swiftly extricated himself from the fray, returning to Wang Yi's side. Retreat! Bai Xiaochuan commanded in a low voice. Seeing Bai Xiaochuan safely return, Wang Yi exhaled in relief, quickly retracting his telekinetic force. The strain of such high-intensity, expansive exertion had drained his energy significantly. He could only sustain it for a maximum of 5 minutes. Impressive, old Bai. You dispatched it so swiftly. Wang Yi exclaimed with excitement as he followed Bai Xiaochuan's retreat. We must be the fastest within the sect. At that moment, a thunderous rumble erupted from the southwestern horizon. From the distant sky, countless bolts of terrifying, world-ending lightning descended. The thunder was as thick as dragons, incandescent and radiant, striking deep into the beast tide with overwhelming might. As if the heavens themselves had unleashed their wrath. Both Wang Yi and Bai Xiaochuan's pupils dilated in shock. What the hell is that? Is it a lightning-based ability? Wang Yi gasped. Bai Xiaochuan almost instantaneously recognized the source. It could only be that singular individual capable of summoning such awe-inspiring, celestial power. Stop staring. We must retreat. Bai Xiaochuan urged, suppressing the turmoil within. At this moment, Zhao Yunyu stood amidst a pile of beast carcasses, his sword stained with blood. The disciples of Wudang and other cultivators fought valiantly against the encroaching horde, ensuring a path for Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi to escape. Upon witnessing their safe return, Zhao Yunyu's heart soared with joy as he quickly inquired, Xiaochuan, have you dispatched the disruptor? Indeed, master. The threat has been eliminated. Bai Xiaochuan replied swiftly, his gaze scanning the still tumultuous battlefield. Now, let us proceed to assist senior brother Hanjia. Understood. Let us go, Zhao Yunyu affirmed. Within the command center, the atmosphere was as tense as solidified pitch. Qin Yuanshan stood before the observation window, peering through a high-powered telescope, his fingers pale from the strain, fixated on the battlefield that resembled a meat grinder. What is the status of the civilian evacuation in Yang City? Qin Yuanshan's voice was hoarse, not turning to look. His assistant promptly reported, Report, Elder Qin. In the southwestern region of the city, under the pretext of intensified influenza control measures, all citizens have been forcibly evacuated. The area is now virtually deserted. Qin Yuanshan slowly lowered his binoculars, taking a deep breath. Prepare for the worst. Command the troops that once the frontline defenses are breached by the beast tide, there is no need for further consultation. Immediately direct all citizens to evacuate to the designated shelters. Evacuate as many as possible. Hearing this, the assistant's complexion paled, and after a moment's hesitation, he spoke in a low voice. There is one more matter, Qin Lao. The military engineers have successfully installed tactical nuclear warheads directly beneath our command center. And after precise calculations, they possess sufficient yield to completely cleanse the uncontrollable area. Should you not evacuate to a safe zone first? Evacuate. Qin Yuanshan abruptly turned around, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the assistant. This nuclear device is set for manual detonation. Once it explodes, it will mean the death of the tens of thousands of soldiers outside and all those who remain behind. Do you think I would leave at this moment? The assistant, frightened by Qin Lao's imposing presence, retreated repeatedly, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. I am sorry, Qin Lao. It was my mistake. At that moment, a thunderous rumble erupted outside the window. The distant horizon was suddenly illuminated by countless flashes of lightning. These bolts struck with the precision and fury of divine retribution, crashing into the depths of the beast tide. The tremendous sound and light even penetrated the soundproof glass of the command center, startling Qin Yuanshan and everyone inside. What is happening? Where is this thunder coming from? Qin Yuanshan questioned in bewilderment. Just then, a staff member, who had been intently observing the screen, suddenly looked up. Report, Qin Lao. It is the southwestern region. It is the area under the jurisdiction of the Longhu Mountain Tianshi Mansion. It is Master Zhang, or his esteemed disciple, who has summoned the heavenly thunder. Almost simultaneously, another monitor's voice trembled with excitement. Qin Lao. Energy monitoring shows that the interference signals from the southeast have vanished. The interference signals from the southwest have also disappeared. It is Wudang and the Tianshi Mansion. They have succeeded. They have eliminated the disruptors. What? Qin Yuanshan dashed to the monitoring screen, observing that the previously stable high-intensity interference sources had indeed dimmed. With two extinguished, a wave of immense joy instantly dissipated the gloom on his face. Splendid. Well done. This usually composed elder could not help but slam his hand on the control panel, exclaiming in exhilaration. Truly, the Daoist sect with a legacy spanning millennia. Indeed, the backbone of our great Xia. They managed to eliminate two thorns so swiftly. Qin Yuanshan promptly seized the communicator and bellowed. Relay my orders. Inform the Air Force. The armed helicopter squadron is to take off immediately. The interference in the southeast and southwest has been cleared. Aim for the densest part of the beast tide. Strike hard. Blast these wretched creatures back to their homeland. Understood.